Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3907 to Chapter 3991. The elven woman was indeed very powerful. She was definitely not weaker than Xianxia. In fact, she was even stronger than Xianxia. She had abandoned her bow and arrow and used her spear to fight her enemy. Her combat strength was also extremely shocking. Although she was suppressed by Lu Ming and kept retreating, it was not possible for Lu Ming to defeat her in a few moves. Boom, the two of them exchanged another blow. Amidst the violent rumbling, the elven woman's figure retreated rapidly. "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore," the elven woman cried out. Lu Ming stopped and did not continue to attack. It was not because the other party was a woman and was beautiful, but because the other party did not have any killing intent towards him just now. The other party only wanted to seize the elven tree seed and did not have any killing intent towards him. Moreover, she seemed to be Ling Yue's friend, so Lu Ming would not kill her because of this. "I'm not fighting anymore, you pervert. I'm not fighting with you anymore. This elven tree seed is yours." The elven woman took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down the boiling divine power in her body. Her gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with resentment and curiosity. She had actually lost to a quasi-emperor, which made her extremely unhappy. However, a quasi-emperor actually had such powerful strength, which made her very curious. "You should retreat a little," Lu Ming said. He was afraid that he would be ambushed while he was picking the elven tree seed. The elven woman nodded and retreated to a certain distance. In this distance, her bow and arrow could not unleash too much power. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside the elven tree seed. With a wave of his hand, a divine light flashed and cut open the fruit. Immediately, an extremely rich life essence rushed out. What pure life essence, it really is a high-grade elven tree seed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This elven tree seed was actually golden, but it was even more resplendent and beautiful than gold. It was like the incarnation of life essence. This was a high-grade elven tree seed. If he gave it to the elves, he would be rewarded with 1,000 elvenwood cores. Lu Ming took out a jade box and carefully put it into the jade box, keeping it in his storage ring. In the distance, the elven woman revealed an envious expression. "Mu Yun, let's work together," the female elf said. Lu Ming was very strong, which made her want to cooperate with him. "Not interested." Lu Ming rejected him directly. He had no intention to consider it at all. "Mu Yun, there are many elf tribe prodigies on the 7th level. It won't be easy to get the elf seed. There will be a lot of competition. If we work together, we'll have a better chance." The female elf still wanted to persuade him. "Not interested." Lu Ming continued to shake his head with a cold face. The female elf's face turned red. She was very unhappy. He rejected her so straightforwardly. Was she that unattractive? Although she knew that she couldn't compare to Ling Yue, she shouldn't be that far off. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts were just that wild. In the end, the elf woman coldly harumphed, turned around, and left. After the fairy left, Lu Ming chose another direction and stepped into the air. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped. Because in front of him, a figure was rushing towards him. In the next moment, that figure stopped in front of Lu Ming. "Mu Yun." This figure's gaze fell on Lu Ming, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. This young man was Hua Ding, who Ling Fei and Hua Min had been looking for. Previously, Hua Ding didn't believe that Lu Ming wouldn't be suppressed here. Lu Ming frowned. The other party's killing intent towards him was very strong. In an instant, he felt it. "Mu Yun, very good. Give me your storage ring," Hua Ding said indifferently, in a commanding tone. "Why should I give my storage ring to you?" Lu Ming sneered. He naturally wouldn't give his storage ring to the other party. "Just now, I clearly felt a strong life essence being emitted nearby. If I'm not wrong, it was emitted by the high-grade elf tree. But in the next moment, it disappeared, and I only saw you in the vicinity. Tell me, did you obtain the high-grade elf tree?" Hua Ding said lightly. He was still in a superior position, commanding Lu Ming in a commanding tone. "Yes or no, what does it have to do with you?" Lu Ming said. Hee, Mu Yun, you're very arrogant. Originally, if you obediently hand over your storage ring, I could have left your corpse intact. But now, I've decided that I will feed you to the evil spirits. Hua Ding sneered, and the killing intent emanating from his body became even stronger. You really know how to act cool. I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming directly made his move. This Hua Ding, as soon as he saw him, emitted a strong killing intent. Lu Ming didn't hold back at all against such a person. He made the first move to gain the upper hand. Boom, his palm was like a knife, piercing through the air and slashing at Hua Ding's vital points. Hua Ding's expression changed. The power of Lu Ming's attack made him feel a terrifying sense of danger. Arrow Cauldron Technique. Hua Ding roared, and the divine power in his body boiled. Very small arrows rushed out from every pore of his body. These arrows gathered together, forming a large cauldron that floated in front of him. Clang, Lu Ming's palm landed on the large cauldron. The large cauldron let out a violent roar, and then exploded. Hua Ding's body shook violently, and he retreated violently, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. You're really not suppressed? Hua Ding roared in shock, and then a greedy look appeared in his eyes. He immediately thought of the value of not being suppressed. Really not suppressed? What do you mean by that? You seem to have heard it before? Lu Ming frowned. The first thing he thought of was Ling Fei and Hua Min. This was because the only people who knew that he wasn't suppressed were Ling Fei, Hua Min, and the others. However, the female elf had just left, and naturally, she could not have revealed it to Hua Ding. There was only one possibility, which was that Ling Fei and the others had asked Hua Ding to deal with him, and that was why he knew. Swoosh, at this moment, Hua Ding's body retreated frantically, trying to distance himself from Lu Ming. Then, a battle bow formed in his hand. Arrow Cauldron Technique, suppressing heaven and earth. Hua Ding roared, and he continued to shoot. His arrows were not aimed at Lu Ming, but at the sky. Swoosh! 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 Arrows flew into the sky, and then those arrows turned into large cauldrons, and pressed down on Lu Ming. There were a total of 12 large cauldrons, and they emitted a terrifying wave of energy that could suppress heaven and earth. Lu Ming was surprised. This kind of archery technique was rare. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He rushed up, and his body glowed. The Great God Wind Technique and Great Shattering Technique burst out, and combined with Lu Ming's palm, they attacked continuously. Boom! Boom, boom! Terrifying collisions erupted, and violent energy waves swept in all directions. The countless ancient trees below were destroyed by the energy waves, and turned into ashes. Lu Ming struck out 12 consecutive palms, colliding with the 12 cauldrons. With 12 consecutive explosions, the 12 cauldrons were all destroyed by Lu Ming. Kill! After destroying the 12 cauldrons, Lu Ming continued to charge towards Hua Ding like an invincible god of war. His palms broke through the void, and a terrifying divine light surged towards Hua Ding. D***it, he really isn't being suppressed. How can this be? Hua Ding roared in his heart, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. However, Hua Ding's combat strength was not much different from Xianxia's. If they were on the 5th level, Lu Ming would not be his match. However, he was suppressed too much here, and he was no match for Lu Ming. Before the two exchanged more than 10 blows, Hua Ding's shoulder was slashed by Lu Ming. His shoulder was almost shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Kill! Lu Ming yelled and unleashed his abilities to the maximum. At that moment, his body glowed, and all of his offensive and entrapment secret skills were revealed. They turned into a storm and charged towards Hua Ding. Hua Ding was dumbfounded. How could one person master so many secret skills? Then, he roared crazily and resisted with all his might, shattering one secret skill after another. However, with so many secret skills attacking at the same time, the power was too shocking. Hua Ding barely managed to block it. However, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of him. He clenched his fist and punched Hua Ding's dantian. This time, Hua Ding's face was pale. This was because Lu Ming's violent fist force had entered his dantian, causing the star in his dantian to tremble. The divine flames on the star were almost extinguished, and its light dimmed. Hua Ding screamed, and his body flew out, coughing up blood. This time, he was severely injured, and his aura was much weaker. Lu Ming's body flashed, and he appeared next to Hua Ding again. He attacked with all his might, showing no mercy. Hua Ding roared and fought with all his might. His divine power burned fiercely, and he wanted to break free from the suppression of heaven and earth and return to his peak. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to risk his life. The eternal star in his dantian had been severely damaged by Lu Ming, and it was difficult for him to regain his full strength. Even if he burned his divine power, it was difficult for him to break through the suppression of the world. However, under such desperate efforts, his battle strength had increased greatly. His body seemed to be covered with a suit of armor made of god power, and a huge cauldron appeared. Grabbing the foot of the cauldron, he threw it toward Lu Ming. This kind of cauldron was completely condensed from numerous arrows. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. After exchanging several blows with Lu Ming, there was still no clear victor. "Little bastard, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. When I get out, I'll make you wish you were dead." Hua Ding roared, his hair stood on end, his killing intent like a rainbow. He had actually been forced by Lu Ming to this point. He was desperately burning his divine power. This was extremely damaging to him. The side effects were huge. It might hurt his foundation and make it difficult for him to improve in the future. His hatred for Lu Ming was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. He had already decided in his heart that after he left, no matter what price he had to pay, he would deal with Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was Ling Yue's fiancé, he would still kill him. "You still want to leave now? Is that possible?" Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. All of a sudden, his attacks changed. He completely abandoned his defense and focused all his energy on attacking. "You're courting death." Hua Ding discovered that Lu Ming had revealed a huge flaw. How could he miss such an opportunity? The cauldron whizzed out and struck Lu Ming horizontally. Dong, the cauldron heavily smashed into Lu Ming's body. Countless arrows shot out and pierced through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming suddenly turned into a hornet's nest. "Ha ha ha, go to hell, go to hell." Hua Ding laughed crazily, his face sinister. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lu Ming, who had already turned into a hornet's nest, actually moved. Taking advantage of the situation, he circled around to Hua Ding's side. His palm was like a blade as he slashed down at him. Compared to before, his power was not the slightest bit weaker. Hua Ding was completely dumbfounded. After being hit by his cauldron head-on, his body had been pierced into a hornet's nest, but he was actually fine. He could still make a move and maintain his peak combat strength. What was going on? No matter how strong the others were, their bodies would definitely be severely injured after being pierced like this. They probably wouldn't even be able to unleash 10% of their strength. However, Lu Ming still maintained 100% of his strength. This was beyond his expectations. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Puff, Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. On his palm, there was the power of the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique. The Great God Wind technique was incomparably sharp and possessed a terrifying cutting power. As for the Great Shattering technique, it possessed a terrifying shattering power. When the palm hit Hua Ding, it directly blasted the protective divine power on his body and slashed his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Hua Ding's body was slashed diagonally into two halves. The remaining two halves of his body continued to shatter under the bombardment of the Great Shattering technique. Hua Ding's soul escaped from his sea of consciousness. He wanted to escape, but he was caught by Lu Ming's big hand. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me," Hua Ding screamed in horror. However, Lu Ming's face was cold. He squeezed hard and Hua Ding's soul turned into ashes with a bang. It completely disappeared. Hua Ding was killed by Lu Ming. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Naturally, it was Hua Ding's. Lu Ming didn't stay. His figure flashed and he left this place. After all, Hua Ding was a top genius of the elf clan. If others saw that he was killed by him, it wouldn't be good. It would cause trouble. After leaving for some distance, Lu Ming began to check the storage ring left behind by Hua Ding. Soon, Lu Ming smiled. The collection in Hua Ding's storage ring was more abundant than Lin Xia's. There were many elf tree hearts, low-level and mid-level elf tree trees. Unfortunately, there were no high-level elf tree trees. It seemed like high-level elf tree trees were not easy to find. After killing Hua Ding, Lu Ming continued to search on the 7th floor. He encountered a few groups of evil spirits and obtained many dark spirit pearls. However, he still didn't find any high-level elf tree trees. Instead, he met other geniuses of the elf clan. These geniuses of the elf clan were surprised to see that Lu Ming could make it to the 7th floor. Some of them even wanted to attack Lu Ming, but Lu Ming took the initiative to retreat. After all, he was in the elf clan. If news of him killing too many geniuses of the elf clan spread, the people behind them would definitely come after him. It was best to avoid trouble. Unless the other party wanted to kill him, like Hua Ding, he wouldn't show mercy. Fortunately, the other elf clans didn't want to kill him that badly. Just like that, Lu Ming stayed on the 7th floor for a total of 7 days. On the 7th day, he finally found another high-level elf tree. With that, Lu Ming found a total of 2 high-level elf tree trees. He found quite a number of low-level and mid-level elf trees. I can't go on like this. I won't be able to find 12 high-level elven tree seeds in 3 months. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He felt that there might not be 12 elven tree seeds in the entire 7th level. Moreover, there were many elven prodigies on this level. With so many people searching together, how could he find 12 high-level elven tree seeds? Looks like I have to go to the 8th level to take a look. Lu Ming made a decision. He immediately headed in a certain direction. There were a total of 3 entrances from the 7th level to the 8th level. Lu Ming had searched here for 7 days and had already found 2 entrances and left his mark. Therefore, Lu Ming quickly found one of the entrances and entered the 8th level. The 8th level was stronger than the 7th level in terms of the density of life essence and the suppression of heaven and earth. However, the suppression of heaven and earth was still ineffective against Lu Ming. Looking around, the world was filled with lush forests. Large tracts of forest stood between heaven and earth, incomparably magnificent. That's a elven tree seed. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there was a tree not far away that had a particularly dense life essence. On the crown of the tree, there was a fruit. It was clearly a elven tree seed. Lu Ming stepped over and took it down. He found that it was a low-level elven tree seed. There should be a lot of low-level elven tree seeds on the 8th level. Lu Ming smiled and spread out his spiritual consciousness to search. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Ming found another elven tree seed. Although it was also a low-level one, Lu Ming was ecstatic. The density of elven tree seeds here was so high. They were only a few thousand miles apart, and elven tree seeds were continuously appearing. There would definitely be a huge harvest on this level. Caw, at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. A pitch-black giant bird pounced towards Lu Ming. This giant bird was an evil spirit, but its aura was exceptionally terrifying, causing Lu Ming's pupils to shrink slightly. The giant bird evil spirit was very fast. In the next moment, it appeared not far from Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like knives, grabbing at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out, slashing at the giant bird evil spirit's sharp claws. There was an intense explosion, and Lu Ming retreated. He felt a burning pain in his palm. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that the power of this evil spirit was no weaker than the 3-headed lizard evil spirit guarding the evil spirit tower on the 4th floor. If this evil spirit was only an ordinary evil spirit from the 8th floor, then it would be terrifying. Caw, the giant bird evil spirit let out a strange cry and continued to attack Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming took out the array of dark spirit beads and activated the array's power. Now, Lu Ming's dark spirit bead array was made up of more than 20 dark spirit beads of different sizes. The deterrence it had on the dark spirits was amazing. As soon as the evil spirit was enveloped by the mysterious aura of the spirit array, it shuddered and a look of horror appeared in its eyes. It turned around and fled. Lu Ming did not chase after it. He was very satisfied with the ability of the dark spirit beads. Now was the time to focus on finding the elvish tree species. Hunting evil spirits would be a waste of time. Next, Lu Ming focused on finding the elvish tree species. The evil spirits on the 7th or 8th floor were indeed very terrifying. Some were alone, some were in groups of 3 or 5, and some were even in groups of dozens. The strength of these evil spirits was no weaker than the giant bird evil spirit that Lu Ming first met. If it were not for the deterrence of the dark spirit bead array, Lu Ming would have been torn to pieces by these evil spirits. So, basically, no elven prodigies dared to come to this floor. Anyway, Lu Ming had wandered around for several days and did not meet any elven prodigies. With the deterrence of the dark spirit bead, Lu Ming's dark spirit bead array was like his backyard. Whether it was a lone evil spirit or a group of evil spirits, as long as he activated the dark spirit bead array, all the evil spirits would definitely run away. So, Lu Ming happily looked for the elvish tree species on the 8th floor. The 8th floor was very big. Lu Ming had been looking for the elvish tree species on the 8th floor for more than 10 days. The harvest was quite bountiful. He had found at least a few hundred low-grade elvish tree species. There were definitely more than 50 mid-grade elvish tree species. Even the high-grade elvish tree species, Lu Ming found 8. Yes, Lu Ming had almost searched the entire 8th floor and only found 8 high-grade elvish tree species. The number of high-grade elvish tree species was even fewer than he had imagined. It seemed that he was very lucky to find 2 high-grade elvish tree species on the 7th floor. There were probably only a few high-grade elvish tree species in the entire 7th floor. Finally, after a few more days, Lu Ming felt that he had really searched the entire 8th floor, and finally found another high-grade elvish tree species. In this way, he found 9 high-grade elvish tree species on the 8th floor and 2 on the 7th floor, making a total of 11 high-grade elvish tree species. He was only 1 away from 12 high-grade elvish tree species. It seems that I have to go to the 9th floor to have a look, Lu Ming thought. However, the dark spirits on the 8th floor were already so terrifying. He did not know how terrifying the dark spirits on the 9th floor would be. Lu Ming was not sure if the array of the dark spirit bead in his hand would be effective. There are still more than 2 months before the 3-month deadline. Anyway, it's still early. It won't take that long to search the 9th floor. I'd better strengthen the power of the dark spirit bead array first, Lu Ming thought. Previously, when he encountered the dark spirits, he did not hunt them. It was mainly to find the elvish tree species that was more important. Now that the 8th floor had almost been searched, and it was still early, Lu Ming planned to hunt the dark spirits to strengthen the power of the dark spirit bead array so that he could explore the 9th floor. As soon as he made the decision, there was a roar not far away. Several dark spirits flew toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he rushed over. When the distance between the 2 sides was close enough, Lu Ming activated the power of the dark spirit bead array. The dark spirit bead array shrouded the dark spirits. The dark spirits immediately showed a look of horror and turned to flee. This time, Lu Ming would not let them escape. He went straight for them. Roar! The dark spirits fought back and fought with Lu Ming. However, these dark spirits were shrouded by the dark spirit bead array. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they were no longer Lu Ming's opponent. After a fierce battle, Lu Ming paid a small price to kill all the dark spirits and obtained several bull-sized dark spirit beads. Haha, not bad. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He handed a few dark spirit beads to Bone Demon to refine and strengthen the power of the dark spirit beads. Lu Ming, on the other hand, found a place to absorb and refine some spirit wood hearts to enhance his potential. Before entering the ancestral land of the elves, Lu Ming's cell potential had reached 100%. Before entering the elven ancestral land, the potential of Lu Ming's cells had reached 100%. However, after entering the elven ancestral land, Lu Ming had experienced a series of battles, including the battle with the dark spirits and the elven prodigies. He had been severely injured in several battles, which had continuously stimulated the potential stored in his cells. At this time, the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells was almost 0. Once the potential stored in his cells was 0, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to recover quickly. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to absorb the elven tree heart first to store potential. After stimulating so much potential, Lu Ming's cultivation base had also become stronger, and he was closer to the Divine Emperor realm. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could fully step into the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming took out an elven tree heart and started to absorb it. The absorption speed of the elven tree heart was very fast. Soon, the elven tree heart was completely absorbed, and the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells increased by 1%. Then, he took out the second one, the third one. When Lu Ming had absorbed and refined 100 elven tree hearts, the potential stored in his cells had reached 100%. At this time, Lu Ming came out of seclusion and continued to hunt the dark spirits. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming was on the 8th level, hunting the dark spirits. In the end, Lu Ming's dark spirit bead array had a total of 108 bull-sized dark spirit beads. Once the array of dark spirit beads was activated, its power increased by more than 10 times. Anyway, the ordinary wandering dark spirits on the 8th level were suppressed by the array of dark spirit beads. They shrank in place, trembling, and were at the mercy of Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming was ready to go to the 9th level. No matter how strong the dark spirits on the 9th level were, Lu Ming should be able to pass through unimpeded with the array of dark spirit beads. There were 2 entrances to the 9th level on the 8th level. Lu Ming had already made a mark on the 2 entrances. He went to the nearest entrance and successfully entered the 9th level. On the 9th level, the vitality was extremely strong. The ordinary trees had almost turned into spiritual wood. Of course, the suppression between heaven and earth was also very terrifying. For experts like Hua Ding and Xianxia, if they were to enter the 9th level, they would be crushed miserably. Lu Ming could kill them with one punch. There must be a lot of elven trees on this level. Lu Ming looked expectant, randomly chose a direction, and flew in that direction. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming did not find a single sprite tree. What's going on? Logically speaking, the chances of an elven tree seed appearing on the 9th floor were higher than on the 8th floor. How could they not find a single elven tree seed after flying for over 10,000 miles? Lu Ming was puzzled. At this moment, a few terrifying auras flew over from the distance. They were a few evil spirits. What made Lu Ming's face change slightly was the strength of these dark spirits. They were at least several times stronger than the ordinary dark spirits on the 8th level. Lu Ming quickly activated the array of the dark spirit bead, and a powerful deterrent force erupted. The few dark spirits were frightened and fled one after another. Phew, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly rejoiced that he had spent some time hunting some dark spirits on the 8th floor to strengthen the array of the dark spirit bead. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous to face such a terrifying dark spirit on the 9th floor. After scaring away the dark spirits, Lu Ming continued to look for elven trees. Next, Lu Ming encountered several batches of dark spirits. Each dark spirit was very powerful, but when Lu Ming activated the array of dark spirit beads, he successfully scared them away. Lu Ming searched for tens of thousands of miles, but he did not find a single elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. The 9th level, as the highest level of the world, had the most vigorous life essence. It should have bred the most elven trees. Moreover, it was said that no one from the elves had reached the 9th level for 100 stellar years. There should be more elven trees on the 9th level. Why couldn't he find one after searching for so long? This did not make sense. Lu Ming did not believe it and continued to search. A few hours later, Lu Ming suddenly felt refreshed. He had found something. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared above a huge tree. On the branch of this tree, there was a fruit, exuding a rich life essence. A high-grade elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Feeling the richness of the life essence, Lu Ming immediately judged that this was a high-grade elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming peeled the fruit, and there was indeed a high-grade elven tree spirit tree inside. He did not expect that the first fruit he found on the 9th level was a high-grade elven tree spirit tree. Lu Ming took out a jade box and put it inside. In this way, Lu Ming had already obtained 12 advanced elven tree species and completed the mission given by Ling Huafeng. Of course, Lu Ming would not be satisfied with this. A high-grade elven tree seed would reward 1,000 elvenwood cores, so naturally, the more the better. Lu Ming continued his search. After searching for half a day, Lu Ming still couldn't find a single low-level elven tree seed or an intermediate elven tree seed. However, Lu Ming found a high-level elven tree seed. I see. All the factors that could breed elven trees in this layer have been taken away by the advanced elven trees. Therefore, this layer can't breed low-level elven trees or intermediate elven trees. If it were to breed, it would only breed advanced elven trees. Bone speculated. That should be the case. Lu Ming also nodded. He had also thought of this point. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. But it was also good. All of them were breeding high-grade elven tree species. The number of high-grade elven tree species on this floor would definitely be shocking. Following this, Lu Ming became even more excited as he searched. Sure enough, the elven trees that he found were all high-level elven trees. 1, 2, 3. Lu Ming stayed on the 9th floor for half a month and almost searched the entire floor. In the end, he found a total of 38 high-level elven tree species. Yes, a total of 38, and all of them were high-level elven trees. In addition to the previous 11, there were a total of 49 high-level elven tree species. The smile on Lu Ming's face almost never disappeared. 49 high-level elven tree species. How much reward would the elves give? A total of 49,000 elvenwood cores. Lu Ming was really afraid that he would take away all the elvenwood cores of the elves. However, the elves only had slightly more than 100 mature high-level elven trees for countless years. If they saw that Lu Ming had brought out 49 high-level elven tree species, what kind of expression would they have? Anyway, with so many elvenwood cores in his hands, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He would use at most 1,000 elvenwood cores to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. 40 to 50,000 elvenwood cores were enough for him to use for a long time. However, Lu Ming thought of a problem, and the smile on his face disappeared. There is actually a dimensional door, Lu Ming whispered. On the 9th floor, Lu Ming actually saw a vortex, which was a dimensional door. This was definitely not a dimensional door to go out. Because it was very simple to go out. Just go back along the original path to the 1st floor and you can go out. Could this dimensional door lead to the next floor? According to the previous pattern, it was really possible. There were 9 entrances from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. There were 8 entrances from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. All the way down, there were 2 entrances from the 8th floor to the 9th floor. Then, there was an entrance to the 9th floor, which was just in line with the pattern. Could there be a 10th floor? However, didn't the elf say that there was only a 9th floor? How could there be a 10th floor? Lu Ming was very curious. The harvest on the 9th floor was already so great. If there was a 10th floor, how great would the harvest be? Lu Ming was very tempted and planned to explore. But if there is a 10th floor, will the dark spirits be very terrifying? Can my current array of dark spirit beads deter them? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Should he go back to the 8th floor to hunt more dark spirits? Whether there is a 10th floor or not, I still don't know. I will go and take a look first. Be careful. If I find that the dark spirits are too terrifying, I will immediately retreat. Lu Ming made a decision, then restrained his aura and stepped into the vortex. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a strange world. When Lu Ming looked around, he was a little stunned. Because this world was completely different from the previous world. The previous world, no matter which world it was lush and full of vitality. But this world was completely different. There were stones everywhere, and it was dead silent. There was not a single plant to be found. How could this be? Lu Ming showed a puzzled look. The world after the 9th floor was not full of vitality, but dead silence. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming decided to take a good look. Lu Ming restrained his aura and flew out. However, as far as the eye could see, everything was deathly still. There was no sign of life. And in this world, there was no evil spirit tower, nor were there any evil spirits. It was as if Lu Ming was the only living being in this world. Behind the vibrant world was a dead world. What did this mean? Lu Ming was puzzled, however, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. He sped up and flew forward, determined to find out what was going on. After flying for several million miles, it was still deathly still. He didn't find any plants or living creatures. Could it be that this is a dead world? Lu Ming was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that he would be able to gain a lot, but in the end, he found that there was nothing. That's not right. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt that something was wrong. He could vaguely sense wisps of life aura flowing in the air. This trace of life essence was very faint. If one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense it. This life essence emerged from the ground and then flowed slowly in one direction. However, it was very faint and very slow. If one didn't sense it carefully, it would be easy to miss it. It seemed that this world wasn't completely lifeless. It was just that the life essence seemed to be attracted by something. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming was very curious. He spread out his spirit sense and flew in the direction where the life essence was gathering. In this way, Lu Ming flew for half a day. After half a day, Lu Ming finally saw a shocking scene. In front of him, on the ground, there was a towering ancient tree. This was the only plant that Lu Ming saw in this world. However, this tree was too tall. It was more than 10,000 feet tall, and the crown of the tree covered the sky. From a distance, this ancient tree was shining with divine light. Every leaf was flowing with rich life essence. Between the branches, Lu Ming saw fruit. No, it was 2 fruits. On the other side of the branch, Lu Ming saw 2 more fruits. The 2 fruits were emerald green and filled with extremely rich life essence. Compared to the life essence of the high-level elven tree that Lu Ming had obtained before, it was 10 times denser. No, it was 100 times denser. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. This world was completely barren, but the first tree he saw was already so shocking. The key was, what level of elven tree was it? It far surpassed the high-level elven tree. Could it be the legendary holy seed of the elven race, the holy tree seed? Right, it must be the elven race's holy tree seed. There's no mistake. I just didn't expect it to give birth to 2 holy tree seeds. The bone demon's voice sounded, also full of surprise. I heard Ling Yue mention before that even if the elven holy tree seed was born, there would only be 1. How could there be 2? Lu Ming was also very surprised. This is very simple. No one has entered this world for too long. Moreover, this tree has undergone a mutation and absorbed the essence of the entire world. That's why it was able to give birth to the holy tree seed, and there are even 2 of them. Not only the holy tree seed, this tree is also extraordinary. If an elf can cultivate here for a period of time and fuse with a wisp of essence energy from the tree, there will definitely be an astonishing change. The bone demon explained. He flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and carefully stared at the ancient tree in front of him, making many deductions. 2 holy tree seeds, I wonder what kind of reward will be given to the elves. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a dazzling light. Give both of them to the elves, are you stupid? The bone demon disdained. If I don't give it to the elves, it's useless for me to keep it. Lu Ming said. How can it be useless? It's of great use. You can just hand over one of the 2 holy tree seeds. Keep the other one for yourself and find a way to nurture it in the future. If you nurture it to maturity, it will be very beneficial for your cultivation. If you want to establish a force, the benefits will be even greater. At the same time, you can allow countless people to cultivate under the tree and increase their cultivation. The bone demon said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding his head in the end. Although he didn't have the intention to establish a force now, it was hard to say in the future. Right now, it was just that his cultivation was still too low. In the future, when he was stronger, he could learn from Dark Knight Rose and establish a force to compete with the Heavenly Palace. It wasn't a bad choice. Keep it first. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the crown of the ancient tree. Huff huff, rich life essence rushed toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Lu Ming waved his hand and broke through the life essence. He came to the bottom of a fruit and plucked it. With a stroke of his finger, the fruit was split open. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot into the sky. Extremely rich life essence burst out. Whoosh! A sparkling and translucent seed flew out like a ray of light. It was very agile and wanted to escape. It still has spirituality? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the greater divine wind technique. His body was wrapped in a gust of wind. In a flash, he chased after the seed. In a few flashes, he caught up with the seed. He condensed a large hand and grabbed at the seed. However, the seed was very agile. With a turn, it dodged Lu Ming's hand and rushed out from another direction. Interesting. Lu Ming smiled. His face was very calm. Everything was under his control. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. The wind swept through heaven and earth. The surrounding territory was shrouded in the gust of wind. The gust of wind was like a wind wall. When the seed hit the gust of wind, it was directly bounced back. Then, the area covered by the gust of wind kept shrinking. In the end, it was only an area of 1 square meter. The seed tried to break out, but it was a pity that it couldn't break out. Now, let's see where you can run to. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He walked out from the gust of wind. He reached out and grabbed the seed. It was tightly controlled. Thereafter, Lu Ming took out a jade box and placed the seed of the sacred tree into it. He then took out a talisman and pasted it on the jade box. Immediately, a halo appeared and enveloped the jade box. This talisman had a sealing function. It was used to seal divine pills, divine weapons, and other items to prevent their spirituality from leaking. Lu Ming had killed countless opponents and obtained many storage rings. There were all kinds of things. There were also a lot of talismans used for sealing. After sealing it, he put it in a storage ring. Then, he came to the second fruit that gave birth to the seed. This time, Lu Ming was prepared. He shrouded the surroundings with a gust of wind. Even if the seed wanted to escape, it had nowhere to go. Then, Lu Ming broke open the fruit. As expected, once the fruit was broken open, the seed inside flew out. It wanted to escape, but it was easily captured by Lu Ming and sealed. 2 holy tree seeds. The quality seems to be about the same. I'll keep one for myself. Lu Ming kept one of the seeds of the holy tree into the Jingyu painting scroll. This was equivalent to his personal belongings. I wonder if there are any more holy tree seeds on the 10th level. Lu Ming's eyes shone, revealing a look of anticipation. Don't think about it. It's already a miracle to be able to give birth to 2 holy tree seeds. Only after exhausting the life essence of this world could it give birth. How could there be more? The bone demon stared. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. However, he was still indignant and continued to search in this world. After knowing that there were no evil spirits in this world, Lu Ming became bolder. There was no need to control his speed. He used the great divine wind technique to the extreme and flew at a high speed. In this way, his exploration speed was very fast. Within a few days, he had finished exploring the 10th level. In fact, other than the towering tree that nurtured the seed of the holy tree, there were no other plants. You're saying that this tree is very useful to the elves? Once again, he returned to the towering ancient tree that gave birth to the holy tree seed. Lu Ming asked the bone demon. It's definitely more useful than you can imagine. The bone demon answered with certainty. Then do you want to bring Ling Yue here and give her a stroke of good fortune? Lu Ming muttered. In the end, he decided to give Ling Yue a stroke of good fortune. Ling Yue's character was pretty good. The two of them had a pretty good relationship along the way. Moreover, he planned to hand over a holy tree seed anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to expose this ancient tree. Immediately, Lu Ming returned the way he came. From the 9th floor, back to the 8th floor, and then back to the 7th floor. When he arrived at the 7th floor, Lu Ming stopped. He planned to look for Ling Yue here. Without the help of external forces, it would be rather troublesome to search. However, Lu Ming's luck was not bad. 2 days later, he actually met Ling Yue on the 7th floor. This was because before entering the elven ancestral land, Ling Yue had told him that her goal was the 7th floor. Although Ling Yue's cultivation wasn't very high, she had the bloodline of the elven royal family and was extremely intimidating to the evil spirits. At the same time, the other elven geniuses wouldn't attack her, so she could still barely move around on the 7th floor. Where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you everywhere, but I haven't been able to find you. Ling Yue stared at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness, but from the depths of her eyes, Lu Ming could still see deep worry. I've been looking for you everywhere too. Lu Ming lied with his eyes wide open. After he finished speaking, his tone changed as he said, "Come with me, I prepared a fortuitous encounter for you." You prepared a fortuitous encounter for me? What fortuitous encounter? Ling Yue revealed a curious expression. Come with me and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled and kept her in suspense as he walked towards the nearest entrance to the 8th floor. You're still playing mysterious with me? I'd like to see what kind of opportunity you prepared. Ling Yue's gaze turned as she followed behind Lu Ming. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a whirlpool. This is the whirlpool that leads to the 8th floor. What are you doing? Are you going to the 8th floor? Let me tell you, the evil spirits on the 8th floor are extremely terrifying. Even my elven royal family bloodline is unable to intimidate them. Ling Yue hurriedly said, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just follow me. Do you think I'll harm you? Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the whirlpool. You bastard. Ling Yue gritted her teeth, but she was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming, so she quickly followed and grabbed onto Lu Ming's arm. The two of them pulled each other together and reached the next level. They would definitely stay together. If they entered separately and entered the next level, there would still be a deviation in distance. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen. After reaching the 8th floor, Ling Yue was extremely nervous. Her eyes kept rolling around, as if she was afraid that an evil spirit would rush out. Mu Yun, this is the 8th floor. It's very dangerous. Let's go back. Ling Yue said. As for the opportunity that Lu Ming had mentioned, she no longer believed it. The opportunity would be on the 8th floor? How was this possible? How did Lu Ming know that there was an opportunity on the 8th floor? As for Lu Ming personally looking for it on the 8th floor, she didn't believe it at all. If Lu Ming was alone on the 8th floor, he would be torn to pieces by the evil spirits here. Why should I go back? I've been on the 8th floor for many days. It's fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Ling Yue followed closely behind Lu Ming, her eyes busy as she looked around. You've been on the 8th floor for many days, don't lie to me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child that's easy to fool? Let's go back. Ling Yue said, extremely nervous. Ling Yue was really nervous. She was the elven princess, so she understood the elven ancestral land too well. She was even more clear about how dangerous the 8th floor was. Even the top geniuses of the 3rd and 4th level of the Divine Emperor realm would be in great danger if they entered the 8th floor. If they encountered a large group of evil spirits, they would most likely die. With their strength, if they encountered an evil spirit, they would definitely die. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. She stood at the side, glancing at Lu Ming from time to time with a resentful gaze. Lu Ming pretended not to see it and stepped forward, heading towards the entrance to the 9th floor. Roar, roar, a terrifying roar rang out, and the evil spirits appeared. Moreover, as soon as they appeared, there were more than 10 of them. They flew towards Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. Ling Yue's small face instantly turned deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Evil spirit, it's an evil spirit, let's go. Ling Yue cried out in alarm, pulling Lu Ming's arm. She was about to run away. However, Lu Ming was here, not moving at all. Ling Yue was greatly suppressed here. Lu Ming was not suppressed, so she naturally could not pull Lu Ming away. However, at this moment, she didn't have the mood to wonder why she couldn't pull Lu Ming away. Right now, she was completely in chaos. Mu Yun, let's go, the evil spirits are here. Ling Yue shouted, on the verge of tears. However, Lu Ming stood there with a smile on his face, not moving at all. Lu Ming didn't leave, and she wouldn't leave by herself. Seeing that the dozen or so terrifying evil spirits were about to reach them, the cold aura caused goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Scram! At this time, Ling Yue shouted and stepped forward, blocking in front of Lu Ming. She pushed the elf royal bloodline to the extreme, hoping to use the elf royal bloodline to intimidate these evil spirits. However, these evil spirits were all very powerful. Although they were still a little afraid of the elf royal bloodline, the fear in their eyes only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. They roared a few times and continued to pounce towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. It's over. This was the only thought left in Ling Yue's mind. The elven royal bloodline could not intimidate these evil spirits. With their own strength, they would definitely die. However, at this moment, Ling Yue felt a strange aura spreading out from behind her, rushing forward. When those evil spirits were hit by this aura, their eyes were filled with terror. They screamed a few times and turned to run, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ling Yue stood there in a daze, her mind a little muddled. What was going on? Why did those evil spirits suddenly flee in fear like mice meeting a cat? Then, she turned around and saw Lu Ming smiling at her. There were some round pearls floating above Lu Ming's head. The strange aura was coming from these round pearls. I've said it before, there's no need to be afraid. I've stayed on the 8th level for many days. Lu Ming repeated what he said before. This is a bead bred by an evil spirit? It can actually intimidate evil spirits. Where did you get it? After all, Ling Yue was a proud daughter of heaven. She quickly calmed down and stared at the evil spirit bead formation on Lu Ming's body. Ling Yue naturally knew about the evil spirit bead. In history, there were also elven geniuses who obtained the evil spirit bead from the evil spirits, but they never knew what use it had. I got it by chance in a place on the 5th floor. It's very useful. The evil spirits don't even dare to approach me. Lu Ming said. Of course, this was all nonsense from Lu Ming. Naturally, he wouldn't say that this was refined by the bone demon, nor would he say that he refined it himself. How could a young man like him refine such a treasure? The elves would definitely suspect him and ask him to hand over the refining method. Therefore, saying that he had accidentally picked it up was the best excuse. Picked it up? Could it be that it was developed by a genius of our elven race? Left behind in the 5th level? Ling Yue began to imagine for herself. Lu Ming did not explain further and continued to fly forward. This time, Ling Yue was much more at ease as she followed Lu Ming. On the way, they encountered a few evil spirits, but all of them were easily scared away by the evil spirit bead's array formation. Especially once, when at least 100 evil spirits were scared away by the evil spirit bead's array formation, Ling Yue was finally completely relieved. However, Ling Yue immediately thought of another question. Why didn't I see a single elven tree seed on the 8th floor? Mu Yun, did you really stay on the 8th floor for many days? Ling Yue asked. I've already said it several times. Lu Ming said. Then did you plunder all the elven tree seeds on the 8th floor? Ling Yue said, her big eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Lu Ming nodded. Ling Yue's eyes immediately emitted a dazzling light. Then have you found all 12 high-level elven tree seeds? Then, he saw Ling Yue giggling foolishly. She was too happy. Lu Ming had completed his mission. This time, her father, her second uncle, and the others had nothing to say. Lu Ming had proven his value. He wouldn't let her marry someone from the angel race anymore, right? Soon, they arrived at another entrance. This is the entrance to the 9th floor? You're not going to the 9th floor, are you? Ling Yue's eyes widened again. Lu Ming nodded. You didn't stay on the 9th floor for many days, did you? Don't tell me you've obtained all the elven tree seeds on the 9th floor? Ling Yue stopped talking, her entire person was in a daze. She instinctively followed Lu Ming into the 9th floor, then circled around and arrived at the entrance to the 10th floor. Only then did Ling Yue come back to her senses. Why? Why is there another entrance? Where does this lead to? Ling Yue asked. Of course it's the 10th floor. Lu Ming replied. Ling Yue continued to be in a daze, her eyes wide open. She realized that she was more astonished today than before. All of this was brought about by Lu Ming. Not only did Lu Ming plunder all the elven tree seeds on the 8th and 9th floors, but there was also a 10th floor in the ancestral land of the elves. As the princess of the elves, she didn't know about this. What was on the 10th floor? Let's go. Lu Ming stepped out, and Ling Yue hurriedly followed. When the two of them arrived at the 10th floor and looked at the dead silent land, Ling Yue was stunned. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Lu Ming didn't care about her. Bringing Ling Yue with him, he quickly headed towards the ancient tree that was giving birth to the holy tree seed. Ling Yue suppressed the questions in her heart and followed Lu Ming. Finally, the towering tree appeared in front of him. This. Ling Yue was simply too excited. As a member of the Elven royal family, she possessed the bloodline of the Elven royal family. The moment she saw this towering ancient tree, the bloodline in her body reacted and became abnormally excited. Could this be the holy seed mother tree that gave birth to the holy tree seed? When Ling Yue spoke, her voice trembled. Holy seed mother tree? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, it's the tree that gave birth to the holy tree seed. It's called the holy seed mother tree. As Ling Yue spoke, she looked at Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, you. Could it be that you obtained the holy tree seed? That's right, I did obtain the holy tree seed. Lu Ming nodded his head. He had originally planned to hand one over, so there was no need to hide it. Ling Yue was petrified, her entire body stiffened as she stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. She was completely dumbfounded. She felt as if her thoughts had exploded and she couldn't control them anymore. The holy tree seed, it was actually the holy tree seed. Mu Yun had actually obtained the holy tree seed. This was something she would never have dreamed of in the past. It was simply too dreamy. However, the holy seed mother tree was right in front of her, so she had no choice but to believe it. After a while, Ling Yue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down a little. However, she was still extremely excited. Lu Ming had actually obtained a holy tree seed. If he were to take it out, the entire elf clan would be alarmed. With such a great contribution, let's see what her father and second uncle had to say. Obtaining a seed of the holy tree was even more beneficial and powerful to the elves than obtaining the help of the angels. Relying on others was ultimately just relying on others. How much could he rely on? As for the holy tree seed, it would be able to nurture the elven holy tree in the future. The reason why the elf clan was ranked 33rd in the prehistoric 10,000 races was because they no longer had the elven holy tree. If they had the elven holy tree again, the strength of the elf clan would definitely increase greatly. As long as they had enough time, the elf clan would definitely enter the top 30. There was even a high chance of entering the top 20. This was a matter that concerned the rise and fall of a race. Lu Ming had obtained such a great merit, so who among the elves would oppose the marriage between the two of them? She definitely wouldn't have to marry an angel. This could be said to be perfect. It was hundreds of times more perfect than she had imagined. I feel that this tree will be helpful to you. What do you think? Is there any help? Lu Ming said. Of course it's helpful. Ling Yue nodded her head and said excitedly, the holy seed mother tree is very strange. Once the seed of the holy tree is taken away, it will naturally wither in 3 months. However, the holy seed mother tree contains an abundant amount of primordial essence qi. This primordial essence qi has an unimaginable effect on the elves. Once absorbed and refined, it will lead to a huge evolution. Ling Yue explained as she looked at the holy seed mother tree, her eyes revealing a blazing light. The holy seed mother tree was an opportunity that every elf looked forward to. It was a great fortune, and it was extremely useful to the elves. So that's how it is. Then it means that I didn't bring you here for nothing. Go and cultivate. There's still more than a month until the end of the examination. Hurry up. Lu Ming said. Thank you. Ling Yue stared at Lu Ming, staring straight at Lu Ming. No, just as Lu Ming was about to speak, Ling Yue pounced on him and kissed Lu Ming on the face. A burst of fragrance wafted over, causing Lu Ming to be stunned. What was going on, big sister? Don't misunderstand, Lu Ming roared in his heart. While Lu Ming was in a daze, Ling Yue had already flown towards the mother tree with a red face, leaving Lu Ming alone in the wind. Ling Yue arrived under the holy seed mother tree and sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, Ling Yue's body emitted a resplendent light, and a towering tree appeared behind Ling Yue. At this moment, the holy seed mother tree also emitted a myriad of multicolored light, resonating with Ling Yue. The light emitted by the two intertwined, becoming indistinguishable from each other. Slowly, Ling Yue's body actually moved towards the Holy Seed Mother Tree, and in the end, completely merged with the Holy Seed Mother Tree. Lu Ming could see that the light on the Holy Seed Mother Tree was constantly converging towards Ling Yue. Ling Yue was silently undergoing some changes. Time passed day by day. Very quickly, nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Holy Seed Mother Tree underwent a huge change. At this time, the Holy Seed Mother Tree had become withered and yellow. All of its essence, energy, and spirit had disappeared. Below, Ling Yue's body reappeared, but it was emitting a myriad of multicolored light. At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from Ling Yue's body. Second level of the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yue's cultivation had actually reached the second level of the Divine Emperor realm. She had only broken through to the first level of the Divine Emperor realm not long ago, but now she had broken through to the second level of the Divine Emperor realm. This speed was absolutely astonishing. However, Lu Ming felt that Ling Yue's greatest change, her greatest gain, was not the increase in her cultivation, but the increase in her own body. Ling Yue had definitely undergone a qualitative change. Swish, at this time, Ling Yue opened her eyes. Two emerald green arrows shot out from her eyes, directly piercing through space, causing two pitch-black passageways to appear in the air. Following that, Ling Yue soared into the sky and stood in midair, her body emitting a terrifying aura. This aura was not an aura emitted by one's cultivation base, but rather an aura of the essence. The aura of a superior being was like that of a fairy king, patrolling her people. Bloodline, has it evolved? Lu Ming whispered. She must have evolved. She has taken a big step closer to the original elves. This is the real Elven Emperor. In the future, her talent will be very terrifying. It will be very easy for her to cultivate the secret skills of the elves. The Bone Demon said. Even the Bone Demon used the word terrifying to describe Ling Yue. It was definitely not simple. Lu Ming revealed a smile. In any case, Ling Yue was a friend and not an enemy. The stronger she was, the better it would be for Lu Ming. At this time, the aura on Ling Yue's body was withdrawn, and she returned to her usual state. However, Lu Ming still faintly felt that Ling Yue had changed. The essence of life had changed. It was as if he had changed from a lower life form to a higher life form. Mu Yun, thank you. Ling Yue came in front of Lu Ming and sincerely thanked him. Only she knew how great of a fortune she had obtained. This Holy Seed Mother Tree was actually more useful than the legendary Holy Seed Mother Tree, allowing her to obtain an unimaginable harvest. The increase in her cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was that her talent had increased by a large amount. Her previous talent was already terrifying and was at the peak of the universe. How strong was she now? Even Ling Yue herself couldn't figure out how strong her current talent was. This point needed to be slowly dug out in the future. In any case, she felt that it should be stronger than the blood azura that Xiao Wuji had transformed into. Of course, she didn't know that this Holy Seed Mother Tree had borne two Holy Tree seeds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been puzzled. Alright, the 3-month period is almost up. Let's go back. Lu Ming said. Ling Yue nodded. Immediately, the two of them returned to the 9th floor. Not long after arriving at the 9th floor, they encountered a few powerful evil spirits. Just as Lu Ming was about to take out the evil spirit bead array, Ling Yue stopped Lu Ming. Let me do it. Ling Yue took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out. This aura was high and mighty, many times higher than the Elven royal bloodline. When those evil spirits were hit by this aura, they actually revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Then, they turned around and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. They ran even faster than when they encountered the evil spirit bead array. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed. It seemed that the bloodline in Ling Yue's body had evolved to an extremely high level. In the future, Ling Yue alone would be able to come and go freely in this ancestral land. Ling Yue also nodded in satisfaction. She retracted her aura and looked the same as before. After that, there was nothing left for Lu Ming. As soon as they encountered an evil spirit, Ling Yue released her aura and those evil spirits immediately fled. Soon, they returned to the 8th floor, and then the 7th floor. Almost all the people on the 7th floor had left. After all, the time was almost up. Once the terrifying evil spirits sleeping in the evil spirit tower woke up in 3 months, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Their journey was unimpeded. Finally, they left the elven ancestral land and returned to your palace. Numerous gazes swept over Lu Ming and Ling Yue. They were all the geniuses of the elven race. Lu Ming also looked around and found that the number of elven race geniuses was a little less than when he entered. Obviously, in addition to the few who were killed by Lu Ming, many others had also died in the elven ancestral land. This was good too. No one would suspect him. They waited here for a few days. A few days later, the 3-month period officially arrived. Alright, the 3 months are up. Now, follow me back to the palace. I'll count your gains and give you your rewards. One of the elven elders who had brought them here said. After that, Lu Ming and the others followed the 2 elven elders back to the elven palace and arrived at a huge hall. At this moment, there were already many people in the main hall. Lu Ming glanced around and saw a middle-aged man from the elf tribe sitting at the very top. Although he was sitting casually, he exuded a majestic aura. There were many people on both sides of the hall. There were middle-aged men and white-haired old men. Greetings, Your Majesty. Many elven prodigies bowed to the middle-aged man at the top. Only then did Lu Ming know that the middle-aged man was the emperor of the elven race, Ling Yue's father. Most of the elves in the hall were the upper echelons of the elves. There were elven elders and elven big shots with great power. Ling Yue's second uncle, Ling Huafeng, was also present. As for Ling Yue's cousin, Ling Piao, her cousin, she was also in the hall, sitting behind Ling Huafeng. All of you, get up. I believe you have all gained a lot. Today, all the elders of the treasure repository are here. As long as you take out the elven tree seed, we can immediately give you your rewards. Elf Emperor Ling Huashua said. Many elven prodigies' eyes immediately lit up. The treasure repository was the place where the elves stored their treasures. In the past, after the holy seed examination ended, they would first count the elven tree seed and register it before giving out rewards in the future. They didn't expect that this time, it would be given out on the spot. Naturally, the sooner he got the reward, the better. The more at ease he would feel. If he didn't get it, it wouldn't be his. Who knew what would happen? Take out all the elven tree seeds you have obtained. This time, my treasure repository has brought enough elvenwood hearts to give you rewards. An elder of the treasure repository said. Alright, let's start counting. Elf Emperor Ling Huashua waved his hand and gave the order. I'll do it. Immediately, a young elven man stepped forward and came to the center of the hall. Then, he took out a storage ring. The storage ring lit up, and then a few jade boxes flew out and flew towards the elders of the treasure repository. A few elders of the treasure repository waved their hands, and a wave of divine power spread out, dragging the jade boxes. One of the elders stepped forward and opened the jade boxes one by one. As soon as the first jade box was opened, a rich life essence spread out. 1 low-level elven tree seed. A treasure repository elder nodded and opened the second jade box. 1 low-level elven tree seed. 1 low-level elven tree seed. The elders of the treasure repository began to count one by one. In the end, the young man obtained a total of 7 low-level elven tree seeds. A total of 7 low-level elven tree seeds. Each low-level elven tree seed will be rewarded with 10 elvenwood hearts. A total of 70 elvenwood hearts will be rewarded. The elder of the treasure repository announced. Immediately, a female elder of the treasure repository waved her hand, and elvenwood hearts flew out one by one and flew towards the young man. A total of 70 elvenwood hearts were rewarded on the spot. The young elven man was overjoyed. He quickly put them away and thanked the elders of the treasure repository and the elf emperor. Of course, the 7 elven tree seeds were put away by the elders of the treasure repository. The elven tree seeds would be stored in the treasure repository first, and they would be cultivated and planted together in the future. After the young man finished counting, a second young man immediately stepped forward, The second person obtained 9 low-level elven tree seeds and 90 elvenwood hearts as a reward. The elves who received the reward all smiled. 70 to 90 elvenwood hearts was not a small number. Usually, it was not so easy to obtain elvenwood hearts. This could be seen from Hua Xing's pained expression when he lost 100 elvenwood hearts to Lu Ming. Next, the elven prodigies took out their elven tree seeds and counted them. However, most of them were low-level elven tree seeds. From a few, to more than a dozen, all of them. Of course, the ones who stepped forward at the beginning were those with lower cultivation bases. As time went on, the elves with higher cultivation bases slowly stepped forward. Slowly, some elven prodigies took out mid-level elven tree seeds, making many people envious. You want to wait? Ling Yue secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's not too late to wait a little longer. Lu Ming smiled. Alright, then I'll go count them first. Ling Yue nodded and stepped forward. Seeing Ling Yue step forward, many people's eyes lit up as they began to discuss in low voices. I wonder how the princess's harvest was? How many elven tree seeds did you get? The princess has the bloodline of the elven royal family and is very intimidating to evil spirits. She should be able to gain quite a bit. Someone saw him walk to the 7th level. I wonder if he obtained a high-grade elven tree seed. Many people's gazes fell on Ling Yue, including Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others. In fact, when Ling Piao and the others saw that Lu Ming had returned safely, their eyes flashed with a cold light and their expressions were very ugly. They had secretly made a lot of preparations. They had originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely not be able to return and would definitely die in the elven ancestral land. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would actually be fine? As for the few elven geniuses who had secretly followed their orders, they did not return. What was going on? For a moment, they couldn't understand. However, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that Lu Ming had killed them. They only thought that something unexpected had happened in the elven ancestral land. However, they were still very relieved. They believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to complete their mission. Princess, please. An elder of the treasure trove bowed slightly. Ling Yue nodded and waved her hand. Jade boxes flew out one by one. Each jade box was an elven tree seed, and there were a total of 29 of them. 29 jade boxes, at least 29 elven tree seeds. The princess's harvest is not small. It's indeed not small. Even if the 29 elven tree seeds are all low level, it's still not a small harvest. Many people were secretly discussing, and a treasure trove hall elder had already begun to count. The first 12 were all low-level elven tree seeds. When the 13th jade box was opened, an even denser life essence burst out. Many people's eyes lit up. It's a mid-level elven tree seed. Someone exclaimed. One mid-level elven tree seed. The treasure trove hall elder nodded and continued to count. In the end, Ling Yue's gains were all accounted for. 25 low-level elven tree seeds and 4 mid-level elven tree seeds. A total of 650 elven tree hearts were rewarded. Many people's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, they obtained 650 elven tree hearts. This was a huge harvest, and many people were extremely envious. Ling Yue, on the other hand, was expressionless. She accepted the reward and calmly retreated. There was no sign of joy on her face. She was aware of Lu Ming's gains. Compared to Lu Ming, her gains paled in comparison. They were not worth mentioning at all. The count continued. Following that, the people who went up to count their spoils gained more and more. Many people had obtained mid-level elven tree seeds. Time gradually passed. The number of people left gradually dwindled. In the end, only the top geniuses were left. Until now, there had been no high-level elven tree species. Ling Huashua and the other high-ranking members of the elf tribe looked at the remaining prodigies with anticipation. Low-level elven tree species and mid-level elven tree species were good, but they didn't play a vital role in the development of the entire elven race. B. Ho Shui is going up. I wonder how her gains are. Ho Shui must have reached the 7th level. I wonder if she obtained a high-level elven tree seed. Many people were discussing animatedly, and the higher-ups of the elves also revealed looks of anticipation. It's her. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew this woman. She was the woman who had competed with Lu Ming for a high-level elven tree seed on the 7th level. Later on, she was defeated by Lu Ming and wanted to cooperate with Lu Ming. She was the woman who left after being rejected by Lu Ming. Hou Shui directly took out her gains. There were more than 50 jade boxes. Many people were secretly amazed. All of a sudden, she took out more than 50 jade boxes. What a great harvest. Not bad. The treasure vault elder nodded and began to count. In the end, Hou Shui had a total of 45 low-level elven tree seeds and 10 mid-level elven tree seeds. What a shocking harvest. However, Ling Huashua, the treasure vault elder, and the others all revealed disappointed expressions. That's all. Is there anything else? The treasure vault elder asked. What they were hoping for was a high-level elven tree seed. There's more. Unexpectedly, Hou Shui nodded. The eyes of Ling Huashua and the other elves immediately lit up. Also, could it be a high-level elven tree seed? They saw another jade box appear in Hou Shui's hand. This jade box was bright and could be seen at a glance that it was extraordinary. The treasure vault elder took it and opened it. Suddenly, an incomparably rich life essence burst out. The entire hall was suddenly filled with rich life essence. High-level elven tree seed. Ling Huashua and the others' eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on their faces. It was really a high-level elven tree seed. Only this level of elven tree seed could attract their attention. The other elves all revealed envious expressions. High-level elven tree seed. One reward of 1,000 elven tree hearts was really too tempting. All of Hou Shui's rewards added up was simply amazing. A smile also appeared on Hou Shui's face. The reward this time was enough for her to use for a long time. What a pity. Hou Shui's gaze swept towards Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming took away a high-level elven tree seed. Otherwise, her harvest would be even greater. Hou Shui took her reward and retreated. Then, someone else went up to count. However, although the remaining elves were all top prodigies of the elves, not all of them had obtained high-level elven tree seeds. In fact, when the remaining elves were counted, there were only a total of 4 high-level elven tree seeds. Only 4. Ling Huashua and the others' faces were very ugly. They were very dissatisfied with this harvest because it was not as good as before. In the past, the high-level elven tree seeds they obtained each time would not be less than 5. Why were there only 4 this time? Alright, I've finished checking this time. Go back and cultivate well. The treasure vault elder said. Wait, at this moment, a voice sounded. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He hadn't counted yet. How could it be over? He originally wanted to save it for the finale, but he didn't expect that he would be ignored. At this moment, many people's eyes looked at Lu Ming. Previously, everyone's eyes were on the top prodigies of the elves. Lu Ming had not gone up to count. These people really ignored him. Mu Yun, I thought you didn't have any harvest and didn't dare to come out to count. Ling Piao let out a contemptuous laugh. Actually, Ling Huashua, Ling Huafeng, and Ling Piao had been paying attention to Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming had not come out to count, they thought that Lu Ming was too embarrassed to take it out because his harvest was too little. Especially Ling Piao, she thought that she would definitely be able to chase Lu Ming away this time. She didn't expect that at the last moment, Lu Ming would walk out. Mu Yun, if your harvest is not enough, then don't take it out. I can make the decision to give you 1,000 elvenwood cores. Take those elvenwood cores and leave the elven race. Ling Piao continued. It was as if he was sending away a beggar, wanting to send Lu Ming away. Many elves revealed expressions of envy and jealousy towards Lu Ming. Just because they had hooked up with Ling Yue, they were able to obtain 1,000 elvenwood cores without any harvest, causing them to be extremely jealous. Mu Yun hasn't counted yet, what are you in such a hurry for? Ling Yue looked at Ling Piao indifferently and said. You still want to count? Yue, I'm doing this for his own good, so that he won't lose face in front of everyone, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, sigh. Ling Piao deliberately sighed. How do you know that he will lose face? Maybe Mu Yun has already obtained 12 high-level elven tree seeds. Ling Yue said. Poochie, at the scene, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, as soon as he laughed out loud, he held it back and his face flushed red. Ling Yue was the elven princess. The elven emperor was also present at the scene. Even if Ling Yue said something unreliable, they couldn't laugh at Ling Yue. Otherwise, the elven emperor would lose face. However, Ling Piao was still a member of the royal family, and there were very few people in the royal family. Therefore, Ling Piao's status in the elven race was also very high, equivalent to a princess. She wasn't afraid. She laughed out loud and said, Yue, if you want to protect him, you have to be rational. Fortunately, everyone here is on our side. Otherwise, we would have attracted a joke. Alright, I think Piao's suggestion is not bad. Big brother, I also propose to give Mu Yun 1,000 elvenwood cores and let him leave the elven race. As for the elven tree seeds that he obtained, let him take them away. There's no need to count them. What do you think? Huafeng spoke and looked at Ling Huashua. Ling Huashua hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you can let me take away the elven seed? Don't regret it. Lu Ming looked at Ling Huafeng with a faint smile. I never regret my words. Ling Huafeng said. No, I must count them. This time, it was Ling Yue's turn to be uneasy. She knew that not only did Lu Ming have a large number of advanced elven tree seeds, but he also had holy tree seeds. This was too important to the elven race, as it would affect their future. If Lu Ming really took away such a treasure, it wouldn't be good for Lu Ming either. This was because the elves would definitely do anything to take it from Lu Ming. At that time, it would be even more dangerous for Lu Ming. Therefore, whether it was for Lu Ming or for the elves, Ling Yue had to stop him. Father, you must count them. Believe me, I won't let you down. Ling Yue eagerly looked at Ling Huashua with a pleading expression. Alright, let's count them. In the end, Ling Huashua nodded. Humph, you're really asking for humiliation. Ling Piao snorted coldly. Of course, she only snorted coldly in her heart. Since Ling Huashua had already spoken, she naturally didn't dare to say it in public. Mu Yun, let's count them. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming again with an eager expression. Lu Ming nodded. Actually, he didn't really have the intention to take away the elven tree seed. Even if he took it away, it wouldn't be of much use. He didn't know the method to cultivate the elven tree. Moreover, he already had a holy tree seed, which was enough for him to use in the future. Even if he brought ordinary elven tree seeds with him, it would be useless. Of course, exchanging for the elvenwood heart would be more useful to him. Lu Ming stepped out and arrived in front of the elder of the treasure trove hall. In the hall, many of the elven geniuses looked at Lu Ming with schadenfreude, wanting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Lu Ming was expressionless as he calmly took out a storage ring. Then, the storage ring lit up and a large pile of jade boxes flew out. There were about 200 of them. 200 jade boxes floated in the air. It was simply dazzling. Everyone was stunned. So many jade boxes, could it be that each jade box contains a elven tree seed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Mu Yun isn't even a divine emperor, how could he obtain so many elven tree seeds? He probably took them randomly. I bet that most of his jade boxes are empty. Sensationalism, what a joke. In the hall, waves of discussion sounded out. Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others sneered. Did he think that taking out a large pile of jade boxes would be useful to scare them? Did he think that they were scared? Ridiculous. Elder, let's begin. Lu Ming's expression remained calm as he said to the elder of the treasure trove hall. The elder of the treasure trove hall was also somewhat confused. More than 200 jade boxes really contained elven tree seeds. To be honest, he didn't believe it at all. Previously, even the most powerful prodigy of the elf tribe didn't obtain so many elven tree seeds. Lu Ming was just a quasi-emperor, how could he obtain so many? However, he still had to do his job well. Immediately, he grabbed a jade box and began to count. He opened the lid of the jade box, and suddenly, a rich life essence filled the air. There really is one. It's a low-level elven tree seed. Many people's eyes flickered, and they were a little surprised. There really is one. The elder of the treasure trove hall was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that out of more than 200 jade boxes, one of them would really contain a elven tree seed. At this point, he still didn't believe that more than 200 jade boxes contained elven tree seeds. He just happened to be lucky and caught one. In fact, many people thought so, including Ling Piao and the others. Humph, you're just lucky. Sensationalism, you'll be exposed sooner or later. Let's see how you deal with this later. Ling Piao sneered in her heart, waiting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. At this moment, the elder of the treasure trove hall grabbed the second jade box and opened it. Immediately, another rich life essence filled the air. Another low-level elven tree seed. Many people were stunned. Luck, it must be luck. Many people told themselves. My luck is not bad. The elder of the treasure trove hall nodded in his heart. Then, he grabbed the third jade box and opened it. It was another low-level elven tree seed. The third one. This time, many people were dumbfounded and didn't dare to judge. It's impossible, it must be luck. Ling Piao roared in her heart. Her expression slowly changed from one of schadenfreude to one of watching a good show to one of gloom. The counting continued. The treasure vault elder picked up the fourth jade box. After opening it, it was still a low-level elven tree seed. Then, it was the fifth, the sixth, every jade box was not empty. They all contained a low-level elven tree seed. Gradually, the hall became completely silent. The expressions of Ling Piao and her sister became more and more gloomy and ugly. One or two could be said to be luck, but 5, 6, 7, there were even more. If every one of them contained a elven tree seed, then it was not luck. Moreover, looking at Lu Ming's calm expression, could it be that every jade box contained a elven tree seed, more than 200 elven tree seeds? How was this possible? However, whether it was possible or not, they would know as they continued watching. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 150, soon, a total of 208 jade boxes were all accounted for. Each jade box contained a low-level sprite seed, and none of them were empty. Ling Piao's face was incomparably gloomy and ugly. This was a blatant slap to her face. With 208 low-level elven tree seeds, just the reward alone would be 2,080 elvenwood cores. And just now, she actually said that she would use 1,000 elvenwood cores to send Lu Ming away. Wasn't that ridiculous? Not bad, not bad. The elders of the treasure vault nodded repeatedly. They were in charge of managing the treasure vault, so they naturally hoped that there would be more treasures in the treasure vault. The more there were, the happier they would be. Although they were all low-level elven tree seeds, it was still very good to have an increase of 208 elven tree seeds. These 2,080 elvenwood cores are for you. The female elven elder from the treasure vault took out 2,080 elvenwood cores and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put them away happily. The other elven prodigies were extremely envious. There were not many who could obtain more than 2,000 elvenwood cores at the scene. Little guy, you can't have all low-level elven tree seeds, right? There should be some mid-level elven tree seeds, right? The elder of the treasure palace, who was in charge of checking, smiled at Lu Ming. The gazes of the others also converged on Lu Ming, revealing all kinds of complicated expressions. Yes, to be able to obtain 208 low-level elven tree seeds, how could there not be any mid-level elven tree seeds? At the very least, he would be able to obtain some intermediate sprite tree species. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. Then, with a thought, a large pile of jade boxes flew out from his storage ring. This time, the number of jade boxes was much less. There were only 66 of them. So many? 66. Could they all be mid-level sprite tree species? How is this possible? 66 intermediate elven tree seeds? Do you think intermediate elven tree seeds are cabbages? 66? I reckon that most of them are low-level elven tree species. He didn't take all of them just now. That's right, that's right. If there really are so many intermediate sprite tree seeds, I'll eat dirt in front of everyone. In fact, none of the elven lords present, including Ling Huashua, Ling Huafeng, and the other elders believed it. 66 mid-grade sprite tree seeds? How was that possible? Previously, everyone's mid-level sprite tree seeds added together were not much more than this. Ling Piao and her sister stared fixedly at these jade boxes, praying in their hearts that there were not mid-level sprite tree seeds inside. "Elder, let's begin," Lu Ming said to the elder. The elder's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. Although he didn't believe that there would be so many mid-level sprite tree seeds, he was still looking forward to it in his heart. His anticipation was real. He picked up a jade box and opened the lid. Immediately, an even richer life essence spread out. Mid-level sprite tree seed. Without needing to look, everyone knew that this was a mid-level sprite tree seed. It was really a mid-level sprite tree seed. Was it a coincidence, or? These 66 jade boxes were all mid-level sprite tree seeds. Many people couldn't help but stretch their necks and stare fixedly. In the main hall, there was no sound at all as they waited for the treasure vault elder to count. The treasure vault elder picked up the second jade box and opened it. It was still a mid-level sprite tree seed. Many people's breathing became heavy. Could it be that all 66 jade boxes contained mid-level sprite tree seeds? It couldn't be, right? The treasure vault elder continued to count, and his speed became faster and faster. 3, 4, 8, 10. After each jade box was opened, there were no exceptions. They were all mid-level sprite tree seeds. In the end, most people were flabbergasted and dumbfounded. As for Ling Piao and Ling Huafeng, their expressions were incomparably ugly. Only Ling Yue's expression remained calm. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that there were raging flames burning in the depths of Ling Yue's eyes. It was a look of anticipation. This is only the beginning. Just you wait and see. The shock is yet to come. Ling Piao, second uncle, royal father, Ling Yue roared in her heart. When she thought of the scene where Lu Ming took out the holy seed, she was so excited that her entire body trembled slightly. 66, all of them are mid-level sprite tree seeds. In the end, the treasure vault elder announced and let out a heavy breath. Heavens, they're really all mid-level sprite tree seeds. How did he do it? He's only at the quasi-emperor stage, but he actually obtained so many mid-level sprite tree seeds. How is this possible? How is this possible? The scene was in an uproar. They couldn't understand how Lu Ming did it. Especially the young man who said that the 66 jade boxes were all mid-level sprite tree seeds. At this moment, he didn't dare to speak. His body slowly shrank back, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Could it be that the sprite tree seeds also have a nest? Like some mushrooms, they would be born in a certain place in large quantities and then coincidentally be encountered by Mu Yun? Someone came up with a novel idea. Mushrooms were like this. They would grow in large quantities in one place, forming a nest. Could it be that the sprite tree seeds were the same, but he had never heard of it before? The others also looked at each other in dismay. Damn it, how is this possible? The ones who were the most unhappy were Ling Huafeng and his father, especially Ling Piao. Her face was as gloomy as ice. Good, good, good. The few elders of the treasure palace praised him. That's right. This time, Ling Huashua also nodded and revealed a smile on his face. His impression of Lu Ming had also changed. After all, the mid-level sprite tree seeds were already very useful to the sprite race. They could affect the overall strength of the sprite race. He was naturally happy. Mu Yun, this is your reward. Because there are too many of them, it's not easy to take them out. You can count them yourself. The female elf elder from the treasure vault took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The eyes of the others immediately lit up. Most of the elven prodigy's eyes were burning with passion. 66 mid-level elven tree species, and the reward was 6,600 elvenwood hearts. This was a terrifying amount of wealth. The elven prodigies were burning with passion. As for Ling Piao and the others, they were even more envious and jealous. They were the ones who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed assessment. Without their recommendation, Lu Ming, an outsider, would not have had the chance to participate in the Holy Seed assessment. They had originally recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed assessment with the intention of getting rid of Lu Ming in the ancestral land. However, they never expected that Lu Ming would have such a huge harvest. Now, even if Lu Ming did not complete their mission and left the elven tribe, his harvest was still astonishing. He had obtained a total of more than 8,000 elvenwood hearts. Even they were jealous because they could not take out so many elvenwood hearts. And these were all given to Lu Ming by them. Indirectly, it was equivalent to giving them to Lu Ming. They were feeling extremely displeased and uncomfortable. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. There were indeed 6,600 elvenwood hearts inside. Lu Ming happily put it away. Mu Yun, although your harvest is not small, your mission is to obtain 12 high-level elven tree species. If you do not complete the mission, please leave the elven tribe and have nothing to do with Yue in the future. At this moment, Ling Piao spoke. 12 high-level elven tree species? How can this be completed? It was the first time that many of the young elven prodigies knew about Lu Ming's mission, and they immediately discussed it. It was simply impossible to obtain 12 high-level elven tree species. One had to know that this time all the elven prodigies added up only obtained 4. It was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain 12 elven tree species. It was absolutely impossible for high-level elven tree species to form a nest because every high-level elven tree species needed to absorb a huge amount of life essence. It was almost impossible for several high-level elven tree species to appear in the same place. Even if Lu Ming really found the nests of low-level and mid-level elven tree species, it was impossible for him to obtain high-level elven tree species. It was impossible for him to obtain 12 high-level elven tree species. Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Seeing Lu Ming sneer, for some reason, Ling Piao had a bad premonition in her heart. Could it be? No, impossible. Ling Piao shook her head. It was absolutely impossible to obtain 12 high-grade elven tree seeds. She absolutely did not believe it. Her heart slowly calmed down as she stared coldly at Lu Ming, waiting for the moment when Lu Ming would be chased out of the elf tribe. Little guy, do you have any more elven tree seeds? For example, high elf tree species? The elder in charge of the treasury hall looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Yes. Lu Ming nodded with a calm expression. There really is. The eyes of the elders of the treasure vault, Ling Huashua, and the other high-ranking elves lit up. High-grade elven tree species were the foundation of the elven race. It was very useful. Even if there was only one, it would be a great harvest. Previously, the other elves had only obtained 4 in total. Therefore, even if Lu Ming only had 1, it was already very good. There's really 1? Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others narrowed their eyes. His mission is 12. Even if he can get 1 or 2, it's useless. At most, it'll give him a little more reward. Ling Piao and the others comforted themselves like this. Under everyone's attention and anticipation, Lu Ming took out a jade box. Moreover, there were 49 jade boxes. Looking at the 49 jade boxes floating in the air, everyone was stunned. What did this mean? When they asked him if he had any high-grade elven tree species, Lu Ming took out 49 jade boxes. Could it be that these 49 jade boxes were all high-grade elven tree species? Impossible, 1,000 and 10,000 impossible. At the scene, other than Ling Yue, no one believed it. This, little guy, are these all high-grade elven tree species in your jade boxes? The elder from the treasure repository palace asked in a probing manner. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Ling Huashua, the overlord of the universe. Inside the jade boxes were all high-grade elven tree species? There were 49 of them. They felt that their minds were completely muddled, and their thoughts were in a mess. Mu Yun, how dare you? You're courting death. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. It was Ling Piao. Ling Piao glared at Lu Ming, killing intent constantly appearing in her eyes, flickering with a sinister light. Lu Ming calmly waited for Ling Piao's next words. He knew that Ling Piao definitely had something to say. Sure enough, Ling Piao shouted again, our clan's elven emperor is here, and there are all the elders. But you, Mu Yun, are spouting nonsense and deceiving our clan's elven emperor. This is a capital crime. How did I deceive? Lu Ming said. You said that these 49 jade boxes of yours are all high-grade elven tree species, right? Ling Piao said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. That's cheating, because it's impossible for you to have 49 high-grade elven tree species. This is completely impossible. You're playing with our clan's elven emperor. Ling Piao shouted coldly. She didn't believe that Lu Ming could get 49 high-grade elven tree species. The people of the elven race all knew how rare high-grade elven tree species were. The elven race didn't get many over the years. This time, the entire elven race only got 4 of them. But Lu Ming got 49. How was that possible? After hearing Ling Piao's words, many people also thought that Lu Ming was really deceiving them and was playing with them. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He didn't want to slap others in the face, but they kept sending their faces to him. Take Ling Piao for example. Originally, even if Lu Ming wanted to slap her face, it wouldn't be too loud. However, Ling Piao's words just now were sending her face to Lu Ming. In this way, it would be loud when he slapped her face later. Lu Ming naturally had to fulfill Ling Piao's wish. In that case, there's no need to count them one by one. Open your eyes and watch. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 49 jade boxes suspended in the air vibrated at the same time. Then, all 49 box lids flew up. Boom boom boom, as soon as the 49 lids were opened, the life essence in the jade boxes rushed out like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, the hall was filled with extremely rich life essence. The rich life essence gathered together as if it had turned into a substance, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in water. At this moment, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their eyes were full of disbelief. There was no ordinary person at the scene. With a slight sweep of their spiritual consciousness, they knew what level of elven tree species were in the 49 jade boxes. High-grade elven tree species, all of them were high-grade elven tree species. All of them were high-grade elf tree species. There was no doubt about it. 49 high-grade elf tree species were real. Ling Huashua, Ling Huafeng, and the higher-ups of the elf tribe, who had been sitting calmly in their seats, suddenly stood up from their seats. A powerful aura was emitted from their bodies. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the 49 jade boxes in the air. Even with their temperament, it was difficult for them to suppress the excitement in their hearts. No, this is impossible. Ling Piao stared at the jade boxes. Her body was trembling non-stop, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Shock, disbelief, these emotions filled everyone's heart. Elder, Lu Ming called out a few times in a row. Only then did the elders of the Treasure Repository Palace come to their senses. Elder, help me check if there's any problem. Lu Ming said. Okay, the elder of the Treasure Repository Palace, who was in charge of checking, nodded repeatedly. Then, he looked at them one by one. The more he looked, the more excited he became. In the end, his hands were trembling. 49 high-grade elf tree species. There's no difference. All of them are of excellent quality. The elder of the Treasure Repository Palace said. Anyone could hear the slight tremor in his voice. Good. Ling Huashua said in a heavy tone. His eyes were shining. 49 high-grade elf tree species had a great impact on the elf tribe. One had to know that the elf tribe had been carefully cultivated for countless years. There were only slightly more than 100 mature high-grade elf tree species. 49 high-grade elf tree species. If half of them could be cultivated to maturity, it would be a big deal for the entire elf tribe. Excuse me, am I deceiving the elf king? At this time, Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao and asked indifferently. Ling Piao's face suddenly flushed red as if she had been slapped a few hundred times. You haven't seen the results yet, and you're already jumping out to say that others are deceiving you. This is a stupid behavior. How can someone like you be called a genius? Haha. Lu Ming said indifferently, full of sarcasm. Shame. Fury. Ling Piao was so angry that her whole body trembled. She stared at Lu Ming as if she wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. What? What did you say? Ling Piao squeezed out a sentence from her throat. Lu Ming actually said that she was stupid. She almost exploded. She wanted to rush over and tear Lu Ming apart. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered a few times and didn't look at Ling Piao again. He completely disdained to pay attention to her. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Ling Piao completely exploded. She screamed and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. Ling Huashua frowned. This Ling Piao was too much. Ling Huafeng saw Ling Huashua's dissatisfaction and shouted, "Piaoer, enough." A powerful aura spread out and pressed down on Ling Piao, causing her to be unable to move. At the same time, a voice rang out beside Ling Piao's ears. It was like thunder, and it finally shook Ling Piao awake. Huff, Ling Piao let out a long breath, but her eyes were still staring coldly at Lu Ming. "May I ask, Your Majesty, is this considered as completing the mission?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course, you did well." Ling Huashua's face finally revealed a smile. He had obtained 49 high-grade elf tree seeds, which was far more than the 12 high-grade elf tree seeds. Of course, he had completed the mission. Moreover, he had completed it perfectly. Although he didn't know how Lu Ming did it, the facts proved that Lu Ming wasn't only talented, but also had great luck. It wasn't impossible for him to be his son-in-law. In fact, he was already very satisfied with Lu Ming. "Elder, give out the reward." Ling Huashua looked at the elder of the treasure. Repository Palace. That. Your Majesty, the female elder of the treasure repository palace hesitated for a moment and said, "We didn't bring enough elf tree hearts to pay for the reward." The few elders of the treasure repository palace also blushed. They didn't expect to obtain so many high-grade elf tree seeds this time, so they didn't bring that many elf tree hearts. After the previous reward, they didn't have enough elf tree hearts in their hands. 49 high-grade elf tree seeds, the reward was as high as 49,000 elf tree hearts. "How much more do you need?" "I'll pay for it first," Ling Huashua said. "We still need 30,000 elf tree hearts," the female elder of the treasure repository palace said. Ling Huashua nodded and then waved his hand. A large pile of elf tree hearts flew out and flew towards the female elder of the treasure repository palace. The female elder of the treasure repository palace kept the elf tree hearts in a storage ring and then handed it to Lu Ming. "Mu Yun, this is your reward. You can count it," the female elder of the treasure repository palace said. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were exactly 49,000 elf tree hearts inside. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles as he retracted it. Ling Piao and the others were so envious that their eyes were bloodshot, and their hearts were filled with regret. They were truly regretful. The reason why Lu Ming was able to obtain so many rewards was entirely because of their recommendation. Furthermore, Lu Ming had completed the mission they had set up. They no longer had any reason to stop Lu Ming and Ling Yue from being together. The other elf race geniuses present were all incomparably envious. 49,000 elf tree hearts, what kind of wealth was that? It was simply unimaginable. Not to mention the people of the younger generation, even some of the elders were very envious. Alright, this time's holy seed assessment can be considered to have ended successfully. All of you have worked hard. Go back and rest, Ling Huashua said as he announced the end of the holy seed assessment. That. Your Majesty, I haven't finished counting my elf tree seeds? At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and said. There was a sudden silence in the main hall. All eyes were on Lu Ming, full of surprise. Lu Ming still had elf tree seeds that he hadn't finished counting. What did he mean? He had already taken out so many elf tree seeds before, and there were still elf tree seeds that he hadn't taken out yet. Why didn't he take them out at once before? Mu Yun, are you playing with us? Why didn't you take them out at once when you were counting them before? What do you mean by taking them out now? Is it fun? Do you think everyone has the time to play with you here? Ling Piao shouted again. She really couldn't help it. Seeing Lu Ming's harvest being so great and slapping her in the face, her mentality was about to explode. Now that she saw that there was a loophole to take advantage of and a chance to suppress Lu Ming, she spoke without hesitation, as if it was an instinct. You're sending your face to be slapped again. You're really cooperative. Lu Ming sighed in his heart again. I didn't take it out before because the elf tree seeds I counted before were all of a lower level, so it wasn't easy to mix them together. Can't you figure out such a simple logic? Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao in disdain. Lower level, you took out a high-level elven tree seed earlier, and its level is still relatively low, therefore, Ling Piao shouted again, lower level? You said that the high-level elven tree seed from before was still relatively low level? Could it be that you obtained a holy tree seed? Hee, what a joke. Ling Piao's ridicule caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Holy tree seed, if it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not believe it. However, Lu Ming had taken out 49 high-level elven tree seeds previously. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. If it was said that Lu Ming had obtained a holy tree seed, it was not impossible. Ling Piao also thought of this point and immediately shut her mouth. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at Lu Ming. She prayed crazily in her heart. This was fake, this couldn't be true. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao very seriously and pretended to be surprised, eh? This time, you're not so stupid. Such a difficult question has been guessed. There's a reward, a reward. I'll reward you with half a elvenwood heart. Do you want it? It really was, everyone's hearts began to thump like drums. Even a universe overlord like Ling Huashua was no exception. His breathing became heavy. Mu Yun, you. Is what you said true? Did you really get the holy tree seed? Ling Huashua asked with a trembling voice. This was inconceivable for someone of his status. With his cultivation and status, there was nothing that could make him so excited. However, the holy tree seed was one of them. Father, it's absolutely true. Mu Yun has indeed obtained the holy tree seed. Ling Yue said. Rumble, everyone's hearts beat even more violently as they looked at Lu Ming eagerly. It was one thing to say it, but without seeing it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. How many years had it been since the elves had obtained a holy tree seed? In any case, they couldn't count it. No, it can't be, Ling Piao's lips trembled as she prayed crazily in her heart. All of this wasn't true, it was fake. Her eyes were red as she stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would say that everything before was a joke. Unfortunately, it was destined that things would not go as he wished. A jade box appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This jade box was covered by a battle talisman, and there was a layer of light that enveloped the jade box. Senior Elf Emperor, how about I let you open this jade box? Lu Ming said to the Elven Emperor. All right. Ling Huashua quickly nodded. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the jade box flew toward the Elf Emperor. At this moment, Ling Piao really wanted to rush out and intercept the jade box. She wanted to put away the jade box and prevent the contents of the jade box from being revealed. However, she was only thinking about it. She did not dare to do so. If she really did that, even if she had a noble status, she would still die. The seed of the holy tree was more important to the elf tribe than anything else. It was even more important than the Elf Emperor. Ling Huashua held the jade box in his hand. Then, he took a deep breath and a wave of power spread out to break the talisman array on the jade box. Even with Ling Huashua's temperament, he couldn't help but feel nervous when the door was about to open. The eyes of the other elves were also fixed on the jade box. Of course, most of them were looking forward to it. They were looking forward to the seed of the holy tree. Only Ling Huafeng and Ling Piao were exceptions. They were looking forward to it being fake, empty, or just an ordinary elven tree seed. Crack, finally, Ling Huashua opened the lid of the jade box. Everyone's hearts beat violently a few times with the sound of the lid opening. Boom, in the next moment, a life essence that was thousands of times more violent than a volcanic eruption surged out of the jade box. Then, a ray of light rushed out of the jade box. This ray of light was the holy tree seed. As soon as it rushed out, it wanted to fly away. However, how could it fly away in Ling Huashua's hands? With a thought from Ling Huashua, an invisible force locked onto the surroundings. No matter how hard the seed of the holy tree tried, it couldn't fly away. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the seed of the holy tree. Including Ling Yue. Although Ling Yue knew that Lu Ming had obtained the seed of the holy tree, she had never seen it before. Now that she had seen it for the first time, she was naturally very surprised. It is spirituality and its life essence is soaring. It's the seed of the holy tree, it's really the seed of the holy tree. Ling Huashua muttered to himself, but his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. In the next moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. Heavens, it's really the seed of the holy tree, it's really the seed of the holy tree. The ancestors have blessed us. After so many years, our elf clan has finally welcomed a new seed of the holy tree. Soon, the new holy tree will take root and sprout on our mother planet. Our elf clan is finally going to usher in glory again. Some of the elders of the elf clan were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. They were so excited that tears flowed down their faces. The seed of the holy tree was too important to the elf clan. It could determine the rise and fall of the elf clan. At this moment, Ling Piao and the others were completely stunned. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness, anger, and jealousy. Ha ha ha, Ling Huashua laughed out loud in high spirits. Good, good, good. Mu Yun, you've done a great service this time. Ling Huashua laughed. Now, no matter how he looked at it, Lu Ming was pleasing to the eye. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Lu Ming was destined to be his son-in-law. Mu Yun was just lucky. Lu Ming said humbly. Seed of the Holy Mother Tree. Yes, the seed of the Holy Mother Tree. Where is the seed of the Holy Mother Tree? Bring me there quickly. At this moment, Ling Piao cried out again. The flames of greed in her eyes were about to turn into something substantial. The other skyprides of the elf clan were shocked. Yes, the seed of the Holy Mother Tree, the seed of the Holy Mother Tree that nurtured the seed of the Holy Tree was a great opportunity for the elf clan. It was especially great for the skyprides of the elf clan. Once they obtained it, they would be reborn and their talents would soar. It was no wonder that Ling Piao was so excited. If she could integrate the opportunity of the seed of the Holy Mother Tree, her talents would definitely rise to the top of the elf clan. Bring you there? You're thinking too much. Lu Ming looked at Ling Piao and said disdainfully. I have already obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree. Immediately after, Ling Yue spoke up. The other elf clan geniuses all sighed. As for Ling Piao, her gaze was filled with raging flames of jealousy as she looked at Ling Yue. Damn it, why? Why is it that she fused with the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree? Why isn't it me? Ling Piao roared in her heart, wishing that she could cut Lu Ming and Ling Yue into 1,000 pieces. She was filled with jealousy towards Ling Yue. From the moment she was born, Ling Yue was the orthodox princess, but she wasn't. In terms of talent, she couldn't compare to Ling Yue. And now, this supreme opportunity had been obtained by Ling Yue, making her even more jealous. Ling Piao's eyes were filled with crazy jealousy. Damned Mu Yun, damned, Ling Piao kept roaring in her heart. At this moment, she hated Lu Ming to the bones. At the same time, he was also incomparably regretful. It could be said that all of this was because she had helped Lu Ming and Ling Yue. If it wasn't for them recommending Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed examination, how could Lu Ming have obtained the Holy Tree Seed? How could Ling Yue have obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree? If she hadn't forcefully restrained herself, she would have already spat out a mouthful of blood from anger. On the side, Ling Huafeng's expression was also very gloomy. However, he was more scheming and didn't show it. Yue, did you really obtain the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree? Ling Huashua was extremely excited. Yes, Royal Father. Ling Yue nodded affirmatively, and then her body emitted an aura. The moment this aura appeared, the expressions of many people present changed greatly. This was because this aura brought about a powerful pressure to them. It was as if a low-level race was facing a high-level race. Even Ling Huashua, Ling Huafeng, and the elders of the elf clan felt a powerful pressure. This kind of pressure had nothing to do with cultivation. It was only the pressure of the source of life. What a powerful pressure, what a strong elf bloodline. This old man has never seen such a dense elf bloodline in his life. An elder of the elf clan sighed. Indeed, the pressure of the elf bloodline that Ling Yue was emitting had exceeded their understanding. The other geniuses of the elf clan were all envious. Ling Yue's talent was already very high. In the elf clan, she was definitely one of the best. Now that she had obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, who knew how high her talent was now? One thing was certain, and that was that no one in the elf clan could compare to Ling Yue. Ling Piao was so jealous that she wanted to go crazy. The flames of jealousy seemed to want to burn her entire body. Good, good, good. Ling Huashua kept saying good because he was too excited. After a long while, Ling Huashua finally calmed down. Mu Yun, this time, you have done a great service to our elf clan. Speak, what reward do you want? Ling Huashua said. Reward? Lu Ming's mind began to race. Elven tree heart, of course, the more the better. Ordinary secret techniques? 3,000 ancient secret techniques, he wanted it very much, but then he shook his head in his heart. Why would ordinary cultivators need so many ordinary secret techniques? It seemed abnormal. Most people wouldn't think much of it. They wouldn't think of the forbidden body. However, the people present were all top bosses of the elf race. They were all knowledgeable, especially Ling Huashua. He probably knew about the taboo physique. If he asked for a lot of ordinary secret techniques, it was hard to guarantee that these people wouldn't associate it with the taboo physique. That would be troublesome. Other than the Elvenwood heart and the secret technique, what else did he need? How about this? I'll tell you a few. What do you think? When he saw Lu Ming hesitating, Ling Huashua said, First, I'll give you 100,000 elven tree hearts. However, I'm afraid there aren't that many left in the treasury vault. I'll give you more in the future. How about it? Of course. Lu Ming's heart was also beating wildly. What kind of concept was 100,000 elvenwood cores? The others were all envious and jealous. However, compared to the holy tree seed, 100,000 elvenwood cores were really nothing. Second, this holy tree token is for you. As soon as Ling Huashua's voice fell, a token appeared in his hand. The token flew to Lu Ming and was caught by Lu Ming. The token seemed to be carved out of a kind of wood. There was a big tree carved on it. It was the elf race's holy tree. Lu Ming revealed a puzzled look. He didn't know what this token was used for. With this token, you can enter and leave all the elf race's cultivation sacred grounds freely. You can cultivate for free. Ling Huashua explained. Lu Ming was moved. He could cultivate in all the elf race's cultivation sacred grounds. The elf race was a top race in the universe. Their cultivation sacred grounds were definitely extraordinary. This was also a huge temptation. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Third, I'll agree to one condition. As long as it's not too much, I'll help you fulfill it. How about it? Ling Huashua continued. Everyone revealed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. This third condition was 1,000 times more precious than the previous two. Who was Ling Huashua? He was the emperor of the elf race, an overlord of the universe. His condition was simply too precious. Lu Ming was also ecstatic. He cupped his fists again and said, Thank you, Senior. Mu Yun, even now, you're still calling me Senior? Ling Huashua smiled. What? Lu Ming was stunned. What did this mean? But when he saw Ling Yue's flushed face, he immediately understood. Then, Lu Ming was a little confused. This, Lu Ming stammered. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Young people are still shy. You and Yue are already engaged. You're not young anymore. I've decided to choose a day to marry you. Ling Huashua said. Lu Ming had completely proven himself by obtaining the holy tree seed. Moreover, the holy tree seed was too useful to the elf race, much more useful than the angel race's full help. Moreover, even if they were to marry into the angel race would at most give the elf race a little help. It was impossible for them to help too much. How could it be better than obtaining the holy tree seed? Therefore, Ling Huashua immediately decided to marry Ling Yue and Lu Ming, so as to cut off the idea of the angel race. The other youths of the elf race were envious and jealous, but most of them sighed. Lu Ming had made such a great contribution, and he was also engaged to Ling Yue. They simply couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Senior, wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming finally reacted and hurriedly shouted. What do you want to say? Ling Huashua looked at Lu Ming. He was somewhat dissatisfied that Lu Ming still called him senior. Right now, I can't marry Princess Yue. Lu Ming said. What? The elves looked at Lu Ming as if he was a fool. Lu Ming actually refused to marry Ling Yue? If this wasn't a fool, then what was? Ling Yue's beauty was needless to say, there was no second in the elf race. Ling Yue's talent, after obtaining the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, had reached an unimaginable level. Lu Ming actually rejected such a proud daughter of heaven. As long as he took Ling Yue, Lu Ming would immediately be able to rise to the top and become the prince consort of the elf race. Lu Ming actually refused. Many people couldn't figure it out, and neither could Ling Huashua. Why? Ling Huashua asked without frowning. Senior, because this junior cultivates a special cultivation technique, I must maintain my virgin body in order to maintain my peak condition. Once I lose my virginity, my talent will greatly decrease, and it will be very detrimental to my future cultivation. Lu Ming began to spout nonsense. Lu Ming's words caused the elves present to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't tell if what Lu Ming said was true or false. In the universe, there were countless mysterious cultivation techniques and divine arts. Some of them did have all sorts of strange requirements. They had heard of many of these kinds of things that required one to maintain a virgin body. Ling Huashua frowned. He wasn't that easy to fool. He expressed his doubts in his heart, but he said, then what realm do you need to cultivate to before you can get married? This, I have to be at least above the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming said. Alright, then we'll wait until you reach the Divine Emperor realm before we get married. Ling Huashua said. He could tell that Lu Ming didn't seem to want to get married right now, so he didn't investigate whether what Lu Ming said was true or false. Many of the elven geniuses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Ling Yue hadn't married Lu Ming, they still had a chance. As for Ling Yue, she glanced at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. Lu Ming pretended not to see it. This time, obtaining the seed of the holy tree is a huge matter. A year later, it will be the time for the ancestral worship ceremony. By then, most of the elves will return. I plan to hold a sacred worship ceremony then to celebrate the elves obtaining the seed of the holy tree. At the same time, I want to introduce to the elves that Mu Yun is the benefactor who helped the elves obtain the seed of the holy tree. As for the details, we can start preparing when we return. Ling Huashua announced. Yes. Everyone nodded and dispersed one by one. Not long after, Lu Ming also took his leave. It seemed that he would have to stay in the elf clan for another year. However, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't mind. It just so happened that he could cultivate in the holy land of the elves. Do you elves have any high-intensity cultivation holy lands? The kind where you can fight fiercely and force yourself into a desperate situation? After leaving the hall, Lu Ming asked Ling Yue. Now that he had sufficient resources, it was time to attack the Divine Emperor realm. If he wanted to break through quickly, he had to force himself to continuously stimulate the potential in his body. This kind of battle required a life and death battle. However, without going out to adventure and train, how could there be so many life and death battles? They could only find more dangerous places to cultivate. Of course there are such places for cultivation. My elf tribe has a death canyon. There are many terrifying dead spirits in there. Elves often go there to train, but it's very dangerous. Many of my elf tribe's geniuses have fallen there. Do you really want to go there? Ling Yue said. Of course, the more dangerous, the better. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Alright, then I'll take you there. Ling Yue said. The entrance to the Death Canyon was in the Elven Palace. Soon, they arrived. Ling Yue did not go in to cultivate. She had just fused with the essence of the sacred seed mother tree and needed to meditate in seclusion. During this period of time, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming entered the canyon alone. Lu Ming had the holy tree token, so he was naturally unimpeded. The moment Lu Ming stepped into Death Canyon, he felt a chilling aura. However, Lu Ming circulated his taboo power and easily blocked the invasion of the chilling aura. Lu Ming looked around. Although it was called a canyon, it was actually very vast. It was difficult to see the end of it at a glance. Roar, a tyrannical roar rang out. Following that, a tall figure pounced towards Lu Ming, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. A zombie. Lu Ming's gaze moved. The one pouncing towards him was a zombie. Its face was ferocious, and its cultivation was roughly at the quasi-emperor stage. The quasi-emperor stage was simply too weak. Lu Ming casually waved his palm and directly shattered the zombie into pieces. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to go deeper into the death canyon. Then, zombies continuously appeared and attacked Lu Ming. However, these zombies were too weak and did not have much of a tempering effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming easily killed his way out and continued to go deeper into the death canyon. Not long after, Lu Ming's path was blocked by a light screen. Lu Ming knew that after stepping through this light screen, he would reach the second level. That kind of light screen could separate the zombies. The strong cultivators of the elf clan had set up that kind of light screen on purpose. Their goal was to separate the zombies of different cultivation levels so that the young geniuses of the elf clan could practice. Lu Ming stepped out, passed through the light curtain, and entered the next level. There were still many zombies on the next level, but they were much stronger than before. All of them had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming wasn't interested. After a short time, he saw another light screen. After passing through that light screen, he went to the next level. On this level, the zombies had the strength of the second godly emperor layer. Lu Ming didn't stop, he continued to the next level. After passing through a few levels, Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. Because the zombies on this level were all at the fourth godly emperor layer. Ordinary. Cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer were extremely strong. These zombies were like godly weapons, they didn't fear death. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. And there were many of them. Roar, 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 a large group of zombies of the fourth godly emperor layer threw themselves at Lu Ming. Their terrifying chi made Lu Ming tremble. Come. Come. Die. Shouted Lu Ming furiously. His battle formula had increased his fighting strength by 6 times. At the same time, he also used all sorts of ordinary secret skills and 2 of the 3,000 ancient secret skills. Apart from a few deadly weapons, Lu Ming also used his full strength. Boom, 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 the 2 sides collided and started fighting intensely. Lu Ming knocked away a few zombies, but he was also hit by a few zombies. His body shook violently and he was pushed back. Roar, 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 a few zombies immediately threw themselves at Lu Ming. Their sharp claws were like heavenly blades. They slashed at Lu Ming. How strong! Lu Ming's fighting spirit was high. He continued to attack the few zombies. The 2 sides started fighting intensely. After all, Lu Ming was only a quasi-emperor. There was a huge gap between him and a cultivator of the fourth godly emperor layer. Lu Ming could deal with an ordinary cultivator of the fourth godly emperor layer, but against so many zombies of the fourth godly emperor layer who didn't fear death, it was very difficult. Not only was it difficult, but it was also very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the zombies could tear him to pieces. But Lu Ming wanted that kind of danger, that kind of pressure. In the intense battle, Lu Ming consecutively sent a few zombies flying. Numerous wounds appeared on the bodies of the zombies, and they almost shattered. But Lu Ming was in an even worse situation. He was blown away. 6 hideous wounds appeared on his body. He had almost been torn apart. The potential in each of his cells was constantly being stimulated, repairing his wounds. His wounds were recovering rapidly. But at that moment, 3 more zombies threw themselves at Lu Ming and tried to grab his head. Lu Ming's body was almost torn apart. At that moment, 3 more zombies threw themselves at Lu Ming. They wanted to tear Lu Ming to pieces. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was in danger. However, in the face of such a crisis and pressure, Lu Ming was even more excited. He could feel that his cells were trembling and the energy in his cells was gushing out continuously. Die. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He was fearless. His entire body glowed. Hundreds of ordinary secret skills and 2 ancient secret skills were fully unleashed as he fought with the zombie. After a few fights, Lu Ming's injuries became even more serious. His clothes were torn and tattered. Once, his body was cut in two and barely connected. It's about time, thought Lu Ming. This wave of zombies was already strong enough. If he continued fighting, it would only bring more harm than good. Swish, Lu Ming quickly retreated. The zombies chased after him. However, Lu Ming quickly retreated to a layer of light. His silhouette flickered and he moved back to the first layer. The zombies of the fourth godly emperor layer were all blocked by the layer of light. The zombies in front of him were at the third layer of the godly emperor realm. When they saw Lu Ming, they charged at him. However, the third layer of the godly emperor realm was much weaker than the fourth layer of the godly emperor realm. Lu Ming could deal with them easily. He retreated as he fought. In the end, he retreated to the outskirts of the Death Valley and sat down cross-legged to recover. His cells were filled with energy. Lu Ming's injuries were healing at an incredible speed. In just 10 minutes, his injuries were healed and he was in peak condition. I'm one step closer to the godly emperor layer. But I've also used up most of my potential. I need to continue absorbing the spiritual wood heart. Lu Ming took out the spiritual wood heart and started absorbing it. When his cells were full, Lu Ming went back to Death Valley and fought against the zombies of the fourth godly emperor layer. Just like that, Lu Ming started practicing cultivation in Death Valley. He wanted to break through to the fourth godly emperor layer as quickly as possible. In Ling Huafeng's mansion, Ling Piao's furious shriek rang out. In a large hall, Ling Huafeng, his daughter, and his son were gathered together. However, their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, Mu Yun, damn it Ling Yue, Ling Piao's face was incomparably sinister, like a crazy shrew. She wanted nothing more than to rush in front of Mu Yun and Ling Yue and tear them apart. She hated it. This time, not only had she been slapped in the face in front of so many elites and geniuses of the elf tribe, but she had also been slapped in the face because of jealousy. Jealous of Lu Ming's gains, jealous of Ling Yue's opportunities. Although her cultivation was higher than Ling Yue's, that was because she was much older than Ling Yue. However, with Ling Yue's current talent, she would soon catch up to her and ruthlessly trample on her. She would never have the strength to turn around. And the root cause of all this was herself. She was the one who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the Holy Seed examination. This was equivalent to her personally delivering so many opportunities to Lu Ming and Ling Yue. When she thought of this, her regret, her anger, was about to explode. Most importantly, this way, it would be equivalent to pushing Lu Ming and Ling Yue together. If that was the case, wouldn't Ling Yue be unable to marry that peerless genius of the Angel clan? If she wanted to borrow the power of the Angel clan, wouldn't her dream of rising to the top be completely ruined? No, absolutely not. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Father, are we just going to watch Ling Yue and Mu Yun be together? If that's the case, not only will we not be able to befriend the experts of the Angel clan, we will also become enemies and offend them. Ling Piao looked at Ling Huafeng and said. At this time, she was already in a mess and could only rely on Ling Huafeng. There's no rush. How could it be that easy for Mu Yun to walk together with Ling Yue? Ling Huafeng sneered. Father, what do you plan to do? Ling Piao's eyes lit up. Very simple, borrow a knife to kill someone. Ling Huafeng had a scheming expression as he said, send a message to Gabbert, saying that Ling Yue and Mu Yun will be married at the Elven Sacred Worship ceremony in a year's time. Hearing this, Ling Piao immediately revealed a smile. Wonderful, when Gabbert hears this news, he will definitely not let Mu Yun off. At that time, Mu Yun will be dead for sure. The more Ling Piao spoke, the more excited she became, as if she could already see the scene of Lu Ming being killed. Gabbert was the genius of the Angel clan who was about to marry Ling Yue. He was a terrifying genius whose name shook the great desolate universe, and was unimaginably powerful. This was because this person was in existence on the universe's genius list. This person's talent and identity were completely worthy of Ling Yue. However, this person was a famous playboy, and there were at least 8,000 women who had harmed him. Ling Yue was proud and arrogant, so how could she marry this person? As long as he passed the news to Gabbert, Lu Ming would be dead for sure. Father, I'll do it right away. Ling Piao said, reinvigorated. Time flew by. 1 month, 3 months, half a year, soon, a year had passed. Outside the Death Canyon, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and sighed. I still haven't broken through. It seems that I still need an opportunity to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming pondered. After a year of life and death battles, he had constantly stimulated his potential. His cultivation had improved a lot. Now, his cultivation was infinitely close to the Divine Emperor realm. He felt that he was just a little bit away from reaching it. If an ordinary person wanted to complete this accumulation, it would take hundreds of millions of years. As for him, he had completed this accumulation in just a short year. Of course, the consumption was also extremely shocking. In this year, Lu Ming had refined a total of 1,200 elvenwood cores. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to afford it. However, Lu Ming was rich now. He had 50,000 to 60,000 elvenwood cores, and the elven tribe would give him another 100,000 elvenwood cores. He could still afford to consume 1,200 elvenwood cores. It seems that the opportunity to break through can't be obtained by fighting in the Death Canyon. Lu Ming thought. Because in the Death Canyon, Lu Ming would not really face a life and death crisis. Although it seemed dangerous, it was actually all under his control. For example, he still had the Zephyr Bead and the mysterious Ice Rod, which he hadn't used yet. With this kind of confidence, he wouldn't be in a life or death situation. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to break through the Divine Emperor realm. There's still half a month before the Elven tribe's sacred worshipping ceremony. After the sacred worshipping ceremony, I'll leave the Elven tribe and find an opportunity to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming planned in his heart. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the Death Canyon. However, as soon as he left the Death Canyon, Lu Ming's eyes moved. Because he sensed that someone had sent him a message from the illusory heavenly jade. Lu Ming's mind sank into the dreamy divine jade. He immediately saw who had sent him the message. It was the sect leader of the Fengdu Sword sect, Sect Leader Wang. Seeing the news that Sect Leader Wang had sent him, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The Heavenly Palace is finally going to recruit heavenly soldiers. A voice filled with anticipation came out of Lu Ming's mouth. The news that Sect Leader Wang had sent him was that the Heavenly Palace was about to start recruiting heavenly soldiers. The 4 Heavenly Palace had already sent out news to the desolate universe that they would begin recruiting heavenly soldiers a year later, on the day of Extreme Een. Why was it the 4 Heavenly Palace and not the 5 Heavenly Palace? It was because the 5th Heavenly Palace had never recruited heavenly soldiers from the outside, so it was naturally not within its scope. A year later, it's still not too late. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The news was sent more than 2 months ago. According to the time, there were still about 10 months left. It wouldn't be too late to rush back to the Fengdu Sword sect after participating in the Elven Sacred Worship ceremony. Lu Ming returned to the elf's residence. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The location of the Elven Sacred Worship ceremony was still on the stump of the holy tree. On this day, there was a sea of people on the stump of the holy tree. Countless elves had gathered there. The sacred worship ceremony was a major event for the elves. Most of the elves who were qualified to participate would participate. Unless they had an important mission or were at the critical moment of a breakthrough, they would not participate. I heard that His Majesty has something important to announce during this sacred worship ceremony. Yes, I heard about it too, but I've asked around, but I haven't heard anything about it. In short, I know that this matter seems to be extremely important to us elves. Many experts who were on missions outside have been summoned back. We don't have to think too much about it. We'll know soon anyway. At the scene, many people were discussing. His Majesty has arrived. A loud shout spread throughout the entire world. Everyone's eyes looked in one direction. In that direction, a group of people stepped on the air. They were the Elf Emperor Ling Huashua, Ling Yue, Ling Huafeng, and the others. Lu Ming also followed beside Ling Yue. Greetings, Your Majesty. All of the elves bowed to Ling Huashua. Ling Huashua nodded and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. Everyone stood up, and many people's gazes fell on Lu Ming. Who is that? You're not an elf, but you can stand beside His Majesty and the princess? Someone asked in surprise. Not everyone paid attention to the illusory heavenly jade and knew the name Mu Yun. Many people did not pay attention to outside matters and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. That's Mu Yun, the princess's fiancé. You don't know him? What? The princess's fiancé? Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming with even more curiosity. It was as if they wanted to see through Lu Ming and see what kind of person was worthy of one of the 20 pearls of the universe, Ling Yue. Of course, most of them were skeptical, especially after knowing that Lu Ming came from an ordinary universe-level power in the Iron Sea Star field. They were even more skeptical and felt that Lu Ming was not worthy of Ling Yue at all. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Ming's expression did not change. He stood there calmly, as if he had nothing to do with it. He really wanted to stay out of it. He was looking forward to ending the sacred worship ceremony as soon as possible and returning to the Fengdu Sword sect to prepare for the recruitment of heavenly soldiers for the heavenly palace. I believe you are all very curious as to why this is called the sacred worship ceremony, right? Ling Huashua said. Many people revealed curious expressions. In the past, it should have been called the ancestral worship ceremony. Only when the holy tree was still around would it be called the sacred worship ceremony. However, the elven sacred tree had long been cut off and destroyed. Why was it called the sacred worship ceremony this time? Many of the elves were puzzled. That's because my clan has obtained another seed of the holy tree. Ling Huashua's impassioned voice spread in all directions. The scene suddenly fell into silence. At the scene, there were at least 1 million elves. They were all middle and upper echelons of the elves. At this moment, all of them had their eyes wide open as they stared at Ling Huashua, unable to utter a single word. Slowly, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the scene. Then, like a volcano erupting, all of his emotions exploded out at once. Holy tree seed, oh my god, did I hear wrongly? My clan actually obtained another holy tree seed? Is there something wrong with my ears? I just heard His Majesty say that he obtained the holy tree seed. I heard it too. Oh my god, is that true? The scene was in an uproar. All of the elves roared in disbelief. You didn't hear wrongly. My clan has obtained the holy tree seed. Ling Huashua added. This time almost all of the elves were excited. Some of them even jumped up. The elves actually obtained the holy tree seed again. This was a joyous occasion. With the holy tree seed, it meant that the elves were about to rise again. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to return to their previous peak. This was beneficial to all of the elves. Of course, the word almost was used because there were still people who were unhappy. Naturally, it was Ling Piao and a few others. The holy tree Zongzi is really the holy tree seed. How did my clan obtain the holy tree seed? It has been many years since the holy tree seed appeared in my clan. This time, we actually obtained the holy tree seed. Who exactly obtained it? He is the hero of our clan. Many of them shouted excitedly. Quiet down. Ling Huashua waved his hand and the scene immediately quieted down. When the holy worshipping ceremony is held this time, we will also announce the person who obtained the holy tree seed. Ling Huashua said. Many of them were looking forward to it. A year ago, my clan conducted the holy seed assessment. I believe everyone knows about it. Ling Huashua said. Holy seed assessment? Could it be that the holy tree seed was obtained during the holy seed assessment? However, no one from my clan has entered the 8th level of the ancestral land for countless years. How could they have obtained the holy tree seed? Could it be that a peerless prodigy has been born in my clan this time and has entered the 8th level or even higher? Based on what His Majesty said, it must be related to the holy seed assessment this time. That must be it. Ling Huashua's words caused many people to discuss and speculate. You guessed it right. The seed of the holy tree was brought out from the ancestral land during the holy seed assessment. Ling Huashua said and confirmed everyone's guess. It was really obtained during the holy seed assessment. Which prodigy is it? Who is it? Is it Hua Wuji or Ling Tianfei? Or princess? Everyone kept guessing who had obtained the holy tree seed. They guessed the strongest prodigies of the elves but felt that it was unlikely. Could those prodigies really do it? From the beginning to the end, no one thought of Lu Ming. An outsider could obtain the holy tree seed, they did not believe it at all. Bookhouse reading website, many elves were guessing, but none of them could guess the reason. In the end, they cast their gazes on Ling Huashua, hoping to get an answer from him. Ling Huashua nodded, and was about to say Lu Ming's name. At this moment, a few streaks of light flew over and landed in front of Ling Huashua. "Your Majesty, the people from the angel race are here," one of the burly men reported. "People from the angel race? Why are they here at this time?" Ling Huashua frowned. As for Ling Yue, her expression turned ugly. Ever since she said that she wanted to marry the angel race, Ling Yue had been very sensitive to the angel race. Behind him, Ling Piao and the rest curled their lips into a smile. There was a cold glint in their eyes when they glanced at Lu Ming. "Who is the angel race? Is Gabbert here?" Ling Huashua asked. If Gabbert came personally, things would be troublesome. "No, 2 old men from the angel race have come. Their cultivations are unfathomable. In addition, 2 young men have come. They are Gabbert's followers." "Gabbert did not come personally," the burly man from the elf race reported. Ling Huashua frowned. After all, the angel race was one of the top 10 races. Moreover, they had the heavenly palace backing them. They were no small matter. No matter who came, they could not be underestimated. "Invite them in," Ling Huashua instructed. At the scene, many elves were sighing, their hearts itching unbearably. Originally, they were still looking forward to knowing who had obtained the seed of the holy tree. But now, they didn't know for the time being. They could only suppress the curiosity in their hearts and wait. "Yes, sir." A few burly men flashed and left the place. Not long after, a few figures stepped on the air and arrived. From afar, one could see the pure white holy light illuminating the sky. It was the holy light of the angel race. There were a total of 4 angels. There were 2 old angels and 2 young angels. They were all covered in pure white holy light. Their eyes were cold and arrogant. They looked down at all the elves with condescending eyes. "Greetings, Elf Emperor." One of the old angels casually cupped his fists towards Ling Huashua. As for the other 3, they didn't move at all. It was as if it was enough to have a representative. "I wonder why the friends of the angel race have suddenly come to my elf race," Ling Huashua said. "It's very simple. Bring the elf princess Ling Yue back to my angel race's genius, Gabbert," the elder from the angel race said. His face was like a horse's face, and his eyes were cold. He looked a little unreasonable. His tone was as if he was giving an order. It was as if he said that, others would do. Ling Huashua's expression darkened. Many of the elf races them. If they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the elf tribe and marry the elf princess, they should at least make it a little more grand. Did they just send a few people over, gave a command, and then wanted to take the elf princess away? "This was an insult to my daughter, Yue, doesn't seem to be engaged to Gilbert. How could they be married?" "Lin of Elf Emperor, what do you mean by this?" The old angel looked at Ling Huashua. His face darkened as he continued, "You sent someone to talk to young Master Gabbert. Do you want to go back on your word now? Are you playing with young Master Gabbert? Are you playing with my angel race?" Ling Huashua's expression was somewhat ugly. He didn't know how to answer. Previously, he had indeed sent someone to communicate with Gabbert when he wanted to form a marriage alliance with the angel race. However, it was only a short communication and hadn't been officially decided yet. However, the other party said that he was playing with the angel race. This was not a small matter. Even if he was the elf emperor, he couldn't afford to bear it. Seeing that Ling Huashua didn't say anything, the old angel snorted coldly and continued, "Other than this, we have another reason for coming here. That is to kill someone here." As soon as these words were spoken, the elf's expressions became even uglier. Not only did the angel race want to take away the elf princess in a commanding tone, but they also wanted to kill someone here. This was simply outrageous. Did they really think that the elf race was just for decoration? "Who do you want to kill?" Ling Huashua asked in a deep voice. "Who is Mu Yun?" The old angel's cold voice rang out once again. His gaze swept across the surroundings, but after a round, it finally landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised that these angels were actually looking for him. The other angels were also surprised. They all looked at Lu Ming. However, they quickly realized that it was most likely because of Ling Yue. Previously, Ling Yue had said that she was going to marry the genius of the angel race, Gabbert. However, after that, Ling Yue had a fiancé called Mu Yun, causing an uproar. It would be strange if Gabbert let Lu Ming off. He had come to look for Lu Ming. I am Mu Yun. Hiding, it was obvious that he couldn't hide. Lu Ming generously admitted it. Immediately, the eyes of the four angels were like lightning, emitting a cold killing intent. Very good, an ant-like thing. You dare to touch the person that young Master Gabbert has set his eyes on? You don't know life from death. I'll send you on your way. The old angel who had been speaking all this while spoken differently, as if he was looking down at an ant. After saying that, a pure white holy light slashed towards Lu Ming like a divine sword. Fast, fast to the extreme, and terrifying to the extreme. Dangerous, extremely dangerous, Lu Ming's body instantly tensed up. He wanted to dodge, but he discovered that his body couldn't move at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was suppressed by an invisible force. This is bad. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This old man from the angel race was too terrifying. His strength was boundless, far from what Lu Ming could contend against. The difference was too great. He couldn't even resist. Then I'm going to be killed just like that. As expected, women are a source of calamity, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Soon, the holy sword light was about to hit Lu Ming. If this sword hit Lu Ming, no matter how mysterious Lu Ming's forbidden body was, only death would await him. Even if Lu Ming was left with only one cell and could be resurrected, it would be useless. This sword would ensure that not a single cell would be left behind. At this critical moment, the elf emperor Ling Huashua made his move. A divine light burst out from Ling Huashua's hand. It arrived first and bombarded the holy light slashed by the old angel. There was no sound at all. There was no rumbling, no explosion, and no shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The old angel's sword light had disappeared without a sound. It didn't stir up any waves. Elf Emperor, what do you mean by this? The old angel looked at the elf emperor with a cold face. You can't kill him. Today, no one can kill him. Ling Huashua said. Lu Ming had made a great contribution to the elf race. Today, no matter what, Ling Huashua couldn't watch Lu Ming be killed. The elder from the angel race had a gloomy look on his face. He stared at Ling Huashua and said, Elf Emperor, are you going to make an enemy out of the angel race? How would I dare to make an enemy out of the angel race? However, Mu Yun is not only my son-in-law, but he has also contributed greatly to the elf race. With me here today, no one can kill him. Also, why does the angel race want to kill him? What's your reason for doing so? Ling Huashua said. The elder from the angel race didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't possibly say that Mu Yun was Gabbert's rival in love, so he wanted to kill him. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Elf Emperor, are you sure you want to intervene? The elder from the angel race asked. That's right. The elf emperor nodded. He was very decisive and strong. Lu Ming had obtained the seed of the holy tree, which was a great contribution to the elf race. He absolutely couldn't let Lu Ming be killed by the angel race, especially here today. Good, very good, very good. The elf race is getting bolder and bolder, the elder from the angel race nodded repeatedly. The cold light in his eyes was about to overflow. However, there was nothing he could do. Although they had two experts, it was useless. After all, the elf race was the emperor of the elf race, an overlord in the universe. His strength was unfathomable, far beyond what they could compare to. Even in the entire angel race, there weren't many who could be a match for the elf emperor. If the elf emperor wanted to protect Lu Ming, the few of them wouldn't be able to kill Lu Ming at all. Ling Huashua didn't continue to speak, but his gaze was very firm, indicating his position. How about this? At this time, another elder from the angel race transmitted his voice to the previous elder from the angel race. Then, he transmitted his voice to the two young angels. The two young angels nodded. Cold killing intent flashed in their eyes. One of them stepped out and said to Lu Ming from afar, "Mu Yun, I heard that you are extremely talented and powerful. You and I belong to the younger generation. I wonder if you dare to fight with me." He wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Ling Huashua frowned slightly. The other party was also a member of the younger generation, and he was challenging Lu Ming. This was a duel between the younger generation, and he had no reason to interfere. Otherwise, if word got out, it would be said that he had innocently interfered in the struggle of the younger generation and was bullying the weak. It would be easy for the angels to have a reason to blame the elves. Clearly, it was not convenient for the elder to make a move, so they sent the younger ones. They wanted to use the younger generation of geniuses to deal with Lu Ming. What? I'm just a subordinate of young Master Gabbert. If you don't even dare to accept the challenge, young Master Gabbert can suppress you with just one finger. The young angel stepped forward, pressing towards Lu Ming. His powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. That person had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. The elves all looked at Lu Ming, wondering if Lu Ming would dare to accept the challenge. Furthermore, many people were dissatisfied with the elf emperor. They believed that the elf emperor shouldn't offend the angel clan because of Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was Ling Yue's fiancé, he shouldn't have offended the angel clan because of this. Offending the angel clan was no small matter. It would greatly affect the future development of the elves. The elves had just obtained the seed of the holy tree, so they shouldn't offend the angel clan. They should befriend the angel clan to give the elves some time to develop. Moreover, Emir Mu Yun had done nothing to the elves. What ability did he have to make the elf emperor offend the angel clan for him? Many people thought that the elf emperor was wrong, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't dare, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake. If you cripple your own cultivation, I can spare your dog life. The young angel continued to press towards Lu Ming. His gaze was oppressive, and his white cloak fluttered under the effect of the air waves. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming's expression was calm as his indifferent voice sounded out. He took a step forward and his aura soared into the sky. The angel clan relied on their strength to bully others. Lu Ming was not a person who was afraid of trouble. If the old one couldn't beat him, could it be that he was afraid of the young one? Since the other party wanted to challenge him, who cared what race he was from? Very good, Elf Emperor. Did you see that? This is a battle between young people. Mu Yun has already agreed. Now, you have no room to interfere, right? The old man from the angel clan sneered at the Elf Emperor. The Elf Emperor remained silent. It was a battle between young people, and Lu Ming had already agreed to the challenge. He was indeed unable to interfere. Jia Song, go and take Mu Yun's head. Go back and see young Master Gabbert. The old man from the angel clan said to the young man from the angel clan. His name was Jia Song. Don't worry. Jia Song's eyes flickered with a sinister killing intent. The aura on his body became even stronger, and his entire body was enveloped by a pure white holy light. Suddenly, snow-white wings extended out from his back. A total of 3 pairs, 6 wings. This was a 6-winged seraph. The wings of the angel clan were an important indicator of their talent. The more wings they had, the higher their talent. Just like the dragon's dragon claws, the more dragon claws they had, the higher their talent. Of course, this was not absolute. For example, the number 1 expert of the dragon clan, the world-destroying black dragon Ao Qian, was a 5-clawed black dragon. He had suppressed countless outstanding prodigies of the dragon clan. However, this was only a rare case. Therefore, a 6-winged seraph was an extremely shocking prodigy among the angel clan. Most of the angels had 2 wings, and the more talented ones had 4. I'll take your head with one move. Jia Song's eyes shone brightly as a cross-shaped holy sword appeared on his body. He grasped it in his hand. This cross-shaped holy sword was his origin secret technique, and he had severed 4 shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Song's entire body turned into a pure white sword light that illuminated the sky. He slashed towards Lu Ming, aiming for Lu Ming's neck. Swoosh, after that, Lu Ming also moved. He turned into a gust of wind and flew towards Jia Song. His hand was like a blade as he slashed at Jia Song. With a loud bang, the pure white sword light that Garson had transformed into trembled non-stop. Cracks appeared on it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, with a bang, the sword light exploded. Jiasong was pushed back violently as he coughed up blood. His original secret technique, the cross-shaped holy sword, had exploded. Not only that, but there were also cracks on his body. He looked like a broken piece of porcelain. Many people were astonished. This young genius of the Angel clan had been defeated just like that. He had been so arrogant a moment before, but now he had been defeated so easily? That's all you've got? The Angel clan is mediocre. Lu Ming's faint voice could be heard. In his opinion, Jiasong's strength was mediocre. Even though he had the strength of the first godly emperor layer, he wasn't as strong as Hua Tian from the elf clan. Lu Ming had fought against Hua Tian before. He had the impression that Hua Tian was stronger than Jiasong. Jiasong was probably just an ordinary young genius from the Angel clan. That was normal. Even though the Angel clan was strong, they were called the top 10 geniuses of the universe. They were strong as a whole, but not all of them could defeat the geniuses of other clans. The geniuses of other clans could still defeat the geniuses of the Angel clan. Hua Tian was one of the top geniuses of the Angel clan. Jiasong wasn't one of the top geniuses of the Angel clan. Jiasong was embarrassed and angry at Lu Ming's contempt. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The two old men of the Angel clan pulled long faces. "La Mo, you go," said one of the old men to the other young man telepathically. La Mo was the other young man's name. La Mo nodded and his silhouette flickered. He appeared in front of Lu Ming. "I'll fight against you." La Mo spoke coldly. The rich sacred light seemed to turn the world white. His powerful aura was like the waves of the sea, constantly pressing toward Lu Ming. Second godly emperor layer, La Mo had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, one layer higher than Jiasong's. Furthermore, a pair of wings extended from La Mo's back. He had 4 pairs of wings. He was an 8-winged angel. Without a doubt, he was a terrifying cultivator. His cultivation level was higher than Jiasong's, and he was also more talented than Jiasong. He only has the strength of the second godly emperor layer and he wants to challenge a quasi-emperor? How shameless! Thought many people from the fairy clan. Of course, they didn't dare say it out loud. They didn't want to offend the Angel clan. A cross-shaped sacred sword condensed on La Mo's body. He pointed the sacred sword at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, "Do you dare to fight me?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I hope you won't disappoint me," said Lu Ming calmly. Even though his opponent was strong, he wasn't afraid. When he was on the dragon's mother planet, he was already on the opposite side of the heavenly palace. Furthermore, the relationship between the angels and the heavenly palace was very good. They were backed by the heavenly palace. It could be said that sooner or later, he would go against the angels. It was a good opportunity to test the strength of the angels and see how strong they were. 8-winged angels were considered high-level prodigies in the angel tribe. After all, 10-winged angels or 12-winged angels were very rare in the angel tribe. "Hee, what a big tone," La Mo said coldly as he flapped his 8 wings. His body was like a beam of white light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Before many people could react, his sword light had already slashed towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming also made his move. Similarly, his palm was like a saber as he slashed out. Boom, their attacks collided, and an earth-shattering boom erupted. Strong winds blew, and holy light overflowed. The two figures retreated at the same time. This move was evenly matched. La Mo's expression turned even colder. He increased his speed to the maximum and charged toward Lu Ming. Beams of pure white sword gleams completely engulfed Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Great Godly Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique to increase their strength. His palms kept slashing out. Boom, 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 their attacks kept colliding. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a few dozen attacks. Suddenly, rumbling sounds spread in the air. Someone groaned and retreated. It was La Mo. La Mo was the one who had retreated. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. After a few dozen attacks, he was at a disadvantage. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He was struck by Lu Ming's palm and coughed up blood as he was pushed back. It wasn't that Lao Mo wasn't strong. Actually, Lao Mo's strength was astonishing. Even though he only had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, he could compete with cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. He could even suppress ordinary cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. But during that year, Lu Ming had become stronger and stronger. He was infinitely close to breaking through to the godly emperor layer. At that moment, he hadn't used his battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times, but he could already suppress Lao Mo. How strong? Is that Mu Yan's fighting strength? How terrifying. It was the first time for most of the elves to see Lu Ming fight. They were all dumbstruck. He was only a quasi-emperor layer cultivator, but he was already so strong. How astonishing. The faces of the 2 angels were also very serious. Killing intent constantly flashed in their eyes. It seems like you're not that strong. Lu Ming spoke calmly and stepped out. His palm blade was like a mountain, slashing toward Lao Mo continuously. Angel battle body, eternally invincible, die! Shouted Lao Mo. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was filled with holy light. At that moment, it seemed like he had turned into light. He didn't have a body of flesh and blood anymore. At that moment, the angel clan was extremely strong. They were born with an angel battle body. They had incredible fighting strength. Ordinary clans couldn't compete with them. Lao Mo raised his fighting strength to the maximum and attacked Lu Ming. Come! Shouted Lu Ming. His chi was like an erupting volcano. He became even stronger. Battle formula, 6 times fighting strength, activated, boom boom boom. Lu Ming's right hand was like a blade, his left hand was like a fist. He kept attacking Lao Mo. The 2 of them kept colliding. They exchanged a dozen attacks. However, Lao Mo still couldn't win. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a dozen attacks, Lu Ming slashed at Lao Mo's wing. Lao Mo coughed up blood and retreated. His face was deathly pale. Bang! Then, Lu Ming threw another punch at Lao Mo's chest. Lao Mo screamed miserably. His chest had been penetrated. His heart seemed to have turned into light, like a ball of light that was beating continuously. At this moment, countless light dots were converging towards his heart, constantly repairing it. The angel battle body is really amazing. You can recover quickly after being hit by my forbidden power. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. After reaching the Divine Emperor realm, especially for existences like Lao Mo, their vitality was terrifyingly strong. Ordinary attacks could hardly harm them. Only a terrifying force could hurt them. For example, divine power that had been awakened many times or other terrifying powers. Forbidden power was undoubtedly the most terrifying. It was almost impossible to recover after being hit by a forbidden power. However, Lao Mo was still recovering quickly. This showed how terrifying his physique was. That was the angel clan's talent. Even so, Lao Mo's injuries were very serious. His strength was greatly affected. Lose for me. Lu Ming shouted and attacked Lao Mo again. You want to defeat me? Dream on. Lao Mo roared as a silver cross flew out from between his eyebrows. Boom! As soon as the silver cross flew out, it expanded rapidly and emitted a terrifying wave. A ray of holy light flew out of the silver cross and blasted at Lu Ming. Lao Mo took out a silver cross which was emitting holy light. He sensed danger. That silver cross was a terrifying weapon. Crush it! Lu Ming hollered. 3 gravity pearls flew out from his wrist. Terrifying gravity permeated the air and shrouded the beam of holy light. However, the holy light only trembled slightly before it broke through the gravitational force of the gravity orb. It continued to charge toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming had the impression that the holy light was as strong as a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. Even if Lu Ming used his full strength, he couldn't block the attack of a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. He couldn't compete with Lu Ming directly, so he had to use a deadly weapon. But who didn't have a deadly weapon? A moment later, a round pearl appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Zephyr Pearl, with a thought, he circulated the great divine wind skill, and a gust of terrifying gale emerged from the gale pearl. Under Lu Ming's control, the gale transformed into a wind blade and flew toward the holy light. With a puff, the holy light was destroyed by the wind blade. "You can't defeat me, so you use a powerful weapon." "You think you only have powerful weapons?" said Lu Ming disdainfully. He continued absorbing the strength of the Zephyr Pearl. Whoosh, 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 the terrifying gale transformed into a tornado that swept towards La Mo. La Mo's expression changed drastically. He used all of his strength and poured all of his god power into the silver cross. The silver cross emitted a resplendent light and became as large as a mountain. It pressed down on the tornado, wanting to destroy it. However, when the silver cross came into contact with the tornado, the silver cross shook violently and was directly thrown back. Even though the silver cross was powerful, it couldn't compare to the Zephyr Pearl. It couldn't compare to Ling Yuwei's royal elf bow. It couldn't compare to Xiao Wuji's azure sword either. It couldn't compare to Di Jianyi's rusty sword either. In front of La Mo, who had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, he could only use the strength of the sixth godly emperor layer. If Lu Ming did not have the Zephyr Pearl, he would not have been able to block the silver cross's attack. However, Lu Ming had the Zephyr Pearl and could easily crush his opponent. The tornado blew away the silver cross and continued to sweep towards La Mo. La Mo's expression was extremely ugly. If he was hit by this tornado, he would definitely die. "Stop." An elder from the angel race coldly snorted and blasted out a palm. He actually directly interfered with the battle, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, Ling Huashua's body emitted a divine light that easily blocked the attack of the old angel. This is a duel between young people. As an elder, it's better not to interfere. If word gets out, it will be bad for the reputation of the angel race, Ling Huashua said calmly. It sounded like he was doing this for the sake of the reputation of the angels. The elder from the angel race was furious. But with Ling Huashua around, he couldn't do anything. The tornado formed by the gale was about to hit La Mo. Just then, La Mo took out a jade talisman and shouted, "Young Master Gabbert, help." As soon as La Mo's voice fell, the jade talisman emitted a dense divine light. A terrifying aura spread out from the jade talisman. The next moment, a figure appeared above the jade talisman. It was a handsome young man in a white robe. His hair was also snow-white. He stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a domineering aura and a demeanor that could swallow the universe. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at Lu Ming. Then, he used his fingers like a sword and slashed down. A shocking sword light shone, breaking the void and illuminating the starry sky. Poof, the next moment, the tornado formed by the gale was split in half by the sword light. La Mo was overjoyed that he was saved. "Young Master Gabbert, thank you," La Mo said respectfully. Many people were shocked. Gabbert, this was the peerless hero of the angel race. His name shook the universe, and he was on the universe prodigy list. He was recognized by all the great races and even the heavenly palace. "Gabbert." "Yes, he's Gabbert. I've seen his portrait in the dream jade. It's really him. He's actually here." "No, it's not a physical body. It seems to be a projection or a clone." Many people saw through the trick. This was not Gabbert's body. It was just a projection or a divine power clone that had been sealed in the jade talisman beforehand. Gabbert, behind him, Ling Piao and the others were overjoyed. As for Ling Yue, her face darkened and became a little ugly. "You may leave." Gabbert's divine power clone glanced at La Mo indifferently and instructed. La Mo respectfully left. Gabbert looked at Lu Ming, and a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he took a step forward, and a bright divine light rushed out of his body. It turned into a sort of holy light and slashed at Lu Ming. Gabbert was very decisive. Without saying a word, he directly attacked Lu Ming and launched a sure-kill attack. Not far away, Ling Huashua's eyes flashed. He wanted to stop him, but in the end, he stopped. Speaking of which, Gabbert was also part of the younger generation, so he had no reason to attack. Moreover, Gabbert's identity and status were not small. Even in the angel race, he was a big shot. He still had some misgivings in his heart. The sword light locked onto Lu Ming and burst out with cold killing intent, about to launch a sure kill attack. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. This sword gave him a strong sense of danger. Buzz buzz buzz, the 3 gravity pearls were constantly vibrating. The gravity was pushed to the extreme, enveloping Gabbert's sword light. However, it was useless. Gabbert's sword light did not slow down at all. Gale! Lu Ming shouted and used the Great God Wind technique. He drew out the power inside the Gale Pearl and formed a storm that swept Gabbert's sword light. Rumble! Gabbert's sword light collided with the flaming storm, causing a deafening explosion. However, one could see that Gabbert's sword light slashed down, and the sword chi soared into the sky, constantly breaking through the flaming storm. In the end, the flaming storm was split into 2. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. With a thought, Xiao turned into armor and covered his entire body. Moreover, a silver spear condensed in his palm. Swoosh! Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, piercing the sword light. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He retreated rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was only a minor injury. Lu Ming's cells were constantly surging with power. Lu Ming's injuries were instantly healed. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's expression was quite solemn. Gabbert's power was beyond his expectations. One had to know that Lu Ming's Great God Wind technique had reached the small success stage. The stronger the Great God Wind technique was, the stronger the power inside the Gale Pearl could be drawn out. Even so, it could not block Gabbert's attack. Gilbert's sword light broke through the raging windstorm, but a portion of its power was blocked by the raging windstorm. However, the remaining portion of its power was still shockingly strong. Lu Ming could only borrow Xiao's strength. During that time, Xiao had evolved again. Previously, it had the strength of the 3rd Godly Emperor layer, but now, it had broken through to the 4th Godly Emperor layer. This was the result of completely refining the metal planet it had devoured in the Gale Star River. Later on, Xiao would need to continue devouring new metal materials or divine weapons to evolve. Xiao had the strength of the 4th Godly Emperor layer, so it was extremely strong. It could definitely kill cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. Even so, with the help of Xiao's power, Lu Ming was still unable to block the sword gleam that only had a portion of its power left. He was still injured. From this, one could tell how terrifying Gabbert's ability was. Interesting. When Gabbert saw that Lu Ming had blocked his sword, he was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his sword. An interesting metallic life form, an interesting treasure? But do you think that relying on external strength can stop me? Today, I will kill you, said Gabbert coldly. He sounded confident and arrogant, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. If he wanted to kill someone, there was nothing he couldn't do. Boom! Gabbert's chi became even more terrifying. His chi became even more terrifying. His chi became even more dazzling, illuminating the sky. The sword lights were millions and millions of zhang long. Sword chi tore through the sky and moved towards Lu Ming again. This time, the power was stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he was locked in by a powerful force. He performed the Great God Wind skill and his figure kept flashing. However, it was still difficult to avoid the sword gleam's attack. Facing that attack, it was difficult to dodge. Explode! Lu Ming roared as he used all his strength to draw out the Gale Bead's power. The Gale Bead constantly trembled and emitted a blazing light. A blazing gale rushed out of the Gale Bead and turned into a wall of gale in front of him. As for Lu Ming himself, he erupted with all his strength. His entire body was filled with a resplendent radiance. This was a phenomenon caused by the activation of all his secret techniques. All of the secret techniques turned into a pillar of light and shot forward. At the same time, Lu Ming held the silver spear in his hand and stabbed out. This spear contained the power of the Great God Wind technique and the Great Fragmentation technique. Boom! Gabbert's cross-shaped sword beam first slashed at the wall of gale. Just like before, the collision between the two caused a violent explosion. However, the wall of gale was still unable to withstand the attack of the cross-shaped holy sword. A crack appeared on it before it exploded. the remaining sword beam continued to slash at Lu Ming. When it came into contact with the light pillar formed by all of Lu Ming's secret techniques, it broke the light pillar with a boom and collided with the silver spear. In an instant, Lu Ming's body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. The silver spear also bent into an astonishing arc as if it was about to break. Puff puff puff, dense sword chi suddenly appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body and cut his body. It cut through the armor formed by Qiuqiu and cut Lu Ming's body. Numerous wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body as blood flowed out. Whoosh, Lu Ming retreated tens of thousands of meters before he could stabilize his body. His body was in tatters as if he had been hit by thousands of sword chi in an instant. But in the end, Lu Ming still managed to block this attack. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing. He blocked the second attack again. Many people at the scene were shocked, especially those from the angel race. They were even more incredulous. Lu Ming could actually block two of Gabert's attacks. Although this was only a strand of Gabert's divine power doppelganger and its power was far inferior to Gabert's original body, how high was Lu Ming's cultivation? He was only a quasi-emperor. This was too shocking. Ha, ha, the universe prodigy list is just SOSO. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. Gabert's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Angel Kingsword. Gabert shouted softly as he stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. Then, dazzling holy light condensed in the air and turned into snow-white feathers. However, the feathers immediately changed again. They turned into divine swords. The angel feathers turned into swords. There were a total of 18 white divine swords suspended in the air, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he felt a fatal danger. He knew that this was a terrifying killing technique that could destroy the world and blow up the tiniest particles. Even though Lu Ming had a forbidden body, it was still very dangerous. I can't block it. The Gale Pearl can't block it, Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. He could feel that the Gale Pearl's power would most likely not be able to block this attack. After all, his great godly wind technique and his cultivation were limited. The power that he could draw from the Gale Pearl was also limited. It would be difficult to block this attack. Now, he still had two trump cards. They were the immortal fighting soul in the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone, and the Bingxian rod. However, these two weapons were related to the life spirit of the heavenly court. They could not be easily exposed, especially the mysterious ice rod. It was too precious. It was the top weapon in the universe. Once it was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion. Perhaps the masters of the elves or the angels would be greedy and would not let it go. Therefore, Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should use it or not. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to block Gabert's attack. At this moment, Gabert seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around. Behind her, an arrow pierced through the air and flew towards him. It carried a terrifying power as it continuously exploded in the air. Slash! Gabert shouted softly. He raised his hand and waved it. One of the feather swords slashed towards the sword light. With a boom, a violent explosion occurred between the two. Then, the arrow and the feather sword disappeared at the same time. Ling Yue, Gabert looked at Ling Yue. The person who attacked just now was Ling Yue. At this moment, Ling Yue was holding the Elf King's bow with blood in her hand and aiming it at Gabert. You want to attack me? Gabert whispered, his gaze as cold as a knife. Lu Ming is my fiancé. If you want to kill him, I naturally have to do it. Ling Yue said. As she spoke, she took one step at a time, her aura becoming stronger and stronger. A terrifying pressure was emitted from Ling Yue's body. Behind her, a towering tree appeared, emitting an endless green light. Waves of green light continuously poured into Ling Yue's body, condensing into an arrow on the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood. Good, very good. Gabert said a few words of good. His voice and expression were extremely cold. Originally, he had taken a fancy to Ling Yue and wanted to marry her. But now, because of another man, Ling Yue had attacked him. If this were to spread, he would definitely lose all face. This caused his killing intent to be extremely strong. Ling Yue, even if you want to help him, I will still kill this Muyun in front of you and let you watch him die with your own eyes. Gabert's cold voice rang out, followed by a loud shout, Angel King Sword, chop. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the remaining dozen or so feather divine swords began to spin rapidly, their sword chi soaring into the sky. Gale Storm, however, before Gabert could make his move, Lu Ming had already made his move. The scorching cracks swept towards Gabert. At the same time, Ling Yue also made her move. An arrow shot out. This arrow was emerald green in color, but it carried a trace of blood light. It was simply terrifying to the extreme, and was several times stronger than the previous arrow. It was obvious that the previous arrow was just a casual arrow from Ling Yue. She did not use her full strength, but this arrow used her full strength. Gabert's face darkened as he controlled the 17 feather divine swords. 10 of them flew towards Ling Yue and 7 of them slashed towards Lu Ming. Ling Yue's arrow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had approached Gabert and collided with his feather divine sword. Boom! 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 Continuous rumbling sounds rang out, and an astonishing scene occurred. When Ling Yue's arrow collided with the feather divine sword, it actually pierced through multiple feather divine swords. 1, 2, 3, in less than a breath of time, he had pierced through 7 feather divine swords, causing Gabert's expression to change drastically. With a wave of his hand, 5 of the 7 feather divine swords that were slashing towards Lu Ming changed direction and slashed towards Ling Yue. Only 2 of them remained, slashing towards Lu Ming. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, the feather divine swords that were slashing towards Ling Yue were all pierced through by Ling Yue's arrows. However, at this time, the power of the arrows had also reached its end and dissipated. However, it still forced Gabert to retreat several thousand meters before stabilizing his body. On the other side, there were only 2 feather divine swords that were successfully blocked by Lu Ming. So powerful. At the scene, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Yue, revealing deep shock. The elves, in particular, found it even more unbelievable. Ling Yue actually had such strong strength. Not only was she able to defeat most of Gabert's attacks, she was also able to repel Gabert. How was this possible? It was like a fantasy story. Wasn't Ling Yue a quasi-emperor in the past? Furthermore, she was only ranked in the top 10 of the quasi-emperors. She wasn't even a divine emperor. Compared to Gabert, there was a difference between heaven and earth. And that arrow just now, the strength that Ling Yue had displayed was simply terrifying. Second Godly Emperor layer. When did the princess break through to the second Godly Emperor layer? Moreover, her elven bloodline is excessively rich. Just now, I felt a terrifying pressure that made me want to submit to her. Me too, I have the same feeling. At the scene, the elves began to discuss among themselves. Gabert's gaze was also fixed on Ling Yue. His gaze was like 2 divine swords. Ling Yue, your strength is beyond my imagination. You are even stronger than the legends. You are worthy of me. Who wants to be worthy of you? My fiancé is Muyun. Now, scram out of the elf clan. Otherwise, you can only leave behind this divine clone of yours. Ling Yue shouted. Humph, stubborn. There's nothing I can't get, especially women. Now, I'll kill Muyun first. Gabert's face turned cold. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. The holy light was dense and turned into a sword light that soared into the sky. He was about to launch a thunderous attack. Ling Yue was very direct as she pulled the bowstring. Under Ling Yue's pull, the Elf King's bow, which was stained with blood, continuously vibrated. The blood on the bow seemed to have come to life as it slowly flowed and filled the air with a bloody light. An emerald green arrow with a trace of blood light condensed once again, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. The current Ling Yue was much stronger than when he first met Lu Ming. Not only had his cultivation soared to the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor realm, but he could also control the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood. Most importantly, Ling Yue's bloodline had evolved. Her elf bloodline had reached a terrifying level. It seemed to be able to resonate with the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood, and was able to unleash the power of the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood. This was why she was able to repel Gabert with a single arrow. Gabert seemed to have felt the terror of this arrow. His figure quickly changed, wanting to avoid the lock of Ling Yuwei's arrow. Swoosh, Ling Yuwei's arrow was directly shot out. As soon as it flew out, it began to change rapidly. One arrow turned into two, two turned into four, four turned into eight, in the blink of an eye, they turned into hundreds and thousands of arrows. They were densely packed and filled the air, completely sealing off all of Gabbert's space. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Gabbert's face darkened. His aura erupted, transforming into a cross-shaped holy sword that swept out in all directions, wanting to destroy all the arrows. However, when he swept out his sword light, many of the arrows disappeared. It's fake, it's an illusion. Gabbert's expression changed. Just as he was about to move out, it was already too late. Behind him, an arrow suddenly sped up and pierced through Gabbert's back. A gap appeared in Gabbert's divine avatar. Gabbert, send your divine avatar on your way. Ling Yuwei shouted and drew her bow again. Swish swish swish, this time, a total of 7 arrows were shot out. 7 consecutive arrows, linked together like a ray of light, shot towards Gabbert at a terrifying speed. Break for me! Gabbert let out a long roar, his body emitting a dazzling light. His entire body seemed to be burning, transforming into a dazzling sword light that violently slashed out. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The air shook violently, and the strength chi overflowed in all directions. A dazzling light erupted, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. In the next moment, a figure retreated backwards, almost leaving the range of the elven holy tree's tree stump. Young Master Gabbert! Young Master! The angels cried out in alarm. The reason for that was because the figure that was rapidly retreating was none other than Gilbert. Everyone's gaze fell on Gabbert. At this moment, another hole appeared on Gabbert's body, causing Gabbert's body to become even more illusory, as if it would dissipate at any time. Young Master! How dare you hurt young Master Gabbert? The angels roared furiously. Gabbert waved his hand, and the angels immediately quieted down. Good, very good. Gabbert looked at Ling Yuwei, his eyes filled with a kind of flame. It was the color of greed, and it was even denser than before. Your strength is not bad, but this is only a divine avatar of mine. Its strength is not even 1% of my main body's. However, I am very satisfied that you were able to injure one of my divine avatars. Gabbert said. Ling Yuwei coldly snorted, her eyes shining as she stared at Gabbert without the slightest fear. Right now, Ling Yuwei had a strong sense of confidence. Even if her current strength was still far from Gabbert's main body, she was confident that sooner or later, she would catch up to Gabbert. She was confident that her current talent was definitely above Gabbert's. After Gabbert finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming didn't make a move because she discovered that Ling Yuwei's strength was already above Gabbert's divine clone, so there was no need for him to make a move. Mu Yun, do you think you can sit back and relax just by hiding behind a woman? If I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape. Gabbert said coldly. With your cultivation base that is much higher than mine, do you think it's glorious to deal with me? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Having a high cultivation base is also a kind of talent. In this world, cultivation base is the foundation. You and I are both of the younger generation. If your cultivation base is insufficient, it means that you are trash. Do you understand? Gabbert said coldly, still with a high and mighty expression. Although he had lost this battle and his divine clone was about to dissipate, he was still arrogant and high and mighty. Because in this battle, he was only a wisp of divine clone. The difference in strength between him and his main body was too great. There were many methods that he couldn't use. In addition, Ling Yuwei had relied on a great killing weapon to defeat his divine clone, not on her own strength. Although he had lost, it didn't affect him. He still had the belief that he was invincible. A high cultivation base is also a kind of talent? Relying on the endless resources of the angel race or the guidance of countless experts of the angel race? Lu Ming continued to speak, the disdain in his voice growing stronger. I, Mu Yun, come from a small force. I have to rely on myself to fight for all the resources. Every step of improvement is based on my own comprehension. I have to rely on myself to walk step by step until now. I have cultivated for less than 10,000 years, If there were the same conditions, what would you, Gabbert, be in front of me? Lu Ming continued, his voice spreading in all directions. The scene quieted down. Many people revealed thoughtful expressions. That's right, Mu Yun's cultivation time should be about the same as Ling Yue's. They were both young, and they came from a small power. They relied on themselves to reach this step, revealing a terrifying and unparalleled battle prowess that was invincible among those of the same level. As for Gabbert, he was born in the angel race, one of the top 10 races in the universe. He had as many resources as he wanted, and he had countless experts to guide him. That was how he had achieved what he had today. Most importantly, Gabbert had been cultivating for at least tens of thousands of years. If the two of them had the same conditions, would Mu Yun be worse than him? You're sharp-tongued. The path of cultivation isn't about talking. It's about strength and combat power. If you're weak, then you're weak. Why do you have to find excuses for your weakness? When my true body descends in the future, I'll kill you with one move. Gabbert's indifferent voice rang out once again. His eyes were still shining brightly, and he was not affected by Lu Ming's words. A person like him had an extremely tenacious mind. How could he doubt his own path and his own path just because of the words of others? Obviously, that was impossible. Kill me with one move? Haha, give me another 10,000 years, no, as long as I have 1,000 years, I'll be able to trample you under my feet. What genius of the angel race! You're nothing in my eyes. Lu Ming said loudly. The scene was silent as everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Was Lu Ming going to challenge Gabbert? But what did he say? He could trample Gabbert under his feet in 1,000 years. Was that possible? Absolutely impossible. For them, 1,000 years was a short period of time. It was just a blink of an eye. The time of one's seclusion was far more than 1,000 years. What was Lu Ming's cultivation base now? He was just a quasi-emperor. It was almost impossible for him to break through to the divine emperor realm from the quasi-emperor realm in 1,000 years. Most people had to accumulate endless years in the quasi-emperor realm, which was measured in hundreds of millions of years. It was extremely difficult to accumulate enough to break through to the divine emperor realm in 1,000 years. Taking a step back, even if Lu Ming could break through to the divine emperor realm in 1,000 years, what could he do? Compared to Gabbert, the difference was still like heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to be Gabbert's opponent. It was impossible to challenge Gabbert in 1,000 years. Mu Yun. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming. Even she felt that it was very difficult. The others also secretly shook their heads. You want to challenge me? Gabbert looked at Lu Ming indifferently. You can say that. Lu Ming said. Haha, are you trying to stall for time for yourself? Since you want to stall for time, you should set a longer date so that you can live a little longer. Gabbert sneered. 1,000 years is enough for a trash like you. If I need a longer time, wouldn't it seem that I'm too useless? Lu Ming said. These words, even with Gabbert's wisdom, caused his eyes to shrink, revealing a trace of anger. How much was he looking down on him? Brat, you're courting death. You overestimate yourself. What qualifications do you have to challenge young Master Gabbert? The few people from the Angel clan shouted one after another. If you don't dare, just say it. If you don't dare, then kill me with your original body. I'll wait for you here and fight with you. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha ha ha, you want to use such a low-level method to provoke me? Gabbert sneered and said, all right, I agree to your challenge. I'll give you 1,000 years to live for 1,000 more years. In the end, Gabbert agreed. Originally, there was no need for him to agree. How could he be tricked so easily? However, it was only 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, it didn't matter. This was because the time was simply too short. Furthermore, he had been cultivating recently and had reached a critical juncture. He was about to achieve a breakthrough in one of his secret techniques, and he would need to spend a considerable amount of time in his family. In the short term, his actual body could not come out to hunt Lu Ming down. Therefore, it didn't matter if he agreed. If Lu Ming said that he would challenge him in a few 100 million years or a few stellar years, he would naturally not agree. Hua! Waves of discussion rang out at the scene. Mu Yun challenged Gabbert, and Gabbert actually agreed. The time was 1,000 years later, and this was truly big news. Just let you live for 1,000 more years? After 1,000 years, no matter where you hide, I will find you, Gabbert continued to speak. After saying this, his body collapsed with a bang and dissipated into the air. This strand of divine power clone of his had been continuously struck by Ling Yue, and it was already difficult for him to maintain it. At this moment, it finally collapsed. Elves, you're very good, an old man from the angel clan swept his gaze across Ling Huashua and the others. He coldly left behind a sentence, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, the people from the angel clan disappeared without a trace. He came with a strong force and retreated in a sorry state. At the scene, the sounds of discussion grew louder and louder. The center of the discussion was none other than two people, Lu Ming and Ling Yue. One was Lu Ming challenging Gabbert, and the other was Ling Yue's strength. Everyone was very curious. How did Ling Yue's strength increase so much? There was a commotion at the scene as everyone discussed. Quiet down, Ling Huashua said and raised his hand. The scene immediately quieted down. All right, there's a small accident. Now, the holy worshipping ceremony will continue. Didn't you want to know who got the seed of the holy tree? Now, I'll announce it, Ling Huashua said. The elves' eyes were filled with anticipation. They temporarily put aside the matter of the angels. They were more curious about who got the seed of the holy tree. After all, the seed of the holy tree had a greater impact on the elves. It was related to the rise and fall of the elves. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Huashua, waiting for his announcement. The person who got the seed of the holy tree is, Ling Huashua pointed at Lu Ming and announced loudly, Mu Yun. What? Everyone was shocked. They turned to look at Lu Ming and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. It was Lu Ming. The one who got the seed of the holy tree was Lu Ming. This was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought it was a certain prodigy of the elves. They never expected it to be Lu Ming. After Ling Huafeng, Ling Piao, and the others recommended Mu Yun to participate in the holy seed assessment. In the end, Mu Yun exceeded my expectations and brought out the holy tree seed from the ancestral land. He even brought out 49 high-grade elven tree seeds. Yue also successfully obtained the opportunity of the holy seed mother tree, Ling Huashua said. Behind him, Ling Piao, Ling Huafeng, and the others' faces were as black as charcoal. Initially, they had secretly informed Gilbert so that they could make use of the power of the angels to kill Lu Ming. However, in the end, the people from the angels had come but left with their tails between their legs. Lu Ming was still alive and well. Their anger already surged into the heavens, their mentality exploding, extremely unresigned. But now, Ling Huashua had touched on their sore spot. He had mentioned that they were the ones who recommended Lu Ming to participate in the holy seed assessment, and that was how he got the seed of the holy tree. At the thought of this, they felt even more displeased. They felt that their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were in pain. Hua. At this moment, everyone present finally reacted. There was an uproar as they discussed animatedly. They finally knew why Ling Huashua wanted to protect Lu Ming even when facing the pressure of the angels. This was because Lu Ming had made a huge contribution to the angels. No matter what, they had to protect Lu Ming. They finally knew why Ling Yue's cultivation was so fast and her talent reached such an astonishing level. It was also because she obtained the seed of the holy seed. Mu Yun, he is a person. He is. And. Previously, many people thought that Ling Huashua should not offend the angels because of Lu Ming. This would be disadvantageous to the elves. But now, their thinking had changed completely. He thought that Ling Huashua had done the right thing. They even thought that Lu Ming would be able to prosper the elf race and bring luck to the elf race. He had yet to marry Ling Yue, but he had already brought the seeds of the holy tree and 49 high-level elf tree seeds to the elf race. If he were to get married, what benefits would it bring to the elf race? There were even people urging Lu Ming and Ling Yue to get married quickly. This made Lu Ming speechless. But in the end, most of the elves recognized Lu Ming. Even the younger generation of elves who wanted to pursue Ling Yue also recognized Lu Ming. After all, the seed of the holy tree was too important to the elves. Only Ling Piao and the others were hiding at the back, gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. After announcing the origin of the holy tree seed, the sacred worship ceremony continued. In the end, Ling Huashua took out the holy tree seed, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. After that, Lu Ming had nothing to do. Lu Ming just watched quietly from the side. The next morning, Lu Ming bid farewell to Ling Yue, Ling Huashua, and the others. "You're leaving so soon. Why don't you stay for a while longer?" Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. That gaze was enough to melt even steel. Fortunately, Lu Ming's heart was harder than steel and he was able to withstand it. "I received news from the sect leader that the Heavenly Palace is about to start recruiting heavenly soldiers. I need to go back and prepare," Lu Ming said. Ling Huashua nodded his head and said, "In the universe, most of the geniuses will choose to join the Heavenly Palace and become a heavenly soldier, obtaining better training. You going to the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier and train yourself is also a good direction. Back then, I also entered the Heavenly Palace to become a heavenly soldier. Can you still withdraw after becoming a heavenly soldier?" Lu Ming was curious. Ling Huashua was now the elf patriarch, so he definitely wouldn't be a heavenly soldier. This was because when he was a heavenly soldier, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to be the elf patriarch. "Of course you can, but there are conditions. As long as you accumulate enough merit points for the Heavenly Palace, you can retire and regain your freedom. Many of the Overlord-level characters in the universe were heavenly soldiers when they were young," Ling Huashua said. "Merit points?" Lu Ming was curious. "You'll know about this when you become a heavenly soldier. It's not convenient for me to reveal too much now," Ling Huashua said. "Does the Heavenly Palace only recruit people from the younger generation when they recruit heavenly soldiers?" Lu Ming asked again. As an overlord and a heavenly soldier, Ling Huashua definitely knew a lot of information. Lu Ming naturally had to seize the opportunity to inquire about it. "Not necessarily. Those who are older will also be recruited. It mainly depends on their potential. Those who don't have enough potential won't be recruited. Of course, it's still mainly the younger generation," Ling Huashua explained. Lu Ming nodded and then asked a few more questions, which Ling Huashua answered one by one. After that, Lu Ming bid farewell and left under Ling Yue's reluctant gaze. He left the elf clan and headed towards the Iron Sea Star region. Lu Ming's departure was very secretive. Other than Ling Yue and Ling Huashua, no one else knew about it. It was also to prevent anyone from harming Lu Ming. Ling Yue even made the illusion that Lu Ming was still in the elf clan in order to confuse others. The elf clan was very far away from the Plentiful Sword sect. Lu Ming took a few months to return to the Plentiful Sword sect. Lu Ming did not make a big fuss. Instead, he secretly returned to the Plentiful Sword sect and met with sect leader Wang. "Sect leader Wang, where should I sign up for the Heavenly Palace's recruitment of heavenly soldiers? What do I need to prepare?" Lu Ming asked. In the past, the registration was from the various heavenly cities. As for the requirements for registration and what needs to be prepared, I still don't know, sect leader Wang said. Heavenly City was a huge city built by the Heavenly Palace. It floated in the starry sky of the universe. Ordinary people were unable to enter the Heavenly Palace. They could only enter Heavenly City. You don't even know the conditions? What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Yes, the Heavenly Palace is recruiting heavenly soldiers. Not everyone can sign up. There are conditions. In a few months, on the day of Extreme Yin, the Heavenly Palace will issue the conditions for signing up. This condition is actually a requirement. Only those who meet the requirements can sign up, sect leader Wang explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. It was still early. There were still 7 to 8 months before the day of Extreme Yin. There was no hurry. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed here and focused on cultivating. He mainly focused on comprehending the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Extreme Yin. The day of Extreme Yin was a very special day. On this day, the yang qi of the entire primitive universe would be weak and the yin qi would be strong. This day only happened once in many years. It was a great opportunity for those who cultivated extreme yin techniques. Cultivating on this day would often result in great breakthroughs. On this day, the Heavenly Palace finally issued the requirements for signing up for the Heavenly Soldier assessment through the dreamy Heavenly Jade. Those who wanted to sign up had to bring a wisp of spiritual yin qi. Moreover, they had to obtain it themselves to meet the requirements. Buying it or giving it to others did not meet the requirements. Only those who had a wisp of spiritual yin qi could sign up in the Heavenly City and qualify for the Heavenly Soldier assessment. Demonic yin qi? Lu Ming was confused. He immediately asked sect leader Wang. After sect leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood. On the day of extreme yin, there would be a lot of demonic yin qi in all parts of the universe. Many demonic yin qi would even give birth to spiritual yin qi, especially in places with extremely dense yin qi and demonic qi. It was easier for them to be born. Those who wanted to sign up for the Heavenly Soldier assessment had to find demonic yin qi with spiritual yin qi. Only those who obtained demonic yin qi with spiritual yin qi were qualified to sign up. Moreover, they had to obtain it themselves. If others helped them, it did not count. You might ask, how would the Heavenly Palace know if they obtained it themselves? This was because there were people in the Heavenly Palace who were good at calculation. As long as they got hold of a spiritual yin qi, they would be able to calculate it. Once it was discovered that it had been purchased or obtained with the help of an elder, it would be considered as cheating the Heavenly Palace. The consequences of deceiving the Heavenly Palace would be severe. It wasn't that there weren't such people in history, but in the end, these people all disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone knew in their hearts that these people would never appear again. Sect leader Wang, do you know which places in the universe have denser baleful yin qi? It is more likely that there will be baleful yin qi with spirituality. Lu Ming asked. In the universe, there are many places with dense baleful yin energy. There are also many places where baleful yin energy can be found. However, it is not easy for ordinary people to obtain baleful yin energy with spirituality. Sect head Wang explained. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Because there are so many people who want to participate in the Heavenly Soldier examination. Countless races in the primitive universe will participate. Therefore, I'm afraid that many baleful yin lands will be sealed off by the experts of those powerful forces. It will be difficult for outsiders to interfere. Sect head Wang said. Didn't they say that others can't help? Why can those powerful forces still send people to seal off those places? Lu Ming frowned. They just send people to seal off certain areas and let those forces' own people enter those areas to search for baleful yin qi. Even if they don't help, the Heavenly Palace will not be able to calculate it. This is called the Heavenly Palace has a policy, and there are countermeasures below, Sect head Wang explained. Lu Ming was speechless and frowned. In this way, it would be really difficult to obtain baleful yin qi with spirituality. Some famous baleful yin places would be sealed off by those powerful forces. It would be difficult for others to enter and compete for them. Then the others can only try their luck? Lu Ming said. Was he going to be stumped at the first hurdle? He did not have to enter the Heavenly Palace to become a Heavenly Soldier. However, the mid-autumn moon was likely to be taken away by the big shots in the dreamy Heavenly Palace. If he did not enter the Heavenly Palace, how could he inquire about the mid-autumn moon? He would not be at ease if he did not find out more about the mid-autumn moon. Moreover, during this period, he also knew that becoming a Heavenly Soldier in the Heavenly Palace was an excellent training. In the universe, 90% of the overlords had entered the Heavenly Palace and become a Heavenly Soldier. Many geniuses would experience explosive growth in their cultivation after entering the Celestial Palace, leaving those who did not enter in the dust. If they wanted to go further in the future, they would need to become Celestial Soldiers, which would be very useful. Therefore, Lu Ming still hoped to become a Heavenly Soldier. He could not be stopped at the first step. Indeed, people from small forces can only try their luck, or go to places where the baleful yin qi is not very dense. After all, in the universe, there are some places where the baleful yin qi is not very dense, but there will still be baleful yin qi with spirituality born on the day of extreme yin. Leader Wang explained. After chatting with Leader Wang for a while, Leader Wang left, leaving Lu Ming alone to ponder. Lu Ming, I have a place that I can recommend you to go. At this time, Gumo's voice sounded. What place? Lu Ming was delighted. That place is called the Land of 1,000 Graves. It contains rich Baleful Qi, and there is a great chance that Baleful Qi with spirituality will be born there. Gumo said. Such a place should be blocked by many powerful forces. How can I go in? Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I have stayed in that place for a period of time, so I am very familiar with it. Even if those forces block it tightly, I will have a way to go in. Moreover, I have hidden some things in that place. There are 3,000 ancient secret skills and some ordinary secret skills of diabolism. They are suitable for you. Gumo said. There are 3,000 ancient secret skills? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately decided that he must go to that place. Since Gumo said that he could go, there should be no problem. Okay, let's go then. Lu Ming immediately made up his mind. He then took out a few pieces of starry sky map and began to observe. These pieces of starry sky map were obtained from the elf tribe. They were the best starry sky map, covering most of the territories in the universe. Only a powerful race like the elf tribe would have such a starry sky map. This kind of starry sky map was very precious. If not for Lu Ming's great kindness to the elf tribe, he would not have been able to obtain it. Soon, Lu Ming found the location of the Land of 1,000 Graves on the starry sky map. It was still some distance away from the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Lu Ming immediately rushed over. Half a month later, Lu Ming arrived at the vicinity of the Land of 1,000 Graves. He was indeed one step too late. The vast Land of 1,000 Graves had been blocked by several forces. There were a total of 2 powerful races that had sealed off the Land of 1,000 Graves. The Xianxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe were 2 extremely powerful and terrifying tribes. They were ranked 29th and 32nd respectively on the primitive tribe board. Their strength was not weaker than the elf tribe. In fact, they were even stronger. The experts of the 2 tribes each took half of the area and sealed off the outer perimeter of the Land of 1,000 Graves. It was difficult for others to enter. Even from a distance, one could feel a powerful aura in the starry sky. It was intimidating. The experts of the 2 tribes sealed off the perimeter. Those who were interested in participating in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier test were all in the Land of 1,000 Graves, searching for Eveline Qi. Whoever found it would be able to participate in the Heavenly Soldier test. These superpowers are really overbearing. Lu Ming exclaimed. The Land of 1,000 Graves was special. Its core area was a huge continent that floated in the starry sky. And in the starry sky around the continent there were some small fragments floating. Some of these fragments were only a few dozen meters in size, while others were a few kilometers in size. Naturally, it was impossible for these small fragments to have Baleful Qi. Only the huge continent at the core had it. From afar, Lu Ming saw a burly figure standing on one of the small fragments. This figure was in human form. He was about 3 meters tall and had green skin. His eyes were like copper bells and he had fangs in his mouth. This was the typical appearance of the Xianxia tribe. This Xianxia tribe's aura was extremely terrifying. His eyes swept across the starry sky like 2 beams of light. His powerful aura made the starry sky tremble. This Xianxia tribe's cultivation was at least at the peak Divine Emperor realm or even higher. It was not something that Lu Ming could fight against. This was only one direction. In other directions, there was a terrifying existence at regular intervals. They had completely sealed off the core area of the Land of 1,000 Graves. If anyone tried to force their way in, they would definitely be attacked. Lu Ming sighed and asked Bone Demon how to get in. That's easy. Do you see those small fragments around? Back then, I set up a teleportation array on one of the small fragments. It can send you directly to the core continent. I'll take you there. Bone Demon said. Following that, Lu Ming flew in a certain direction according to Bone Demon's instructions. There were many fragments around the core of the Land of 1,000 Graves. Some of them were very far away from the core continent. Naturally, the Xianxia tribe and Sun Moon tribe could not detect all of them. In fact, they were only blocking access to the core continent to prevent others from entering. As for who might be spying on them, they couldn't be bothered. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a small fragment. The diameter of the fragment was only a few hundred meters. This kind of land is really strange. It is incomparably cold and deathly still. However, there seems to be a trace of life within it. After landing on this fragment, Lu Ming could feel that this fragment was indeed extraordinary. It was quite different from the other fragments. Of course. Otherwise, many powerful existences in ancient times would not have buried themselves here, Guemo said. Bury himself here? Lu Ming was puzzled. You'll know once you enter the real land of 10,000 graves. Bone Demon said, but did not explain too much for the time being. Lu Ming looked around the fragment but could not find any traces of the teleportation array. Where is the teleportation array you mentioned? Lu Ming asked. Hey, isn't that the teleportation array? Bone Demon flew out and pointed at a place. Lu Ming looked over and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The place Bone Demon was pointing at was a pile of rocks. A pile of rocks was a teleportation array? What's with your expression? Kid, this is my method. I just casually set up a teleportation array. If it was set up nicely, do you think it would still be around after so many years? Bone Demon said unhappily. Lu Ming had to admit that Bone Demon's words made sense. If it was set up like a teleportation array, it would have been long gone and discovered by others. Only if it was set up like a pile of rocks would no one discover it. The Bone Devil began to attack. It waved its bone claws, and pitch-black runes flew out and landed on the pile of rubble. In the next moment, the rubble began to shine brightly, and a vortex appeared. Go in quickly. The experts nearby will sense it soon. Bone Demon hurriedly urged. He turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming did not delay at all. He took a step forward, landed in the vortex, and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming's figure disappeared, the vortex disappeared as well. Just as the vortex disappeared, a burly figure descended from the sky and landed on the fragment, causing it to tremble. It was an expert from the Xianxia race. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked around in confusion. I clearly felt some movement here just now. There were spatial fluctuations. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The Xianxia expert muttered. Then, his eyes flashed as he punched the fragment. With a boom, the fragment exploded into even smaller fragments. The teleportation array was naturally destroyed as well. Who cares what happened? Destroy it first. The Xianxia expert muttered. His figure flashed and he left. He stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment, he appeared in a call in the mountains. He had arrived at the core continent of the land of myriad tombs. Looking around, there was not a single blade of grass on the ground. It was dead silent. But in the dead silence, there seemed to be a life force being born. It was very contradictory but also very strange. This feeling was even stronger than the fragments outside. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and found that there were no auras of other living beings. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around. He found that this was only the periphery of the continent. In the distance, he could still see the fragments in the starry sky. That is, Lu Ming looked at the ground and found several huge hills. No, they were not hills. They were clearly tombs. The land of myriad tombs is indeed worthy of its reputation. But, who was buried here? Lu Ming was puzzled. In ancient times, after many mighty figures died, their descendants would bury them here. Many mighty figures would even choose to be buried here when they reached the end of their lifespan. Guemo said. Why is that? Lu Ming was curious. It has to do with the terrain here. You should have noticed the peculiarity of the terrain here. Legend has it that after death, being buried here can bring one back to life. There is a possibility of resurrection. There is also another saying that the feng shui here is excellent. Being buried here can bring luck to the descendants and protect them. Guemo said. There is such a saying? Lu Ming thought of the land here. There was a trace of life in the dead silence. Could it really be possible to come back to life? This shocked him greatly. Lu Ming was shocked. Resurrection? Was it really possible to resurrect the dead? He knew about reincarnation and reincarnation could be real. For example, Xianxia was reincarnation. However, resurrection sounded even more mysterious. Was it possible to come back from the dead after one's lifespan was depleted and live another life? There was a period of time when these two legends were very popular. Therefore, during that period of time, many powerful existences fell and were buried here. This place became the burial ground of countless powerful experts, so it was called the Land of 10,000 Graves. Guillemot whispered. Then, did anyone really come back from the dead? Lu Ming asked. Facts have proven that those two legends are false. Over the countless years, not a single one of those supreme beings who were buried in there was able to come back from the dead. As for being able to protect their descendants, that's not necessarily true. The destruction of countless forces is proof of that. Later on, no one believed in these two legends. However, there were too many experts buried here and the Yin-Qi was thick. Naturally, it became the land of a haze. Guillemot said. Lu Ming nodded. So, this was the origin of the Land of 1,000 Graves. If you want to find haze qi, you can only look for it in the graves. Only those graves have the thickest haze qi. Only then can spiritual haze qi be born. Moreover, legend has it that the core of the mainland has the best effect and the chances of resurrection are the highest. Hence, the more powerful the being is, the more likely it is to be buried in the core. Hence, the more likely it is for spiritual haze qi to be born. Guillemot explained. Lu Ming nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Swoosh, Lu Ming flew towards the few large graves. As he neared, Lu Ming realized that the graves had been opened. The tombstones had been moved away. Obviously, the Hag tribe or Sun Moon tribe had taken them first. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to fly towards the depths of the mainland. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many large graves. They were tall and majestic, like small hills. However, they had all been opened. Lu Ming naturally had no interest in exploring those that had been opened, so he continued to fly inside. More than an hour later, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a figure flashing in front of him. Lu Ming immediately stopped and retracted his aura. He landed on the ground and moved forward along the ground. After approaching, Lu Ming first discovered a huge grave. This large tomb was paved with gold and jade. Although many years had passed, it was still dazzling. And it was especially tall, like a huge mountain peak. At this moment, a group of people were surrounding the tomb, busying themselves with their work. Lu Ming glanced at them and knew that they were all from the Xianxia tribe. Moreover, they all looked quite young. There were more than 20 of them. The Heavenly Palace did not set an age limit when recruiting heavenly soldiers. Older people could also participate, but in reality, those powerful races almost never sent older people to participate. Because of their age, their potential was limited. After becoming a heavenly soldier, it was not easy to quit. They had to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points before they could quit. Because of their age, their potential was limited. It was very difficult to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points. They had to stay in the Heavenly Palace for the rest of their lives. Only the young geniuses with unlimited potential could become heavenly soldiers and accumulate enough contribution points in the future to quit the heavenly soldiers. They would regain their freedom. Only those who felt that cultivation was difficult, or those who wanted to rely on the Heavenly Palace would choose to become heavenly soldiers. They would work hard for the heavenly soldiers for the rest of their lives. Even so, the Heavenly Palace would still select them. Those who did not have enough potential would be eliminated by the Heavenly Palace. Even if they were older, they had to have potential. For top races like the Xianxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe, they naturally would not send older geniuses to become heavenly soldiers. Those who participated were all young geniuses. More than 20 geniuses from the Xianxia tribe were circling around the majestic grave. Lu Ming looked carefully and realized that there was a protective array around the grave. The geniuses from the Xianxia tribe were trying to break the array. Such a huge grave, there should be haze qi in it, right? Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming decided that if there was haze qi here, he would take it for himself. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe. His goal now was to obtain a wisp of haze qi with spirituality to meet the requirements to register as a heavenly soldier. Then, he would enter the core of the grave of 1,000 graves and obtain the ancient secret skill and other demon secret skills left behind by the bone demon. It was useless to have too many baleful chi with spirituality. Just one strand was enough. Lu Ming hid himself and waited quietly. About 2 hours later, the surroundings of the large tomb emitted a resplendent light. Following that, the light formed a large runic array that floated in the air. However, in just 3 breaths of time, the runic array exploded with a bang and turned into a rain of light that dissipated in the air. The array around the grave was broken, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The 20 or so Xianxia geniuses immediately charged toward the burial mound. They unleashed their godly power and opened the tombstones. Then, more than 20 geniuses from the Xianxia tribe rushed into the grave. Although they were all geniuses from the Xianxia tribe, they were actually competitors. After all, whoever obtained the haze chi would be able to register for the heavenly soldier test, and the elders of the Xianxia tribe could not interfere. No matter how talented one was or how strong one's background was, if one did not obtain the haze chi, the senior members of the Xianxia tribe would not dare to interfere. If the heavenly palace found out, the consequences would be dire. Should I go in? Lu Ming thought. In the end, Lu Ming decided to wait a little longer. He was not sure if there was any haze chi in the grave. If there was no haze chi, he would expose himself if he rushed out now. It would not be too late to rush out after confirming that there was haze chi. However, Lu Ming did not wait for more than 2 minutes before something strange happened. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the grave. A terrifying aura rushed out of the grave, causing the ground to shake violently. There's a terrifying creature in the grave. Lu Ming's expression changed. That's to be expected. There are many powerful entities buried here. Some of them were turned to ash, and some of them, by chance and coincidence, would undergo bizarre transformations and turn into dead spirits. Clearly, there is a dead spirit in this tomb. Guillemot explained. Lu Ming's face turned pale. Why didn't Guillemot explain this before? What a scam! Those who were buried here were all powerful beings. Even if they turned into dead spirits after death, they would still be terrifying. Roar, roar. 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 Terrifying haze chi continued to flow out of the grave. Run! 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 Cries of alarm rang out as the Xianxia race prodigies rushed out of the burial mound in a panic. Lu Ming had seen clearly earlier that 23 of them had gone in. However, only 18 of them had come out. That was to say, the 5 geniuses of the Xianxia tribe had most likely been trapped inside forever. The remaining 18 of them ran out of the tomb in a panic. Roar! The roaring continued and Lu Ming saw a claw that resembled a ferocious tiger reaching out from the tomb. However, the claw looked horrifying, as if it was rotten. Rotten flesh hung on it, and bones could be seen. The claws were extremely fast. One of the geniuses of the Xianxia race was caught by the claws. He screamed in fear and struggled with all his might. His attacks landed on the claws, but they were all useless. Poof! The Xianxia race's genius exploded from the claw. Roar! Another roar was heard, and a huge creature rushed out of the tomb. It was a creature that looked like a tiger. It was dozens of meters tall, but it looked horrifying. Its body was covered in rotten flesh, and its bones were exposed. 2 green flames danced in its eye sockets. Bone Devil was right. This ferocious tiger had completely turned into a dead spirit. The tiger undead spirit continued to roar. It stared at the remaining geniuses of the Xianxia clan and continued to rush towards them. Use the evil suppression seal. One of the Xianxia prodigies shouted. Then, one of the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe stopped and waved his hand. Golden talismans flew out and floated in the air, emitting a brilliant glow. There were 18 seals in total, and they pressed down on the tiger undead spirit like a wall. The other geniuses of the Xianxia race stopped and channeled their god force into the golden seal. The golden seal shone even brighter, and the evil aura dissipated rapidly wherever the golden light passed. The ferocious tiger undead spirit revealed a trace of fear when it saw the golden seal. In the end, it let out a furious roar and madly pounced at the golden seal. Boom! The ferocious tiger slammed into the golden seal, causing a loud explosion. Then, a sizzling sound came from the ferocious tiger's body. It was like ice meeting fire, emitting bursts of green smoke. The tiger undead spirit roared and retreated. It was obvious that the tiger undead spirit was restrained. The Xianxia prodigies had come prepared, and some of them had brought along the evil suppression seal. The evil suppression seal was used to restrain evil beings, such as undead spirits. It didn't need to be strong to unleash its power. It was most effective against powerful evil beings. This kind of evil suppressing talisman was not very powerful when used to fight with other people, because it did not have a restraining effect. However, it was extremely effective when used to deal with undead. "Continue!" shouted the Xianxia genius who had taken out the evil suppressing talisman. The other Xianxia geniuses also poured their god force into the evil suppressing talisman. The 18 evil suppressing talisman shone with golden light and pressed down on the tiger undead spirit. The tiger undead spirit roared like thunder. Although it was very powerful, it was completely suppressed by the evil suppression sigil. Fear appeared in its eyes as it was forced back again and again by the evil suppression sigil. In the end, it simply turned around and fled back into the great tomb. The Xianxia prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go, there's no baleful chi in this tomb." The prodigy with the evil suppression seal shook his head and put it away. He flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others also left quickly. It seems like it's not that easy to get evil energy with spirituality. Lu Ming shook his head and left. Next, Lu Ming encountered many large tombs. Most of them had been explored. Under the guidance of the Bone Demon, Lu Ming also explored the few tombs that he had not explored. However, he did not discover any sinister aura. Lu Ming could only go deeper into the myriad tombs. The myriad tombs was huge, and Lu Ming didn't find any evil energy even after walking around for half a day. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a loud explosion came from ahead, accompanied by a dazzling golden light that lit up the sky. That's the light of the evil suppression seal. Lu Ming carefully walked in that direction and hid in the dark to observe. Roar, a terrifying roar shook the void. Lu Ming saw a huge tomb in front of him. It was even bigger than the tomb with the ferocious tiger dead spirit. At that moment, a group of Xianxia elites was besieging a dead spirit. The undead spirit looked like a crocodile, but its body was in tatters. Its aura was terrifying, several times stronger than the tiger undead spirit. There were at least 100 Xianxia prodigies attacking the crocodile undead spirit. Of course, the Xianxia prodigies were no match for the undead spirit. They relied on the evil suppression seal. Furthermore, it wasn't just one set. There were 3 sets, and each set had 18 golden talismans. The 100 Xianxia prodigies were divided into 3 groups. Each group had dozens of people, and they worked together to activate a set of evil suppression seal. The 3 sets of evil suppression seal shone brightly and pressed down on the crocodile undead spirit. There's a strand of baleful chi inside. Let's first work together to get rid of this evil spirit, then fight for the baleful chi. In the end, the baleful chi will belong to whoever has the ability. One of the Xianxia prodigies shouted. That's right. Let's not hold back. Give it your all. Give it your all. All the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe shouted. Then, all the geniuses from the Xianxia tribe used their full strength. They had not used their full strength before. They had been waiting for the others to use their full strength. Now that they had reached an agreement, the Xianxia prodigies poured their divine energy into the evil suppression seal and maximized its power. The 3 sets of evil suppressing runes continued to press down on the crocodile undead spirit. Moreover, they were divided into 3 directions, completely surrounding the crocodile undead spirit in the middle. The crocodile undead spirit wanted to rush out, but it was unable to do so. The crocodile undead spirit was also trying to attack, but as soon as it got close to the evil suppressing rune, the power of the evil suppressing rune would erupt with shocking power. The crocodile undead spirit's body emitted a sizzling sound as it emitted bursts of green smoke. Its rotten flesh and bones were constantly being corroded and melted, and its aura became weaker and weaker. Keep it up. This undead spirit won't last long. A Xianxia prodigy shouted. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were shining. There's actually baleful chi in this great tomb? Lu Ming whispered, his eyes glowing. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on this opportunity. He wanted to get the evil energy and complete the mission as soon as possible. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the place. That strand of baleful energy should still be in the great tomb. Right now, the Xianxia geniuses were besieging the dead crocodile spirit. If he entered the great tomb now, he might be able to catch them off guard and obtain the baleful energy. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming immediately took action. Using the obstacles, he carefully made his way towards the entrance of the tomb. Lu Ming was not discovered. He was within 10,000 meters of the entrance of the tomb. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Just as he was about to dash into the tomb in one go, suddenly, roar, the crocodile dead spirit let out a furious roar as it stared at Lu Ming with its ferocious eyes. Nestle, I've been discovered. This crocodile dead spirit's senses are too sharp. It can sense someone approaching the tomb. Lu Ming really wanted to curse out loud. Obviously, this crocodile dead spirit's senses were extremely sharp. The moment other living beings approached the tomb, they would be discovered. Lu Ming had successfully avoided the eyes of the Xianxia tribe, but he could not avoid the crocodile dead spirit's senses. The crocodile dead spirit's roar immediately attracted the attention of the Xianxia tribe elites. They all looked towards Lu Ming and discovered Lu Ming. It's a human. It's actually a human. How did he get in? Damn it, he wanted to steal the haze energy when we weren't paying attention. He's courting death. The moment the Xianxia tribe elites saw Lu Ming, they guessed Lu Ming's intentions and roared angrily. At the same time, they were shocked and confused. They could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was a human. Then, how did Lu Ming get in? The entire tomb of 1,000 graves had been sealed off by the Xianxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe. Recently, there should only be people from the Xianxia tribe and the Sun Moon tribe in the tomb of 1,000 graves. How did Lu Ming, a human, appear here? How did he get in? Could it be that he had been hiding in the tomb of 1,000 graves for a long time? Furthermore, he dared to covet their haze energy. He was courting death. It seems like it's impossible to steal the haze energy secretly. Then, let's do it openly. Lu Ming was speechless. However, since he had been discovered, Lu Ming was not afraid of trouble. He sped up and rushed into the tomb. You're courting death. Stop him. The geniuses of the Xianxia race roared. They channeled all their strength into the evil suppressing sigil, hoping to get rid of the crocodile once and for all, then deal with Lu Ming. However, the crocodile undead spirit was extremely powerful. Although they used all their strength to control the evil suppressing runes to bombard the crocodile undead spirit, causing its body to emit sizzling sounds and thick smoke to fill the air, they were unable to completely obliterate the crocodile undead spirit. Send someone to deal with that brat first. That kid is only a quasi-emperor. I'll go kill him. The elites of the Xianxia tribe hollered. Then, a few figures dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. These figures were all at the quasi-emperor realm. The Xianxia race was very talented. Their combat power was usually much stronger than other races of the same level, let alone humans. They did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming was only at the quasi-emperor level, the Xianxia race's quasi-emperor elites thought that they could easily deal with Lu Ming. There was a total of 3 quasi-emperors with ferocious faces and ferocious fangs. They held tridents in their hands and charged toward Lu Ming. Before they arrived, the tridents pierced toward Lu Ming with a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. His palm was like a saber as he slashed horizontally. A ray of divine light tore through the void and defeated the attacks of the 3 Xianxias. At the same time, the 3 quasi-emperor geniuses of the Xianxias were killed before they could even scream. The remaining Xianxia race's geniuses looked furious. That boy is not weak. I'll go and kill him, said a Xianxia cultivator of the first godly emperor layer, flying towards Lu Ming. I'll go and fight him too, said another godly emperor layer cultivator, flying towards Lu Ming. A few Xianxia race's geniuses flew towards Lu Ming, which annoyed the other Xianxia race's geniuses. Humph. You want to kill that boy and then take the gloomy Yin Chi from the grave? Impossible. You think I can't see through such a cheap trick? I'll pretend to kill that boy and take the gloomy Yin Chi first. Many Xianxia race's geniuses stopped attacking the crocodile and threw themselves at Lu Ming. On the surface, it looked like they were working together, but in reality, they all wanted to take the gloomy Xianxia first. Therefore, they wanted to take the opportunity to go into the grave first. Killing Lu Ming was just an excuse. Lu Ming was just a quasi-emperor. Even if he could easily kill the quasi-emperors of the Xianxia race, the godly emperors wouldn't take him seriously. Fuck. You want to take the gloomy Xianxia? In your dreams. I'll go too. The remaining Xianxia race's geniuses weren't stupid either. When they saw the others rushing towards the grave, they also killed the crocodile and rushed towards the grave. Very quickly, only a few Xianxia race's geniuses were left. The remaining Xianxia race's geniuses couldn't suppress the crocodile anymore. The crocodile roared and rushed towards the evil suppression talisman. Boom! The evil suppression talisman was sent flying away by the crocodile's geniuses. The crocodile rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards the grave. Wow, it's so lively here. Lu Ming was speechless. He wrapped himself in the great divine wind skill and dashed toward the tomb like a phantom. He dashed into the tomb through the entrance. The tomb was pitch black and filled with sinister aura. Waves of sinister aura rushed toward Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming used the taboo power to protect his body and blocked the sinister aura. Where is the gloomy Xianxia? Lu Ming looked around. The great tomb was huge, and the inside was like a palace, extending in all directions. The gloomy Xianxia can only be found in the place with the densest Xianxia. Said Guimo. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed towards the place with the densest Xianxia. Roar, die, behind him, shouts filled the air. The crocodile's geniuses were extremely fast. It caught up with the Xianxia race's geniuses and they started fighting. However, the crocodile undead spirit had been severely injured by the evil suppression talisman. Although it still retained some of its strength, it was no longer invincible. At the very least, the Xianxia skyprides were locked in a fierce battle with the crocodile undead spirit. Some of the Xianxia race's geniuses were extremely fast and were about to catch up with Lu Ming. Little boy, die! Shouted a Xianxia race's genius who had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. His trident pierced through the air towards Lu Ming. That Xianxia race's genius was extremely strong. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. However, compared to Hua Tian from the elf clan, he was much weaker. Compared to Lu Ming, he was even weaker. However, Lu Ming's target was the sinister aura. He had no intention of fighting with these people from the Xianxia tribe. He executed the great divine wind skill and dodged the attack of the Xianxia tribe's prodigy in a flash. He continued to move forward and dashed into the underground grotto. The Xianxia there was even denser. Inside the Xianxia, there was an Xianxia which kept twisting and turning. It looked like a dragon. It was the gloomy Xianxia. It was gloomy Xianxia. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This constantly twisting airflow was the sinister aura. It was nurtured by the power of extreme Yin. It would be of great help to those who cultivated the path of extreme Yin in their cultivation. Or it could be used to refine weapons. It would also be an excellent material. Of course, nobody would use it to practice cultivation or make weapons. They would use it to qualify for the Celestial Soldier exam. Lu Ming threw himself at the gloomy Xianxia. He condensed a gigantic hand and grabbed the gloomy Xianxia. Unexpectedly, the process was very smooth. Lu Ming grabbed the sinister aura in his hands and kept it in a storage ring without hesitation. You want to die? Die. The geniuses from the Xianxia tribe were enraged. They charged toward Lu Ming and thrust their tridents at him. According to the rules of the Heavenly Palace, cultivators couldn't rely on others to obtain gloomy Xianxia. Killing and stealing other people's gloomy Xianxia was also their own strength. In a flash, at least 6 people attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered and he dodged 3 attacks. Then, he raised his hand and slashed at the other 3 attacks. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming slashed at the 3 tridents consecutively. The 3 tridents shook violently and fine cracks appeared on them. They then exploded into pieces with a loud bang. He didn't stop attacking the 3 geniuses of the Xianxia clan. The 3 geniuses had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming at all. They coughed up blood and retreated a few hundred meters away. Their bodies were covered in wounds. Ah! 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 The 3 skyprides of the Xianxia tribe screamed in terror. In the next moment, their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued moving forward. The other geniuses of the Xianxia clan were astonished and furious. They all attacked Lu Ming. This time, at least 20 geniuses of the Xianxia clan attacked Lu Ming. There weren't only cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, there were also cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Lu Ming was fearless. He dashed into the crowd of the Xianxia tribe's prodigies. He unleashed his full combat ability and launched a fierce attack. A series of explosions sounded. The void shook crazily. It was completely torn apart, blasted through. The entire great necropolis shook violently. However, the owner of the great necropolis, that crocodile undead spirit, had been extraordinary when it was alive. Therefore, the great necropolis he had built was also extraordinary. The materials used were tough and indestructible, and he had set up all sorts of reinforcing formations. Even when their attacks hit the walls of the great necropolis, they didn't cause any damage. After a series of clashes, the Xianxias were forced to retreat one after another. Those who had the strength of the first godly emperor layer were coughing up blood. They were severely injured. And this was because Lu Ming had dispersed his power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just been injured. Even the geniuses of the second godly emperor layer coughed up blood and retreated. Shocking, the geniuses of the Xianxia clan were astonished. They were all geniuses and extremely strong. They all had the strength of the first godly emperor layer, the second godly emperor layer, and so many of them had joined hands to fight against Lu Ming. Surprisingly, they were defeated by Lu Ming. What kind of monstrous cultivator was Lu Ming? How could a human be so strong? After Lu Ming forced the geniuses of the Xianxia clan to retreat, he continued moving forward. Lu Ming had a few wounds on his body after the earlier confrontation. After all, he could not avoid the joint attack of more than 20 Xianxia geniuses. However, these injuries did not affect him much. They were just minor injuries. "We have to kill that little boy. I'll go and kill him," shouted some geniuses of the third godly emperor layer. They had the strength of the third godly emperor layer, but they hadn't fought against Lu Ming because they had controlled the talisman. At that moment, a few geniuses of the third godly emperor realm were charging towards Lu Ming. Their violent auras covered the sky and the earth, causing the void to be torn apart. Lu Ming looked worried. Those geniuses of the Xianxia clan were extremely strong. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Lu Ming could fight against those of the second godly emperor layer, but against those of the third godly emperor layer, Lu Ming couldn't defeat them. However, Lu Ming had many trump cards. Qiu Qiu turned into an armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was about to charge over when a roar was heard. The crocodile spirit had also rushed over. It had a ferocious look in its eyes as it launched a frenzied attack. It didn't have a target, it just attacked. The geniuses of the Xianxia clan were in front of it, so of course, it attacked them. The geniuses of the third godly emperor layer were startled. They had no choice but to stop and fight against the crocodile. They controlled the talisman and threw it at the crocodile. Boom, the crocodile crashed into the talisman. The talisman shook violently. One of the geniuses of the Xianxia clan who controlled the talisman was pushed back. The higher the cultivation of the person controlling the evil suppressing sigil, the more people controlling it, the more powerful it would be. If one person controlled it, the power would be a bit strong, so it would be repelled. Roar, 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 the crocodile roared and bit down on the 2 Xianxia prodigies with its mouth full of sharp teeth. After a few bites, the Xianxia prodigies were torn to pieces. The geniuses of the Xianxia clan joined hands and controlled the talisman to suppress the crocodile. Move back and control the talisman together. Drive the crocodile away to fight against that little bastard from the Xianxia clan, one of the geniuses of the Xianxia clan said to the other geniuses telepathically. The geniuses of the Xianxia clan nodded and moved back. They blocked the exit of the great tomb and controlled the talisman together. There were 3 talismans in total. They emitted a dazzling golden light and moved towards the crocodile from the exit of the great tomb. Roar, the crocodile roared. It didn't dare attack the exit, so it tried to enter the great tomb. Lu Ming was inside the great tomb. He wanted to get out of the great tomb, but the crocodile and the geniuses of the Xianxia clan were in the way. The crocodile spirit roared loudly. With a violent aura, it charged toward Lu Ming. The airwaves were like mountains and seas. The divine power of this crocodile spirit was very powerful. Although it had been restrained by the evil suppressing rune previously and its flesh and blood had melted, its strength had been greatly reduced, it was still stronger than Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming didn't want to fight the crocodile head-on. He used the greater godly wind technique and retreated. The crocodile chased after Lu Ming. Go in! The geniuses of the Xianxia clan shouted and controlled the 3 talismans to suppress the crocodile. They chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't take it head-on. He kept retreating. When he reached an open space, Lu Ming suddenly rushed towards the crocodile. Swoosh, the crocodile's tail was covered with rotten flesh. It whipped at Lu Ming, and the void shattered. Lu Ming waved Xiaoqiu's silver spear and lashed out. Lu Ming waved the silver spear that Xiaoqiu had transformed into and lashed out. The silver spear rapidly expanded and collided with the crocodile's tail. Boom, Lu Ming sensed a monstrous strength moving towards him. His body shook violently as he used that strength to throw himself at the Xianxia clan's young geniuses. At the moment of collision, he had already adjusted the direction of the collision. Therefore, when the 2 forces collided, he was sent flying in the direction of the Xianxias. Lu Ming's arm was broken. The crocodile was extremely strong. Even with Xiaoqiu's help, he couldn't compete with it. If the Xianxia clan's young geniuses didn't have the help of the evil-suppressing talisman, they wouldn't have been able to compete with the crocodile. However, Lu Ming's recovery ability was extremely strong. When he flew out, there was a steady flow of energy in his cells. Lu Ming's arm recovered within a few breaths. Kill him! Shouted the Xianxia clan's young geniuses when they saw Lu Ming coming towards them. Then, they threw themselves at Lu Ming. They didn't use the evil-suppressing talisman to attack Lu Ming. The evil-suppressing talisman was very effective against evil things, but it didn't have much effect on ordinary people. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lu Ming brandished his silver spear continuously, smashing the attacks that were directed at him. The evil-suppressing talisman isn't bad. Maybe I can use it. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled as he threw himself at a Xianxia clan's young genius of the 3rd godly emperor layer. That Xianxia clan's young genius had the evil-suppressing talisman. Die! Shouted the young genius of the 3rd godly emperor layer furiously. He used his full strength to attack Lu Ming. There were at least 30 Xianxia clan's young geniuses next to him. They all attacked at the same time. However, Xiaoqiu had broken through to the 4th godly emperor layer, so he was extremely strong. After turning into a silver spear, his attacks were even more terrifying. Lu Ming held his silver spear and started spinning like a drill. He penetrated the crowd of Xianxia clan's young geniuses and broke through their attacks. Lu Ming dashed forward like a bolt of silver lightning, thrusting his spear at the 3rd-level godly emperor realm Xianxia. The Xianxia clan's young genius expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought Lu Ming would be so strong. He shouted furiously and retreated. However, Lu Ming kept moving forwards and his silver spear was extremely fast. The Xianxia clan's young genius couldn't dodge it. In the end, he shouted furiously and used his full strength. But he couldn't block Xiaoqiu's silver spear. Even cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer wouldn't be able to block that attack, let alone him. He didn't have a weapon, not everyone's clans. Was Lin Xiaoqiu's young celestial? And Xiaoqiu's Xiao. Of course, these powerful forces did not lack such powerful weapons, but not everyone could control them and unleash their full power. In fact, there were harsh conditions to control such a killing machine. After all, the cultivation bases of these geniuses were still too low. It was impossible for them to control these weapons with their cultivation bases alone. Therefore, they had to be compatible with each other. Only those who were compatible with these weapons would be able to refine them and control them. For example, Lu Ming's Gale Bead was only able to empty it because Lu Ming had cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to draw out the gale inside. For example, Lu Ming had to rely on his forbidden power to barely refine a treasure like the mysterious ice rod. Limitless cultivation relied on the power of the blood azura. Back then, Ling Yue wanted to refine it, but she was unable to do so. Another example was Ling Yue's blood-stained elven king bow. That was the war bow of the elven ancestor. Ling Yue relied on her powerful elven bloodline and her powerful innate talent. Xiao Wuji's half of the Shura Emperor sword and Di Jianyi's rusty iron sword all followed the same logic. They all required very strict conditions to be able to control them. With a low cultivation level, it was very, very difficult to control such a weapon. In fact, there were very few people in the universe who could control such a weapon with a low cultivation level. They were all monstrous geniuses. Not all geniuses from powerful groups had such a weapon. If they were not compatible, even if they were given such a weapon, they would not be able to use it. They might even die. Obviously, even though the geniuses of the Xianxia clan were geniuses, they were far from being as strong as Ling Yue and Xiao Wuji. The geniuses of the third godly emperor layer of the Xianxia clan were pierced through the forehead. Their soul was destroyed and they died. After that person died, the evil suppressing talisman became an object without an owner. It quickly shrank and turned into 18 ordinary talismans. They floated in the air and Lu Ming put them away. When the remaining geniuses of the Xianxia clan saw how strong Lu Ming was, they were terrified. They did not dare fight against Lu Ming. They all retreated frantically. Lu Ming dashed past without any hindrance. He dashed out of the huge tomb. The geniuses of the Xianxia clan could only watch as Lu Ming ran away. Damn it! Who is that guy? Who the hell is he? After Lu Ming left, the geniuses of the Xianxia clan shouted. I don't know him. He's only a quasi-emperor, but he's so strong. He's not on the quasi-emperor's list. I've never seen him in the illusionary godly jade. The other geniuses of the Xianxia clan shook their heads. Of course, they did not recognize Lu Ming. In fact, when he attacked, Lu Ming had already changed his appearance. These people had never seen Lu Ming before, so they did not recognize Lu Ming's life origin qi. Therefore, as long as he changed his appearance, they would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not want to make too many enemies. After rushing out of the tomb, Lu Ming did not stop. His body flashed and soon, he was far away from the place. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a deserted place and stopped. Then, he took out a storage ring. The storage ring was filled with violin qi. Lu Ming wanted to check it. With a thought, the violin qi flew out and was surrounded by Lu Ming's forbidden energy. No, it doesn't have any spirituality. Lu Ming took a closer look and his face darkened. This wisp of violin qi was lifeless and did not have any spirituality. The heavenly palace required violin qi with spirituality. This wisp of violin qi did not meet the requirements. Only when violin qi is extremely dense can it develop spirituality. This wisp of violin qi does not have any spirituality. Guemo also spoke. Lu Ming was speechless. Without spirituality, the sinister aura was just an ordinary material. It was of no use to Lu Ming at all. After wasting so much effort, he only got a wisp of violin qi without spirituality. It was a waste of effort. It seems like it's not easy to get a wisp of violin qi with spirituality. Lu Ming sighed. The heavenly palace's requirements are naturally not that easy to fulfill. However, the myriad tombs is a place where violin qi gathers. There will definitely be violin qi with spirituality. Don't worry, Guemo said. Lu Ming muttered a few words and put away the wisp of yin qi that had no spirituality. He then took out 18 pieces of evil-suppressing talismans. The 18 evil suppression talismans were refined from a kind of golden divine jade. They were engraved with fine runes and were incomparably mysterious. This set of evil suppression talismans was extremely valuable on the market. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find and the refining process was very difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't be more than 100 Xianxia geniuses who only had 3 sets of evil suppression talismans. Lu Ming used forbidden energy to erase the imprints left by the Xianxia geniuses on the evil suppression talismans. Then, he injected forbidden energy into them and started refining them. It was very easy to refine them with forbidden energy. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had completely refined them. With a thought, the 18 evil suppression talismans flew into the sky and shone with a dazzling golden light. Lu Ming tested them for a while before putting them away to avoid attracting others. Then, Lu Ming continued flying into the depths of the land of myriad tombs. Along the way, Lu Ming would encounter Yiksha geniuses from time to time. When these Yiksha geniuses saw that Lu Ming was a human, they would all attack him. Some were killed by Lu Ming, while others fled. At the same time, Lu Ming saw some shocking tombs. There were terrifying roars coming from some tombs. Some of the geniuses of the Yiksha race wanted to attack them but were killed by the dead spirits in the tombs. Even the evil suppressing talisman could not stop them. Those dead spirits were too terrifying. Lu Ming didn't dare to attack them at all and took a detour. A few days later, Lu Ming was close to the core of the land of myriad tombs. At this moment, he stopped. Because he saw a shocking scene. In front of him, 9 tombs were connected in a circle. Each tomb was incomparably huge and majestic. They were like 9 huge mountains that surrounded each other. The 9 tombs were connected and gathered endless yin qi. There, black fog filled the sky and covered the sun. What a terrifying place. This place can definitely nurture baleful yin qi with spirituality. Lu Ming sighed and wondered if he should go in and explore. However, in this kind of place, it was very likely that there would be extremely terrifying dead spirits, so he had to be extremely cautious. There's someone. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed a figure flashing in front of him. It was a genius from the Yiksha tribe. It seems that the Yikshas have their eyes on this place. That's good. Let's use the same trick and see if we can fish in troubled waters. Lu Ming smiled, retracted his aura, and quietly moved forward. The yin energy here was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was like a black fog, making it very easy to hide. Lu Ming was very close to the 9 burial mounds when Lu Ming stopped. This was because Lu Ming sensed that there was a large number of Yiksha elites ahead. Through the black yin qi, Lu Ming sensed that there were at least 1,000 Yikshas in front of him. The Yikshas seemed to be chatting about something. Lu Ming activated his heavenly ear ability and heard voices in Lu Ming's ears. I have checked it out. There are a total of 9 wisps of yin qi gathered in the middle of the 9 burial mounds. However, there are 6 dead spirits guarding them. One of them said. 6 dead spirits? How powerful are the dead spirits? Someone asked in a serious tone. They are very powerful. It's very strong, but it's not too strong either. Together, we have 36 sets of evil suppressing talisman, and dealing with 6 undead spirits at the same time might be a bit difficult. However, we can break through them one by one, first lure one out, then gather all our strength to destroy one undead spirit, then attract the second one by one, and finally destroy all the undead spirits, the first person to speak said again. That is a good idea. However, how do we lure the dead spirits? Who should we send? Another voice said. The Yikshas fell into a short silence. That's right, it was extremely dangerous to attract dead spirits. It was simply a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Furthermore, the person who was going to lure the dead spirits could not bring the exorcism talismans with him. Otherwise, it would be useless to scare the dead spirits away. That would be even more dangerous. Who would do such a dangerous thing? That's easy. The Sun Moon tribe members that we have captured can be put to good use. The first person sneered. That's right. Haha, those Sun Moon tribe people are courting death. How dare they fight with us for the yin qi? Now, we will use them to lure the dead spirits. Let's do it now. I will make those Sun Moon tribe people listen to me. Cold voices rang out one after another. Then, the Yikshas started to move. Sun Moon tribe? Lu Ming pondered from afar. The burial mounds had been sealed off by the Yikshas and Sun Moon tribe. The Yikshas entered from one side while the Sun Moon tribe entered from the other side. In the burial mounds, the 2 tribes would definitely meet and kill each other. Obviously, the Yikshas had caught some Sun Moon tribe people and were going to use them to lure the dead spirits. Lu Ming did not care about what method they were going to use. He just had to wait patiently. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. Roar! In front of him, there was an earth-shattering roar from the 9 burial mounds. The roar was like thunder, piercing through the clouds. The terrifying sound wave tore the space apart. A wave of Xianxia as dense as the sea gushed out from within. Quick, take out the exorcism. Talismans. Block it. A series of roars could be heard as golden rays were emitted, resulting in a brilliant sight. From a distance, Lu Ming could see that the 36 balls of golden light were extremely dazzling. They had melted the rich sinister aura. When the Xianxia met the golden light, it was like ice meeting fire. As the Xianxia melted, Lu Ming's field of vision opened up. He could see that there were more than 1,000 Xianxia tribe geniuses gathered together to control the 36 exorcism talismans to fight against an undead spirit. The undead spirit was like a giant ape. It was more than 100 meters tall and it roared at the sky. Its aura was majestic as it fought against the Xianxia tribe geniuses. Loud explosions rang out from the undead spirit. It was much more powerful than the crocodile undead spirit. Even though it was facing the 36 exorcism talismans and more than 1,000 Xianxia tribe geniuses, it was still able to hold its own. The undead spirit charged around and attacked the exorcism talismans. Every time it attacked the exorcism talismans would shake violently. However, every time the exorcism talismans hit the undead spirit, the golden light from the exorcism talismans would cause the undead spirit to sizzle and corrode its flesh and bones. Every time the exorcism talismans corroded the undead spirit, it would weaken a little. 36 sets of evil-suppressing talismans completely surrounded the giant ape undead spirit, constantly pressuring it, preventing it from rushing out. Just like that, the giant ape undead spirit grew weaker and weaker as time passed. After about half an hour, the giant ape undead spirit was extremely weak. The 36 exorcism runes pressed down on the giant ape undead spirit. The giant ape undead spirit let out an indignant roar and turned into ashes in the golden light. A powerful undead spirit had been killed by the combined forces of the Xianxia tribe elites. The area was quiet once again. Thick Xianxia surged in from all directions and the area was once again shrouded in thick Xianxia. However, not long after, another terrifying roar broke the silence. Following this, rays of brilliant golden light were emitted as the 36 sets of evil-suppressing talismans were unleashed, encapsulating the first dead spirit, before the two sides engaged in an intense battle. After a while, the second undead spirit was also destroyed. Just like that, the same trick was repeated. One by one, the undead spirits were lured out and then killed. Soon, 4 undead spirits had died at the hands of the Xianxia tribe skyprides. The Xianxia tribe skyprides were excited. There were 6 undead spirits in total and they had already killed 4. There were 2 more to go. As long as they killed the last 2, they would be able to obtain 6 strands of Xianxia. Although there were more than 1,000 of them, 6 strands of Xianxia were not enough to go around. There would definitely be a fight. However, many a little makes a mickle. Moreover, there should be more Xianxia in the grave of 1,000 graves. They would search for more Xianxia in other places after they had collected all the Xianxia here. There were so many elites in the Xianxia tribe. Naturally, not all of them were qualified to take part in the Heavenly Soldier test. However, some of them were qualified to take part. Who could guarantee that they would not be part of that group? More than 1,000 elites of the Xianxia tribe hid behind a large tomb and waited quietly. Some of the Sun Moon tribe members had already entered to lure the undead spirits. Although dozens of Sun Moon tribe geniuses had been killed in the previous 4 attempts to attract the dead spirits, the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses did not dare to disobey. They had been set up with an evil array and if they dared to disobey, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Indeed, not long after, a terrifying roar could be heard from afar. It was getting closer and closer. However, the faces of the elites of the Xianxia tribe changed. This was because there was not 1 roar, but 2. It came from 2 different undead spirits. The remaining 2 undead spirits had been lured over. Damn it, why did I attract 2 dead souls at the same time? These trash from the Sun Moon tribe are courting death. Many Xianxia skyprides roared. However, when the dead spirits approached, they had no choice but to face them head-on. They flew out from behind the great tomb and stood in the air. With the evil-suppressing sigil as the core, they set up a formation. Roar, roar, two different roars came from the depths of the 9 graves, shaking the void. Then, the Xianxia tribesmen saw more than 10 Sun Moon tribe geniuses flying out in a panic. Roar! With a terrifying roar, a huge claw stretched out from the thick Xianxia and killed a genius of the Sun Moon tribe. Damn trash, I told you to lure one out, why did you lure 2 out? You guys, split up and lure one of them back in. Hurry! The Xianxias roared. However, the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe could not be bothered with them. Their eyes flashed viciously as they led the 2 terrifying dead spirits towards the geniuses of the Hag tribe. Damn it, you're all courting death. Attack! The Xianxia tribesmen roared. However, they could not care less about the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe. All the geniuses of the Xianxia tribe worked together and infused their divine force into the 36 evil suppressing sigil. The 36 evil suppressing sigil shone brightly and suppressed the 2 dead spirits. In an instant, the 2 dead spirits were surrounded by the 36 evil suppressing sigil. Roar, roar! The 2 dead spirits roared in anger as they attacked the evil suppressing sigil with thick Xianxia. Boom boom boom, the evil suppressing talisman trembled unceasingly. The 2 dead spirits were attacking at the same time. Some of the Xianxia geniuses who were only at the quasi-emperor level trembled violently and spat out blood. They could easily deal with 1 dead spirit, but it was difficult to deal with 2 of them at the same time. Block it. The dead spirits will be weakened by the evil suppressing sigil. Victory is ours. A Xianxia tribesman shouted. More than 1,000 Xianxia tribesmen gritted their teeth and infused their divine force into the 36 evil suppressing sigil to suppress the 2 dead spirits, slowly weakening their strength. The 2 dead spirits were also attacking wildly. After a while, some of the Xianxia tribesmen who were not strong enough were killed. However, the Xianxia tribesmen did not dare to relax. They gritted their teeth and held on. Once they relaxed, the 2 dead spirits would rush out and they would be in greater danger. There would be more casualties. At that moment, they hated the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses. They swore to themselves that after they killed the 2 dead spirits, they would make the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses suffer a fate worse than death. However, the remaining Sun Moon tribe geniuses did not run away. Instead, they stood not far away and looked coldly at the Xianxia tribesmen. Suddenly, swoosh swoosh swoosh, in another direction, a few figures flew over. There were at least a few hundred of them. They are here. The Sun Moon tribe geniuses smirked coldly. Oh no, it's the Sun Moon tribe. The Xianxia tribesmen also noticed the few hundred figures. They were the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe. The few hundred Sun Moon tribe geniuses glanced coldly at the Xianxia tribesmen and continued to fly towards the middle of the 9 graves. D***it, they are going to snatch the Haze Chi. D***it. The Xianxia tribesmen roared. However, they were held back by the 2 powerful dead spirits and could not be distracted. How dare you inform the other Sun Moon tribesmen? You are digging your own graves. The Xianxia tribesmen glared at the Sun Moon tribe geniuses and roared. So what if we die? But we will not die in vain. We will make the Xianxia tribesmen pay the price. The Sun Moon tribe geniuses sneered, their eyes filled with madness. As they spoke, the few hundred Sun Moon tribe geniuses were about to fly into the depths of the 9 graves. No, we cannot let them get the Haze Chi. We must kill the 2 dead spirits quickly. How can we kill the 2 dead spirits quickly? Explode the evil suppressing sigil. This is the only way. Quick! The Xianxia tribesmen quickly made up their minds. Although the evil suppressing sigil was precious, they had to give it up. Otherwise, the Sun Moon tribe would get the Haze Chi. Furthermore, the Sun Moon tribe would definitely attack them when they got the Haze Chi. They could not afford to be held back by the 2 dead spirits. Boom! One of the Xianxia tribesmen was very decisive and exploded the evil suppressing sigil. When the evil suppressing sigil exploded, it turned into a golden sun and pressed down on the 2 dead spirits. The entire area was filled with golden light. A set of exorcism runes exploded and dazzling golden light engulfed the 2 dead spirits like a golden ocean. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, sounds of corrosion could be heard and thick green smoke rose from the area. Roar! Roar! The 2 dead spirits let out terrifying roars and attacked with all their might. In the dazzling golden light, they could see two dead spirits with tattered bodies rushing out from inside. Although the self-destruction of a set of evil-suppressing talismans was incomparably terrifying, it did not completely obliterate the two dead spirits. However, the two dead spirits had also suffered heavy injuries. A large portion of their rotten flesh and bones had melted. Explode again. Another roar could be heard. Boom, another set of exorcism runes exploded and engulfed the two dead spirits. After two sets of exorcism runes exploded, the two dead spirits were severely injured. However, they were not completely destroyed. Then, the third set of exorcism runes exploded. This time, the two dead spirits were completely finished off. In the golden sea, they turned into ashes and dissipated. They had sacrificed 3 sets of exorcism runes to destroy the two dead spirits. However, the Xianxia tribesmen did not care about the pain. After killing the two dead spirits, they rushed to the center of the 9 graves. Kill the Sun Moon tribesmen. Kill. The Xianxia tribesmen roared and thousands of Xianxia tribe geniuses rushed to the center of the 9 graves. At that moment, Lu Ming moved. Now that the dead spirits had been killed, the Sun Moon tribe and the Xianxia tribe would fight for the Haze Qi. This was a good opportunity for him to take advantage of the chaos. When both sides took the Haze Qi and kept it, it would be difficult for him to get another Haze Qi. Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and rushed to the center of the 9 graves at a shocking speed. The 9 graves were connected and there was a circle in the middle. The Haze Qi was thick and the temperature was high. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw that the Sun Moon tribe and the Xianxia tribe were already engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Sun Moon tribe only had a few hundred people, which was less than the Xianxia tribe, the Sun Moon tribe members were all elites and were very strong. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce battle with the Xianxia tribe geniuses. The two sides fought fiercely and many people died. Lu Ming's gaze swept around rapidly and he immediately found his target. Among the places with strong sinister aura, there were 6 places that caught Lu Ming's attention. The Haze Qi in these 6 places was extremely thick and it was almost tangible. Haze Qi, there were 6 Haze Qi in these 6 places and it was just as the Xianxia tribesmen had said. The battle around these 6 places were also the most intense. Lu Ming carefully leaped toward the nearest place. Eh? When Lu Ming approached them, the Xianxia tribe and Sun Moon tribe members noticed him. The people on both sides were slightly taken aback, somewhat dumbfounded. They were from the Haze of the tribe and of the Haze Moon tribe, the Haze of the tribesmen of the tribe, Haze. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he seized the opportunity and dashed toward the sinister aura. You! How dare you target the Haze Qi? I will send you to hell. The Xianxia tribesmen of the two sides were enraged and they attacked Lu Ming. Rays of divine light almost engulfed Lu Ming. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lu Ming cast the great divine wind skill and flashed continuously, avoiding a portion of the attacks. The remaining attacks were deflected by the silver spear that Lu Ming transformed from Qiuqiu. Thereafter, Lu Ming dashed through and dashed into the thick sinister aura. Lu Ming found a Haze Qi in the thick Haze Qi. Lu Ming grabbed the Haze Qi in his hand. However, Lu Ming's face darkened in the next instant. It had no spirituality. This wisp of sinister aura was exactly the same as the wisp of sinister aura that Lu Ming had obtained previously. It was also a sinister aura without spirituality. What bad luck! Lu Ming muttered and his face darkened. Kill! Brat, hand over the Haze Qi. At that moment, the Xianxia tribesmen and the Sun Moon tribesmen had charged over. Both sides aimed their attacks at Lu Ming. Anyway, Lu Ming was a human and not a member of the Xianxia tribesmen. They would kill him first. You want the Haze Qi? Here. As Lu Ming dodged the attacks, he threw the Haze Qi in his hand out. When the Haze Qi flew out, the Xianxia tribesmen's eyes lit up. The Haze Qi is mine. It's mine. Go to hell. The elites of the two clans instantly abandoned Lu Ming and engaged in an intense fight over the sinister aura. Lu Ming took the opportunity to escape and tried to dash to the other side. However, not everyone was fooled by Lu Ming. Shush, a golden trident pierced toward Lu Ming. There was a gust of wind and a terrifying force blasted the space. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming glanced around and saw a genius from the Xianxia tribesmen charging towards him. He was a terrifying genius who had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer. Clang, Lu Ming waved his silver spear and blocked the trident's attack. With the help of the trident's attack, he retreated rapidly. The Xianxia tribesman was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack. Then, he continued to attack Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming throw out the sinister aura, he did not snatch it. This was because he had already guessed that the sinister aura thrown out by Lu Ming was most likely not up to standard and did not have spirituality. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you," Lu Ming hollered coldly. His silver spear pierced out. With a loud bang, it collided with the Xianxia clan's prodigy. Even though the Xianxia tribesman was strong and had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer, which was the same level as Qiu Qiu, he wasn't as strong as Qiu Qiu. He couldn't kill someone who was 2 levels higher than him. After that, Lu Ming didn't waste any time. His silhouette flickered and he moved towards the next Xianxia. Over there, the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe and the Xianxia tribesmen were fighting fiercely. Before Lu Ming could rush over, there was a roar coming from inside. "Xianxia that has no spirit. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Loud roars accompanied the sounds of battle. "Xianxia that has no spirit?" Lu Ming's face darkened. He turned around and moved towards the third Xianxia. This time, the battle was extremely fierce. The ground was covered with corpses of the geniuses of the 2 clans. Bastards of the Sun Moon tribe, die. The geniuses of the Xianxia tribesmen were extremely strong and they forced the Sun Moon tribesmen to retreat. Suddenly, a cold holy light flashed past. Then, one of the geniuses of the Xianxia tribesmen froze on the spot. Then, with a loud bang, he was smashed into pieces. Shush shush, the Sun Moon divine light flashed continuously and a few geniuses of the Xianxia tribesmen were killed. Not far away, a young man flew towards them. The young man was in a black robe and his face was cold. He looked a little pale and he had a feminine aura. He was surrounded by the Sun Moon Qi and his aura was extremely oppressive. "Xianxia tribe, go to hell." The genius of the Sun Moon tribe said coldly and attacked continuously. No one from the Xianxia tribe could stop him and they were killed one after another. "It's Yin Jiuling. One of the candidates of the Universe Genius list, Yin Jiuling, he is here too." There was a burst of exclamations from the Xianxia tribe and their voices were filled with horror. "One of the candidates of the Universe Genius list, no wonder he is so powerful." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the primitive universe, only 100 people were listed on the Universe Genius list. These 100 people were definitely the most powerful and each of them had unparalleled talent. Of course, there were also some people who were not listed on the Universe Genius list but had the talent to be listed on the Universe Genius list. These people were called the candidates of the Universe Genius list. These candidates did not care about cultivation but only about talent. These people had the potential to be listed on the Universe Genius list. For example, the top 5 on the top 100 quasi-emperors list were known as the candidates for the Universe Genius list. This was because their talents were shockingly high. It was just that their cultivation levels were not high enough. After a few years, they would have the possibility of making it to the Universe Genius list. There were many people who had this possibility in the universe. Lu Ming estimated that Xiao Wuji, who had turned into Blood Azura, and Ling Yue, who had evolved, had this talent but had not spread it out yet. The person in front of him, Yin Jiuling of the Sun Moon tribe, was one of them. He had the cultivation of the 2nd-level God Emperor realm but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Several geniuses of the 4th-level God Emperor realm were killed by him in seconds. Yin Jiuling's body was shrouded in Sun Moon divine light. Wherever he passed, the geniuses of the Xianxia tribe were killed by him one by one. Run! The remaining geniuses of the Xianxia tribe did not dare to compete with Yin Jiuling and ran away frantically. No one from the Xianxia tribe in this area dared to stay. Similarly, the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe did not dare to compete with Yin Jiuling for the Xianxia. When they saw Yin Jiuling coming, they kept retreating. Yin Jiuling waved his hand and caught the Xianxia in his hand. But immediately, he frowned and whispered, "It has no spirituality, useless." Although he said so, Yin Jiuling still kept the Xianxia. The Sun Moon tribe cultivated the path of extreme Yin. Even the Xianxia, which had no spirituality, was very useful to them. Lu Ming also retreated. He also didn't want to fight against Ying Jieling. This kind of genius had many trump cards, and it was very likely that he had a powerful weapon in his hand, which was very difficult to deal with. Lu Ming rushed to the fourth location. With Qiu Qiu's power, he easily killed his way through the crowd of the two major races and obtained the baleful Yin Qi. However, it still had no spirituality. What's going on? Logically speaking, with such dense Yin Qi, the baleful Yin Qi that was nurtured should possess spirituality. Why isn't there any spirituality? This time even Bone Devil felt strange. At this moment, the remaining 2 strands of baleful Yin energy were also obtained by others. However, they did not possess any intelligence. However, the prodigies of the 2 races were still engaged in a fierce battle. The Yiksha tribe dared to use the prodigies of the Sun Moon tribe as bait to lure the dead spirits. How could the Sun Moon tribe let it go? The battle between the 2 sides was very fierce. Lu Ming just wanted to take the opportunity to retreat. A terrifying Sun Moon divine light swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly blocked it with his silver long spear. Boom! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force coming towards him. His body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. Ying Jieling, in the process of Lu Ming retreating, he found that the one who attacked him was one of the candidates of the Universe Genius list, Ying Jieling. A human actually sneaked in and wanted to fish in troubled waters. If I let you leave, what would others think of me? Ying Jieling stepped on the air and said coldly. 2 strands of Sun Moon divine light were constantly rotating around his body. Swish! In the next moment, Ying Jieling flashed like a gust of wind and arrived in front of Lu Ming. 2 strands of Sun Moon divine light slashed towards Lu Ming like 2 divine swords. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. Forbidden power poured into the silver long spear and merged with Qiu Qiu's power. The silver long spear stabbed towards Ying Jieling. The silver long spear also had the power of the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique. Boom, the 2 attacks collided once again. However, the result was still that Lu Ming was no match for Ying Jieling. He retreated rapidly and the blood in his body kept rolling over and over. Ying Jieling was indeed one of the candidates of the Universe Genius list. His combat strength was too high. Although his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor realm, his combat strength was amazing. He was even stronger than Qiu Qiu and Jian Wushuang. Such combat strength was enough to cross 4 realms to kill an enemy. It was simply incredible and terrifying to cross 4 realms to kill an enemy at the Divine Emperor realm. This was the top genius of the entire primitive universe. He was almost standing at the top of all the geniuses. It was unimaginable in the Taishu dynasty or ordinary universe-level forces. In the Divine Emperor realm, it was already a genius among geniuses to be able to cross 1 realm to fight. It could only be said that the primitive universe was too big and there were too many geniuses. Therefore, the gap between geniuses was also extremely huge. However, Ying Jieling's face was extremely gloomy when he failed to kill Lu Ming in 1 move. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied. What a powerful metallic life form. I want this metallic life form. Ying Jieling was extremely overbearing. It was as if he had announced the ownership of Qiu Qiu. He controlled the Tai Yin divine light and rushed towards Lu Ming like a ray of light. He waved his palms and a terrifying palm force accompanied by the Tai Yin divine light bombarded towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void turned into chaos. Come on. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He went up and fought with Ying Jieling. He had the cooperation of Qiu Qiu and his strength was also very strong. Although he was at a disadvantage, it was not easy for Ying Jieling to defeat him completely. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Divine Origin Power Factor, 6 Awakenings, 5 shackles of the secret technique of origin have been severed, Lu Ming whispered, sighing in his heart. Ying Jieling was only at the 2nd layer of the Divine Emperor realm. It was really terrifying that he could do this. This was just the surface. In addition, the secret technique of physique and some other attacking means were also very terrifying. Together, these made Ying Jieling's terrifying combat strength. No one dared to get close to the battle between the 2. When they looked at Lu Ming, they were full of shock. Lu Ming was unexpectedly able to contend with Yin Jiuling. Although he relied on the metallic life form, it was still shocking enough. Boy, die, Tai Yin Divine Pagoda. Yin Jiuling had lost his patience. A black pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda exuded a terrifying aura. Then, rays of Tai Yin Divine Light spread out from the pagoda. A total of 12 rays of Tai Yin Divine Light shot towards Lu Ming. 12 Divine Yin lights flew out at once. Powerful weapon. Lu Ming's heart sank. A terrifying genius like Yin Jiuling indeed had a powerful weapon. This pagoda was Yin Jiuling's powerful weapon, and its power was extremely terrifying. The people of the Xianxia tribe saw this, and their faces changed drastically as they retreated frantically. Although the Xianxia tribe also had candidates for the Universe Talents list, they did not come here this time. No one here was Yin Jiuling's opponent. At this time, a bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Gale bead. He was no match for Yin Jiuling. After Yin Jiuling took out his powerful weapon, he definitely had to take out his powerful weapon to fight against Yin Jiuling. Otherwise, he would only die. Boom! Under the guidance of the Great God Wind technique, an amazing gale burst out from the gale bead and swept forward. Rumble! 12 divine Yin lights collided with the gale. A kind of extreme Yin force and a kind of extreme Yang force continued to collide and caused a big explosion. However, in the end, the gale was actually broken and a few rays of lunar divine light charged toward Lu Ming. Even though they were all great killing weapons, there were differences in power. At the same time, it was also related to the strength of the controller. The stronger the controller, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of the weapon could be. Yin Jiuling's cultivation was at the second level God Emperor realm, so he could control the weapon with greater power. Buzz! Lu Ming brandished the silver long spear. Many spear shadows appeared in the void and bombarded the lunar divine light. Eventually, the lunar divine light was blocked. However, Yin Jiuling's second wave of attack had arrived. Kill! Yin Jiuling shouted, and his body was filled with Tai Yin Qi. He had awakened 6 origin source divine power factors and injected it into the divine Yin pagoda. The divine Yin pagoda lit up and a terrifying aura burst out. Rays of divine light rushed out again. The other geniuses of the Sun tribe and the Xianxia tribe were alarmed by the battle between the two. They stopped and looked at Lu Ming and Yin Jiuling. Who is that human? He is so terrifying that he can compete with Yin Jiuling. Moreover, he is only at the quasi-emperor realm. On the side, many people were discussing in shock. Although Lu Ming relied on external forces, it was also a kind of strength to be able to rely on external forces. For example, ordinary people would not be able to wield all kinds of weapons of mass destruction. They would not be able to display their power. Those who could use them were monstrous geniuses. They did not recognize Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had changed his appearance and they did not know who Lu Ming was according to life origin aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of divine light of Yin charged toward Lu Ming, slashing through the void with terrifying power. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to guide the gale to fight back. Both sides collided fiercely. However, Lu Ming was still no match for the gale bead. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Swoosh swoosh, swoosh 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 ash 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 swoosh 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 ash ash. However, Yin Jiuling had already rushed over. The lunar divine pagoda launched the second wave of attack towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only use his strong gale pearl to defend himself. However, he had to block the remaining lunar divine light and wipe out the strong gale pearl. As a result, the strong gale pearl's power couldn't be fully unleashed. For a moment, Lu Ming fell into a passive position. My cultivation is still too weak. Lu Ming frowned. He was only at the quasi-emperor realm. His foundation was too weak to unleash the full power of the gale pearl. If he broke through to the godly emperor layer, even if he only had the first layer of the godly emperor layer, the power of the gale he could summon would increase dramatically. Defeating Yin Jiuling wouldn't be a problem. Now, he could only use the mysterious ice rod. Although with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to unleash even 1/10,000th of the obsidian staff's power, it was still more powerful than the gale pearl. In any case, no one recognized him. Even if he used the mysterious ice rod, no one would know that it was his. Most importantly, there were no seniors here. They were all young people, so they might not know how precious the mysterious ice rod was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming once again pulled out the cracks in the gale pearl. The wind roared and swept across the sky, shattering the void. The gale and the divine sunlight were constantly fighting against each other. At this time, the mysterious ice rod had already appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom, the mysterious ice rod rapidly grew in size, like a mountain, it exploded outwards. The remaining divine sunlight was directly destroyed by the mysterious ice rod. The mysterious ice rod continued to attack Yin Jiuling. There is one more thing, how is it possible? Yin Jiuling let out an incredible roar and retreated. At the same time, he activated the divine sun pagoda with all his strength, trying to resist the attack. However, he was still one step too late. The divine sunlight in the divine sun pagoda had not been activated and the mysterious ice rod was about to hit him. Yin Jiuling could only control the divine sun pagoda to block in front of him. Boom, the mysterious ice rod heavily bombarded the divine sun pagoda, bursting out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the divine sun pagoda flew back and hit Yin Jiuling. The 9 layers of body protection divine light on Yin Jiuling's body were directly shattered. He vomited blood and his body flew out. 2 great killing weapons? How can there be 2 great killing weapons? The geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe and the Xianxia tribe shouted in shock. It was already very terrifying for a person to be able to control a great killing weapon. The conditions were very harsh and it was impossible for one to do so unless one was a top genius. Moreover, the more great killing weapons one had, the better it was. It also depended on whether one could exert the power of the great killing weapon. If one could not exert the power, it would be useless no matter how many great killing weapons one had. Lu Ming had a forbidden body. Even if he controlled a few great killing weapons, he could still exert a few moves. After Lu Ming injured Yin Jiuling, he continued to attack Yin Jiuling with the mysterious ice rod in his hand. Yin Jiuling's eyes were filled with horror and he roared, "Brat, I will take revenge sooner or later." As soon as his voice fell, Yin Jiuling was wrapped in the sun moon divine light and turned into a ray of light, leaving the place quickly. Lu Ming wanted to chase after him, but he found that Yin Jiuling's speed was very fast. He was really like a ray of light and Lu Ming could not catch up with him. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. If he had the cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely not be slower than Yin Jiuling with the great God Wind skill. Now, he could only watch Yin Jiuling escape. After Yin Jiuling escaped, Lu Ming put away the mysterious ice rod and his figure flickered, leaving the place. No one dared to stop Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, they would be killed if they went up against him. There is still no evil Yin Qi. What's going on? After leaving the place where the 9 graves were connected, Lu Ming frowned. Even Guemo found it strange. Logically speaking, the layout of the 9 graves should be able to breed evil Yin Qi with spirituality. But in the end, the 6 evil Yin Qi did not have spirituality. Do I really have to attack those terrifying tombs? Lu Ming muttered and felt a headache. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head. It was impossible to attack such a large tomb. The dead spirits in the tomb were extremely terrifying. Going there would be suicide. Even the Xianxia tribe and Sun Moon tribe did not dare to go, even though they had so many evil suppressing seals. Guemo, where did you hide the ancient secret skill? Is it possible for the Haze Qi to be born there? Lu Ming asked Guemo. He planned to obtain the 3,000 ancient secret skills first before looking for the Haze Qi. That place is in the core of the myriad burial grounds. It is in a large tomb. That tomb is the Emperor's tomb. Guemo said. Emperor's tomb, hive. Lu Ming almost cursed. The so-called Emperor's tomb was the Emperor of the tombs. It was located above all the tombs and the living beings buried there were definitely the most terrifying. In that case, how terrifying would the dead spirits that evolved from those living beings be? Wouldn't Lu Ming be courting death if he went there? If Guemo hid the ancient secret skill there, how could he get it? Don't worry. Since I called you here, I'm sure you can get it. Although there is a peerless Almighty buried in the Emperor's tomb, that Almighty didn't turn into a dead spirit after his death. Turning into a dead spirit depends entirely on luck. It doesn't mean that the more powerful you are, the more you can turn into a dead spirit. Guemo explained. so it did not turn into a dead spirit. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, Guillermo changed his tone and said, however, there are many small tombs around the emperor's tomb to protect it. Many of these small tombs have turned into dead spirits. If you want to enter the emperor's tomb, you have to go through these small tombs. Furthermore, the haze chi there is extremely dense. There is a high chance that the haze chi will be born there. Lu Ming immediately decided to head to the emperor's tomb. He could obtain the ancient secret skill and search for the haze chi with spirit. Following Gumo's instructions, Lu Ming headed towards the emperor's tomb. The imperial tomb was at the core of the myriad tombs, where the yin energy was the densest. However, Lu Ming had the power of the taboo and was able to resist the attack of the sinister aura. Along the way, Lu Ming avoided the terrifying tombs as well as the geniuses of the Sun Moon tribe and the Xianxia tribe. A few hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a vast land. This region was very strange. From a distance, it was possible to see an incomparably majestic mountain up ahead. However, it was not a mountain, but rather, an enormous necropolis. An enormous necropolis, larger than any of the other necropolises Lu Ming had seen along the way. Surrounding the large tomb were smaller tombs. These smaller tombs were like guards. Actually, he was not wrong. The creatures buried in these small tombs were indeed the guards of the terrifying existence in the emperor's tomb. When that terrifying existence was buried, he had killed a group of guards and used them as his tomb guards. Hoo-hoo, the yin energy was rolling and it was even colder than ice. Lu Ming had to cross the tombs of the guards to enter the emperor's tomb. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the thick yin energy was broken. Roar, suddenly, a terrifying roar could be heard. A figure dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Then, a terrifying roar was heard. A blade light broke through the yin energy and slashed towards Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swept the silver spear in his hand towards the blade light. Since arriving here, Lu Ming had Xiao turn into an armor to cover his body. He was fully armed and ready for battle. Boom, the blade light slashed the silver spear. The silver spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was pushed back tens of thousands of meters. He felt his blood boiling and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw what the existence that had attacked him looked like. It was an existence with a human body and a crocodile head. It was more than 3 meters tall and wore tattered iron armor. It held a thick saber in its hand and yin energy soared to the sky. This was an undead spirit and it was extremely powerful. Bang, the undead spirit with a human body and a crocodile head stomped heavily on the ground. Its body was like a small mountain as it smashed towards Lu Ming. The heavy saber slashed down at Lu Ming's head. The space was directly split into 2 halves. At this time, Lu Ming did not wave the silver spear to block. In Lu Ming's left hand, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Then, 16 golden runes flew out. Lu Ming took out the evil suppression rune. The evil suppression rune was undoubtedly the most effective way to deal with undead spirits. It saved him a lot of trouble and effort. Under the dazzling golden light, the crocodile head stone spirit could not help but stop. Its body made a sizzling sound and emitted bursts of black smoke. Roar! Roar! The crocodile head stone spirit kept roaring as its body kept retreating. Suppress! Lu Ming poured in the forbidden energy with all his might. The forbidden energy was too advanced. After it was poured into the evil suppression rune, the golden light of the evil suppression rune was extremely dazzling. It was as if dozens of Xianxias were controlling it at the same time. Chi-chi, the crocodile head undead spirit's body was constantly corroded and its aura was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, it let out an unwilling roar and turned around to run. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After the undead spirit escaped, Lu Ming immediately put away the evil suppression rune. After all, constantly controlling the evil suppression rune like this consumed a lot of energy. Lu Ming continued to fly towards the emperor's tomb. However, not long after, another undead spirit attacked him. This time, several undead spirits attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Moreover, these undead spirits seemed to belong to the same race. They were the same as the undead spirit that Lu Ming had encountered before. They also had a human body and a crocodile head. They wore tattered iron armor and held a fixed saber. Lu Ming wouldn't fight these undead spirits head-on. He took out the evil suppression rune and scared the undead spirits away. After that, Lu Ming encountered more than 10 undead spirits. All of them were scared away by the evil suppression rune. Finally, Lu Ming arrived at the emperor's tomb. Something's not right. Someone went in first. The door of the tomb is open. Bone Demon shouted. Lu Ming took a look. Indeed, the tombstone of the great tomb had been moved aside by a crack. Are you sure it was sealed before? Lu Ming asked. Of course, there's no mistake. Someone must have gone in first. Kid, go in quickly and stop them. Bone Demon shouted. Whoosh, before Bone Demon could finish his words, Lu Ming had already rushed out. In the next moment, Lu Ming had already rushed into the great tomb. In the emperor's tomb, the yin qi was so dense that it almost materialized. Lu Ming wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. With such a dense yin qi, the chances of yin qi with spirituality were much higher. The emperor's tomb was very spacious. There was a passage that led straight ahead. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings. His figure was like a gust of wind as he rushed forward along the passage. All of a sudden, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks as he sensed a terrifying sense of danger. In the next moment, a huge pressure surged toward him from the front. A terrifying force suddenly appeared in the tomb of the emperor and surged toward Lu Ming. Without thinking, Lu Ming raised his silver spear diagonally. Like a silver rainbow, it pierced through the void and pierced toward that force. Boom, the two powerful forces collided with each other. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated and hit the wall of the imperial tomb. He felt that several of his bones were broken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before Lu Ming could react, a figure had already rushed towards Lu Ming. It's him, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised because the person who attacked him was actually Yin Jiuling. However, Yin Jiuling didn't seem to be in the right state at the moment. Yin Jiuling's body was full of Yin evil qi. His eyes were dark and there was no white in them, like two dark vortexes. His face was distorted and he looked very ferocious. Roar, Yin Jiuling roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. He clawed continuously with his hands and the space exploded, making a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and took out the gale pearl. Suddenly, the wind whistled and a terrifying and scorching gale swept out. The scorching gale broke through the Yin qi and rushed towards Yin Jiuling. Boom! Boom! Yin Jiuling's claws grabbed the gale and there was a violent explosion. For a time, the gale was about to be broken. So strong, Lu Ming was shocked. He found that Yin Jiuling's strength was much stronger than when he fought with him before. Because at this moment, Yin Jiuling didn't use the Divine Yin Pagoda at all. He didn't use the Divine Yin Pagoda at all. Without using the Divine Yin Pagoda, he could actually compete with the gale head-on. Such strength was terrifying. In just a few hours, how could Yin Jiuling's strength have improved so much? Lu Ming could feel that Yin Jiuling's cultivation hadn't improved and he was still at the second layer of the Divine Emperor realm. His cultivation hadn't improved but his combat strength had skyrocketed. That's not right. This guy's body has been possessed by a strand of baleful Yin qi. Guillemot said. What? He has been possessed by the baleful Yin qi. How is that possible? Lu Ming was bewildered. What's impossible? When the baleful Yin qi has spirituality, it goes one step further and gives birth to intelligence. It will be very terrifying and become a strange life form that can seize other creatures and attach itself to other creatures. Obviously, this Yin Jiuling was seized by a wisp of baleful Yin qi that gave birth to intelligence. This kid is completely finished. Guillemot said. Lu Ming was really shocked. Who would have thought that on top of the baleful Yin qi that had spirituality, there was also the baleful Yin qi that had intelligence. It was extremely terrifying and could actually possess other living beings. Obviously, a wisp of Yin evil qi with intelligence was born in this emperor's tomb. Yin Jiuling broke in first and was taken over by the Yin evil qi. No wonder he became so crazy and was full of Yin evil qi. Boom! Boom, Yin Jiuling was extremely crazy, roaring constantly and bombarding wildly. In the end, he actually completely blocked the gale that Lu Ming pulled out. Then he roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to pull out the gale in the gale bead and attacked Yin Jiuling, blocking Yin Jiuling. Then, bringing the baleful Yin Qi with intelligence to the heavenly palace should be qualified, right? Lu Ming muttered. Of course, it's a higher level. How can it not be qualified? Moreover, you have to deal with this Yin Jiuling. Guemo said. Why? Lu Ming was curious. Why did he have to deal with him? At most, he could go to other places to find the baleful Yin Qi with intelligence. Because the ancient secret technique and other demon Dao secret techniques that I left behind are already in his body. Guemo said. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Because I used to seal the ancient secret technique and some ordinary demon Dao secret techniques in a bone bead. Now, I can clearly sense that this bone bead is in Yin Jiuling's body. Guemo continued to explain. Lu Ming understood. It turned out that he was one step behind and Yin Jiuling had obtained the secret skill left behind by Bone Demon. Then, Yin Jiuling really deserved to die. Evil beast, give me your life. Lu Ming shouted, crazily pulling the power of the gale bead. At the same time, a long staff appeared in his right hand. Xian Ice Staff, boom, the Xian Ice Staff with a violent aura crushed towards Yin Jiuling. Boom, Yin Jiuling was directly hit by the Xian Ice Staff. He roared and retreated, coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood. The baleful Yin Qi on his body was constantly flickering. However, Yin Jiuling was fine and resisted the attack of the Xian Ice Staff. Because the rich baleful Yin Qi between heaven and earth was constantly gathering towards Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling's aura became stronger again. Roar, Yin Jiuling roared like a mad beast. The baleful Yin Qi between heaven and earth, like waves, was attracted by him and turned into violent energy, surging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was a little dignified. Yin Jiuling never used the Lunar Divine Tower. Lu Ming estimated that after Yin Jiuling was seized by the baleful Yin Qi, he could no longer use the Lunar Divine Tower. Such a great weapon had spirituality and could recognize people. After being seized, it was equivalent to not being Yin Jiuling anymore. However, he did not use his great weapon. This was the land of thousands tombs, the Emperor's tomb, a place where baleful Yin Qi was born. Yin Jiuling had a unique advantage here. He could erupt with powerful strength and was extremely difficult to kill. Just now, he was hit by the Xian Ice Staff but he was still fine, which showed how terrifying it was. Lu Ming controlled two great weapons at the same time. It would not take long at all. Could he really kill Yin Jiuling? Lu Ming was not sure and could only go all out. Boom! Boom! The power of the two great weapons erupted. First, the strong wind in the gale bead blocked the attack of Yin Jiuling. Then, the Xian Ice Staff broke through the layers and bombarded Yin Jiuling's body. Yin Jiuling was blasted out and hit the wall. The baleful Yin Qi on his body trembled and his aura withered. However, the surrounding baleful Yin Qi continued to gather towards Yin Jiuling. His injuries were healed in an instant and his aura was even more terrifying. How can I fight this? Lu Ming was speechless. Boy, are you stupid? Use the evil suppression rune. Bone Demon reminded. Yes. Lu Ming wanted to slap himself. He was completely stunned just now and forgot to use the evil suppression rune. The baleful Yin Qi was similar to the dead spirit after all. The evil suppression rune could completely restrain it. With a thought, a set of evil suppression rune flew out, exuding a golden light and pressed against Yin Jiuling. Chi! Yin Jiuling kept roaring, black smoke rose from his body. In his dark eye sockets, there was fear and his figure retreated. Lu Ming used the evil subduing rune to repel Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling retreated and then turned to run. Want to leave? Stay! Lu Ming shouted and chased after Yin Jiuling. However, Yin Jiuling was very fast, and while running, he controlled the Yin Qi to rush towards Lu Ming. In the Emperor's tomb, the Yin Qi was too dense, like a Yin Qi storm, completely blocking Lu Ming's vision. When Lu Ming broke through a few waves of Yin Qi, he had already lost track of Yin Jiuling. Damn it! Lu Ming was very unhappy. This time in the land of thousands of tombs, he didn't get the ancient secret technique and demon Dao secret technique left by Bone Demon, nor did he get the spiritual Yin Qi. It was the first time Lu Ming entered a place without any gains. This guy can't run away. He has my bone bead on him, I can sense his approximate location. Bone Demon said. Is he still in the Emperor's tomb? Take me there. Lu Ming said. No, he has left the Emperor's tomb. I don't think he will stay in the land of thousands of tombs. Bone Demon said. Won't stay in the land of thousands of tombs? Why? Lu Ming asked. That's because the baleful Yin Qi has gained sentience and possessed other living beings. It will constantly devour other baleful Yin Qi to strengthen itself, especially the baleful Yin Qi with sentience. So, there are no other spiritual Yin Qi in the land of thousands of tombs. I guess they were all devoured by this wisp of Yin Qi. That's why it is so powerful. Next, if he wants to devour other Yin Qi, he will have to go to other places with dense Yin Qi. Naturally, he will have to leave the land of thousands of tombs. I can sense that he is quickly heading towards the periphery of the land of thousands of tombs, Bone Demon quickly explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded, his face a little gloomy. It wasn't that there was no spiritual Yin Qi in the land of thousands of tombs, but it had been devoured by this wisp of Yin Qi. Where is he? Let's chase him. Lu Ming said. If it was just Yin Qi, Lu Ming didn't care. At most, he would look for another place. But there was an ancient secret technique on the other party, Lu Ming must get it. Cultivating the forbidden physique, he couldn't comprehend the origin secret technique. So, the 3,000 ancient secret techniques were his strongest offensive means. Each one of them was precious. Furthermore, if he wanted to walk the path of the strongest in the future, all sorts of secret arts would be his foundation, especially the 3,000 ancient secret arts. The more, it would be more beneficial for him in the future. Under the guidance of Bone's guidance, Ming chased after him. With the help of the great god Win's skill, Lu Ming was like a wisp of green smoke. His speed was astonishing. Ordinary people would not be able to catch sight of him. However, Yin Jioling's speed was not slower than him. When Lu Ming reached the edge of the land of thousands of tombs, Bone told him that Yin Jioling had entered the vast starry sky. Lu Ming couldn't rush out because the two races were blocking him. However, Bone Demon had left more than one teleportation formation here. Lu Ming found a new teleportation formation and left the land of thousands of tombs. Then, he activated the teleportation formation on his body and traveled through the void. With their current cultivation, their speed was too fast. Countless planets and the boundless starry sky were left behind by them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Dark Pit Demon Mountain was a huge mountain that was suspended in the starry sky. This Dark Pit Demon Mountain was also a place of extreme Yin. In the chaotic universe, it was more famous than the land of thousands of tombs because it was a famous forbidden area in the chaotic universe. Of course, it wasn't too dangerous during normal times. Once the Yin Qi erupted, this place would completely turn into a land of death. No one could get close to it. Even the big shots above the Divine Emperor realm would die if they came. Of course, during this period of time, it was not the time for the Yin Qi to erupt. Therefore, during this period, many people came here. They were all here to search for baleful Yin Qi with spirituality. There was no doubt that the Dark Pit Demon Mountain would produce a lot of Yin Qi. On the huge Demon Mountain, people could be seen flashing by from time to time. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the Demon Mountain. This person was full of strong Yin Qi and his face was ferocious. It was Yin Jioling. Mine, it's all mine, no one can take it away. Yin Jioling roared and rushed into the Dark Pit Demon Mountain like a bolt of lightning. After a few breaths, he suddenly appeared in front of a young man. This young man had the cultivation of the third Divine Emperor realm and was very powerful. He was definitely a top genius. However, when he saw Yin Jioling, he was shocked. You're Yin Jioling? The young man was shocked. These candidates of the Universe Young Geniuses list were very famous. Their portraits could be seen in the dreamy divine jade, so they were easy to recognize. Evil Yin Qi, it's mine, go to hell. Yin Jioling roared. His murderous intent was extremely strong. He suddenly charged at the young man. His sharp claws were as sharp as blades, wrapped in dense qi. Jiaoling, you're crazy. The young man was shocked and hurriedly defended himself. However, although his cultivation level was one level higher than Jiaoling's, the difference in battle strength was huge. He could only block one attack, but his forehead was pierced by Jiaoling's claws and he died on the spot. Jiaoling moved his hand and a storage ring appeared. Then, a black qi flew out of the storage ring. It was the evil qi. Furthermore, this baleful qi seemed to be alive. It was like a small snake that was constantly twisting. This was a wisp of baleful qi that had its own consciousness. It's the evil qi with intelligence, haha, it's mine. It's mine. At this moment, a few people passed by and saw the evil qi. They looked greedy, but when they got close, they suddenly stopped and exclaimed. It's Jiaoling. One of the candidates of the Universe Genius list. Several people exclaimed and showed great fear. However, it was too late for them to stop. Because Jiaoling had already attacked them. A few screams resounded and these people were killed by Jiaoling one after another. Then, Jiaoling opened his mouth and sucked this wisp of evil qi into his mouth. Suddenly, the evil qi on Jiaoling's body trembled and became extremely rich. His aura also increased by a level. Roar, Jiaoling roared excitedly and glanced at the peak of the dark pit demon mountain. Then, he turned into a rainbow light and rushed to the peak of the mountain. This is Jiaoling? Why does he have such rich evil qi? Could it be that he has more than one wisp of evil qi? No matter who he is, let's kill him first. On the dark pit demon mountain, there were ruthless people from various races. Some of them were not afraid of the Sun Moon tribe at all and directly attacked Jiaoling. However, Jiaoling was extremely evil and powerful. Those who attacked him were all killed by him, leaving a ground full of corpses. The others were shocked and did not dare to attack Jiaoling. Jiaoling is going to rush to the top of the dark pit demon mountain. Is his target the pit? However, ordinary people can't get close to the pit at all. Only peerless geniuses can't get close. However, with Jiaoling's talent, he can definitely reach the top of the mountain. However, the 8 positions near the pit have been occupied by others. If Jiaoling wants a position, there will definitely be a fierce battle and a peak battle will break out. Let's go and have a look. These people didn't dare to get close to Jiaoling. They followed Jiaoling from afar, heading towards the top of the dark pit demon mountain. At the same time, the news quickly spread out. On the dark pit demon mountain, many creatures gathered around and followed Jiaoling from afar, heading towards the top of the demon mountain. However, when they were close to the top of the mountain, they had to stop and look. Because, in the pit at the top of the mountain, there would be a terrifying demonic sound of death. This demonic sound was very terrifying and could kill people silently. Moreover, this demonic sound of death would adjust the intensity according to the cultivation base. The lower the cultivation base, the lower the impact of the demonic sound of death. The higher the cultivation base, the higher the impact of the demonic sound of death. If one wanted to reach the top of the dark pit demon mountain, no matter what kind of cultivation base one had, it was useless. One must have peerless talent and invincible combat strength to reach the top. As long as one's talent was high enough, one could reach the top. Even with a low cultivation base. If one's talent wasn't high enough, one couldn't reach the top no matter how high one's cultivation base was. These people were searching at the bottom of the dark pit demon mountain because they couldn't reach the top. If they could reach the top, they would have done so long ago. Because at the top of the demon mountain, in the pit, there would be spiritual qi rushing out. There was no need to look for it at all. They just had to wait there. Sometimes, there would even be other extreme treasures rushing out. However, all the positions near the sinkhole were occupied by people. If Jiaoling went up, there would definitely be a battle. These people stopped and watched from afar. They could clearly see that there was a huge pit at the top of the mountain. In each of the 8 directions of the pit, there was a living being. These living beings were either standing or sitting. Their eyes were bright as they stared at the pit, as if waiting for something. Jiaoling didn't stop at all. He kept moving forward, heading towards the top of the mountain. His speed was extremely fast, and he did not stop at all. He only slowed down when he neared the top of the mountain. When Yin Jiuling was climbing the mountain, the 8 creatures around the pit also looked at Yin Jiuling. At the same time, they also recognized Yin Jiuling. Some were expressionless, while others frowned. Especially in front of Yin Jiuling, there was a young man about 30 years old. He was burly and more than 6 meters tall. His real body was a gigantic ape, and he was also a terrifying genius. His name was Korean, and he had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. He looked at Yin Jiuling, who was coming up with a dignified expression, but he was not afraid. Yin Jiuling, this place has been occupied by me, you can leave now. The giant ape youth said. Those who block me shall die. Yin Jiuling roared, and the dark yin qi in his body kept rolling. The 8 creatures on the top of the mountain were puzzled. Why was Yin Jiuling's dark yin qi so dense? Did he already have dark yin qi? But if he already had dark yin qi, why did he still come here? Yin Jiuling, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. You're a candidate for the universe's young geniuses list, hee, I'd like to meet you. Korean said coldly, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He was also a peerless genius, and he had always been conceited. He had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, which was 2 layers higher than Yin Jiuling. He did not believe that Yin Jiuling was stronger than him. Die! Yin Jiuling roared, and his sharp claws broke through the air, trying to grab Korean's head. Korean shouted, and a terrifying qi burst out. His muscles bulged, and an iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod whistled and attacked Yin Jiuling. Boom, their attacks collided, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. But at the next moment, Korean's expression changed drastically, and he was pushed back, his muscles were trembling. Swoosh, Yin Jiuling's attack was endless, constantly bursting out, tearing the void apart. The sky was full of sharp claws condensed by Yin Qi, and there were at least hundreds of them, grabbing towards Coriander. Coriander roared, and his divine power erupted. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light, and a giant ape covered in golden fur appeared. It held a golden staff in its hand, and it swept through the army. That giant golden ape was Korean's original secret technique. Rumble, there was a big explosion, and the qi was rolling wildly. However, it was blocked by an invisible force, and the qi couldn't go more than 100 meters away. Once it was 100 meters away, it automatically disappeared. After a series of exchanges, Korean was pushed back again, and he was completely suppressed. There were several wounds on his body, and his bones were bleeding. He was no match for Yin Jiuling at all. Not only him, but even the people around him were in disbelief. Korean was not an ordinary person. He was a peerless genius, but he was no match for Yin Jiuling even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Moreover, Yin Jiuling didn't use any powerful weapon, and he was completely relying on his own strength. What they didn't know was that Yin Jiuling was no longer Yin Jiuling at this moment, but he was possessed by Yin Qi. His current combat strength was stronger than Yin Jiuling's previous strength. What's more, the Yin Qi in the Dark Pit Demon Mountain was extremely rich, and Yin Jiuling's strength was also enhanced. Therefore, Korean was still no match for Yin Jiuling even though his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Roar, Yin Jiuling became crazier as he fought. The surrounding Yin Qi was driven by him, and it turned into a terrifying attack. It was like a storm, and it was constantly pouring towards Korean. After a few more moves, there were a few more wounds on Korean's body. One of the wounds almost split his body in half. Korean was seriously injured, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. He was no match for Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling, brother Yin, I admit defeat. I don't want this position anymore. I will give it to you. Korean shouted and directly admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger. However, Yin Jiuling didn't care about him at all, and his attacks became more and more violent. Puff, blood spurted out, and Korean's burly body was directly torn in half by Yin Jiuling's claw. Korean was not dead yet, and his eyes were full of horror. He desperately screamed and begged for mercy, but it was useless. Yin Jiuling's claw directly crushed Korean's head. Korean was dead. Around the dark pit, there were a few people who were frightened. But there were also people who showed a strong fighting intent. For example, One of them was a young man who was more than 2 meters tall, wearing a purple armor. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his fighting intent was extremely strong. However, Yin Jiuling didn't intend to continue the battle. After killing Coriander, he took a few steps and came to the side of the pit. Then, he jumped directly into the pit and disappeared. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Yin Jiuling jumped directly into the pit. Was he looking for death? The pit was very dangerous. The Dark Pit Demon Mountain was a famous forbidden area in the primitive universe because of the pit. No one knew what was in the pit. No one knew how the pit was formed. They only knew that it was very terrifying and dangerous. In history, some powerful cultivators had entered the pit and wanted to explore it, but in the end they didn't come out. None of the people who had entered the pit had ever come back out. But Yin Jiuling jumped into the pit himself. Wasn't he looking for death? At this time, Lu Ming also arrived at the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. The Bone Demon sensed that Yin Jiuling was at the top of the mountain. Lu Ming rushed to the top of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. When he was halfway there, he saw Yin Jiuling killing Coriander and then jumping into the pit. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. The ancient secret skill was still in Yin Jiuling's body. Lu Ming was a little anxious and exerted his speed to the extreme. However, those who were watching in front of him blocked his way. Go away! Lu Ming hollered. His figure did not stop. He dashed toward the crowd, bringing about a violent airwave. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to go away? Go away yourself. Someone saw that Lu Ming, who was just a quasi-emperor, was so arrogant. He was instantly displeased and wanted to give Lu Ming a slap. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch. The person screamed and was sent flying, vomiting blood. The others were shocked. The person who had attacked Lu Ming just now was at the second Divine Emperor realm. However, he was not Lu Ming's match and was injured by Lu Ming's punch. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Another monstrous genius wanted to climb the mountain. The surrounding people couldn't help but make way for him. It wasn't that they were afraid of Lu Ming. Among them, there were people with extremely high cultivation bases who weren't afraid of Lu Ming at all. They were just curious and wanted to see if Lu Ming could withstand the demonic tune of death and reach the peak. After reaching the top of the mountain, would he be able to compete with the remaining 7 people? This was what they wanted to see. Therefore, Lu Ming quickly stepped into the area enveloped by the demonic tune of death. When Lu Ming stepped into the area, a cacophony of voices rushed into Lu Ming's ears. This voice was mournful, disorderly, sharp, crazy. It was hard to describe the specific emotion, but it contained many different emotions. This kind of voice could drive people crazy. Those who were not mentally strong would instantly go crazy. Lu Ming's state of mind was extremely firm. His mind was empty of other things. He allowed these voices to enter his ears without any ripples in his heart. His speed almost did not decrease as he rushed towards the top of the mountain. However, the closer he got to the top of the mountain, the more terrifying the demonic tune was. In the end, the voice contained a terrifying energy attack. The cells in Lu Ming's body trembled, and the forbidden force spread all over his body, blocking the energy in the demonic tune of death. In the end, Lu Ming set foot on the top of the mountain, standing at the place where Coriander stood just now. Standing on the top of the mountain, there was a large pit in front of him. It was actually a cave, dark and unfathomable. Dancing qi continued to seep out from the pit. Just one look at it was enough to make one feel a sense of terror in their hearts. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Yin Jiuling jumped into the pit. He couldn't follow him down, for the sake of an ancient secret technique. However, since he was here, Lu Ming decided to wait until he got a wisp of spiritual yin qi before leaving. On the top of the mountain, the other 7 people also looked at Lu Ming curiously. They had never seen such a young man with a quasi-emperor cultivation base, so they were naturally a little curious. Interesting, among them, there was a young man in purple armor with a head full of purple hair. He stared at Lu Ming, revealing a raging battle intent. Suddenly, he stepped out, and in a few flashes, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura pressed towards Lu Ming. Battle God Yuanwen is going to make a move. They are both quasi-emperors, he must be itching for a fight. Battle God Yuan Wen is almost invincible in the same realm. Now that he saw an unfamiliar quasi-emperor genius, it would be strange if he didn't make a move. There were bursts of exclamations all around. Battle God Yuan Wen. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and battle intent involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This was the battle intent that was involuntarily aroused when encountering a powerful opponent. Because Battle God Yuan Wen was worthy of Lu Ming's battle intent, although the Battle God Yuan Wen was only a quasi-emperor. However, Battle God Yuan Wen was too famous, the first in the top 100 quasi-emperor list. He was a peerless genius of the Battle Saint tribe, one of the top 10 tribes. He was known as the #1 talent of the Battle Saint tribe. He had always been invincible in the same realm. No one was a match for him. Without a doubt, he was also one of the candidates of the Universe Prodigy list. Although he hadn't broken through to the Godly Emperor realm, no one doubted whether he could break through to the Godly Emperor realm. Breaking through to the Godly Emperor realm was a certainty. Even entering the Universe Prodigy list in the future was also a certainty. It was also very likely that he would enter the top 10. Although such a character was only a quasi-emperor, his name had already shaken the universe. Lu Ming had also heard of him long ago. In the face of such a character, Lu Ming's battle intent was also ignited. Battle God Yuan Wen could be said to be standing at the peak of the quasi-emperors in the entire primitive universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 quasi-emperor expert. Lu Ming wanted to know if his forbidden body was stronger or if Battle God Yuan Wen was stronger. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body and collided with Battle God Yuan Wen's aura. The void trembled violently. The void was compressed by a terrifying force, distorting and shattering it. Interesting, interesting. I can feel that you are very strong. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the primitive universe. There is actually someone like you among the quasi-emperors. Good, very good. Battle God Yuan Wen nodded repeatedly, revealing a look of excitement. The Battle Saint tribe was a battle maniac. They loved to fight big battles and also loved to find other geniuses to fight. Battle God Yuan Wen was even more battle-hungry than ordinary Battle Saint tribe members. I have heard of your name. Battle God Yuan Wen, you are said to be invincible among those of the same realm. Coincidentally, I have never met a worthy opponent among those of the same realm. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Ming said. The cells in his body trembled slightly. Lu Ming was speaking the truth. However, in the ears of others, Lu Ming was too arrogant. What big words. Do you think you are invincible after reaching the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain? Do you think you are invincible among those of the same realm? Someone sneered and mocked. Lu Ming's words attracted a lot of ridicule. They thought that Lu Ming was too arrogant to compare himself to the Battle God Yuan Wen. He even faintly did not put the Battle God Yuan Wen in his eyes. He was too arrogant. In the universe, at least so far, among the quasi-emperors, there was no one who was qualified to talk to the Battle God Yuan Wen like this. Lu Ming ignored the ridicule of others. His attention was all on the Battle God Yuan Wen. Before the fight even started, the Battle God Yuan Wen had already brought some pressure to him. Lu Ming had never encountered this before. Ha ha ha, I hope your strength is as strong as your confidence. I also want to say something in your words, that is, I hope you won't let me down. The Battle God Yuan Wen laughed. As soon as his voice fell, his aura had reached its peak. Boom, the Battle God Yuan Wen suddenly took a step forward. The ground roared. His person was like a mountain, rushing towards Lu Ming. He threw out a punch. The purple divine power boiled and turned into a terrifying fist energy, crushing towards Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming let out a long howl and similarly threw a punch. Lu Ming did not borrow the power of Qiuqiu. It was all his own power. The opponent was at the same level as him. If he borrowed the power of Qiuqiu, he would not be able to survive. His belief of being invincible would be shaken. Boom, the two terrifying fist energies collided in the air, causing the void to tremble. The middle of the collision turned into chaos. The fist energy was like a wave, sweeping in all directions. However, it dissipated into nothingness 100 meters away. Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuan Wen retreated at the same time. Good, good. I won't test you anymore. Take this, Battle 18 strikes. The battle god Yuanwen roared. His figure flashed and struck out. The space collapsed. He used a terrifying secret technique, bursting out a terrifying killing power, and attacked Lu Ming. The destructive power surged towards Lu Ming like a tide. Great divine wind technique, great shattering technique, Lu Ming's heart moved. The two ancient secret techniques were activated. He attacked continuously, causing a hideous crack to appear in the void. The two figures were like two planets, colliding fiercely. All kinds of attacking techniques clashed continuously. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, between heaven and earth, there was a violent roar. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, but it was difficult to determine the victor. Impressive, impressive, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At this moment, he had already activated the battle symbol formula to increase his combat power by 5 times, but he still couldn't do anything to battle god Yuanwen. The battle god Yuanwen also had a terrifying secret art. It was an innate secret art of the Battle Saint tribe and was able to erupt forth with combat prowess several times stronger than before. It was somewhat similar to the battle character art. This was Lu Ming's first time encountering such a powerful genius in a battle of the same level. 6 times, Lu Ming bellowed in his heart. The fight incantation had increased his combat ability by 6 times. His combat ability had increased by a notch in an instant. Haha, impressive. Attack. The battle god Yuanwen was even more excited. His attacks suddenly changed. They were incomparably sharp and stronger than before. Could it be the origin ancient word? Lu Ming's heart moved. Although the quantum art wasn't with him and Lu Ming couldn't sense whether the other party had the origin ancient word or not, he had been controlling the origin ancient word for a long time. In the battle with the battle god Yuanwen, he vaguely felt that the other party had also controlled the origin ancient word. With the battle god Yuanwen's talent, it was normal for him to control the origin ancient word. The attacks of the two were even more terrifying. The battle was even more intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbfounded. Including the other 6 terrifying creatures on the top of the demon mountain, they were all dumbfounded. Because the attacks of Lu Ming and the battle god Yuanwen were too terrifying. Was this still a battle between quasi-emperors? The most important thing was that someone could fight with the battle god Yuanwen like this. Who was this person? Was there such a person in the primitive universe? Quick, open the Dreamy Divine Jade and broadcast the battle to the Dreamy Divine Jade. Someone shouted. The others woke up from their dream and quickly took out the Dreamy Divine Jade to broadcast the battle live. In the public area of the Dreamy Divine Jade, several messages appeared almost at the same time. Shocking, the battle god Yuanwen has met an opponent. Shocking, at the same level, someone can fight Yuanwen to a draw. The battle god Yuanwen's opponent is here. The continuous messages detonated the Dreamy Divine Jade and the entire universe. In an instant, countless people watched the battle between Lu Ming and the battle god Yuanwen through the Dreamy Divine Jade. At first, many people didn't believe it. They didn't believe that someone could fight with the battle god Yuanwen, but after watching the live broadcast, they were shocked. It was actually true. God, who is this person? He can actually fight with the battle god Yuanwen. There is actually such a genius in the universe. I haven't seen him before. This person is most likely hiding his true appearance. It's a pity that I'm not at the scene. Otherwise, I can judge who he is through his life origin aura. What a terrifying battle power. In the future, there will be another strong competitor in the top 10 of the universe prodigy list. The universe was in an uproar. After all, the battle god Yuanwen was known as the number 1 among his peers and dominated the entire universe. The appearance of such a character would definitely attract attention. As long as he didn't die halfway, his future rise was certain. At this moment, many geniuses in the universe were alarmed. For example, the geniuses on the universe prodigy list were paying attention with a dignified look. Because such a character would definitely have an impact on their status in the future, they naturally had to pay more attention. Lu Ming didn't know that he had attracted the attention of countless people in the universe. At this moment, Lu Ming was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle. He only felt incomparably carefree. He had never fought with someone of the same level so happily. This was a completely different feeling from fighting with someone of a higher level. Boom, with a violent explosion, the two of them retreated rapidly and faced each other from afar. Awesome! Battle God Yuanwen was the same as Lu Ming. He also felt incomparably carefree. He was so excited that his body was trembling. The power you control is terrifying. You can actually fight against my battle saint force. Come, let's continue the battle. I want to borrow your strength to step into the deity emperor realm. Battle God Yuanwen said. His eyes were shining brightly. That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming said. Every cell in his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent. The power controlled by the battle god Yuanwen wasn't to be underestimated. It was a terrifying power called the Battle Saint Force. This power was unique to the Battle Saint tribe. However, even in the history of the Battle Saint tribe, there were very few people who could control this power. Everyone who could control this power was a hero of their generation. Battle God Yuanwen was the only one among the younger generation of the Battle Saint tribe who had grasped the Battle Saint Force. Of course, it didn't mean that the Battle Saint Force could really contend against the Taboo Force. The reason why Battle God Yuanwen and Lu Ming were evenly matched was because other than the Battle Saint Force, Battle God Yuanwen also had the God Force. The God Force that had awakened the Origin Source God Force multiple times, coupled with the Origin Source secret technique, was boundless. Furthermore, he had the secret technique that was compatible with his Battle Saint body. It could be said that Battle God Yuanwen was very comprehensive in all aspects, with almost no weaknesses. There was another important reason, and that was that Lu Ming's Taboo Force had yet to reach its peak. There was still a lot of potential for it to grow. Each of Lu Ming's cells could fuse with a secret technique rune. When Lu Ming's cells fused with more secret technique runes, his Taboo Force would naturally become stronger. Right now, Lu Ming's Taboo Force wasn't strong enough. Therefore, it seemed that he was evenly matched with the Battle Saint Force. Both of their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In the next moment, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and clashed once again. All kinds of secret techniques collided in the void. The two of them used their full strength, erupting their techniques to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves. Lu Ming didn't plan to use the Gale Pearl because someone like Battle God Yuanwen would definitely have a powerful killing weapon. It would be useless even if he used it. Moreover, it was a fair battle. There was no need to use the Gale Pearl. As for the Bingxian Rod, there were so many people watching. Lu Ming would not use it as much as possible. As for Battle God Yuanwen, he had a similar thought. He naturally had a terrifying killing weapon, but he and Lu Ming were having a fair battle. If he used his killing weapon, then he wouldn't be Battle God Yuanwen. In fact, their killing weapons were only used when their cultivation base was much higher and their lives were in danger. It could be considered a kind of trump card. Around the Dark Pit Devil Mountain, in various parts of the universe, the people who were watching through the illusory heavenly jade were all silent. They were all watching this peak battle between quasi-emperors. For a quasi-emperor to be able to erupt in a battle of this level, it was hard to come across such a scene even in countless years. Every single one of these characters could suppress an era. For two of them to appear at the same time in an era was too difficult, too rare. They had only been heard of in legends. The battle between Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuanwen became more and more intense. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Battle God Yuanwen's shoulder. The power of the Great Godly Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique almost dislocated Battle God Yuanwen's entire arm. However, his battle sacred body was extremely powerful. It forcibly blocked the attack, but blood still flowed out. His blood was purple and emitted divine light. When Lu Ming hit Battle God Yuanwen's finger was like a sword. The full power of the Battle 18 strikes erupted, turning into a terrifying penetrating power that penetrated Lu Ming's abdomen in one fell swoop. A bloody hole appeared in Lu Ming's abdomen, and blood was also flowing out. Lu Ming's blood, mixed with the purple blood of the Battle God Yuanwen, spilled on the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, and some spilled into the Dark Pit. Awesome, again. That's exactly what I want. The two continued to fight. After a few moves, both of them were injured again. Divine blood drifted out, but the two of them did not seem to feel it. Their fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuan Wen's cultivation were originally at the limit of the Quasi-Emperor realm. They both needed an opportunity to break through and step into the Divine Emperor realm. At this moment, the two of them saw this opportunity in each other at the same time. They felt that they were not far away from the breakthrough. The more they fought, the more condensed their essence, qi, and spirit became. Are they about to break through? There were 6 other powerful existences at the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. No matter what their cultivation was, they were all monstrous figures. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set foot on the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. They were the closest to Lu Ming and Yuan Wen. They could clearly feel that the two of them were about to break through. If the two of them really broke through in the battle, it would probably create a legend in the primitive universe, and become a topic of conversation after dinner. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Rumble, in the dark pit, a violent roar suddenly came from an unknown depth. Everyone's face changed wildly. What's going on? Is the pit going to erupt? Impossible, it's not the time to erupt at all. In the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, there were cries of horror. The Dark Pit Demon Mountain was a terrifying forbidden area in the universe. Once the pit really erupted, none of them on the Dark Pit Demon Mountain would be able to leave. Rumble, a violent roar sounded again, and then, a terrifying force erupted from the pit. Then, a figure rushed out of the pit. It was Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling had jumped into the pit himself, but at this moment, he was rushed out. Was the vibration just now caused by Yin Jiuling? What did Yin Jiuling encounter in the pit? Also, he jumped into the pit and came out alive. There was an uproar at the scene. He was the first person to enter the pit and come out alive. Countless people wanted to know what Yin Jiuling encountered in the pit. But at this moment, 2 dazzling rays of light rushed out of the pit. One was blood red and the other was purple crystal clear. The 2 rays of light entangled together and turned into a light shield, enveloping the surroundings of the pit. Lu Ming, Battle God Yuan Wen, and the other 6 powerful existences, plus Yin Jiuling, were all shrouded in the rays of light. As for the other people on the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, they were not shrouded, but the rays of light blocked their vision, making them unable to see what was happening inside. The illusory heavenly jade could not illuminate the situation inside. At this moment, whether it was the people on the Dark Pit Demon Mountain or the people watching through the illusory heavenly jade, they were all confused. What happened? Why would 2 rays of light rush out and shroud the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain? They couldn't guess. Rumble. The people outside saw that the light shield formed by the purple-red rays of light was constantly vibrating and emitting a roar. The people inside are bombarding the light shield. Could it be that they can't come out? Someone guessed. Obviously, they guessed right. After a period of time, no one rushed out. Outside, there were bold people who tried to control the divine weapon to attack the purple-red light shield, but when the divine weapon approached the purple-red rays of light, the divine weapon was like ice meeting fire and directly melted. The others were scared and hurriedly moved away, not daring to approach. Could it be the Qingqing domain? In the illusory heavenly jade, someone sent out a message with a little doubt. Then, someone recognized that the speaker was a mighty figure from the Blood Clan, one of the top 10 clans. This caused everyone to be shocked. Even the powerful figures of the top 10 races were alarmed by this matter. King Realm? What's that? Immediately, many people raised their doubts. Because they had never heard of it before. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. The Blood Tribe expert said. That's right. This is the King Realm. At the next moment, someone spoke out and gave a definite answer. Someone recognized that the person who spoke was an ancient existence from the Buddha tribe. The Buddha tribe was also one of the top 10 tribes. The existence who spoke was a legendary figure who had lived for a long time. Many people were shocked. It was just a fight between 2 juniors, but it actually attracted such a powerful existence. It was really terrifying. Senior, can you tell us what the King Realm is? Someone asked. The king realm would only appear occasionally in some very ancient places. For example, the Dark Pit Demon Mountain is an extremely ancient forbidden land. If I'm not wrong, it's the divine blood of the two young geniuses that activated the king realm. Their talents are too strong. The ancient existence from the Buddha tribe explained. Everyone was shocked. Even the ancient existence from the Buddha tribe sighed. The two young geniuses' talents were too strong. This was the greatest recognition. At the same time, they were also enlightened. It turned out that the purplish-red light shield was caused by the battle between the two young geniuses. It was stimulated by the divine blood of the two young geniuses. No wonder the color was purplish-red. Lu Ming's blood was red, while battle god Yuanwen's blood was purple. However, no one said anything. They were waiting for the ancient existence from the Buddha tribe to explain. The ancient existence from the Buddha tribe continued. Once the king realm is activated, the group of people with the strongest talents will be enveloped and trapped inside. Only the strongest among them will be able to come out. What? Only the strongest of those trapped inside can come out. Doesn't that mean that most of the people trapped inside will die? Everyone was shocked. That's right. This rule is very cruel. The people inside will have to kill each other. The winner will be the king. Therefore, it's called the king realm. Those who come out alive will be the strongest king. The ancient existence from the Buddha tribe said. CSISI. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, many big tribes were alarmed and it caused a huge uproar. Because these big tribes had peerless geniuses inside. For example, the Battle Saint tribe, the Sun Moon tribe, the Azura tribe, among these people, only the strongest could come out. Didn't that mean that everyone else had to die? Among the people here, who could be called the strongest? Was battle god Yuanwen the strongest at the same level? However, there was still the person who fought against the battle god, Yuanwen. Was his cultivation the strongest? There were quite a few of them with extremely high cultivation bases. Wouldn't that mean that someone like the battle god, Yuanwen, would fall inside? In the king realm, there are usually great restrictions. For example, it is difficult to use powerful weapons, and the cultivation will be suppressed to a certain level. As for the details, each king realm is different, so I don't know. That ancient existence from the Buddha race added. Lu Ming, battle god Yuanwen, and Yin Jiuling stood in different directions in the area covered by the purple-red light shield. Their faces were gloomy. In the beginning, they were indeed a little flustered and attacked the purple-red light barrier. However, they were all extraordinary people and quickly calmed down. Do any of you know what is going on? Battle god Yuanwen asked. Although he wanted to continue fighting with Lu Ming and break through completely, in the face of such a situation, they could only stop fighting. I don't know. You have to ask Yin Jiuling, said a ferocious-looking young man who was about 30 years old, looking at Yin Jiuling. That young man was from the Azura clan. He was older than Lu Ming, Yin Jiuling, and battle god Yuanwen, but he was still a young man. His cultivation base was very high, reaching the 5th godly emperor layer. Besides, he was also a terrifying genius. Otherwise, no matter how high his cultivation base was, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain. The others also looked at Yin Jiuling because Yin Jiuling had jumped into the pit and then there was a change. If it wasn't caused by Yin Jiuling, who else could it be? In fact, even Lu Ming thought so. Yin Jiuling's eyes were ferocious, like two pitch-black vortexes, filled with murderous qi. After a short while, his qi had become even more terrifying. He had broken through to the 3rd godly emperor layer. It's the king realm. It's not caused by that boy. At that moment, Gumo's voice resounded in Lin Fan's mind. What's the king realm? Asked Lu Ming curiously. Look at the illusory godly jade. Some old guys in the universe should be able to recognize it. Maybe someone will give you an explanation, said Gumo immediately. Lu Ming took out the illusory godly jade. The illusory godly jade wasn't isolated, so he could still see what the others were talking about. In fact, battle god Yuanwen and the others also took out their illusory godly jades and wanted to ask their elders. Then, they saw the explanation of the powerful cultivator of the Buddha clan. After reading it, they were shocked and released a powerful qi. They looked at the others vigilantly. What's going on? My cultivation base is only at the first godly emperor layer. My cultivation base is also at the first godly emperor layer. Damn it. Some people shouted angrily. Especially the young genius of the Azura clan, his face was even more ferocious. Originally, among the 9 people here, his cultivation was the most outstanding. There was only one person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. On top of that, with his talent, he was confident that he could keep all of them here. Battle God Yuanwen was strong, but he was only at the first emperor layer, so he didn't take him seriously. But now, his cultivation base was at the first godly emperor layer. He didn't have an advantage anymore. The others, regardless of their cultivation level, were all at the first godly emperor layer. First godly emperor layer? Whispered Lu Ming. He was at the first godly emperor layer, so his cultivation level couldn't be increased, so he didn't feel anything. I can't even use powerful weapons. Look at the Zephyr Pearl and the Xian Ice Rod. Lu Ming tried to control the Xian Ice Rod and the Zephyr Pearl, but he realized that there was no reaction at all. It was as if the connection between them had been cut off. Lu Ming's heart sank. He couldn't use powerful weapons. Only the strongest cultivators could get out of here. Lu Ming wasn't completely confident. First of all, Battle God Yuanwen was extremely difficult to deal with. Besides, the other 7 geniuses were also terrifying. Even if there wasn't a genius like Battle God Yuanwen, the weaker ones were also terrifying. For example, Yin Jiuling, who was a candidate for the Universe Young Geniuses list. Those people were also terrifyingly strong. They were all at the first godly emperor layer. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen didn't have an advantage because their cultivation levels weren't high enough. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. The peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain suddenly fell into silence. Only Yin Jiuling occasionally roared. The other 8 people looked at each other and saw a strong murderous intent in each other's eyes. If they wanted to leave alive, they had to get rid of the others. Interesting, really interesting. It's so interesting to be able to get rid of so many geniuses at once. I will use you as my stepping stone to break through to the godly emperor realm. Battle God Yuanwen grinned and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. At this time, he was still fighting like a madman. His aura seemed to have reached a critical point. Lu Ming's aura was also extremely powerful and had reached a peak. However, no one made the first move. They were all on guard against each other, waiting for the others to make the first move so that they could reap the benefits. The scene was in a stalemate. Roar! At this time, Yin Jiuling roared again and jumped into the pit, as if something in the pit was attracting him. However, when he jumped into the pit, there was another powerful aura that rushed out of the pit and forced Yin Jiuling out. This madman, I suggest that we make a move first and get rid of Yin Jiuling so that he won't cause any more trouble. What do you think? The young man from the Shura clan said. This person was called Xiaomayun, and he had been eyeing Yin Jiuling since the beginning. Among the 9 people present, Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were undoubtedly the strongest at the same level, but their cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor realm, so they were not the biggest threat to him. The biggest threat to him was Yin Jiuling. After all, Yin Jiuling was a candidate for the Universe Prodigy list. He was extremely powerful and was one of the top geniuses in the universe. His current cultivation was suppressed to the first godly emperor realm, just like him. He had no confidence to fight against Yin Jiuling, so he had to get rid of Yin Jiuling first. On the side, the others were also tempted. Their thoughts were similar to Xiaomayun's. Kill. Xiaomayun took the lead and condensed a Shura sword with his divine power. It broke through the void and slashed at Yin Jiuling. Roar! Yin Jiuling saw someone attacking him and roared, revealing a ferocious murderous intent. He pounced at Xiaomayun with his sharp claws. Evil Yin Qi filled the air. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. The 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Then, a figure retreated, covered in blood. It was Xiaomayun. After exchanging a few blows, he was injured. This made him extremely shocked. Yin Jiuling's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Roar! Yin Jiuling roared and continued to attack Xiaomayun. What are you waiting for? Xiaomayun roared. However, none of the people on the side made a move. They all looked on coldly. It wouldn't be too late to let Yin Jiuling deal with Xiao Moyun first. Moreover, Xiao Moyun could consume a portion of Yin Jiuling's strength. Then, they would deal with Yin Jiuling. In this way, he could deal with the Xiao Moyun and Yin Jiuling at the same time. Of those who could make it this far, which one of them was simple, Xiao Moyun wanted to use the others to deal with Yin Jiuling first, but the others directly used him. All of you deserve to die. Xiao Moyun instantly guessed the thoughts of others and roared, but Yin Jiuling had already attacked him, so he could only do his best to resist. However, Yin Jiuling was too strong. He was originally a candidate of the Universe Prodigy list. After being possessed by the evil Yin energy, his battle strength became even stronger, and his attacks were crazily aggressive. Although Xiao Moyun was also a peerless monster, he wasn't qualified to be a candidate of the Universe Prodigy list. In a battle of the same level, his battle strength was weaker than Yin Jiuling's. He was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Yin Jiuling. After more than 10 moves, Xiao Moyun was almost beheaded by Yin Jiuling. Although he narrowly avoided it, he was still seriously injured. Damn it, all of you deserve to die, then die together. Xiao Moyun knew that he couldn't escape, so he roared crazily. His body swelled rapidly, and he was about to self-destruct. However, Yin Jiuling didn't seem to know, and continued to rush over. His sharp claws pierced through Xiao Moyun's head. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Moyun's body suddenly exploded, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. However, Lu Ming, Battle God Yuan Wen, and the others were already prepared. They had already retreated to the edge of the Qingqing domain, and set up layers of defense in front of them, blocking the power of Xiao Moyun's self-destruction. Yin Jiuling was at the center of Xiao Moyun's self-destruction, so he suffered the most intense destructive impact. Peng, Yin Jiuling's figure retreated rapidly, and there were many hideous wounds on his body, and black blood flowed out. However, in the pit, Yin Qi was constantly attracted by Yin Jiuling, and it poured into his body. His wounds were quickly healing. The others' faces became solemn. This Yin Jiuling is not right. Could it be that he has gone mad? It's more terrifying than I imagined. Let's attack together and get rid of him first. It's best to attack together. The remaining few people were transmitting their voices to each other. The next moment, among the remaining 5 people, 4 rushed out at the same time and attacked Yin Jiuling. There was still one person who didn't attack. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuan Wen didn't attack either. However, when the 4 experts joined forces, their power was extremely shocking. Because each of these people was a peerless genius, and each of them had the combat strength of a divine Emperor realm expert. Roar! Yin Jiuling roared and pounced on the 4 people. The 2 sides started a fierce battle. The 4 experts joined forces to fight Yin Jiuling, and Yin Jiuling suddenly fell into a disadvantage. He was hit continuously, and there were several wounds on his body. Yin Jiuling was injured by Xiao Moyun's self-destruction, and his combat strength wasn't at its peak. When the 4 experts saw that Yin Jiuling was injured, their attacks became more violent. At the same time, they were transmitting their voices to each other. Those 3 guys don't attack. Very well, after we kill Yin Jiuling, we will kill them, and then the 4 of us will fight to determine the winner. What do you think? Okay, it depends on who can go out in the end. The 4 discussed secretly, and their attacks were fierce. For a time, Yin Jiuling was in danger, and there were more and more wounds on his body. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he was considering whether to attack. Because the ancient secret skill left by the Bone Demon was with Yin Jiuling, and he had to get it. But in the end, Lu Ming still didn't attack. The current situation was very complicated, and it was better to preserve a little bit of strength. After more than 10 moves, Yin Jiuling's situation became more critical. His body was tattered, and it seemed that he was going to die at any time. Rumble! At this moment, there was a violent vibration from the bottom of the pit, and then, a strong Yin Qi rushed out of the pit. There were a few strands of Yin Qi in the Yin Qi. Among the Yin Qi, there were a few strands of Yin Qi. These strands of Yin Qi seemed to be alive, like small snakes that were swimming around. This was a Yin energy that possessed spirituality. Originally, the dark pit would spew out dark Yin Qi with spirituality. Previously, Battle God Yuanwen and the others had been guarding here, waiting for the dark Yin Qi to come out. At this moment, seeing the Yin Qi spurt out, the people present were not too surprised. At this moment, being alive was more important than anything else. Only a few of them dashed forward and grabbed at the murderous aura. They were Lu Ming, Battle God Yuanwen, and Yin Jioling. Yin Jioling roared and rushed to the pit desperately. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the Yin Qi rushed towards Yin Jioling. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen's face changed. Swish, Lu Ming condensed a huge hand with his taboo power. With a grab, he caught a wisp of Yin Qi with spirituality in his hand. Battle God Yuanwen shot out 2 beams of light from his eyes. These 2 beams of light were like 2 chains, entangling the Yin Qi and collecting it. 4 strands of spiritual Yin Qi were collected by Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen, and the remaining 2 strands were sucked into Yin Jioling's mouth. However, Yin Jioling absorbed the Yin Qi wholeheartedly, but ignored his own defense, and was bombarded by the attacks of the 4 masters. Bang! Yin Jioling's body directly exploded into pieces. Only his head was left. It flew out and was wrapped in dense evil Yin Qi. At this moment, the Yin Qi that rushed out of the pit suddenly rolled back and fell back into the pit. Yin Jioling's head took the opportunity to rush into the Yin Qi, and with the Yin Qi, it rushed into the pit and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The 4 masters looked at each other with a pale face. Yin Jioling was forced to rush into the pit, and they didn't know whether he was dead or not. If it was someone else, they would be relieved because they would never return after rushing into the pit. But Yin Jioling had rushed down once before, but he came out safe and sound, so they were not confident. Who knew whether Yin Jioling was dead or not? Forget it, let's get rid of these 3 people first. Yes, Yin Jioling only has 1 head left, and he is seriously injured. He probably won't survive. Let's get rid of them first, and then we will decide the winner. The 4 masters transmitted their voices to each other, and they glanced at Lu Ming, Battle God Yuanwen and another middle-aged man. Let's join forces. The middle-aged man's face changed wildly, and he quickly said. The reason why he didn't make a move before was that he wanted to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, because he always felt that Yin Jioling was very strange and wouldn't be killed so easily. He didn't expect that Yin Jioling would be killed so easily. At this time, when he saw the 4 masters looking at them, he was shocked. It's too late. I'll send you to hell. 2 of the experts charged toward the middle-aged man while the other 2 charged toward Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen in a flash. One of them, they were confident enough. Although Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were strong, they were all at the Divine Emperor realm. They could deal with Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen. Kill. Let's fight. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were fearless, and they roared and attacked. 1 of them against 1, the 2 sides collided in an instant, and they continued to attack each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. However, their opponents were indeed powerful. Although they were suppressed to the 1st godly emperor layer, they were still able to kill cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. Although Lu Ming tried his best, he was still at a disadvantage, and he retreated quickly. On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen also retreated quickly, and he was also at a disadvantage. Sure enough, those who could step on the dark pit demon mountain weren't simple. They weren't much weaker than Yin Jioling. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the other party chased after him and continued to attack him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted, and his whole body glowed. All the secret techniques turned into dazzling brilliance, covering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the battle character formula increased his fighting strength by 6 times, and the Great Holy Wind technique and Great Shattering technique were activated to the extreme. Boom! Boom, boom! Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves, and Lu Ming's chest was pierced by a sword qi. He coughed up blood and retreated. However, despite being injured, Lu Ming's eyes were still bright, and he had a firm and unyielding belief. There was only motivation when there was pressure, there was a sense of crisis, and there was more motivation. At this moment, he could not use his trump card, and even Xiao could not move. He could only rely on himself. Lu Ming was excited because the opportunity to break through was getting more and more obvious. Previously, when he fought with Battle God Yuanwen, he felt the opportunity to break through. He felt that he was only a step away from breaking through. At this moment, facing the crisis, this feeling was even stronger. Fight, let's fight to our heart's content, come on, you don't seem to have any strength. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen also laughed, without a trace of fear. Instead, he was more excited. He also felt the opportunity to break through. At this moment, a shrill scream was heard. The middle-aged man, besieged by the two experts, screamed and died on the spot. After killing the middle-aged man, the two experts also pounced on Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen. In this way, it became 2 against 1. Originally, Lu Ming was facing one of them, and facing 2 of them was even more dangerous. Puff, Lu Ming's heart was pierced by a sword chi. Then, a terrifying fist force hit his abdomen. Lu Ming flew out, vomiting blood, and his body almost exploded. However, the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells gushed out crazily, and his injury was quickly healing. Soon, just a little bit more, Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and he was a little excited. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, his potential was stimulated to the extreme. Kill, Lu Ming shouted and took the initiative to attack the two experts. Bang! 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 After a series of collisions, Lu Ming was injured again and was forced to retreat. Let's kill him in one go. Kill. After injuring Lu Ming, the two experts unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming completely. But at this moment, boom! A violent aura rushed out of Lu Ming's body, like a volcanic eruption, bringing with it a violent burst of energy. Breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Ming finally broke through and stepped into the Divine Emperor realm. At the moment of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, the potential stored in Lu Ming's cells was stimulated to the extreme, and all of it was transformed into Lu Ming's cultivation. Hungry, in an instant, Lu Ming was engulfed by endless hunger, as if he had not eaten for 100,000 years. Incomparable hunger was revealed in every cell. Let me absorb it. With a thought in Lu Ming's mind, piles of elven tree heart flew out, and the surging life essence madly converged towards Lu Ming. A large pile of elvenwood hearts turned into surging waves of life essence and converged towards Lu Ming. Every cell in Lu Ming's body was crazily devouring and absorbing the life essence. Satisfaction, a sense of satisfaction spread throughout his body. Breakthrough. The two experts besieging Lu Ming were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming could break through under their joint attack. What kind of monster was he? Kill, we can't let him break through. One of them roared. Together with the other, they charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. When Lu Ming was still a quasi-emperor, his combat strength was already so terrifying. Once he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, his combat strength would soar and he would definitely be far above them. They must not let Lu Ming break through. Once Lu Ming broke through, they would be the ones to die. The two experts exerted their full strength and launched 2 incomparably sharp and terrifying attacks towards Lu Ming's head. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and violent energy swept out from his body, forming a terrifying shockwave. The two experts were hit by the shockwave and their bodies shook violently as they retreated. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and continued to devour the life essence of the elvenwood hearts crazily. Break for me. On the other side, Battle God Yuanwen also roared and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Breakthrough. Battle God Yuanwen also broke through at the critical moment under the joint attack of the two experts. Dazzling gems appeared on his body. These gems weren't divine gems, they were precious gems that contained rich and pure energy. These energies were like a great river that rushed into the Battle God Yuanwen's mouth. The two experts were also shocked and wanted to attack Battle God Yuanwen, but they were also repelled by him. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen broke through the shackles and entered the Divine Emperor realm one after another. Their aura became more and more terrifying. As for the 4 experts, their expressions were extremely ugly. Everyone, we have to go all out. If we don't, we'll be the ones to die. Go all out, kill. Burn. The 4 experts revealed a frenzied look. The divine power in their bodies burned like flames. They went all out. Regardless of the consequences, they burned their divine power and origin and charged toward Lu Ming and the Battle God Yuanwen. They had to kill the two of them. At this moment, they were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have killed Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan Wen from the very beginning. Previously, the two of them were only quasi-emperors. Although they were excessively monstrous, they did not take them to heart. They were fully confident that they could suppress Lu Ming. Who would have thought that the two of them could break through to the divine emperor realm in the middle of the battle? Now, the ones who will die are you. Lu Ming's eyes emitted an incomparably resplendent multicolored light. His entire body was shrouded in a fierce wind. Instead of retreating, he advanced and attacked the two experts. His palm was like a blade, shattering the void as he attacked continuously. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the two experts exchanged blows, causing two violent explosions. Then, two muffled groans could be heard. The two experts were pushed back violently as blood spurted out from their bodies. Cracks appeared on their bodies, caused by the great shattering art. Blood flowed out from the cracks. After breaking through to the divine emperor realm, whether it was the great divine wind technique or the great shattering art, their power had increased tremendously. Moreover, Lu Ming had just broken through and had yet to gain a firm foothold in the divine emperor realm. Otherwise, he would have killed the two experts with that move. After all, the gap between the quasi-emperors and the divine emperors was huge. Once a breakthrough was made, one's combat strength would increase tremendously. Even so, Lu Ming's combat strength was above the two experts. Fight, fight, fight. On the other side, the battle god Yuan Wen roared madly. His combat strength was unparalleled, causing the other two experts to vomit blood. How could this be? The four experts all revealed a panic-stricken expression. They were all geniuses of their generation and their future was limitless. They did not want to die here. Looking at Lu Ming's cold eyes, they felt chills all over their bodies. Brother, why don't you spare our lives? We can cooperate and leave this place together. One of the young men shouted at Lu Ming and begged for mercy. Hee hee. Lu Ming replied with a cold smile. They wanted to kill him when they had the upper hand. Now that they were no match for him, they wanted to cooperate. How could that be possible? Lu Ming was not an easy person to talk to. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to force his way toward the two experts. It's not that easy to kill us. You'll have to pay the price too. Let's fight. The two experts saw that Lu Ming was not going to let them go. They looked ferocious and went all out to attack Lu Ming. However, no matter how hard they tried, their cultivation was suppressed to the first divine emperor realm. They were at the same level as Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had just broken through, they were still far from him. After a few attacks, their bodies were almost torn apart. A dozen of their bones were broken. Ah! Let's die together. One of them went crazy. His body swelled up as if he was going to explode. Lu Ming quickly retreated. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded as the man exploded. A terrifying strength swept in all directions. The destructive strength was not only aimed at Lu Ming, but also at the others, including the battle god Yuan Wen and the other two experts. The explosion of such an expert was indeed terrifying. Lu Ming had retreated in time, but he was still injured. His chest and abdomen were in tatters and many of his bones were broken. However, those injuries were nothing to Lu Ming. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the expert who besieged Lu Ming together with this person was not so lucky. He was directly engulfed by the destructive power and was blasted into smithereens. At the same time, the two experts who were fighting against the battle god Yuan Wen were slightly further away, so they were less affected. However, they were also seriously injured. The battle god Yuan Wen was also injured, but his injuries were much lighter. Battle 18 strikes. The battle god Yuan Wen did not care about his injuries at all. As soon as he retreated, he attacked again. His fingers were like swords as he attacked continuously. Poof, the two experts were already seriously injured and dispirited. At that moment, they could not block the attacks of the battle god Yuan Wen. They were directly killed by the battle god Yuan Wen. Now, only Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan Wen were left on the peak of the dark pit demon mountain. Ha ha ha, in the end, only the two of us are left. Just nice, I can use you as a stepping stone to become an invincible king and break through the king realm. The battle god Yuanwen looked at Lu Ming, his battle intent was burning fiercely. At the same time, he was still absorbing the energy of the crystals to stabilize his divine emperor realm cultivation. Of course, Lu Ming was also absorbing the life essence of the elvenwood heart to stabilize his cultivation. Your words are exactly what I want to say. You are a rare opponent. I will go all out to make my name as invincible. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, you have confidence and strength. I like it. Since you are about to die in my hands, I still don't know your name. I want to see when someone like you appeared in the universe. Battle god Yuanwen said. To be honest, he had some sympathy for Lu Ming. At his level, it was too difficult to find a real opponent. Mu Yun. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said the name Mu Yun. Mu Yun? Battle god Yuanwen revealed a thoughtful look and then said, not long ago, the person who was in an uproar with the elf princess Ling Yue was also called Mu Yun. Could it be you? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. So it's you. It seems that everyone has underestimated you. Battle god Yuanwen said. After saying this, the two fell into silence. However, their auras became stronger and stronger. Like waves, they met in the middle and collided fiercely. Boom, the collision of auras was like a stormy sea. In the next moment, two figures rushed towards each other. The two peerless monsters once again fought together, pushing their combat strength to the peak. Battle 18 strikes. Great Godwind technique, great shattering technique. Terrifying killing moves collided in the void. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. After dozens of moves, the two retreated at the same time and stood on both sides of the pit, facing each other from a distance. The battle just now was still undecided. I really want to know what kind of power you control to be able to compete with my battle saint force. Battle god Yuanwen said, very curious. As long as you can defeat me, I will naturally tell you. Lu Ming said. Very well, my curiosity will soon be realized. Battle god Yuanwen was still very confident. For example, geniuses like Lu Ming and battle god Yuanwen had almost swept away all their opponents along the way. They had never met a worthy opponent at the same level and had developed the belief of being invincible. Even if they met an opponent now, they still had the belief of being invincible and believed that they could defeat their opponent. Their auras burst forth, and they were about to fight again. But at this moment, there was another change in the pit. With a loud explosion, a gust of yin qi rushed out. Along with this wave of yin qi, a figure rushed out. This figure was actually Yin Jiuling. Previously, Yin Jiuling only had his head left and rushed into the pit. But now, he had recovered and his body was intact. Furthermore, his aura was extremely terrifying. His entire body was covered in a dense murderous aura. It was possible to see the murderous aura slithering in and out of his mouth and nose like tiny snakes. His appearance was extremely strange. Kill. Yin Jiuling landed next to the sinkhole and immediately let out a roar. He clapped his palms consecutively and a strong evil aura rushed out of his palms, turning into two pitch-black pythons that bit toward Lu Ming and fighting god Yuanwen respectively. The yin qi whistled, bringing with it a terrifying might, giving Lu Ming a sense of crisis. Boom, Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, slashing with all his strength. It collided with the python's head and there was a violent explosion. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a cold and terrifying force rushing towards Lu Ming. Even the forbidden force could not completely block it. Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. A layer of black qi appeared on the surface of his body. This time, the black qi was extremely strange, as if it was going to corrode Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and the forbidden force in his cells burst out, shaking off the black qi. On the other side, battle god Yuanwen was not much better. He was also repelled by the python. No, Yin Jiuling's state is not right, battle god Yuanwen shouted. He also found that battle god Yuanwen's state was extremely strange, as if he was possessed by the devil. Moreover, in the king realm, their cultivation was suppressed to the first divine emperor layer. However, Yin Jiuling was extremely terrifying. He repelled Lu Ming and battle god Yuanwen with one move. Was Yin Jiuling so strong? Impossible, In the entire primitive universe, no one at the same level could defeat the two of them in one move. He is no longer Jialing. He has been possessed by the evil Qi. Lu Ming said. He has been possessed by the evil Qi with spiritual intelligence? Is there such a thing? No wonder he could come out alive after entering the sewer. Battle God. Yuanwen suddenly realized. Jialing was no longer an ordinary creature. It could be said that he had evil Qi, so he could come out alive from the sewer. Die. While Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen were talking, Jialing roared and launched an attack on Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen. Jialing had swallowed a lot of evil Qi in the sewer. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to the first Divine Emperor layer, he was still very terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the sky was full of evil Qi. The dense evil Qi between heaven and earth was also driven and turned into a terrifying attack, attacking Battle God Yuanwen. He's mine. Battle God Yuanwen shouted. His body was shrouded in purple divine light as he attacked Jialing. He used his divine power to condense a purple halberd and used the halberd to perform the War 18 strikes, launching a fierce attack. The Battle 18 strikes of the Battle Saint tribe was an extremely terrifying secret technique. It could perfectly combine with the bloodline of the Battle Saint tribe, the Battle Saint body and the Battle Saint force of the Battle Saint tribe. It was very mysterious and there was no fixed technique. Every member of the Battle Saint tribe could practice it, but what they comprehended was different and the power was also very different. The Battle 18 strikes of the Battle God Yuanwen was undoubtedly very powerful. When the halberd struck down, heaven and earth trembled. Jialing is my prey. I came here because I was chasing him. Lu Ming also shouted coldly. He jumped up and attacked Jialing. All kinds of secret runes in his cells shone and turned into a dazzling light, forming a mysterious attack power that crushed Jialing. Boom! Boom! The three experts started a peak battle. In the battle domain, terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Fortunately, this scene was isolated by the Battle King domain. Otherwise, it would definitely shake the entire universe. At this moment, Jialing was so terrifying that it was a little strange. Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen joined forces, but they could only suppress him by a little. If they were alone, they might not be his opponent. What exactly is this baleful Qi that has its own consciousness? It's just a possession, how can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. He was really shocked. It was just a wisp of baleful Qi that had its own consciousness, but it actually made Jialing so terrifying that he could fight against his taboo force and the Battle Saint force of Battle God Yuanwen. It didn't make sense. Moreover, Lu Ming also thought of another problem. The Heavenly Palace asked everyone to collect the baleful Qi to register. They definitely had to collect the baleful Qi. This showed that the baleful Qi was somewhat extraordinary. Even the Heavenly Palace was collecting Qi with spirituality. What was the secret behind this? You're right. Once the Qi has spirituality, it's very extraordinary. It's very likely that it's related to a terrifying place? Guemo said. What terrifying place? Lu Ming asked. Dark Universe. Guemo said. Dark Universe? What's that? Lu Ming was curious. He had never heard of a dark universe. As for what it is, you will definitely know when you become a heavenly soldier. You will most likely come into contact with it personally. Even if I explain it now, you won't understand. Guemo said. Lu Ming could only suppress the curiosity in his heart and continue to fight with Jialing. The three of them fought fiercely. However, Lu Ming and Battle God Yuanwen teamed up and eventually gained the upper hand and slowly suppressed Jialing. Boom, after hundreds of moves, Lu Ming hit Jialing's head. Bang, a large part of Jialing's head exploded and was full of cracks. However, with the Qi running, Jialing's head was quickly healing. However, there was still a bone bead that flew out from the place where it exploded. This was the bone bead left by Guemo, which sealed the ancient secret technique and other demon secret techniques. Previously, Guemo had sensed that the bone bead was in Jialing's left head. Therefore, Lu Ming specifically targeted Jialing's head. After hundreds of moves, Lu Ming finally seized the opportunity and blasted the bone bead out. The bone bead flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. Finally got it. Lu Ming showed a hint of joy and kept the bone bead in his storage ring. Roar, Yin Jiuling let out an angry roar. The Yin Qi around the pit was controlled by him and rushed toward Lu Ming and battle god Yuan like waves. The reason why Yin Jiuling was so strong was related to the environment here. Around the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, especially the peak of the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, the Yin Qi was too strong. Yin Jiuling was like a fish in water here and could exert 120% of his strength. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and battle god Yuan unleashed their killer moves, breaking through the layers of Yin Qi and attacking Yin Jiuling. The three of them started fighting again. The battle between the three grew more intense. In the blink of an eye, another 200 moves had been exchanged. At this point in the battle, the three of them were all covered in blood, all of them injured. Purple blood, bright red blood, pitch black blood, 3 types of blood spilled out. The 3 strongest demonic geniuses fought each other crazily. Boundless energy had already accumulated in this region. All of a sudden, the Qingqing domain around the ditch shook violently. Outside, around Demon Mountain, many living beings who were watching suddenly became excited. The King realm is about to break. The cruel battle inside is about to end. Who will be able to come out alive? Is it the prodigy of the Azure clan or Yin Jiuling? Or is it the battle god Yuan Wen and that mysterious demon? I don't know what kind of cultivation level will be suppressed in the king's domain. If it's suppressed to the godly emperor layer, then the battle god Yuan Wen and that mysterious genius will die. If that's really the case, then it's a pity. Those 2 peerless geniuses, the scene was filled with discussions. Many people were broadcasting the battle to the entire universe through the illusory divine jade. Countless people were watching the purple and red Qingqing domain nervously. Many of the major clans were extremely nervous. Because they had demonic geniuses inside. If they couldn't come out alive, it would be a great loss. Especially the Battle Saint tribe, they were the most nervous. The battle god Yuan Wen's talent was too high. Even in the vast history of the Battle Saint tribe, he was one of the top geniuses. Once he reached the major success stage in the future, he would become a terrifying overlord of the universe, a character that could suppress an era. The strength of the Battle Saint tribe would also become stronger, suppressing the other top 10 tribes. If such a character died inside, it would be a pity. It would be an inestimable loss. Many of the major figures of the Battle Saint tribe were staring at the Qingqing domain through the illusory divine jade. The Sun Moon clan, Azure clan and other clans were also doing the same. The Qingqing domain vibrated more and more violently. Suddenly, with a loud boom, it exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. When the Qing domain exploded, 3 figures flew out and continuously exchanged blows in the air. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, creating a terrifying scene. Someone is fighting. 3 people, why are there 3 people? Didn't they say that only the strongest King realm cultivators could come out? The scene was in an uproar. Even the ancient existence of the Buddha clan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a situation. Generally speaking, only the strongest king realm cultivator could escape from the Qingqing domain and become an invincible king. Why are there 3 people coming out now? Who are they? Many people stared at them. Slowly, the rain of light dissipated and they found out who the 3 people were. It's the battle god Yuan Wen and Yin Jiuling. The third one is that mysterious demonic genius. What a terrifying aura. The aura of the battle god Yuan Wen and the mysterious demonic genius have both reached the divine emperor realm. They broke through in such a short time. What's even more astonishing is that they joined hands to fight against Yin Jiuling. How can Yin Jiuling be so terrifying? When the 3 people were discovered, the entire universe was astonished. First of all, the battle god Yuan Wen and Lu Ming had broken through. Then, the 2 of them joined hands to fight against Yin Jiuling. That was even more astonishing. How could Yin Jiuling be so strong? Damn it! Damn it! Shouted the strong cultivators of the Azure clan and the other clans. Their geniuses hadn't come out yet, so they must have died. Boom! At this moment, the aura on Yin Jiuling's body suddenly became violent and rose rapidly. Without the suppression of the Qingqing domain, his cultivation level was recovering. First godly emperor layer, second godly emperor layer, third godly emperor layer, fourth godly emperor layer. In a flash, Yin Jiuling's cultivation level rose to the fourth godly emperor layer. Before, when the Qingqing domain had just formed, Yin Jiuling's cultivation level had only reached the third godly emperor layer. Now, he had broken through to the third godly emperor layer. That kind of breakthrough speed was earth-shattering. After recovering his cultivation level, Yin Jiuling's fighting strength had reached the peak. Die! Shouted Yin Jiuling. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan in one fell swoop. Without the Qingqing domain, you'll die. Shouted the battle god Yuan. A purple golden halberd appeared in his hand. One could see that the end of the battle halberd was missing a corner. However, a terrifying aura erupted from the battle halberd. The violent aura directly split apart the battle god Yuan's shockwave that was rushing over. That was the trump card of the battle god Yuan. It was also his trump card. Whoosh, the purple golden halberd turned into a huge mountain and slashed towards Yin Jiuling. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the zephyr bead. A scorching tornado swept towards Yin Jiuling. Lu Ming and battle god Yuan used their weapons at the same time. The terrifying power of the two weapons instantly shrouded Yin Jiuling. Yin Jiuling roared and unleashed his full strength. Evil Yin Qi soared to the sky and fought against the two weapons. However, after Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan reached the Divine Emperor realm, the power that they could unleash when controlling the big killing weapon was stronger. After a series of collisions, Yin Jiuling's protective Yin Qi was forcibly broken. His body was cut by the strong wind and was almost cut in half by the purple golden halberd. Yin Jiuling's body was blasted back. Roar! Yin Jiuling roared angrily. The rich sinister aura in the pit converged toward him. His injuries were recovering rapidly. He kept roaring and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He kept glancing at Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan with his tyrannical eyes. You, too, die, Yin Jiuling roared intermittently, then he turned around and left, turning into a stream of Yin Qi. In a flash, the space was broken, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. His speed was amazing. After all, Lu Ming and the battle god Yuan's cultivation were only at the first level of the Divine Emperor realm. They could only injure Yin Jiuling by relying on the big killer weapon. However, in terms of speed, they were far inferior. They could only watch Yin Jiuling escape. Wait until my cultivation improves, then I will kill you with one hand. Battle god Yuan said disdainfully. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a strong battle intent. Mu Yun, you changed your appearance because you don't want others to know. I won't tell anyone, but our battle is not over yet. We will fight next time. Battle god Yuan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Then, he turned around and went down the dark pit demon mountain. He had already obtained a wisp of evil Yin Qi, so he didn't need to stay here. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care. Why would he be afraid of others' challenge? To be honest, battle god Yuan was a very good opponent. Lu Ming had never met such an opponent. Having an opponent was a kind of pressure and also a kind of motivation that could promote him to keep moving forward. If you want to fight, I am always ready. Lu Ming replied with a voice transmission and then went down the mountain from another direction. The purpose of this trip was finally completed. The ancient secret skill left by the bone demon and a wisp of evil Yin Qi was spirituality. Although the process was quite tortuous, it was a complete success. The next step was to go to the city of heaven, where the dreamy heavenly palace was located. The dreamy heavenly palace was the real core of the dreamy heavenly palace. It was difficult for outsiders to go there. The Dream Sky City was an incomparably majestic and boundless ancient city. It was suspended in the starry sky of the universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. One could see how huge it was. Lu Ming spent several months before he arrived at the Dream Sky City. He could not help marveling at the ancient city from afar. The dreamy heavenly palace was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. These sun, moon, and stars actually formed a formation. Once it was attacked, the astral formation would activate and unleash a devastating attack. In addition, the dreamy heavenly palace was shrouded in layers of multicolored light, which looked like a dream. There was only one gate in the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming flew toward the gate. In front of the gate, there was a 300 million mile long avenue that extended all the way to the gate. From afar, one could see countless creatures walking on the avenue. Most of these creatures were in human form, but there were also many who revealed their true form. Some were as small as ants, and some were as big as mountains. Fortunately, the avenue was big enough to accommodate these creatures no matter how big they were. "It's really spectacular," Lu Ming exclaimed. When he approached the path, he felt a strong pressure acting on his body. In the dreamy heavenly palace, one couldn't fly, so Lu Ming could only land on the avenue and walk into the dreamy heavenly palace. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to walk 300 million miles even if they walked for a lifetime. Of course, they weren't ordinary people. Lu Ming took a step forward and moved 100 miles away. His figure was like a ray of light as he walked toward the gate. In fact, the others seemed to be walking, but their speed wasn't slow at all. Therefore, it looked normal. Even so, Lu Ming walked for a full day before he walked through the avenue and entered the city gate. Behind the city gate, there wasn't any avenue, but a huge platform. The platform was very high, and standing on the platform, one could see the bustling streets and various ancient buildings in the distance. "Come, come, the dream sail to the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, only 10 Emperor-level divine pills per person. Go to the dream sail to the #1 auction house in Sky City, 15 Emperor-level divine pills per person. Those who want to register for the Heavenly Soldier competition, go to the registration area, 10 Emperor-level divine pills per person." As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, he heard shouts and shouts. It turned out that on the platform, there were sailboats floating in the air. "So, we need to ride these sailboats," Lu Ming was enlightened. Indeed, the dream Sky City was too big, and one couldn't fly. It would take a long time to go from one place to another, no matter how fast one was. And this kind of dream sail could fly at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, most people would ride this kind of dream sail. However, the price was too expensive, starting from Emperor-level divine pills. Emperor-level divine pellets were useful for divine emperors. Moreover, there were 10 of them at once. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. But here, one had to ride it even if they didn't want to. If they walked, they would die. Lu Ming stepped forward and came under one of the dream sails. The dream sail was very big, at least 10,000 people could ride it at once. "Brother, you're too big. Can you please shrink a little?" Under the dream sail, a bearded man said to an elephant whose body was as white as jade. This elephant was 10,000 zhang tall, so it was too big to fit into the dream sail. "Okay." The white jade elephant nodded and shrunk into its human form. Then, it handed over 10 Emperor-level divine pills and boarded the dream sail. "Little brother, 10 Emperor-level divine pills, go to the registration area of the Heavenly Soldier." Then, the bearded middle-aged man stopped Lu Ming. "Here." Lu Ming took out 10 Emperor-level divine pills and gave them to the man. Lu Ming had killed many divine emperors, so he still had some Emperor-level divine pills on him. "Haha, please, I hope you pass the assessment and become a Heavenly Soldier." The burly man with a full beard smiled and let Lu Ming board the dream sail. After boarding the dream sail, Lu Ming found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. Set sail. About 2 hours later, a shout came out, and the dream sail was covered with a layer of white light. With a swoosh, it rushed out, 100 times faster than walking. Lu Ming stood up and watched from the side of the dream sail. On the dream sail, the scenery of Dream Sky City was unobstructed. He could see that the streets below were crisscrossing, and it was very prosperous. No one was flying in the sky. There were only other dream sails sailing in the sky like giant birds, going back and forth to various parts of Dream Sky City. That's the angel race. And the one full of blood chi is the blood race. The Buddha race. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw various clans on the streets below. He even saw many of the top 10 clans. Dream Sky City was indeed the heavenly city of the Dream Sky Heavenly Palace. It gathered the elites of various races in the universe, and many of them permanently settled in Dream Sky City. On the dream sail, many people, like Lu Ming, had come to Dream Sky City for the first time. They stood on the dream sail and looked around curiously. The dream sail was very fast, but Dream Sky City was just too big. Even with the dream sail's speed, it still took an entire day to reach the registration area for the Divine Soldier. The registration place was in front of a majestic palace. At the moment, it was already crowded. There were no less than thousands of people. In front of the palace, there were 9 light doors. In front of the doors, some elites in armor were checking and registering. We've arrived at the registration place. You can disembark, the bearded man said. Everyone nodded and jumped down from the dream sail. They landed in front of the palace, then walked to the 9 light doors and began to line up. Lu Ming also walked to a light door and began to line up. At the same time, he looked around. A young man walked up to a few experts in armor and registered their names. Then, he took out a storage ring. A strand of baleful chi flew out from the storage ring. It was a baleful chi that had its own spirituality. One of the armored experts nodded and put away the wisp of baleful chi. Then another person took out a jade tablet and handed it to the young man. Enter the light door and be tested, a burly man in armor said. These armored men were the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. The young man seemed a little nervous and hesitant. In the end, he clenched his teeth and stepped into the glowing door. Wang. When this person walked into the door of light suddenly emitted a dazzling light. How dare you? How dare you deceive the heavenly palace? You deserve death, a heavenly soldier shouted. His aura was wild and his killing intent was like a knife. I'm innocent. The baleful chi was indeed obtained by me. The young man's expression changed drastically as he roared. Presumptuous! How dare you quibble? These 9 light gates were created by the heavenly palace, who was proficient in the art of divination. As long as you step into the light gate, as long as you don't personally obtain the evil chi, the light gate can be divined. You've committed a crime upon a crime, a heavenly soldier shouted. Plop, the young man knelt down. His face was deathly pale as he shouted, Please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. I was confused for a moment. It's my first offense, please spare my life. The heavenly palace has already informed us, but you still want to deceive the heavenly palace. Unforgivable, shouted the heavenly soldier coldly. Swish, when the young man saw that the heavenly soldier wasn't going to spare him, he turned into a beam of light and ran away. Without a doubt, this young man was also a top genius. He had already broken through to the 3rd godly emperor layer. He was extremely strong. He used his full strength and his speed was astonishing. You want to die? Said a middle-aged heavenly soldier coldly. He raised his spear and threw it at the young man. Whoosh, a spear silhouette streaked across the sky and moved as fast as lightning towards the young man. Shouted the young man furiously. He used all his strength to resist, but it was all in vain. His attacks and defenses couldn't withstand a single attack from the middle-aged heavenly soldier. Slash, the young man's head was pierced through and he died. Someone come and take him away, said the middle-aged heavenly soldier coldly. Someone immediately came and took the young man's corpse away. How strong! Many people were astonished. That middle-aged heavenly soldier looked ordinary, but he was terrifyingly strong. He was at least at the top of the godly emperor layer. I heard that when one first becomes a celestial soldier, the celestial palace will bestow rewards. Everyone will reap great benefits and their strength will soar. In addition, by participating in various missions in the celestial soldier, one can obtain large amounts of rewards and rapidly increase one's strength. Indeed, the heavenly palace has the best resources in the universe. No other clan can compete with them. I can't wait. Many people were astonished, but at the same time, they were whispering to each other. The heavenly palace had unimaginable resources. If you practiced in the heavenly palace, your cultivation would increase quickly. That was why so many geniuses wanted to join the heavenly palace and become heavenly soldiers. Even the top 10 clans had many geniuses who could become heavenly soldiers. That was because even the top 10 clans did not have as many resources as the heavenly palace. I'll say it one last time. If you didn't get the dark chi by yourself, but bought it, or given it by someone else, or even an elder, please leave now. The Heavenly Palace will not pursue the matter. However, if you're discovered after registration, you'll be sentenced to death," shouted the middle-aged heavenly soldier. Many people were astonished, but no one left. In fact, there were very few people who thought they were lucky. That was because history had already taught them a lesson. No one could deceive the Heavenly Palace. Those who thought they were lucky and tried to get away with it all ended up in a miserable state. Every time, there were very few people who thought they were lucky. Most of the time, there was no one. This time, one of them was discovered. He was lucky. The registration process continued, and no one was found who tried to get away with it. "Bone Demon, can that gate find out that I have a forbidden body?" Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. A forbidden body was a great enemy of the Heavenly Palace. If it was discovered, Lu Ming would be in trouble. To be honest, sneaking into the Heavenly Palace was like entering a tiger's den. Lu Ming was still a little nervous. Although Fei Huang told him that it was fine. "Don't worry. A forbidden body can't be seen on the surface. Even the forbidden power can't be seen. On the surface, it's no different from other divine powers. Only those who have come into contact with your taboo energy will be able to sense it. So, don't worry," said Bone Demon. Lu Ming nodded and felt slightly relieved. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. "What's your name? Where are you from? Which force are you from?" asked a heavenly soldier. "Mu Yun, from the Fingdu Sword sect of the Iron Sea Star Zone," replied Lu Ming. "He's Mu Yun?" When the surrounding people heard Lu Ming's name, they were all shocked and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Because of Ling Yue, Lu Ming could be said to have become a famous person in the universe. Many people were secretly sizing up Lu Ming, especially some of the young geniuses. Their eyes were filled with intense hostility. Ling Yue was one of the 20 pearls of the universe and the princess of the elf clan. There were many people pursuing her, including countless divine emperor realm geniuses. And now, the relationship between Lu Ming and Ling Yue had been made public. Who knew how many people wanted to make a move against him? Lu Ming looked down, as if he didn't care. There was nothing he could do. Ever since he had Ling Yue as his fiancée, he had expected this to happen. However, Lu Ming had never been afraid of challenges from others. If he really couldn't avoid it, then so be it. He would just treat it as a form of training. However, the heavenly soldier was expressionless, as if he had never heard of Lu Ming's name. He took out a jade tablet and registered it. "I hope the information you said is true. You should know that the Heavenly Palace will thoroughly investigate your background," the heavenly soldier reminded him. "Of course." Lu Ming nodded. This was the reason why he joined the Fingdu Sword sect. "Where's the spiritual Balefulin Qi? Take it out," another heavenly soldier said. Lu Ming took out the Balefulin Qi. The other party checked it for a moment and kept it. Then, the heavenly soldier from before handed the jade tablet to Lu Ming. "Enter the Gate of Light. Only by passing through the Gate of Light can you proceed to the next round of the examination," the heavenly soldier said. Lu Ming took the jade token and stepped into the Door of Light. There was no reaction from the Door of Light. Since there was no reaction, he had passed. "You've registered successfully. Come with me." Behind the Gate of Light, another heavenly soldier said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and followed the heavenly soldier into the palace. After passing through the palace, there was a huge plaza behind it. The plaza was huge. At this moment, there were already a lot of people in the plaza. "You've only registered successfully. If you want to become a heavenly soldier, you still need to go through a few rounds of assessment. I don't know what the specific assessment is yet. Just wait here. When it's time for your assessment, someone will naturally call you," the heavenly soldier said. "Thank you." Lu Ming cupped his fists. The celestial soldier nodded and left. Lu Ming found a random place to sit down and wait. Not long after, an old man in a snow-white robe and a jade crown flew over. "The heavenly official is here. Looks like someone else has a mission," someone whispered. Many people looked at the sky official. Every time the sky official came, he would announce a few people to take part in the examination. Not everyone would participate in the examination together. Furthermore, the contents of the examination would be different for many people. Meng Jia of the Iron Armor clan, Shenfei of the Feiyuan clan, the 12 of you, follow me to participate in the assessment. Sky official rode. Immediately, 12 people stepped forward. The majority of these 12 people were young, but there were also a few middle-aged burly men or old men. The sky official waved his hand, and a beam of light swept up the 12 people and left. In Dream Sky City, the heavenly officials and heavenly soldiers were naturally able to fly. If they couldn't fly, how could they carry out their mission? The sky official took 12 people away. Not long after, another heavenly official arrived and took away 12 people. In this way, another heavenly official would come and take away a group of people. Not all 12 people were taken away. Sometimes, 15 people were taken away, sometimes over 100. The number was uncertain. Lu Ming roughly understood that the Heavenly Palace's examination was divided into many missions. Each group of people would complete one mission. Lu Ming waited patiently. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The people in the square came and went, and came again. Finally, Iron Sea Star Zone's Fengdu Sword Sex Mu Yun, Ziying Races Zi Meng, the 12 of you, follow me to complete the examination. A white-haired heavenly official announced. It's finally my turn. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. 11 other people also stepped forward. The white-haired heavenly official waved his hand, and a beam of energy swept up Lu Ming's group and took them in a certain direction. On the way, Lu Ming's group of 12 people looked at each other. Among them, there were 7 young people who looked like they were in their 20s. There were men and women. Among the other 5, there were 3 middle-aged men and 2 old men. Their cultivation levels aren't low. Lu Ming looked at them and realized that their cultivation levels were very high. Apart from him, the weakest one had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer. The strongest one was an old man. He didn't release his Ji, so he couldn't guess. But he had to have the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He had the lowest cultivation level, the 1st godly emperor layer. The others glanced at Lu Ming, but they just glanced at him and didn't pay him any attention. Even though Mu Yun was famous in the universe, the real strong cultivators didn't take him seriously. After all, back then, Lu Ming had only been a quasi-emperor layer cultivator. Now, it seemed that even though Lu Ming had broken through to the godly emperor layer, he had just broken through to the 1st godly emperor layer. They weren't ordinary people, so they didn't take a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer seriously. They glanced at each other and tried to remember each other's faces. After a short time, they arrived in front of a wormhole. They stepped into the wormhole, and in the next moment, they arrived on a planet with life. Alright, now I'll announce your tasks, said the sky official. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and began to listen attentively. This is the group of Flying Cloud Star Area. The group of Flying Cloud Star Area is controlled by 2 influential groups, the Flying Star Sect and the Moon Cloud Pavilion. However, the Heavenly Palace has found out that the Flying Stars Sect doesn't respect the Heavenly Palace. They might be in contact with rebels. Therefore, your task is to help the Moon Cloud Pavilion destroy the Flying Star Sect, said the sky official. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Everybody was astonished. Their task was to destroy a powerful influential group of the universe. What made them even more confused was that the reason for destroying the Flying Star Sect was that they didn't respect the Heavenly Palace and were in contact with rebels. What was a rebel? Wasn't the primitive universe under the control of the Heavenly Palace? It was the era of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was supreme. How could there be rebels? It seemed like there were many secrets in the primitive universe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and thoughts flashed across his mind. He knew some secrets. The Heavenly Palace was not without enemies, such as the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, the Dragon Clan, and especially the family of Xianxia's previous life, the Flying Phoenix Clan, and others seemed to be enemies. Who was the rebel the sky official was talking about? Was it the Tang Clan that supported Xianxia? Or was it someone else? Master Sky Official, how strong is the Flying Star Sect? What's the cultivation level of their strongest cultivator? asked an old man respectfully. I know you want to ask. The Flying Star sect is quite strong. The patriarch is a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. Below him, there are more than a dozen cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer, said the sky official. The sky official's words caused everyone to pale. There are cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. There are more than a dozen cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer, shouted a few people. The others pulled long faces. How could they kill a cultivator of the 8th or 9th godly emperor layer? How could they kill him? Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm. I didn't ask you to go to the Flying Star sect and destroy them. I asked you to help the Yunue Pavilion destroy the Flying Star sect. The Yunue Pavilion isn't much weaker than the Flying Star sect. They also have cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer, said the Tian official. Only then did everyone relax. The Yunue Pavilion also had cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. You have 1 year. You must complete the mission within 1 year. Also, only 2 of the 12 of you can pass the test. The 2 of you who have contributed the most and performed the best will pass the test. The rest will be eliminated, said the Tian official. Everybody's expression changed drastically. The 12 of them had to destroy the Flying Star sect within 1 year. Even if they managed to destroy the Flying Star sect, only the 2 who had contributed the most would be able to finish the task. That way, the task would be much more difficult. Not only did they have to destroy the Flying Star sect, but they also had to compete with each other. The 12 of them glanced at each other. Some of them looked murderous. Nobody knew what they were thinking. Alright, I'll take you to the Yunue Pavilion. Heavenly Official Path then led Lu Ming and the 12 of them to break the void and leave. The Sky Official's cultivation base was terrifyingly profound, surpassing the God Emperor level at the very least. With the 12 of them, he was able to break through the void. Before long, they arrived at an enormous planet. As soon as they arrived, a group of people flew out to welcome them. Welcome, emissaries from the Heavenly Palace. A middle-aged man, leading a group of people, bowed and saluted. That middle-aged man's chi was extremely powerful. He was the leader of the Yunue Pavilion, a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, that cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer was extremely respectful in front of the sky official, like a little puppy. The Tian official said expressionlessly, "Take these 12 people with you. They'll help you destroy the Flying Star sect." Roger. The pavilion master of the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain said respectfully. The sky official nodded. He turned around and took a step forward. The void rippled and his figure disappeared. Everyone, please follow me and stay here. We'll discuss the matter of dealing with the Flying Star sect another day. Of course, he was not as respectful as he was to the sky official, but he was still polite. Everyone followed the Yunue Pavilion master and the others into the planet below. They arrived at a palace and stayed there temporarily. Yunue Pavilion, in the great meeting hall, the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion and some other upper echelons of the Yunue Pavilion were gathered together for a meeting. Leader, the Heavenly Palace only sent 12 people. The strongest one among them only has the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. Most of them have the strength of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even the 1st godly emperor layer. How could they destroy the Flying Star sect? Indeed, I don't think we can defeat a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. We've been fighting against the Flying Star sect for a while now, and we're at a disadvantage. Many people in the Yunue Pavilion were complaining. Don't underestimate those people, said the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. Everybody quieted down. The Heavenly Palace is recruiting celestial soldiers now. Those people must have signed up for the exam, said the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. Leader, you mean there are some incredible geniuses among them? Asked someone. That's right. Anyone who signs up for the Heavenly Soldier Assessment is not weak. Even the older ones have strong combat strength. Cultivation is not the only criterion. Since the Heavenly Palace sent them here, they must think that there is someone who can help us destroy the Flying Star sect. Otherwise, they would not have sent them here. The Heavenly Palace must have paid special attention to the people they send. Don't underestimate any of those 12 people, said the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion. Yes. Everybody nodded. In the Yunue pavilion, Lu Ming took out some weapons and gave them to Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu had a huge appetite. Every once in a while, it would eat a batch of weapons or high-level metal materials. After feeding Qiu Qiu, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on cultivating. He had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. He had to make the best use of his time to stabilize his cultivation. The day passed quickly. On the second day, the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion summoned them for a meeting. Everyone, the strength of the Yunue pavilion and the Flying Star sect are about the same. In terms of high-end combat strength, we are slightly weaker than them. However, I believe that with everyone's help, we will be able to destroy the Flying Star sect very quickly, said the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion. Everybody nodded. They knew that the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion was just being polite. As expected, the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion continued, the main battlefield between the Yunue pavilion and the Flying Star sect will be the Flying Cloud continent. That is a continent floating in the void. However, now is not the time for a decisive battle. We need to take over a few important planets of the Flying Star sect. These places all have wormholes. Once we take over these places, the Flying Star sect's flexibility will be greatly reduced. What do you want us to do, Pavilion Master? Asked an old man from the group of 12. He had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. He was the strongest cultivator among Lu Ming's group. Alright, I will split you up. You will go to those important places and cooperate with the Yunue Pavilion. We will take those places, said the Pavilion Master of the Yunue Pavilion. Everybody nodded. They had no objections. Very quickly, the Pavilion Master of the Yunue Pavilion divided them into 6 groups of 2 and they went to 6 different places. Lu Ming and a young man in blue clothes were in the same group. The young man glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. He didn't take Lu Ming seriously. On the contrary, he was happy. Lu Ming was in the same group as him, so Lu Ming couldn't compete with him. He had heard of Mu Yun. Even though Mu Yun was a terrifying cultivator, he wasn't weak either. He had already broken through to the top of the 4th Godly Emperor layer. He could fight against ordinary cultivators of the 5th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming only had the strength of the 1st Godly Emperor layer, so he didn't take him seriously. After splitting up, there were naturally people who would lead them out. Lu Ming and the others were going to a place called Kuandong Planet. The Yunue Pavilion had an army there. Lu Ming and the young man in blue clothes went through a wormhole and arrived on Kuandong Planet. On the way, Lu Ming learned the young man's name. His name was Sui, and he was from the Heavenly Eagles clan. The Heavenly Eagles clan was ranked 137th in the list of the 10,000 clans of ancient desolation. Sui was also a famous genius of the Heavenly Eagles clan. He was a godly emperor and could fight against cultivators of higher cultivation levels. He was extremely talented. As soon as Lu Ming and Sui arrived at Kuandong Planet, they saw a general in armor leading an army to welcome them. The two of them were welcomed into a military camp. Brother Su, please have a seat. The general in armor was called Brother Hao. He was very polite to Sui and led him to the seat of honor. However, he was much colder to Lu Ming. Sui had the strength of the top of the 4th Godly Emperor layer, and he looked very young. He was definitely a genius. Such a person would be very beneficial to Kuandong Planet. However, Lu Ming was only at the 1st level of the Divine Emperor realm. In their opinion, he was dispensable. He would not be of any help to the battle on Kuandong Planet. He didn't understand why the Heavenly Palace had sent a cultivator of the 1st Godly Emperor layer to Kuandong Planet. He was just a hindrance. Of course, he could only suppress these doubts and dissatisfaction in his heart. He did not dare to voice them out. However, he could not help but express his dissatisfaction through his actions. For example, he was not very enthusiastic towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed that, but he didn't take it to heart. He just sat down and drank. Brother Hao, what's the situation on Kuandong Planet? Sui casually sat at the head of the table and asked. Then, a beautiful maid poured wine for him. The east side of Kuandong planet is occupied by the Yunhua Pavilion and the west side is occupied by the Feixing sect. But the most important wormhole is in the west. We've attacked it a few times, but we haven't been able to take it," said Brother Hao. "What kind of strong cultivators do they have?" asked Sui. "They have 2 cultivators of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. They're very strong. We only have 2 cultivators of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. We don't have the advantage. The other strong cultivators are fighting everywhere, especially in Feiyun. It's difficult to send them out," said Brother Hao. "Only the top of the 5th godly emperor layer? That's easy." After Sui heard this, he revealed a confident expression. Brother Hao's eyes twinkled. "Do you have a solution?" "Of course, if they only have the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, I'm strong enough to fight against them," Sui said proudly. Brother Hao was amazed and said, "Prince Sui only has the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, but he can compete with cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer." "Haha, I wouldn't dare." "Of course, that's not enough. I have a secret treasure that can injure cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. With that, I can kill cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer as easily as killing chickens." Sui said he didn't dare, but he looked very proud of himself. At the same time, he said he had a trump card which could only be used once. It could injure cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Hearing that, the smile on Brother Hao's face grew wider. At the side, the others also flattered Sui. From beginning to end, they had neglected Lu Ming. A cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer couldn't do anything. Besides, he couldn't become a celestial soldier, so why should they care? It's not the right time to attack. We'll wait for the pavilion master's order. As soon as the pavilion master gives the order, we'll immediately launch an attack and take down the entire Kuandong planet in one fell swoop," Brother Hao said. Sui nodded and ended the meeting. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He just sat there and slowly sipped his wine. To be honest, the wine was really good. Lu Ming couldn't help but drink a few more cups. Brother Hao and the others disdained Lu Ming even more. They thought that Lu Ming knew that he was weak, so he didn't say anything. After the meeting, Lu Ming went back to his room and sat down cross-legged. A bone pearl appeared in his hand. That bone pearl was the container that Guimo used to seal the ancient secret skills and other secret skills of the demon path. Before, Lu Ming was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to open it. Now, he had time to open it. According to Gumo's instructions, Lu Ming used a special talisman to inject it into the bone pearl. After a short time, the bone pearl emitted dazzling lights. Then, talismans flew out of it. There were at least a few hundred talismans. Most of them were black talismans, but one of them was black gold in color. It was very eye-catching. Lu Ming grabbed the black gold jade talisman with his hand and sank his spiritual sense into it. One of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Demonic Sword Technique. Lu Ming whispered, but to be honest, he was a little disappointed. The Great Demonic Sword Technique was also an offensive secret skill. However, Lu Ming already had the Great Shattering Technique and the Great God Wind Technique. Another one wouldn't be of much help to him. However, he still had to cultivate. No matter what kind of secret skill it was, Lu Ming had to cultivate it. This was to lay the foundation for his future. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate the ancient secret skill. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to cultivate it later. Lu Ming memorized the Great Demonic Sword Technique and then looked at the other secret skills. There were more than 300 demon secret skills. Moreover, Lu Ming hadn't cultivated many demon secret skills before. Therefore, there were 300 demon secret skills that Lu Ming hadn't cultivated before. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He collected all of them and would cultivate them when he had time. After collecting them, Lu Ming took out some elvenwood hearts and began to absorb them to strengthen his foundation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation level was completely stabilized. He had completely stabilized at the 1st godly emperor layer. Compared to when I just broke through, my strength has increased by 50%. Lu Ming smiled. When he fought against Yin Jiuling in the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, he had just broken through and his strength hadn't reached the peak yet. Now, his cultivation level had completely stabilized and his strength had reached the peak. He was 50% stronger than when he was in the dark pit Demon Mountain. Now, he was confident that he wouldn't be so embarrassed if he fought against Ding Jiuling again. He alone was enough to fight against him. He didn't need to team up with fighting God Yuan Wen. After stabilizing his cultivation level, Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the demon's secret skills. However, at this time, Lu Ming received news from Brother Hao that they were about to launch an attack. He could only cultivate the secret skills later. Lu Ming left his residence and went to the barracks with Sui to set off with the army. This time, we have the help of the emissary of the Heavenly Palace. We will definitely destroy the Flying Star sect. Now, let's go and take Kuandong Star. Brother Hao shouted. Victory! At least 100,000 soldiers shouted. Swoosh, the 100,000 soldiers were all experts. They turned into rainbow lights and flew to the west of Kuandong Star. It was a very spectacular sight. They were very fast and soon arrived at the west of Kuandong Star. However, there was a strong divine light flickering in front of them, illuminating the starry sky. In front of them, there was a large army blocking their way. This army was naturally the army of the Flying Star sect. They had already known that the Yunue Pavilion was about to attack and had made defensive preparations in advance. The Flying Star sect's army was lined up neatly, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. There were at least 100,000 of them. The two armies hadn't even collided yet, but their terrifying chi had already collided. Boom, the atmosphere shook violently as a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. It looked like a ferocious mouth had appeared in the sky. Die! Destroy the Flying Star sect! Shouted Brother Hao furiously. He took the lead and charged towards the Flying Star sect's army. Die! Shouted the Yunue Pavilion's army. All sorts of godly lights dazzled as all sorts of weapons rose up in the air. In the end, they turned into a terrifying force and moved towards the Flying Star sect's army. However, the Flying Star sect's army also released all sorts of attacks and collided with the Yunue Pavilion's army. After a series of explosions, the distance between the two armies was reduced. Horrible shrieks filled the air as the two armies collided. At least a few hundred people were killed. Blood dyed the sky red. Die! There was a long howl that was exceptionally sharp and bright. Sui was surrounded by dazzling godly lights. In front of him, 3 swords were floating. Those 3 swords looked like the feathers of an eagle. Actually, they were made from the feathers of an extremely strong cultivator of the Heavenly Eagle clan. They were extremely sharp. The illusory figure brushed past the 3 divine swords and continued its killing spree. Every time it flickered, a few people would be pierced by the divine swords or split into 2 halves. Sui moved forwards and killed dozens of strong cultivators of the Flying Star sect. No matter if they were cultivators of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd godly emperor layer, they were all killed instantly. Of course, the strong cultivators of the Flying Star sect noticed him. Little boy, die! Shouted a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. He stared at Sui and attacked him. That person was surrounded by starlight. He waved his hand and starlight turned into a sword which descended from the sky and pierced towards Sui's head. You want to die? Sui smiled coldly. He waved his sword and the starlight battle sword broke apart. Then, his 3 swords shot out and appeared in front of the cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. The cultivator of the Flying Star sect was astonished. He hastily used all sorts of skills to block the attack, but it was useless. Slash, Sui's battle sword directly pierced through all of his defenses, piercing 3 transparent holes in his dantian, chest, and glabella. The cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect had died instantly. How strong! When the people of the Yunue Pavilion saw how strong Sui was, instantly killing people of the same level as him, their morale soared. Ao roared and charged at Sui. Brother Hao's chi. Sui's battle prowess was indeed strong. It was not wrong to say that he could fight those above his level. At this moment, Lu Ming's performance was neither fast nor slow. He charged forward with the army and did not stand out. Sui was in high spirits as he charged towards Brother Hao. At that moment, Brother Hao was fighting against a general of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. Sui brushed past the 3 swords and fiercely slashed at the general. The general of the Flying Star sect was wielding a battle saber that glittered with starlight. With a loud roar, he swung his saber at Suyi's 3 divine swords. Clang! Clang! A violent collision broke out, and energy waves spread in all directions. The Flying Star sect's general and Sui were forced to retreat. They were evenly matched. The people from the Yunue Pavilion and the Flying Star sect were all shocked. In the Divine Emperor realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was extremely difficult to fight against someone of a higher level. But Sui, with the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, was able to fight against a general of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. They had never seen such a genius before. They were all dumbfounded. Brother Hao was the first to react. He was overjoyed. With a roar, he charged toward the general of the Flying Star sect. Whoosh, whoosh, Sui also joined forces with Brother Hao. Suddenly, the Flying Star sect's general was forced to retreat again and again. He only had the strength to defend himself and was unable to fight back. The other cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect was fighting against a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer from the Yunue Pavilion. The Flying Star sect was in a bad situation. Boom! At that moment, a tall and sturdy man wearing armor from the Flying Star sect suddenly had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. He suddenly had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. He was holding a spear, and it moved like a bolt of lightning. He was fighting against a cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Yunue Pavilion. He was startled and hastily dodged. But in the godly emperor layer, the difference of 1 godly emperor layer was overwhelming. Slash! The cultivator of the 4th godly emperor layer from the Yunue Pavilion was instantly killed. Then, he turned into a beam of light and moved towards Sui. Sui had no choice but to give up on the general of the Flying Star sect and fight against him. How come you have a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer? Brother Hao was astonished. The Flying Star sect and the Yunue Pavilion were fighting on the battlefield. It was difficult for them to send out strong cultivators. How come they suddenly had a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer? Could it be that something had happened on the battlefield? They're from the Feiyun continent, of course. They're waiting for the big fish. Smiled the general of the Flying Star sect coldly. Boom! At that moment, a powerful chi rose up in the air from the Flying Star sect. Surprisingly, another cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer appeared and threw himself at Sui. It's over. At that moment, the faces of the Yunue Pavilion's army turned deathly pale. The enemy had hidden so many strong cultivators in their army. They had 2 more cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer than they had expected. That kind of fighting strength was enough to turn the situation around. Were the Yunue Pavilion going to suffer a crushing defeat? You want to die? At that moment, Sui coldly shouted. His eyes revealed a gloomy expression. At the same time, 2 black beads appeared in his hand. Within the 2 black beads were strands of lightning flickering. I didn't want to use them, but since you want to die, I'll help you, said Sui icily. Then, he threw the 2 pearls at them. Boom boom, the 2 pearls exploded and released lightning. In a flash, the 2 cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer were engulfed by the lightning. Around them, some other strong cultivators were also engulfed by the lightning. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into ashes. When the lightning disappeared, 2 silhouettes were blown away. Their clothes were tattered and their chi was extremely weak. It was the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. At that moment, they were severely injured and their chi was extremely weak. When Brother Hao and the others saw that, they were extremely happy. Sui had said that he had a weapon that could injure cultivators of the top of the 5th godly emperor layer. Die! Shouted Sui furiously after injuring the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Then, he threw himself at the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. Help! Shouted the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer. No one can save you, smiled Sui coldly. Little boy, you want to die. As soon as Sui finished his sentence, a loud roar could be heard coming from the Flying Star sect. Following this, several terrifying auras rose into the sky. There were a total of 3 auras, and they were extremely terrifying. As soon as the auras appeared, a few beams of divine light shot towards Sui. That's 6th godly emperor layer. Suyi's face turned pale with fright. He hastily made his 3 swords fly out and collide with the 3 beams of godly light. Although the 3 divine lights were blocked, Suyi's 3 divine swords were also beaten until they lost their luster. They flew out, and no one knew where they flew to. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 tall and sturdy silhouettes appeared from the Flying Star sect. They were surrounded by starlight. 6th godly emperor layer! Shouted Brother Hao furiously. Not only were there cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer in the enemy's camp, but there were also cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. It was over. At that moment they could only put their hopes on Sui. They hoped that he could create a miracle and save the situation. Otherwise, the Yunhua Pavilion's army would be in danger. Sui pulled a long face when he saw the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer coming towards him. He clenched his teeth and took out 5 black orbs from his storage ring. He only had 7 of those Tai Chi lightning pearls. He had already used 2 of them, so he only had 5 left. He hoped he could injure the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. He waved his hand and threw the 5 pearls at them. 5 explosions sounded as the 5 pearls exploded. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer and a few hundred people from the Flying Star sect were trapped inside, including the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer who had been seriously injured. Lightning filled the air and the people from the Flying Star sect who were trapped inside were turned into ashes. However, 3 figures managed to rush out of the range of the lightning. It was the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. Their godly lights were dim, and some parts of their bodies were burnt. They had been injured by the Tai Chi lightning pearl. However, his injuries were not serious. The Tai Chi lightning pearl could injure cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, but it couldn't harm cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. However, apart from the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer, the cultivators of the Flying Star sect, including the 2 cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, were all dead. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were furious. Kill that brat. That kid is dead for sure. Kill. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were furious and threw themselves at Sui. Sui's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of fear as he turned around and ran. He was strong enough to fight against cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer, but against cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer, he would die instantly, let alone 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. A pair of wings extended from his back, flapping wildly as he fled for his life. However, he wasn't as fast as the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. They were getting closer and closer to him. Stop them. I order you to stop them. Sui charged into the Yunhua Pavilion's army and roared at the Yunhua Pavilion. But the people of the Yunhua Pavilion didn't dare stop the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. Therefore, the people of the Yunhua Pavilion moved to the sides. Fuck! Shouted Sui furiously. His hands turned into talons and he grabbed a few people of the Yunhua Pavilion and threw them at the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. His goal was to delay them so that he could escape. The people of the Yunhua Pavilion who were thrown away gave horrible shrieks as the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect smashed them into pieces. Sui kept throwing people of the Yunhua Pavilion at the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people had been thrown away. They all died at the hands of the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect. What's going on? Brother Hao and the others pulled long faces. The favorable impression that Sui had created for him was now gone. In order to survive, he had sacrificed his own teammates. How shameless! At that moment, they didn't have a good impression of Sui anymore. Everywhere Sui went, the people of the Yunhua Pavilion ran away. Of course, there was one person who didn't run away, Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been following the army the whole time. He hadn't done anything special. He didn't like to show off. Since Sui wanted to show off, Lu Ming didn't mind. At that moment, Sui threw himself at Lu Ming ferociously. He shouted furiously, "Little boy, go and stop them. Even if you die, you have to stop them." At the same time, he grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder with his talons and threw him back. He wanted to throw Lu Ming towards the 3 cultivators of the Flying Star sect. But he didn't move. Sui had the impression he was grabbing a planet. He couldn't throw him away. On the contrary, because he was using too much strength, his arm almost broke. "Piss off, little boy." Sui roared again and unleashed all his strength, wanting to throw Lu Ming out. However, he still did not move an inch. Sui was dumbstruck. He looked at Lu Ming incredulously. Lu Ming was looking at him coldly. "If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But since you provoked me, I have no choice but to help you," said Lu Ming coldly. He stretched out his hand and put it on Suyi's face. His hand shook violently and Suyi's body was blown away towards the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. "Ah!" Sui screamed in horror. He wanted to stabilize his body, but he realized that he could not do so at all. Lu Ming's outburst of power was too strong. How could a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer be that strong? Die. At that moment, the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect arrived and attacked Sui. Sui gave a horrible shriek and then his body and soul were destroyed. "That little boy is evil. Kill him first." After killing Sui, one of the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect looked at Lu Ming. He used starlight to appear in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming was also very direct. He also threw a punch at the other party's fist. He had just broken through to the godly emperor layer, so he wanted to see how strong he was. Rumbling sound spread in all directions. Then, the starlight broke apart and a silhouette was blown away. It was the cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. His fist was dripping with blood, his bones had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Everybody was dumbstruck when they saw that. Especially the people of the Yunhua Pavilion, such as Brother Hao and the others. How? How is that possible? Brother Hao and the others' eyes were wide open. Lu Ming only had the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, but he had defeated a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer in one punch, and he had even injured him. Were they hallucinating, or were they dreaming? At the same time, the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect were also astonished. A cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer had injured a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer in one punch. They had never heard of such a thing. "That little boy is evil. Let's join hands and kill him," said the cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer who had been injured. Godly lights surrounded him again. "Die!" shouted the other 2 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. The 3 of them joined hands and charged towards Lu Ming. "Come." Lu Ming's eyes were twinkling. He looked excited. He jumped forwards and moved like a mountain towards his opponents. He also used his full strength. His battle formula had increased his fighting strength 6-fold. As Lu Ming continued practicing cultivation, the success rate of his battle formula increasing his fighting strength 6-fold was increasing. Now, Lu Ming's success rate of increasing his fighting strength 6-fold was less than 10%. Boom, the 4 cultivators collided. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a dozen attacks. Terrifying chi rolled in all directions. Nobody could stand there anymore. Even cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer would be killed instantly if they got too close to the chi. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Brother Hao and the others. Their mouths were wide open, unable to close. Lu Ming had the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, and surprisingly, he could fight against 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer at the same time. That was 5 godly emperors. Before, when Sui had broken through 1 godly emperor layer, they had been astonished. But now, he had broken through 5 godly emperors. They were astonished. It turned out that this was a true monstrous genius. That was what all the members of the Yunhua Pavilion were thinking. They all knew that they had made a mistake in their judgment and looked down on others. Previously, he had thought that Sui was a king and Lu Ming was a bronze. It was proven that Lu Ming was the king, while Sui was the bronze. After a dozen more attacks, the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect were pushed back. They all pulled long faces and blood splashed out of their mouths. With the 3 of them joining forces, they were actually not Lu Ming's match and fell into a disadvantage. The shock the 3 of them felt was indescribable. "Is this my current combat strength?" Lu Ming muttered. He was very satisfied with his current combat strength. He didn't need to use other weapons, he could kill cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer on his own. Yes, he was that terrifying now. It could kill enemies that were 5 levels higher. Yin Jiuling, as a Universe Genius List candidate, was able to fight across 4 levels. Lu Ming was much stronger than Yin Jiuling. This was the terror of a forbidden body. In the vast universe, there were countless geniuses. This was the pinnacle. "It's time to end this," whispered Lu Ming. At the same time, 4 stone pearls flew out of his wrist. They were gravity pearls. When he was a quasi-emperor, Lu Ming could only control 3 gravity pearls. After breaking through to the godly emperor layer, Lu Ming could control 4 gravity pearls. The gravity created by 4 gravity pearls was 10 times stronger than 3 gravity pearls. Bzzz, a terrifying gravity surrounded the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect were astonished. "Oh no, run! Retreat!" The 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect retreated without the slightest hesitation. They knew that when Lu Ming hadn't used such a treasure, they couldn't compete with him. Now that Lu Ming had used such a treasure, they definitely couldn't compete with him. They would definitely die. But they were surrounded by the gravity pearls, they were much slower. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered, he caught up with one of them and attacked him furiously. Even if the other 2 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer wanted to help, they wouldn't have time. Ah! The cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer gave a horrible shriek. Half of his body exploded from Lu Ming's attack. He tried to run away, but it was useless. Boom, a terrifying and destructive chi rolled out. The cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer gave a horrible shriek as his body exploded. He had been killed by Lu Ming. After killing him, Lu Ming moved on to another cultivator. With the help of the gravity pearls, Lu Ming had the absolute advantage. The other 2 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer tried their best, but it was useless. One after the other, they were killed by Lu Ming. "Run!" After the 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer were killed, the Yunue Pavilion's army lost their minds and started running away. "Die! Destroy the Flying Star sect!" Brother Hao and the others finally came back to their senses. They shouted furiously and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out. In a few flashes, he dashed into the army of the Flying Star sect. Every time he attacked, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor realm would be killed. Lu Ming attacked cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer and above. Lu Ming didn't bother attacking cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer and below. That way, he could turn the tide of the battle. Lu Ming killed cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer and above. The Flying Star sect's army couldn't fight against the Yunue Pavilion's army anymore. They kept chasing after Lu Ming. After a few hours, almost 60% of the Flying Star sect's army had been killed. A few managed to escape. The entire planet Kuandong was under the control of the Yunue Pavilion, including the wormhole. They had won the battle. In the army camp, Brother Hao and the others were extremely respectful in front of Lu Ming. Their heads were almost touching their stomachs. Prince Mu Yun is really a peerless genius. He has the demeanor of a legendary king. Today was an eye-opener for me. If I hadn't seen him, I wouldn't have believed that such a peerless genius like Prince Mu Yun existed. Come, let's toast to Prince Mu Yun. Brother Hao and the rest flattered Lu Ming, trying their best to get into his good books. In their opinion, such an incredible genius like Lu Ming would definitely join the Heavenly Palace. In the future, he would even be a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Palace and become an overlord. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. Everyone, you're welcome. Lu Ming's face was calm. He raised his glass and replied indifferently. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ming said goodbye. Everyone, the mission on planet Kuandong has been completed. I will now return to the headquarters of the Yunhua Pavilion and wait for the next battle. With that, Lu Ming got up and left. After a while, Lu Ming returned to the headquarters of the Yunhua Pavilion. When he returned to the headquarters of the Yunhua Pavilion, Lu Ming found that the other participants had all returned. They had all completed their tasks and were ready to head to the Feiyun continent to fight against the Flying Star sect. However, there were fewer people, there were 12 of them in total. Now, there were only 8 people left, including Lu Ming. When the others saw that Lu Ming had returned alone, they were surprised. They were surprised that Lu Ming, who was only at the first Divine Emperor realm, had returned instead of Sui, who was stronger than them. However, no one asked about it. No one knew what they were thinking. The leader of the Yunhua Pavilion decided to head to the Feiyun continent in 3 days to fight against the Flying Star sect and destroy them. The moonlight was like water and the stars were twinkling. It was late at night. In the room, Lu Ming, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a dazzling glow in his eyes. There were streams of blood in his room. They seeped into the room from the corners of the room and rushed toward Lu Ming as if they were alive. Finally, someone can't wait any longer? Lu Ming whispered. He knew that the 12 of them would kill each other. Out of the 12 people, only the 2 with the highest contributions would pass the test. How could they ensure that they had contributed the most? Of course, the others were all dead. That was the safest way. Therefore, there were only 8 people left. However, it was obviously not enough. There were too many people and someone was going to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, the blood turned into blood-red arrows and shot toward Lu Ming. Humph, Lu Ming snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, his palm force burst forth, spreading out like water ripples. All of the blood-colored arrows collapsed. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared outside the room. There was a courtyard outside the room. At the moment, a red-haired young man was standing in the courtyard. Xuechuan, Lu Ming said coldly. This person was from the inferior blood tribe, a large tribe in the primitive universe. The inferior blood race was said to have a close relationship with the blood race. It was said that they were made up of blood race members with impure blood. Xuechuan was one of the strongest cultivators of the inferior blood clan. He had the strength of the top of the 4th godly emperor layer, but it was said that he had fought against cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer for 100 times and hadn't died. In the Divine Emperor realm, being able to surpass 2 levels was considered a top genius even among the countless geniuses in the primitive universe. I didn't expect you to be able to take one of my attacks and not die. It seems like I've underestimated you. Xuechuan sneered. His face was extremely cold. Looks like you still don't know about Kuandong planet. Lu Ming said. What about Kuandong planet? Xuechuan was slightly stunned. Lu Ming understood. Brother Hao would definitely report what had happened on Kundong planet to the Yunhua Pavilion Master. However, there was no need for the Yunhua Pavilion Master to inform Lu Ming and the others. Therefore, the other candidates didn't know about Lu Ming's incredible strength on Kuandong planet. Nothing. I'm just curious. I'm only a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer. I shouldn't be a threat to you. Why do you want to kill me first? Lu Ming asked. On the surface, with Lu Ming's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to pass the exam. However, Xuechuan was the first one to kill him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Since you're going to die, I'll let you know why. First, I instinctively feel that your blood tastes good. If I drink your blood, it may make me stronger. Second, as long as you're alive, you're an unknown factor. I'll kill you one by one. You're the first one. Xuechuan sneered. His face was ferocious. You're really unlucky. You should have chosen someone else. That way, you could have lived a little longer. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Ridiculous. Don't talk nonsense. Die. Shouted Xuechuan coldly. His blood chi filled the air. His whole body was enveloped by a bloody light. Then, he turned into a bloody sword light and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and 4 gravity pearls flew out. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with his opponent. He directly used the gravity pearls. The strength of the 4 gravity pearls completely covered the courtyard. The powerful gravity pressed down on Xuechuan. Xuechuan's body shook violently. The bloody light on his body almost collapsed. Whoosh, Lu Ming attacked. He activated the battle formula and increased his fighting strength by 5 times. He used the Great Holy Wind technique and the Great Breaking technique. His hand was like a knife. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. Xuechuan's body was torn apart. He couldn't be more dead. One move. Just one move and Xuechuan was killed by Lu Ming. Xuechuan's fighting strength was only equivalent to the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. After Lu Ming used the gravity pearls, he was caught off guard and was instantly killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed Xuechuan's interspatial ring and took it. Then, he condensed a flame and burned Xuechuan's body to ashes. Hee, are you all pretending to be stupid? Lu Ming glanced around and smiled indifferently. The other people who were participating in the exam lived nearby. Lu Ming didn't believe that these people hadn't noticed what had just happened. However, these people didn't make the slightest movement. They were obviously waiting to reap the benefits. Anyway, no matter if Lu Ming or Xuechuan died, it would be beneficial for them. However, at that moment, these people were astonished. Xuechuan was killed. I wouldn't have thought that Mu Yun's strength would be so terrifying. With the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, he could kill Xuechuan, who had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. Even though he used a treasure, it's still terrifying. What terrifying strength! It seems that everyone has underestimated this person. With my strength, how could I have finished in the top 2? Thoughts rose in the hearts of these people. Some of them had serious expressions, some shook their heads and sighed, and some revealed murderous intent. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If these people didn't provoke him, he would be fine. If they provoked him, they would be courting death. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered and he went back to his room. Then, he took out a demonic secret skill and started practicing it. He was now practicing ordinary secret skills very quickly. After a short period of time, he could successfully comprehend an ordinary secret skill and turn it into a talisman and integrate it into his cells. All kinds of demonic secret skills turned into talismans and integrated into Lu Ming's cells. Lu Ming gradually mastered more and more secret skills. That night, everything was peaceful. The next day, it was still peaceful. Late at night, Lu Ming sensed that there was someone in the courtyard outside his door. Who is it? Lu Ming asked coldly. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes. Brother Mu Yun, it's me, Ming Yuxing. A clear and bright voice sounded. It's him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ming Yuxing was a top genius of the Moonlight Clan. The Moonlight Clan was ranked 24th in the list of the 10,000 clans of ancient desolation. They were one of the strongest clans. They were even stronger than the Elf Clan. The members of the Moonlight Clan were the incarnations of Moonlight. Ming Yuxing was one of the strongest cultivators of the Moonlight Clan. He had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but he could defeat opponents who were 2 cultivation layers higher than him. He was terrifyingly strong. Among the 12 people, he was one of the most likely to pass the exam. The other one was the old man who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. At least, they were the 2 most likely to pass the exam. Of course, many people thought that Mu Yun was also one of the most likely candidates to pass the exam. With a thought, a blast of air burst out, and the door opened automatically. A young man in white clothes was standing outside the door. You're here to kill me too? Asked Lu Ming icily. Brother Mu, you misunderstood me. I'm here to talk about cooperation, said Ming Yuxing. Cooperation? Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. Indeed. Can I come in? Asked Ming Yuxing, smiling elegantly. He looked harmless to humans and animals. Of course, said Lu Ming. He wasn't afraid of Ming Yuxing. If Ming Yuxing wanted to die, he didn't mind sending him on his way. Ming Yuxing was strong. He could defeat cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming couldn't compete with him on his own, but Lu Ming had many deadly weapons. Ming Yuxing wasn't very talented. He probably couldn't control any powerful weapons. Ming Yuxing entered the room and closed the door. "What do you want to talk about?" asked Lu Ming. "This time, there are 12 of us." "No, it should be 7 now. Among the 7 of us, only 2 can complete the assessment. The ones who are most likely to complete the assessment are Fu Zun, me, and you, Brother Mu. As long as one of us falls, the remaining 2 will almost certainly be able to pass the assessment," said Ming Yuxing. "You want to cooperate with me to kill Fu Zun?" asked Lu Ming. Fu Zun was the old man who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. It's easy to deal with smart people. Not bad. Fu Zun is old, but he's very strong. Ordinary cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer can't compete with him. I'm not sure I can defeat him, but with Brother Mu, I'm sure I can defeat him," said Ming Yuxing. Lu Ming was not surprised by Fu Zun's ability. Those who could participate in the Heavenly Soldier assessment were usually powerful people. Even if they couldn't fight above their level, they were still the best among their peers, regardless of age. Sometimes, you couldn't underestimate your age. Although his potential was limited due to his age, his combat strength was hard to say. Some people had spent countless years to comprehend the quintessence God-force factor and quintessence God-force factor. Perhaps the quintessence God-force factor had been awakened many times, and many of the shackles of the quintessence secret technique had been severed. From the looks of it, the more times one awakened their origin divine power, the easier it would be for them to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. However, this wasn't absolute. Some people's origin divine power might be awakened many times, but their cultivation wouldn't be able to achieve breakthroughs even after a long time. They could only let their lifespan continue to elapse and become white-haired elders. The fighting strength of these people was often terrifying. Young geniuses were strong, but the fighting strength of some older geniuses was not to be underestimated. "Where do you want to do it?" "It won't look good here," Lu Ming said. "I won't be as stupid as Shuichuan. In 2 days, we'll go to the Flying Cloud continent to fight against the Flying Star sect. We'll have plenty of chances to do it on the battlefield. No one will suspect that we did it," said Ming Yuexing. "Okay, I promise you." Lu Ming nodded with a smile. "Haha, this is great. The 2 quotas for the assessment are mine and Brother Mu's." Ming Yuexing smiled and left his contact information with Lu Ming. He then floated away without anyone noticing. "Boy, do you really believe him? Maybe he'll turn around and find Fu Zun to deal with you?" Reminded Gu Mo, "I just agreed to deal with him." Lu Ming smiled. "Boy, I know you're cunning," said Gu Mo with a smile. Bone Devil's guess was right. Ming Yuexing quietly returned to his room, but not long after, he quietly appeared in another room. It was Fu Zun's room. "What kind of cooperation do you want to talk to me about?" Fu Zun looked at Ming Yuexing. His turbid eyes were shining with a terrifying light. "You should have seen how Mu Yun killed Shuichuan, right?" said Ming Yuexing. "Yes, Mu Yun is really terrifying. He's only at the 1st layer of the Divine Emperor realm. He's a peerless hero," said Fu Zun. There was a flash of jealousy in Ming Yuexing's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "Indeed, Mu Yun is a peerless hero. I'm far from him. I wonder if you're interested in joining forces with me to kill such a peerless hero?" said Ming Yuexing coldly. "Join forces with you to kill Mu Yun?" Fu Zun's eyes flashed. "That's right. Among the remaining people, only you, Mu Yun, and I have the chance to complete the test. As long as we work together to kill him, the 2 test missions will be ours. Besides, any peerless genius would surely have some fortunate encounters, peerless treasures, and peerless martial arts. If you can kill him and claim his treasures, you might be able to have a breakthrough in your cultivation," said Ming Yuexing. The last sentence caused Fu Zun's eyes to shine with a bright and greedy light. Being able to help him break through his cultivation was more attractive than anything else. He had been stuck at the 7th layer of the Godly Emperor realm for a long time. He had tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't break through to the 8th layer of the Godly Emperor realm. He had joined the heavenly palace to become a celestial soldier because he wanted to find a way to break through. If he killed Lu Ming and obtained Lu Ming's treasures, he might be able to break through. He was tempted. He couldn't refuse such a temptation. Alright, let's join forces. But we need to think about when to attack, said Fu Zun. Wait until we reach the Feiyun continent. We'll have plenty of opportunities to attack on the battlefield, said Ming Yuesheng. Alright. Fu Zun nodded and reached an agreement with Ming Yuesheng. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days, Lu Ming and the others followed the pavilion master of the Yunhua pavilion to the Feiyun continent. The Feiyun continent was a continent floating in the air. It was huge and had rich divine qi. It was the best place to cultivate in the Feiyun star area. In the past, it was jointly managed by the Flying Star sect and the Yunhua pavilion. It was also the center of the war. The two forces had gathered the most experts on the Feiyun continent. However, during this period of time, the Yunhua pavilion was at a disadvantage on the Feiyun continent. Many experts had died, which was why the Flying Star sect was able to transfer some people away, such as the sudden increase of experts in the Kuandong planet. Lu Ming and the others arrived at the headquarters of the Yunhua pavilion on the Feiyun continent. This place was like a military camp. At a glance, it was boundless. The Yunhua pavilion held a banquet to welcome Lu Ming and the others. At the banquet, the pavilion master and the others' attitude towards Lu Ming was completely different from before. They were much more respectful. Obviously, they already knew what had happened on the Kuandong planet. Dong dong dong, suddenly, the sound of war drums resounded. Pavilion Master, the Flying Star sect is attacking. Someone quickly came to report. Everyone, it seems like we can't enjoy this banquet. The Pavilion Master of the Yunhua pavilion said apologetically. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Let's go and have a good fight with the Flying Star sect. It won't be too late to eat and drink after we destroy the Flying Star sect. Ming Yuesheng laughed heartily. Alright, gather the army and have a good fight with the Flying Star sect. The Pavilion Master of the Yunhua pavilion ordered. Soon after, the war drums sounded and countless figures flew out from the Yunhua pavilion's military camp. Lu Ming and the other 6 were naturally among them. They naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. If they didn't dare to participate in every battle, how could they earn merits, how could they complete the assessment? Kill. In front, countless troops of the Flying Star sect roared and rushed over. Kill. Lu Ming. And the others also roared. The two armies and countless experts clashed in the air. In an instant, countless people died and their bodies fell to the ground. Lu Ming condensed a long spear with his forbidden energy and charged into the crowd of the Flying Star sect. As the long spear stabbed out, the spear radiance was everywhere and the people of the Flying Star sect were constantly killed. Every time a person of the Flying Star sect was killed, a wisp of remnant soul would fly to Lu Ming and be absorbed by the jade talisman sent by the Heavenly Palace. Their merits were calculated according to the remnant soul absorbed by the jade talisman. Based on the remnant soul, one could deduce the cultivation level of the victim. Lu Ming went on a killing spree as if there was no one around. Soon, over 100 experts from the Flying Star sect had been killed by him. Die, brat. A cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer stared at Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Good timing, shouted Lu Ming furiously. He turned into a beam of light and collided with the cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. With a loud boom, it was as if the sun had exploded. Rings of energy waves swept out in all directions. Then, the cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect was pushed back and coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer could injure him in one attack. Wang, in the next moment, the 4 gravity pearls emitted a terrifying gravitational force that enveloped the man's body. Then, Lu Ming rushed over and killed the man. The people of the Flying Star sect were shocked. They distanced themselves from Lu Ming, their eyes filled with fear. Die. Lu Ming moved in another direction. The army was made up of high-level godly kings. Most of them were godly emperors, but there were also many godly emperors. The battlefield was huge. It was a battlefield for millions and millions of li. Some people were fighting in the sky, some were fighting in the mountains, some were fighting underground. Lu Ming didn't see any people from the Flying Star sect around him. Swoosh, Lu Ming dashed toward a mountain ridge. Over here, some people from the Flying Star sect and the Yunhua Pavilion were engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Ming waved his hands and a gust of wind swept across. 6 to 7 experts from the Flying Star sect were killed by Lu Ming. Leaving behind a few people from the Yunhua Pavilion who were in a daze, Lu Ming flashed past them and dashed toward another place. Just like that, Lu Ming killed hundreds of people from the Flying Star sect in half an hour, including a few cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. However, he didn't encounter any cultivators above the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Just as Lu Ming passed by a canyon, he suddenly felt a sharp and fierce murderous intent sweeping toward him. Lu Ming looked at it coldly and threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with a green venomous snake and there was a violent explosion. The green venomous snake was defeated by Lu Ming. It turned out that it was condensed from energy. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated rapidly. Numerous wounds appeared on his arms. How strong! That's the strength of a cultivator of the 7th Holy Emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared in one direction. A silhouette appeared in Lu Ming's field of vision. It was an old man, Fu Zun. It seems like you can't control yourself anymore, said Lu Ming. Mu Yun, give me your treasures and the techniques you practice. I'll give you a quick death, said Fu Zun. You alone? Asked Lu Ming probingly. I alone am enough to kill you, said Fu Zun coldly. He and Ming Yuxing had agreed to join hands to deal with Lu Ming. However, he couldn't control his greed and decided to attack alone. After joining hands with Ming Yuxing to kill Lu Ming, Lu Ming's treasures would be split equally with Ming Yuxing. If he attacked alone, wouldn't all Lu Ming's treasures be his? Even though Lu Ming was strong, Fu Zun was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Therefore, he had been watching Lu Ming since the beginning of the battle with the Flying Star sect. He had waited until there was no one around to attack. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He turned into a gust of wind and charged Fu Zun. As he charged out, the 4 gravity orbs flew out. The powerful gravity enveloped a large area around him. Divine Snake Reincarnation Seal. Fu Zun hollered. His divine power surged and condensed into more than 10 poisonous snakes, charging toward Lu Ming. Those poisonous snakes hissed and broke through the gravity. They either bit or coiled around Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming used his battle formula to increase his battle prowess by 6 times. He used 2 ancient secret skills at the same time to attack the snakes. However, Lu Ming was still no match for them. After a dozen attacks, Lu Ming was pushed back. He had more wounds on his body. With the gravity pearls, Lu Ming could easily kill cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. However, Fu Zun was strong even among cultivators of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming was no match for him. Die! 10,000 snakes murder! Fu Zun roared. More and more green venomous snakes condensed from his body and pounced on Lu Ming. Even the gravity of the gravity pearl could not stop them. Xiao Qiao! Lu Ming's mind stirred. Xiao Qiao transformed into armor, covering his entire body. A silver spear appeared in his hands. The spear turned into a dozen spear lights and shot out explosively. Lu Ming borrowed Xiao Qiao's power and charged towards Fu Zun. However, after a dozen moves, Lu Ming still coughed up blood and retreated. Even with Xiao Qiao's help, they were still no match for Fu Zun. Die! Fu Zun roared as he transformed into a giant green snake. He traversed the void and coiled around Lu Ming. A green poisonous gas emanated from his body and enveloped Lu Ming. This type of poisonous gas was extremely toxic and had a terrifying corrosive property. Sizzling sounds came from Lu Ming's body. Even Xiao Qiao's armor was corroded with holes. The poisonous gas seeped into Lu Ming's body and corroded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming screamed in pain and struggled with all his might. Die! Fu Zun roared as he coiled around Lu Ming with all his might. He wanted to kill Lu Ming completely. Brat, your ability to put on an act is not bad. Bone Demon secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Haha, of course I have to act like it. Lu Ming replied, but he continued to scream in pain. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Ming struggled with all his might and took out the Gale Pearl. With a boom, a powerful force exploded from the Gale Pearl and destroyed everything in its path. However, under Lu Ming's special control, it was as if the Gale Bead had exploded, giving off the feeling that it was a one-time use treasure. The Gale Pearl's explosion created a destructive force that swept out in all directions. Fu Zun, who had transformed into a green snake, screamed in horror as his body was continuously destroyed by the destructive force. Ah, kid, I'll take you down with me. Fu Zun roared. He felt a fatal danger. The power of the Gale Pearl's explosion was too terrifying. He couldn't escape at all. Only death awaited him. Faced with such a situation, Fu Zun went crazy. His body exploded with a boom. He actually self-destructed. The two destructive forces collided continuously and enveloped Lu Ming. After a while, all the forces dissipated. Fu Zun's body had completely disappeared and turned into ashes. Only Lu Ming was left. He was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. His aura was weak and he looked like he was on the verge of death. Another while later, a figure floated over from a hidden place like a ghost. He appeared not far away from Lu Ming and stared coldly at Lu Ming. He, Brother Mu, are you alright? The figure asked. Brother Mingyue. Lu Ming spoke with difficulty. This figure was Ming Yuxing. Brother Mu, you look like you're seriously injured? Ming Yuxing asked tentatively. Fortunately, it's all because of that old fellow Fu Zun. I didn't expect that he would attack me first before I attacked him. Fortunately, I have a trump card. Otherwise, I would most likely be in danger. Brother Mingyue, please lend me a hand, Lu Ming said. Lend you a hand? Mu Yun, you're really naive. Now, hand over all your treasures and cultivation techniques and I'll give you a quick death. Ming Yuexing said. Lu Ming's expression did not change. Ming Yuexing, have you revealed your true face? You were watching from the side just now, right? That's right. That guy Fu Zun thought that he was tailing you secretly, but he didn't know that I was tailing him the whole time. I knew that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would attack you first. When both of you are injured, I can sit back and reap the benefits. Ming Yuexing said. So, you were lying when you said you wanted to cooperate with me? Lu Ming said. Of course, I cooperated with you only to lower your guard and let you fight to the death with Fu Zun. Everything was within my expectations. Now, I'll say it again. Hand over the treasures and divine arts on your body and I can give you a quick death. Ming Yuexing said. He was afraid that if he killed Lu Ming, he would only be able to obtain Lu Ming's treasures and not Lu Ming's mystical skills. After all, many people would not carry the mystical skills with them. You think too much. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, he stood up directly. The injuries on his body were healing at an astonishing speed. Moreover, his aura was also rising rapidly. Your injuries? How could it be? Ming Yuexing roared in shock. What are these injuries to me? Lu Ming smiled. Everything he did before was an act. His purpose was to lure Ming Yuexing out and make him reveal his true face. Ming Yuexing thought that he hid it well, but in fact, he had been discovered by Lu Ming long ago. Just now, he deliberately exploded the Gale Pearl and deliberately injured Fu Zun. His purpose was to lower Ming Yuexing's guard. Ming Yuexing thought that everything was going according to his plan, but in fact, everything was going according to Lu Ming's plan. So what if your injuries are healed? You already used your trump card in the battle against Fu Zun. Without it, I can easily kill you. Shouted Ming Yuexing furiously. His body was surrounded by a hazy light. At the same time, moonlight fell from the sky and fell on Ming Yuexing, making his aura rise rapidly. Bright moon above the sea. A strange phenomenon appeared above Ming Yuexing's head. A bright moon appeared in the vast sea. The moonlight was boundless and illuminated the sky. The moonlight seemed gentle, but it was terrifyingly destructive. When the moonlight shone on it, the space shattered like a piece of paper. It was Ming Yuesheng's original secret technique, bang bang bang. When the moonlight shone on Lu Ming's body shook violently and kept exploding. Even Xiao Qiu's armor could not resist it. Ming Yuesheng was extremely strong. Even though he only had the strength of the fifth godly emperor layer, he wasn't any weaker than Fu Zun. Since you want to die, I'll help you. Die! Shouted Ming Yuesheng furiously. He used all his strength to control his original secret technique. Bright and pure moonlight turned into pillars of light which moved towards Lu Ming. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'll send you on your way, said Lu Ming indifferently. Then, a round pearl appeared in his hand. It was the Zephyr Pearl. When Ming Yuesheng saw the Zephyr Pearl, he frowned in disbelief. He shouted furiously, "How come you have another one? You just exploded. Do you have a second one?" "I only have one Zephyr Pearl," said Lu Ming. Then, a strong wind emerged from the Zephyr Pearl. Wherever the strong gale passed, the moonlight that Ming Yuesheng had created was extinguished. The strong gale did not stop and swept towards Ming Yuesheng. Ming Yuesheng was startled and tried to retreat, but it was too late. The strong wind was too fast and caught up with Ming Yuesheng. Ming Yuesheng gave a horrible shriek. He used all his skills to resist, but it was useless. His body was covered in wounds. Why? Why? Shouted Ming Yuesheng furiously. He couldn't believe that he was in such a situation. Ming Yuesheng roared, truly unwilling to accept this. I'll let you know when you die. You think you're smart, but I've already guessed all your plans. After you found me, you went to find Fu Zun and said you wanted to join hands with him to fight against me, right? Also, you were hiding in the dark a moment ago, I noticed you, said Lu Ming. How is that possible? This was the last thought that flashed across Ming Yuesheng's mind. He thought he was smart, he thought everything was going according to his plan. He hadn't thought Lu Ming would guess everything. In that case, it was obvious that Lu Ming had deliberately pretended to be injured in the fight with Fu Zun earlier. In fact, Lu Ming could easily kill Fu Zun. Unfortunately, it was too late to figure that out. Ming Yuesheng turned into ashes in the wind. After putting away Ming Yuesheng's storage ring, Lu Ming took out a large number of divine weapons and metal materials from it. Ball, here, eat as much as you want, said Lu Ming. Xiao Qiu immediately flew out and turned into a huge metal snake. Back in the primordial divine spirit world, Xiao Qiu had once devoured a metal snake and gained the ability of that metal snake. That was, it could devour large amounts of divine weapons and metal-type materials in one go. After turning into a gigantic metal snake, it opened its mouth and swallowed a large number of weapons and metals. Then, it turned back into a ball and looked satisfied. Recently, Ball had swallowed a large number of weapons and metals. Its cultivation level had already reached the peak of the fourth godly emperor layer. It felt like it would soon break through to the fifth godly emperor layer. Lu Ming naturally didn't mind. As long as he got weapons and metals, he would feed them to Ball. Xiao Qiu burped a few times and circled around Lu Ming happily. Then, it transformed back into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming then left this place and continued to hunt the people from the Flying Star sect. In the next few hours, Lu Ming killed over 100 experts from the Flying Star sect. At this time, the war drums on both sides sounded at the same time, urging them to retreat. Lu Ming flew back to the barracks of the Yunue Pavilion. When they returned to the barracks, there were originally 7 of them, but now there were only 5 left. The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion saw that Fu Zun and Ming Yuesheng had not returned. His eyes flickered a few times, but he did not say anything and let Lu Ming and the others go back to rest. As for the Yunue Pavilion master, he gathered the upper echelons of the Yunue Pavilion for a discussion. I plan to launch an all-out attack on the Flying Star sect and fight them to the death, the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion said. Hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the Yunue Pavilion changed drastically. Pavilion Master, you can't do that. The combat power of our Yunue Pavilion is no match for the Flying Star sect. If we fight recklessly, it will be disadvantageous to us. Indeed. Initially, we hoped that the Heavenly Palace would send some people to help us, but now, there are only 5 of them left. Besides, the strongest cultivators are all dead. What's left is a bunch of trash. They won't be able to help us at all. Indeed. I don't know what the Heavenly Palace is doing. They sent some useless people to help us. How could we destroy the Flying Star sect like that? The upper echelons of the Yunue Pavilion were complaining. Do you really think that the strong cultivators sent by the Heavenly Palace are all dead? Asked the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. He looked like an old schemer. Isn't it true? Fu Zun, who had the highest cultivation level, is dead. And Ming Yuesheng, even though his cultivation level is not high, I've seen him fight. He's terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid he's as strong as Fu Zun, but he's also dead. There are a few other strong cultivators, but they're all dead. The ones left are all cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer or below. They won't be able to help us at all. Said someone. You're wrong. Said the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. The upper echelons of the Yunue Pavilion were confused. They were wrong. What were they wrong about? You probably know that the 12 people sent by the Heavenly Palace are all going to participate in the Celestial Soldier exam. Their task is to help the Yunue Pavilion destroy the Flying Star sect. At the same time, among the 12 people, only the 2 who have contributed the most will be able to pass the exam. The others will be eliminated. What will happen if that happens? Asked the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. They'll kill each other. Said one of the old men. The others also understood. Indeed, if that happened, they would definitely kill each other because there were only 2 people who could pass the exam. If they could get rid of the others, they would have a higher chance of passing the exam. That's right. When they came, there were 12 of them, but now there are only 5 left. Did they all die on the battlefield? How is that possible? They probably killed each other. There's only one result if they kill each other: the weak ones will be eliminated and the strong ones will stay. Said the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. Pavilion master, you're saying that there are true experts among the remaining people. However, their cultivation, said a middle-aged man. The others couldn't believe it either. Because the remaining people's cultivation levels were too low. You have to look further. Those people are going to participate in the Heavenly Palace's Celestial Soldier exam. You can't look at them like normal people. Every time, there are peerless geniuses who participate in the Celestial Soldier exam. Maybe there's someone like that among this group of people. And the strongest, without a doubt, is among the remaining people. Said the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. So, who do you think is the strongest one? Asked someone. Mu Yun is the most likely one. Even though he only has the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, his fighting abilities are comparable to those of the 6th godly emperor layer. He's a peerless cultivator, and with his trump cards, his fighting abilities are unfathomable. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there's a peerless genius among the remaining people. You have to remember that the Heavenly Palace always does things for a reason. Since the Heavenly Palace sent them here, they must think that there's someone among them who can help us destroy the Flying Star sect. Therefore, I plan to attack the Flying Star sect. At that time, no matter who's hiding, they'll use their full strength. We can't continue to waste time with the Flying Star sect. The more we waste time, the greater the losses we'll suffer. Even if we destroy the Flying Star sect, we'll suffer a great loss. We have to end this battle as soon as possible. The Yunue Pavilion's pavilion master shared his guess and decision. You're right, pavilion master. Said the others after hearing the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. Alright, gather all the strong cultivators of the Yunue Pavilion. Tomorrow morning, we'll fight against the Flying Star sect. Said the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. That night, Lu Ming received the news that they would fight against the Flying Star sect the next morning. The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion is really courageous. Alright, the earlier the battle, the earlier the end of the exam. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He looked relaxed. As for the other 4 people, when they heard the news, they looked grave. They knew how strong they were. End of chapter. One night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the pavilion leader of the Yunue Pavilion led the strongest cultivators of the Yunue Pavilion to the Flying Star sect. There were only a few thousand of them. Of course, they were all elites of the Yunhua Pavilion and they were all above the Divine Emperor realm. In the final battle, quality mattered more than quantity. As long as they could kill all the Divine Emperors of the Flying Star Sect, the Flying Star Sect would be destroyed. Thousands of Divine Emperors flew over, creating terrifying shockwaves that shook the entire starry sky. Lu Ming sighed. There was a huge gap in strength between a top-notch universe-level force and a low-level universe-level force. A low-level force could be considered a universe-level force if it had a Divine Emperor. However, the Yunhua Pavilion had thousands of Divine Emperors. The gap was huge. Of course, there were even stronger universe-level forces. The Yunhua Pavilion only had one Divine Emperor layer of the 9th Divine Emperor layer. Some of the stronger universe-level forces had several Divine Emperors. Some even had dozens or hundreds of Divine Emperors. Of course, above the universe-level forces, there was a powerful clan. These powerful clans all had Emperor gods. Above the Divine Emperors were Emperor gods. The clans on the list of primitive 10,000 tribes were even more terrifying as they had many Emperor gods. The higher the ranking, the more terrifying their strength was. Some of the top clans even had people who could compete with the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. They had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and were about to reach the territory of the Flying Star Sect. Boom boom boom, in front of them, the void trembled. Shockwaves swept over like waves, and figures appeared one after another between heaven and earth. They were the experts of the Flying Star Sect. The Flying Star Sect knew that Lu Ming and the others were coming. The experts of the Flying Star Sect who were above the Divine Emperor realm had already gathered and formed a formation, waiting for the people of the Yunhua Pavilion. The number of Divine Emperors of the Flying Star Sect was no less than that of the Yunhua Pavilion. There were thousands of them too. Boom, the chi of the two sides collided in the sky and turned the sky into a chaotic mess. The people of the Yunhua Pavilion stopped. Yun Su, what's wrong? Did you bring all the experts of the Yunhua Pavilion here to fight with my Flying Star Sect? An old man with snow-white hair walked out from the Flying Star Sect. He was wearing a long robe with stars on it. His aura was natural and unfathomable. He was the patriarch of the Flying Star Sect. He was as famous as Yun Su, the leader of the Yu Cloud Pavilion. He had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. What's the point of continuing to fight? Let's settle this today. The Pavilion Master of the Yunhua Pavilion said. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The sect leader of the Flying Star Sect said coldly. Starlight burst out from his body. Although it was daytime, countless stars appeared in the sky. Beams of starlight fell from the sky. Kill! The Pavilion Master of the Yunhua Pavilion, Yun Su, shouted. The void exploded as he flew out towards the sect leader of the Flying Star Sect. The members of the Flying Star Sect also flew out to attack Yun Su. The two of them flew up into the sky and fought in the starry sky. Boom, it seemed like stars were exploding in the starry sky. The entire universe was shaking. A battle between cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer was terrifying. The starry sky was going to explode. Die! Die! The leaders of the two groups started fighting. The others shouted furiously and attacked their opponents. The Godly Emperors of the Yu Cloud Pavilion and the Flying Star Sect were attacking each other. It was a great battle between Godly Emperors. As Lu Ming flew out, a few people attacked Lu Ming. Little boy, die! Said a big man with a curly beard. He looked ferocious and had the strength of the 2nd Godly Emperor layer. He threw a few punches at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. But a cultivator of the 2nd Godly Emperor layer was too weak. Lu Ming didn't even need to attack. He just moved forwards and a strong wind surrounded him. The curly-bearded man was crushed to pieces. Boom! 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 Lu Ming punched continuously. Streams of fist force were like meteors, blasting toward the God Emperor of the Flying Star Sect. Each of his punches could kill a Godly Emperor. The Flying Star Sect's strong cultivators were astonished. The other strong cultivators also looked at Lu Ming. For example, a few cultivators of the 6th Godly Emperor layer looked at Lu Ming and threw themselves at him. Good! Lu Ming waved his hand and 4 gravity pearls flew out. A powerful gravitational force surrounded the cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. Then, Lu Ming used his battle incantation to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. He dashed forward and killed a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. How is this possible? The other cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer widened their eyes in shock. Apparently, they were stunned by Lu Ming, a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer. Then, they retreated at full speed. They wanted to escape, but with the gravitational force, how could they escape? Lu Ming cast the Great Divine Wind skill. His figure was like a ghost. In a few flashes, he caught up with a few of them. He threw out continuous punches. Bam! 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 3 cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer exploded. Their souls and bodies were destroyed. In this vast territory, the other people of the 2 great forces were also fighting very fiercely. Cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer were fighting against cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. However, the Flying Star sect had more cultivators of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer. They had more cultivators. For example, the Yunhua Pavilion had 12 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer, while the Flying Star sect had 14. The Flying Star sect had more cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. Therefore, the Yunhua Pavilion was at a disadvantage. They could only join hands and defend themselves. At the same time, they were praying and hoping that Lu Ming and the others would be able to turn the situation around. At that moment, some cultivators of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer were staring at Lu Ming. 2 people, go and kill that little boy, shouted someone furiously. I'll go and kill him, shouted a cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. He turned into a starlight sword and moved towards Lu Ming. If you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you, said Lu Ming coldly. He rose up in the air and threw himself at his opponent. He had originally planned to get involved in the battle between the cultivators of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer. That way, he would be able to gain more merits. In the process of dashing out, Lu Ming took out the Gale Pearl and drew out the power in it. Boom! A violent gale burst out and rushed towards the other party with an earth-shattering momentum. The other party was immediately enveloped by the raging wind. The raging wind instantly tore apart the other party's defense. The other party roared in shock and fear. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a powerful killing weapon. He shouldn't have attacked Lu Ming. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He was reduced to ashes in the strong wind. The cultivators of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layers were astonished. End of chapter. When Lu Ming killed a cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer in one fell swoop, the other cultivators of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layers were astonished. After that, the cultivators of the 2 groups had different feelings. The people of the Flying Star sect were astonished, while the people of the Yunhua Pavilion were delighted. He had killed a cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer in one hit, which meant that he was as strong as a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. He could change the outcome of a battle. Die! Shouted Lu Ming icily. He was surrounded by a strong wind as he moved towards the cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. He was very far away, and a few wind blades moved towards the cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. Each wind blade was terrifyingly powerful. The cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect's expression changed drastically. They ignored the cultivators of the Yunhua Pavilion and focused on the wind blades. Someone raised his hand and a gigantic mountain appeared. The mountain was gray and golden, blocking the way. Someone took out a shield, which became incomparably huge, blocking in front of him. Some people released a dozen defensive godly lights in front of him. Then, the gale wind blade arrived. With a series of terrifying explosions, the mountain was torn apart and exploded into pieces. The shield was cut in half, and a dozen defensive godly lights were pierced through. 3 cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer gave horrible shrieks as they turned into ashes. Instantly killed. Instantly killed again, 3 cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. When Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he could use the Zephyr Pearl to fight against cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. Back then, his great godly wind technique hadn't broken through to the initial level yet. Now, not only had his great godly wind technique broken through to the initial level, but he had also broken through to the godly emperor layer. His strength was much stronger than before. Cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer couldn't withstand a single attack. How can he be so strong? The cultivators of the Flying Star sect were astonished. Lu Ming didn't care about their feelings. After killing the 3 cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer, he moved closer. The Zephyr Pearl turned into a terrifying wind blade and moved towards the cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. Retreat, retreat quickly. When the cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer saw Lu Ming coming, they didn't dare continue fighting and retreated. You have the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer and you want to kill someone of the 7th godly emperor layer? There was a furious roar. In the sky, a huge palm print, which was completely condensed from starlight, slapped toward Lu Ming. Everywhere the palm print passed by, the void turned into chaos. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know it was a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming held the Zephyr bead in his hand. A violent gale rushed out from the Zephyr bead and turned into a wind blade that slashed towards the palm print. Boom! Some cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer didn't have time to dodge and were blown away by the explosive chi. They coughed up blood and were all coughed up blood. The gale wind blade and starlight palm disappeared at the same time. An old man wearing a starry robe appeared in the sky. He was surrounded by starlight and looked extraordinary. However, the killing intent in his eyes was as cold as a knife. Who are you? You have the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer and you're so strong. There's no one like you in the Yunhua pavilion, said the old man with white hair. I'm from the heavenly palace, replied Lu Ming. What? You're from the heavenly palace? Could it be? The old man's expression changed drastically. He pulled a long face. Before that, he didn't know the heavenly palace wanted to kill them. I'll send you to hell, said Lu Ming indifferently. Then he threw himself at the old man. If possible, Lu Ming didn't want to kill him. If he was an enemy of the heavenly palace, he might become a friend in the future. Unfortunately, Lu Ming didn't have a choice now. The most important thing was that the heavenly palace had already found out what they were doing. If the heavenly palace found out, they would die. Even if Lu Ming didn't kill them, the heavenly palace would send people to kill them. Then, they would all be killed. Lu Ming only wanted to kill the higher-ups. At the very least, the people in the middle and lower levels would be spared. The gale wind blade turned into a tornado and swept across the sky like a dragon, moving towards the old man with white hair. The white-haired elder let out a long roar, suppressing the shock in his heart. He continuously struck out with his palms, transforming them into a huge starlight handprint that blasted toward Lu Ming. But this time, the force that Lu Ming drew out from the gale pearl was stronger and more terrifying. When the tornado and the starlight palm collided, the starlight palm broke apart. The old man's body shook violently and he was pushed back. He coughed up blood and wounds appeared on his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming didn't give him any time to breathe. He continued controlling the gale wind blade. Shouted the old man furiously. His entire body started shining as if he had turned into a star. Star Chi attack! The white-haired elder roared. His body transformed into a star, traversing the void and colliding with Lu Ming. Boom! The gale wind blade collided with Lu Ming's gale wind blade. This time, the result was the same as the previous time. Even though the gale wind blade had been blocked, the old man was still injured, and his injuries were even more serious. Now, with my full strength, I can suppress ordinary cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming made a judgment on the strength of the gale bead. He could easily suppress cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. The most important thing was that the gale wind blade contained in the gale pearl was endless. It could destroy an entire galaxy. Lu Ming just needed to draw it out. It was much easier than using other weapons. With a thought, the gale wind blade came out of the gale pearl. Hurry up and help me! Shouted the old man furiously. He turned around and tried to run away. He had already blocked 2 of the gale wind blade's attacks. If he continued, he would be in danger. You can't escape. Crush him. Lu Ming used his full strength to control the gravity pearl. The gravity pearl surrounded the old man. At the same time, he released his full strength and chased after the old man. Stop! Shouted someone furiously. The other cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect rushed over at an incredible speed. Initially, the Flying Star sect had 14 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer, while the Yunue Pavilion had 12 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. The Yunue Pavilion had been completely suppressed. But now, 2 cultivators of the 8th divine emperor realm had left the battlefield and been lured away by Lu Ming. The pressure on the Flying Star sect was greatly reduced and their morale was high. They could finally launch a counterattack and fight against the people of the Flying Star sect. On the other side, Lu Ming was even faster. Before the cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect arrived, Lu Ming's Gale Wind Blade had already surrounded the old man. End of chapter, shouted the white-haired old man furiously. He used all his strength to block the attack. However, Lu Ming had already dashed into the gale and launched a fierce attack. Lu Ming and Qiu Qiu joined hands, holding a silver spear and attacking the old man. The long silver spear was very powerful with the help of the Great God Wind skill and the Great Shattering skill. If the white-haired elder was at his peak, Lu Ming would not be able to do anything to him. However, at this moment, the other party was seriously injured and he had to use all his strength to resist the attack of Lai Feng. The silver spear successfully broke through the white-haired old man's defense and pierced through his body. Then, with a jolt of the spear, a destructive power burst out and the white-haired old man's body was torn apart. Even his soul couldn't escape. A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer had died. At that moment, the cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect finally arrived and started attacking Lu Ming. He condensed starlight into a starlight saber and slashed it down. Bam bam bam, the starlight saber collided with the gale. The gale shook violently, and the starlight saber created a small crack in it. After all, Lu Ming had focused all his energy on the old man, so the gale wasn't that strong. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already killed the white-haired elder and had recovered. Die! Lu Ming hollered. Another gust of terrifying gale rushed out of the gale pearl. A strong wind crashed against the cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. His starlight shook violently and broke apart. He had the same fate as the white-haired old man, coughing up blood. He was badly injured and sent flying backwards. Damn! Shouted the old man furiously. He didn't want to fight against Lu Ming anymore. Instead, he retreated to the other cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. He knew that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming alone. He would end up like the old man, killed by Lu Ming. That little boy only has one deadly weapon, but with his cultivation level, he won't be able to defeat him in a few attacks. One more person, kill him! Shouted someone from the Flying Star sect. Do you think we're useless? Use your full strength! Shouted the cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Yunue Pavilion. They also used their full strength to attack. Each of them entangled an opponent and launched a frenzied attack, making it impossible for their opponents to free up their hands. They knew that it was the most important moment to win. As long as Lu Ming killed another cultivator of the 8th layer God Emperor realm and helped them, they would be able to win the battle. It was a matter of life and death, of course, they had to fight. Not only were the people from the Yunue Pavilion fighting with their lives on the line, but the people from the Flying Star sect were also fighting with their lives on the line. However, in that case, it would be difficult for the Flying Star sect to deal with Lu Ming. As for Lu Ming, he was going after the expert of the 8th God Emperor realm who had attacked him. With the help of the Great Godly Wind technique and a strong gale, Lu Ming turned into a hurricane. He was extremely fast, chasing after the cultivator of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. The cultivator of the 8th Godly Emperor layer had been injured by Lu Ming, so he was much slower now. He was surrounded by the strong gale. He couldn't escape. He shouted and tried his best to break free, but he couldn't escape. Boom! Lu Ming released a terrifying strong gale, which turned into a tornado and moved towards his opponent. His opponent used his full strength to block it, but he was severely injured. His chi was weak, and his life was hanging by a thread. Die. Lu Ming wanted to use his strongest attack. How dare you? There was a furious roar in the starry sky. Then, a starry sword gleam pierced through the air and slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming had a bad feeling about that attack. The patriarch of the Flying Star sect had attacked. He had attacked Lu Ming while he was fighting against the leader of the Yunue Pavilion. I'm your opponent, shouted the leader of the Yunue Pavilion furiously. Rumbling sounds spread in the sky. However, that starry sword gleam still slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to give up on attacking the cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. He used his full strength to block the starlight sword. A strong wind rolled out and collided with the starlight sword. A cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer was much stronger than a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. But the patriarch of the Flying Star sect was fighting against the leader of the Yunue Pavilion, so he couldn't use his full strength. The cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect took advantage of that opportunity to retreat. Unfortunately, he was too injured. He couldn't escape. Lu Ming grunted icily. His silhouette flickered and he quickly caught up with him. I'll send you to hell, said Lu Ming coldly. A strong wind rolled in waves. Aya! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The second cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect had died in Lu Ming's hands. The other cultivators of the Flying Star sect were astonished. Lu Ming had killed 2 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer by himself. The balance between the two sides had been broken. Swish, Lu Ming moved towards the cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. Gather! Gather! Use your full strength to defend. Wait for the patriarch to finish them off, then we'll win, shouted a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect. Gather! Defend! Shouted the other cultivators of the Flying Star sect. While fighting, they slowly moved and gathered with the other cultivators of the Flying Star sect. Very quickly, the 12 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer from the Flying Star sect gathered together and used their full strength to defend. Lu Ming released a strong wind, but the 12 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer gathered together and formed a sphere. Surprisingly, the strong wind couldn't break through their defense. The other cultivators of the Yunue Pavilion also attacked, but they couldn't break through their defense. Should I use the Xian Ice Rod? Whispered Lu Ming. If he used the Xian Ice Rod, it would definitely be more powerful than the Zephyr Pearl. It could probably break through the defense of the cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. But there were too many people there. If someone saw that the Xian Ice Rod was extraordinary, it would be troublesome. Afterward, Lu Ming looked into the depths of the starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, 2 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer were fighting. They were so fast that they looked like 2 beams of light. They kept colliding with each other. Ordinary people couldn't see them clearly. But Lu Ming could see them clearly. He frowned. The leader of the Yunue Pavilion and the patriarch of the Flying Star sect were fighting fiercely. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but in fact, the leader of the Yunue Pavilion was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Flying Star sect wouldn't have had time to attack Lu Ming. In a short time, it was difficult to determine the winner, but in a long time, the leader of the Yunue Pavilion would definitely lose. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, maybe I should try to break through to the 9th godly emperor layer. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He then soared into the sky and dashed into the starry sky. The others were astonished. What is he doing? Does he want to get involved in a battle of the 9th godly emperor layer? He's overestimating himself. Even though he can kill cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer with his deadly weapon, he can't compete with cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He wants to die. Great! Great! I hope the patriarch can kill him. That way, we'll have a chance to win. The members of the Flying Star sect were overjoyed. The members of the Yunue Pavilion were astonished. Oh no! He's too impulsive. After all, he's too young. The people of the Yunue Pavilion were shocked. They felt that it was unwise for Lu Ming to go to the battlefield of the 9th-level God Emperors. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the 9th-level God Emperors. But it was too late to stop him. Lu Ming was already in the air. He released a strong wind towards the patriarch of the Flying Star sect. "Little boy, you want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself," shouted the patriarch of the Flying Star sect icily. Starlight appeared around him and a starlight sword emerged from his body and moved towards the strong wind. Rumbling sound spread in the air. The starlight sword and the strong wind collided, and then they both disappeared. "Brother Mu Yun, hurry up and move away," shouted the patriarch of the Yunue Pavilion. He was worried too. Lu Ming could use his deadly weapon. Even though he was strong, he couldn't get involved in a battle of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. If the patriarch of the Flying Star sect used his full strength, Lu Ming would be in danger. "Don't worry. I'll help you kill him," said Lu Ming calmly. He even smiled at the patriarch of the Yunue Pavilion. "Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? Die," said the patriarch of the Flying Star sect, laughing furiously. A terrifying chi emerged from his body. Starlight filled the air. At that moment, the stars in the sky were shining. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Starlight condensed into swords. They released a terrifying chi and moved towards Lu Ming and the patriarch of the Yunue Pavilion. "Stellar Cycle Sword, kill!" The sect master of the Flying Star sect roared and pressed his hands down. At least hundreds of huge starry sword lights shot towards Lu Ming and the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. "Back off!" The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion roared. He also attacked with all his might. In an instant, he blasted out hundreds of palms. Hundreds of huge palm prints blasted out, wanting to block those starry divine swords. However, there were too many starry divine swords. The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion could not block them all. If he were alone, these starry heavenly swords wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Lu Ming was nearby. He wanted to free himself to save Lu Ming, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only hope that Lu Ming would be able to avoid it. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he charged toward the Flying Star sect leader. Not good. The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion was shocked and his expression changed drastically. As for the sect leader of the Flying Star sect, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming continued to guide the energy within the Gale Pearl towards the starry sword lights, colliding with them continuously. However, this was a killer move that the sect master of the Flying Star sect had unleashed with all his might. It was extremely powerful and was even more powerful than the Gale Pearl. In the end, the Gale Pearl was continuously slashed apart. The remaining power of the starry sword lights continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was wrapped in a gust of wind. He flashed continuously and dodged the attacks of the starry sword lights. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Some of the starry sword lights were successfully dodged. "Die, brat!" The sect master of the Flying Star sect roared ferociously. Many more starry sword lights slashed towards Lu Ming. However, most of his strength was still used to deal with the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion. He could not use his full strength against Lu Ming. He could only use a portion of his strength. Lu Ming used all his strength to guide the power of the Gale Pearl. He blocked some of the attacks and successfully dodged some of them. The sect master of the Flying Star sect looked glum. Lu Ming was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He was extremely fast and slippery. It was difficult to hit him. Pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion, use your full strength. Use your strongest attack against the sect master of the Flying Star sect. At that moment, Lu Ming said to the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion telepathically. What? The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion was surprised. Use your full strength to attack and pin down the sect master of the Flying Star sect. I am confident that I can injure him severely. Lu Ming continued to talk to the pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion telepathically. The pavilion master of the Yunue Pavilion was astonished. Did Lu Ming still have trump cards that he had not used? Could a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer really have a way to injure a cultivator of the ninth godly emperor layer? However, he thought of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace would not have sent these people for no reason. They must have thought of something. At that moment, it seemed like only Lu Ming could play a key role. The others had not performed well yet. All right. At that moment, he could only choose to believe in Lu Ming. Come on, old dog of the Flying Star sect. Let's fight to the death, shouted the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion. Dazzling divine light shone from his body as he raised his energy to the maximum. Celestial cloud finger, shouted the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion as he pointed his finger. Boundless divine light turned into a boundless finger and pointed at the sect master of the Flying Star sect. Great, I can kill you now, shouted the sect master of the Flying Star sect. He gathered boundless starlight and turned it into a gigantic divine sword. He used his strongest attack and slashed the divine sword at the boundless finger. Of course, the sect master of the Flying Star sect still had some tricks up his sleeve. He had set up a dozen layers of starlight around him to defend himself against Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Lu Ming took advantage of the opportunity to draw out the gale from the gale pearl and attack the sect master of the Flying Star sect. However, when the gale hit the starlight around the sect master of the Flying Star sect, it was blocked by the starlight. You want to break my defense with the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer? Ridiculous! Sneered the sect master of the Flying Star sect. At the same time, the sect master of the Flying Star sect and the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion's strongest attacks collided and dazzling lights exploded. Half of the starry sky was covered by the dazzling lights and people couldn't open their eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes glittered coldly. Now's the time. A long staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Xian ice staff. The forbidden power surged madly into the mysterious ice staff. The mysterious ice staff grew rapidly and turned into a giant staff that was bigger than a mountain. Boom! Lu Ming held the Xian ice staff and threw it at the sect master of the Flying Star sect. The void shattered under the bombardment of the mysterious ice staff. The sect master of the Flying Star sect frowned as he sensed danger. If he had been at his peak, he wouldn't have taken the attack seriously. He was confident that he could block it. However, he had just used his strongest attack to resist the pavilion master of the Yunue pavilion. He didn't have the strength to fight back. Boom! The Xian ice staff bombarded the sect master of the Flying Star sect and the starlight around his body. The mysterious ice rod, which was bigger than a mountain, struck the sect leader of the Flying Star sect's protective starlight and exploded. The sect leader of the Flying Star sect's body shook violently and his protective starlight shattered one after another. More than a dozen layers of protective starlight shattered. The huge mysterious ice rod landed heavily on the sect leader of the Flying Star sect. He screamed in pain and his body flew out, smashing a few large meteorites into pieces. He flew out for hundreds of millions of miles. Blood spurted out and dyed the starry sky red. Many of his bones were broken and he was severely injured. He was too careless. He did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly unleash such a terrifying attack. If he had been prepared, he would not have been in such a miserable state. After sending the sect leader of the Flying Star sect flying, Lu Ming immediately put away the mysterious ice rod. On the other side, the Yunue pavilion master was stunned. He did not expect the sect leader of the Flying Star sect to be severely injured all of a sudden. Of course, he knew that it was Lu Ming who attacked. However, he did not see how Lu Ming attacked. This was because when his attack collided with the sect leader of the Flying Star sect, there was a light that was 100 times more dazzling than the sun. He could not see it clearly. He could only vaguely see a huge shadow of a rod that sent the sect leader of the Flying Star sect flying and then disappeared. Pavilion Master Yunue, he is not dead yet. Seize the opportunity. Lu Ming's voice rang in the ears of the Yunue Pavilion Master. The Yunue Pavilion Master seemed to have woken up from a dream and threw all distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. His body flashed and he charged towards the sect leader of the Flying Star sect. The distance of hundreds of millions of miles was covered in an instant. Huge palm prints blasted towards the sect leader of the Flying Star sect. The sect leader of the Flying Star sect roared and flew out from a meteorite. He emitted starlight and resisted with all his might. However, he had been hit by Lu Ming earlier and his injuries were very serious. He had less than 50% of his full strength and was no match for the pavilion master of the Yunhua pavilion. In just a few moves, he was coughing blood and his injuries had worsened. At this moment, Lu Ming summoned a gust of strong wind and formed a tornado that swept towards the sect leader of the Flying Star sect. "You treacherous little bastard, I'll kill you." The sect master of the Flying Star sect roared as he pounced toward Lu Ming. He truly hated Lu Ming to the core. Lu Ming was really too sinister. He obviously had a stronger killing weapon, but he didn't use it before. He waited until Lu Ming had underestimated him before suddenly using it, catching him off guard and causing him to be heavily injured by Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had taken out that killer weapon from the start, he would have been on guard and would not have fallen into such a predicament. However, he was very weak now. When his attack collided with the gale, it actually did not break through the gale. At this moment, the Cloud Moon Pavilion's pavilion master's attack arrived, and a palm landed on the Flying Star sect master's body. The Flying Star sect master's body exploded, and only his head remained as he madly fled. Sect master, at this moment, one of the experts from the Flying Star sect felt a chill in his heart. His face was ashen. Boom, rumbling sound spread in the starry sky as a gigantic hand appeared and enveloped the Flying Star sect master's head. The Flying Star sect master's head exploded, and his soul was annihilated. The sect master, a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer, had been annihilated by Lu Ming. The sect master has died. Retreat! Retreat! When the Flying Star sect master had been killed, the remaining cultivators of the Flying Star sect were terrified. Some of them shouted in fear and retreated. Boom, in the starry sky, a gigantic hand descended from the sky and bombarded a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer who wanted to escape. That cultivator's body exploded and he died. The Cloud Moon Pavilion's pavilion master had attacked. Ordinary cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer could only die in a flash against cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Set up the formation, defend! Shouted the remaining cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. The remaining 11 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer gathered together and used their full strength to defend themselves. Layers of defensive lights surrounded them. Humph! You think you can stop me? Today, the Flying Star sect will be destroyed. The Cloud Moon Pavilion's pavilion master appeared and pointed at them. That was his strongest attack, the celestial cloud finger. A gigantic finger moved towards the 11 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect. At the same time, the 12 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer of the Cloud Moon Pavilion also released their strongest attacks to help the Cloud Moon Pavilion's pavilion master. Boom, the attacks of the 13 cultivators of the Flying Star sect crashed against the Flying Star sect's formation. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the 11 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect were blown apart. The 11 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer were blown away like meteors. They all coughed up blood and their faces were deathly pale. Die! Shouted the Cloud Moon Pavilion's pavilion master. He threw 2 punches and killed 2 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. The cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer of the Cloud Moon Pavilion also attacked. They kept releasing all sorts of deadly attacks. In the distance, Lu Ming was standing calmly in the air. He didn't continue fighting. He didn't need to fight anymore. The balance between the two sides was broken. The Flying Star sect was doomed. 2 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer had died in his hands. That was enough for him to pass the exam. Because among the remaining people, no one could compare to him. On the vast battlefield, the killing continued. However, it was a one-sided battle. The people of the Flying Star sect were running for their lives. The people of the Cloud Moon Pavilion were chasing them. Apart from Lu Ming, there were 4 other people from the Heavenly Palace who were going to take the exam. Those 4 people were also chasing the people of the Flying Star sect. They knew that Lu Ming would definitely take one spot. The 4 of them could only compete for one spot. The battle lasted for more than half a day before it finally came to an end. In the end, the Flying Star sect suffered a crushing defeat. 80% of the cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer of the Flying Star sect had died. 50 to 60% of the cultivators of the 1st godly emperor layer to the 6th godly emperor layer had died. The rest had either surrendered or escaped. After that, the Yunhua Pavilion led an army to attack the Flying Star sect's territory and occupied it. However, Lu Ming and the others didn't get involved because the sky official had appeared and taken them away. In the starry sky, you've done well this time. The Flying Star sect has been destroyed. Your mission is complete. Now, take out your jade talismans and let me have a look, said the sky official. He didn't mention the people who had disappeared. It was normal for some people to die during the exam. Lu Ming and the others gave their talismans to the sky official. The sky official took them, scanned them with his spiritual awareness and nodded. Mu Yun, you passed the exam. Take the talisman, said the sky official. Then, he gave the talisman back to Lu Ming. Yao Feng, you passed the exam. Take the talisman, said the sky official, giving a talisman to another young man. The other 3 were disappointed by the sky official's announcement. The 3 of you have failed the test. I'll take back the jade talismans. Go do what you need to do. The sky official waved his hand, and a wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and Yao Feng, leaving behind the 3 of them to weep at each other. The sky official moved very quickly, bringing Lu Ming's group back to Dream Sky City and into a large hall. This hall was extremely vast and exuded an incomparably dense divine qi that was even denser than many cultivation holy lands. Lu Ming saw quite a few people sitting cross-legged in the hall, cultivating. Cultivate here for now. Once everyone has arrived, the next round of the test will begin, and it will also be the final test. Those who complete it will become true celestial soldiers. The sky official explained, and then he added, relax, no one will dare to attack you while you cultivate here. With these words, the sky official drifted away. Brother Mu, please. Yao Feng cupped his fists to Lu Ming and then drifted away, meeting up with several others on the other side of the hall. It was clear that these people were from the same clan as Yao Feng. As they gathered together, they began to whisper to each other. Several of the youths would occasionally glance in Lu Ming's direction, disbelief and shock in their eyes. Lu Ming faintly smiled and ignored them. He went to an open space on the side of the hall, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate on the great demon sword art. He had originally wanted to cultivate other secret arts of the demonic path, but ordinary secret arts of the demonic path would turn into secret art runes that would fuse into his cells, making them too eye-catching. Thus, Lu Ming chose to meditate on the great demon sword art. Lu Ming had long since memorized the great demon sword art, but comprehending it was not something that could be done in a short time. This was the perfect place to do so. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the hall. It was clear that more and more people had finished watching the first round of the test. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his skin tighten. Killing intent, Lu Ming abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning as he looked in a certain direction. There was a group of people in that direction. There were more than 10 of them. There were both men and women, and they were all handsome. The women were beautiful, and they could compete with the elves. However, these people were all dressed in white robes that faintly emitted holy light. Angels. At one glance, Lu Ming knew that these people were from the angel tribe. Although he didn't extend his angelic wings, the signs of life were too obvious. Whoosh, more than a dozen young angels stepped towards Lu Ming. They arrived in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's face was calm as he sat there, unmoving. The sky official had said that no one would dare to make a move here, including the members of the 10 strongest races. Mu Yun. One of the taller angel youths said coldly. His golden hair danced in the wind like a mad lion. What's up? Lu Ming looked up and said indifferently. You're really bold. Someone like you dares to challenge young Master Gabbert? There's no need for him to make a move. The next time I see you, I'll beat you to death. The golden-haired angel prodigy said. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't make a move blindly. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to die. Lu Ming said, his face still calm. The young angels sneered, their eyes cold. Then we'll see. The angel youth left behind a cold murderous aura and then stepped away. By the side, many people glanced at Lu Ming. I heard that when Mu Yun was with the elves, he challenged Gabbard of the angel race. They agreed to fight 1,000 years later. I heard that too. This matter has caused quite a stir in the universe. Do you think Mu Yun can fight Gabbard 1,000 years later? How is that possible? That's completely impossible. Even if Mu Yun's talent isn't inferior to Gabbard's, his cultivation is too far away from Gabbard's. How can he catch up in 1,000 years? Indeed, 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. It's too short. Many people were discussing. However, some people also looked at Lu Ming curiously but didn't comment. These people were generally prodigies from some of the top 10 races, such as the prodigies of the top 10 races. Excuse me. At this moment, a young man of 15 or 16 years old, wearing a loose Taoist robe, flashed and walked toward Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Dandan, he didn't expect to meet again after parting on the dragon race's mother planet. However, he didn't see Bubbles. Dandan came to Lu Ming's side and then sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Brother, you actually dare to go against those stupid birds of the angel race. Well done, I support you. Dandan naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming was in his current body, his life origin aura was completely different. He continued, to be honest, I've been unhappy with those stupid birds for a long time. Back on the dragon race's mother planet, those stupid birds dared to bully one of my underlings. I've long wanted to deal with them. How about it, let's join forces? Lu Ming's face darkened. Wasn't the underling this guy was talking about him? Back on the dragon race's mother planet, there was an angel race powerhouse who cooperated with the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace to deal with Lu Ming. Brother, why is your face so dark? Could it be that you're actually afraid of those stupid birds? Dandan continued, trying to provoke him. I'm afraid that you're not qualified to join forces with me. Lu Ming sneered. Swish, Dandan immediately jumped 30 feet high. His eyes were wide open, and he was so angry that his loose Taoist robe was fluttering. Boy, how dare you look down on me? I'm so angry. Boy, give me your contact information for the dreamy divine jade. When the time comes, I'll prove it to you and see if I'm qualified. Dandan was still glaring at Lu Ming. He had always been conceited. Now that he was being looked down on, he was so angry that his liver hurt. Okay. Lu Ming nodded casually, and then he and Dandan exchanged contact information for the dreamy divine jade. Right now, he did not intend to tell Dandan the truth. After all, the fact that he was Lu Ming was not a trivial matter. He must not leak it out. Once it was leaked out, he would not be able to find shelter in the primitive universe, let alone sneaking into the heavenly palace. He would have no choice but to run back to the mother planet of the dragon clan. After exchanging contact information with Lu Ming, Dandan left in a huff. Mu Yun. Just as Lu Ming was about to continue comprehending the great devil sword technique, another voice rang out. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. Lu Ming was speechless. Why was it so difficult to cultivate properly? From the voice, he knew that the elf princess Ling Yue had arrived. A fresh and natural aura assaulted his face as a figure floated over. If it wasn't Ling Yue, who else could it be? Beside Ling Yue, there were a few young elves. They were all women and were extremely beautiful. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was that Hua Shui. On the side, many people looked at Lu Ming and then at Ling Yue, revealing looks of envy. Of course, there were also many people who revealed strong hostility. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. End of chapter. What a coincidence, are you also participating in the Heavenly Soldier assessment? I didn't hear you mention it before. Lu Ming said with a smile. Previously, I did not plan to participate in the Heavenly Soldier assessment, but last time, I obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree and my talent greatly increased. Royal Father decided to let me enter the Heavenly Palace to gain experience. It will be very beneficial for my future cultivation, so I came. Ling Yue said, carefully sizing up Lu Ming, her eyes becoming brighter and brighter. You've already broken through to the Divine Emperor realm? There was shock amidst the joy. She remembered clearly that when she met Lu Ming for the first time at the Resource Alliance Agreement in the Iron Sea Star Territory Group, Lu Ming's cultivation level was too low. He was too far away from the Divine Emperor realm. But how long had it been since Lu Ming had stepped into the Divine Emperor realm? This cultivation speed was truly shocking. Lu Ming said that he would challenge Gabbard 1,000 years later. In the eyes of others, it was a joke, but now she felt that it might really be possible. I'm just lucky, I can't compare to you. Lu Ming laughed. He discovered that Ling Yue's cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer of the Divine Emperor realm. She was just a step away from breaking through to the third layer of the Divine Emperor realm. This kind of cultivation speed was also incomparably shocking. It seemed that Ling Yue's talent had also reached a terrifying level. Beauty, I heard that you are this guy's fiancé? Sigh, it's really a flower stuck in cow dung. A discordant voice rang out. It was Dandan again. He didn't know when he had turned around again. Why don't you break off the engagement? I'll introduce you to a young elite. He's my little brother, but it's not convenient for him to meet you right now. His talent is definitely higher than Mu Yun's. Why don't you consider it? Dandan continued. He was clearly taking revenge on Lu Ming. He was still brooding over Lu Ming's underestimation of him. Lu Ming was speechless. Dandan, this guy, still hadn't changed at all. No need, thank you. Ling Yue frowned, she was a little unhappy with Dandan. I'm serious. You should really consider it. That little brother of mine is extremely talented. He's destined to become a universe overlord in the future. Dandan kept talking and continued to promote. Ling Yue's face was gloomy as she unhappily swept her gaze over Dandan. Sigh, what a woman's view. What's so good about this fellow? That little brother of mine is better. Dandan muttered a few words unwillingly, then left as quickly as she could. For a moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue felt a little awkward as they chatted casually. Oh right, do you know what the content of the second round is? Lu Ming changed the topic. It might be related to the Dark Universe. Ling Yue sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming. Dark Universe? Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. He had heard from Bone Devil that the Heavenly Palace collected baleful qi with spirituality. It might be related to the Dark Universe. However, he wanted to ask in detail, but the Bone Devil didn't say much. He only said that he would understand more after he became a heavenly soldier. Who would have thought that Ling Yue would mention it again? Furthermore, it seemed that the second round of the Heavenly Soldier examination was related to the Dark Universe. What is the Dark Universe? How much do you know? Tell me about it. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue. Ling Yue shook her head and continued to transmit her voice. I only heard Royal Father mention it a few times, but he didn't say much. He said that the Heavenly Palace has a rule that no one can casually reveal information about the Dark Universe to the outside world. He only said that when I become a heavenly soldier, I will naturally understand it more clearly. Lu Ming could only suppress the curiosity. In his heart, he would naturally understand after the examination. After chatting with Ling Yue for a while, the few of them each found a place to sit down, cultivating while waiting. This wait lasted for a full 2 years. After all, some people needed a long time in the first round of the examination. For example, Lu Ming's examination was set at 1 year. It was just that they completed it faster and finished it ahead of time. It was normal for some of the examinations to take 2 years. In these 2 years, Lu Ming had already gained a deep understanding of the Great Devil Sword technique. He believed that with a little more time, he would be able to enter the sect and turn it into a secret technique rune that would fuse into his cells. At this time, the number of people gathered in the hall had already exceeded 10,000. Although the success rate of the first round of the examination was not very high, Lu Ming and the rest of the 12 people, only 2 of them had passed. It was only a 1 in 6 success rate. However, this great desolate universe was too big. There were also many people who had successfully obtained the baleful qi. Naturally, there were also many people who had signed up. At this moment, a few sky officials entered the hall. Up until now, the first round of the examination has already ended. You have already passed the first round of the examination. Now, the second round will begin. As long as you pass the second round of the examination, you will be able to become a member of the Heavenly Soldier. And the second round of the examination is to enter the Dark Universe. In the middle, a white-haired sky official said. Dark Universe? At the scene, many people revealed puzzled expressions. It was obvious that this was the first time they had heard this name. However, there were also some people whose expressions did not change. It was obvious that they had long heard of this name, such as Ling Yue and the others who came from top clans. Next, I will briefly introduce the Dark Universe. However, you have all heard that in the end, it is best not to spread the news of the Dark Universe. Otherwise, the Heavenly Palace will punish you severely. The white-haired sky official said with a cold expression. Many people's hearts trembled as they hurriedly nodded. They did not dare to disobey the orders of the Heavenly Palace. The white-haired sky official raised his hand and pressed down, causing the hall to quiet down. The Dark Universe does not belong to the Great Desolate Universe. The white-haired sky official continued, but after he finished speaking, he stopped, as if waiting for everyone to absorb and digest. What? Many people were shocked, including Lu Ming. What did it mean that it did not belong to the Great Desolate Universe? For example, those small worlds and middle worlds were all attached to the Great Desolate Universe and still belong to the Great Desolate Universe. As for the Dark Universe, it actually did not belong to the Great Desolate Universe. Could it be that there was more than one universe in this world? Lord Sky Official, could it be that there is more than one universe? In the endless primal chaos, other than the Great Desolate Universe, there are other universes? Someone raised a question. Not necessarily. The Dark Universe can't be considered another universe. It is different from the Great Desolate Universe. It is a strange place. The white-haired sky official said. Senior Sky Official, are there other universes? Someone asked. I'm not too sure about that either. The white-haired sky official said. Let's talk about the Dark Universe. It is a strange place, and there are countless demons living in it. Demons? Abyssal demons? Then the abyss? Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had often heard the term abyssal demons when he was in a small world. Later, when he came to the Great Desolate Universe, he often heard it again. However, he did not know where the abyss was. He used to think that it was just a middle world or a starfield. Could it really be the Dark Universe? If you want to talk about the abyss, it's not wrong. The abyss in the rumors refers to the Dark Universe. The white-haired sky official said. End of chapter. Abyssal demons. Many people's eyes were solemn. Abyssal demons were a term that many people had heard growing up. It was synonymous with terror. The test this time was to enter the Dark Universe and interact with the abyssal demons. Many people couldn't help but feel nervous. But some people revealed a strong fighting spirit and curiosity. In the primitive universe, there were some races that were said to have the bloodline of the demons. But these races' bloodlines weren't pure at all. They were already considered creatures of the primitive universe. The abyssal demons of the Dark Universe are great enemies of the Heavenly Palace. They have been at war with the Heavenly Palace for many years. Your next test is to enter the Dark Universe and kill the abyssal demons there to obtain merit points from the Heavenly Palace. Only when you have a certain number of merit points will you pass the test. Here, I will explain the use of merit points. In the Heavenly Palace, merit points are the most important thing. With merit points, you have everything. The white-haired heavenly official explained as the crowd listened quietly. Let me tell you. When you first become a heavenly soldier, the Heavenly Palace will bestow upon you an opportunity that will allow everyone to reap great benefits. Some people will break through their cultivation, some will awaken their origin divine force, some will sever the shackles of their origin secret arts, and so on. The heavenly official continued. Many people's eyes shone with a fiery light. Many of them had heard of this point before. When one first became a heavenly soldier, the Heavenly Palace would bestow upon them an opportunity that was extremely important. Moreover, when one first becomes a heavenly soldier, the amount of opportunity one receives is also related to merit points. This is because heavenly soldiers are also divided into ranks. Generally, they are divided into 3 ranks. Third rank heavenly soldiers are the lowest, followed by second rank heavenly soldiers, then first-rank heavenly soldiers. The ranks of heavenly soldiers are completely based on merit points. When you first become a heavenly soldier, almost all of you are third-rank heavenly soldiers. But if you obtain more merit points during the test, you might become a second-rank heavenly soldier. Then, the reward for becoming a heavenly soldier will be even more amazing. The white-haired heavenly official's words made many people even more excited. In addition, merit points are almost omnipotent in the heavenly palace. You can exchange them for any treasure in the heavenly palace, such as all kinds of magical weapons and armors, all kinds of secret skills, and even the 3,000 ancient secret skills. The white-haired heavenly official continued. Lu Ming was shocked. All kinds of secret techniques and the 3,000 ancient secret techniques were extremely attractive to Lu Ming. It's not just treasures. As long as you have enough merit points, you can even ask the experts of the heavenly palace, or even the Lord of Heaven, to guide you in your cultivation. If you have enemies, you can use your merit points to ask the masters of the heavenly palace to help you deal with them. You can also use your merit points to increase the strength of your forces. The white-haired heavenly official's explanation caused everyone's eyes to burn with passion. Merit points were truly omnipotent. As long as you had enough merit points, you could do anything in the heavenly palace and obtain any treasure. As long as the heavenly palace had it, the heavenly palace would be able to do it. Of course, you needed enough merit points. So, go and earn merit points to your heart's content. Now, come with me to the dark universe, the white-haired heavenly official announced. Following this, the heavenly officials led them out of Dream Sky City and toward a mysterious part of the starry sky. This part of the starry sky did not belong to any race. It was the starry sky guarded by the heavenly palace and directly belonged to the heavenly palace. The crowd followed the heavenly officials and flew for several days before finally arriving at their destination. Seeing the situation in front of them, everyone was tongue-tied and their eyes widened in shock. There was a vast abyss in the starry sky. Yes, an abyss that seemed to have split open the starry sky. The abyss was pitch black and unfathomable. More importantly, it was so large that many stars were like specks of dust compared to it. In fact, there were many stars floating around the abyss. There were hundreds of stars, forming a heavenly cycle stellar array. Countless heavenly soldiers were stationed on these stars. This is the entrance to the dark universe. My Dream Sky Heavenly Palace has stationed countless heavenly soldiers here to prevent the demons from rushing out. In fact, the 5 heavenly palace each guards such an abyss that leads to the dark universe. The white-haired heavenly official said. As they spoke, they flew forward. When they approached, a group of heavenly soldiers flew over. These heavenly soldiers were wearing white armor with all kinds of runes engraved on it. This is the standard armor of the heavenly soldiers. It is said that the lowest level can withstand the full strength attack of a 9th-layer divine emperor. Ling Yue transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. The heavenly palace is really rich. Lu Ming sighed. Even the lowest level could withstand the full strength attack of a 9th-layer divine emperor. With so many heavenly soldiers, each of them would be equipped with boundless power. The heavenly official stepped forward and negotiated with the heavenly soldiers. Then, the heavenly soldiers led them toward the abyss. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Powerful gusts of wind blew out of the abyss. The group used their divine power to resist and flew into the abyss. There was a powerful suction force in the abyss that drew them down. Deep, it was simply too deep, they fell for an entire day before finally reaching the end. Below them was a vast expanse of land. On this land was an incomparably majestic city. The entire city was pitch black and made of an incomparably tough metal. Countless runes appeared on its surface, forming a great array. Countless experts of the heavenly palace were stationed within the city, as well as the heavenly soldiers. Outside the city was a vast expanse of land that stretched as far as the eye could see. The entire city happened to be right in front of the abyss. They landed on a large plaza in the city. This city belongs to the heavenly palace. Outside the city is the world of the fiends. The dark universe is very strange. It's like a boundless continent. I don't know how big it is. The cultivators of the heavenly palace once explored it, but they couldn't find the end. Countless demons live on this continent. The heavenly official explained. Lord Sky Official, how do we earn merit points? Do we just kill the demons? Or do we have to bring back some sort of token? Someone asked. Each fiend has a drop of fiend spirit blood. Kill fiends, collect their spirit blood, and bring it back to the heavenly palace. Naturally, there are ways to calculate merit points. Generally speaking, the stronger a fiend is, the more merit points they obtain, but that's not always the case. It also depends on one's potential. Killing a fiend with great potential or killing a fiend prodigy will give you more merit points. All of this will have to be calculated in the well of merit back in the heavenly palace. The white-haired heavenly official explained. The group nodded, having a general idea. This city is called Nantian City because the illusory heavenly palace guards the south of the universe. If you want to go out, you have to go through a special exit. Also, when you go out, you have to go in batches. If you send too many people at once, it will be easy to alarm the demon army. A heavenly soldier in white armor said. That's right. Moreover, outside Nantian City, the territory is extremely vast. These territories are divided into different levels according to the degree of danger. The first level is the safest, and the higher the level, the more dangerous it is. It's best for Divine Emperor Realm people to move around in the second level. Those below the Divine Emperor Realm go to the first level, and those above the Divine Emperor Realm go to the third level. Of course, some top monsters are excluded. You guys choose your area first, and then I'll split you into batches. You guys will go. Immediately, Lu Ming and the others chose different levels of areas. Lu Ming naturally chose the second level area. After everyone had made their choice, the sky official divided them into batches and led them out by the heavenly soldiers. He, Ling Yue, and Dandan were all separated by the sky official and were not in the same batch. Follow me. A heavenly soldier said to a group of people. Then, the heavenly soldier led the group of people who were participating in the assessment and left. After about half a day, another group of heavenly soldiers led a group of people away. 2 days later, it was Lu Ming's group's turn. There were about 500 of them. They were led by a team of heavenly soldiers toward the city gate. Open the formation. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the city gate, someone immediately shouted. Then, a corner of the array formation covering the city gate opened, and they flew out from this corner of the array formation. Outside the city wall was a boundless continent. At a glance, there was no end in sight. It was vast and boundless. Moreover, the world was no longer filled with dense divine energy, but with all kinds of demonic energy. There was very little divine energy, and it was extremely faint. If they consumed too much divine energy, it would be very difficult for them to absorb divine energy from the world to replenish it. They had to absorb it from divine crystals or other treasures. Therefore, they had to prepare enough divine crystals to come here. The second level area I will take you to is called the 8 Snake Mountain Range. It is formed by 8 huge snake-shaped mountain ranges. It is vast and boundless, and there are many powerful demons residing there. However, the highest cultivation of the demons inside will not exceed the Divine Emperor realm. A heavenly soldier explained. Soon, they flew across the boundless land, and a majestic mountain range appeared before their eyes. The dark universe was different from the primitive universe. The dark universe was like a boundless continent. It was really too big. Just the 8 Snake Mountain Range alone was comparable to the total area of a dozen ordinary life planets. When they arrived, the heavenly soldiers brought them to the ground and retracted their auras. We're already close to the 8 Snake Mountain Range. If we get any closer, we'll be easily discovered by the demons inside. A heavenly soldier said and waved his hand. Go. Some people had already hurriedly flown out and rushed towards the 8 Snakes Mountain Range. As soon as someone made a move, the others followed suit. One figure after another dashed out. Lu Ming also followed the crowd and flew towards a corner of the 8 Snake Mountain Range. Looking from afar, the 8 Snakes Mountain Range looked like it was formed by 8 gigantic snakes. It was simply too huge. 500 of them might seem like a lot, but when they got close to the 8 Snakes Mountain Range, they were completely scattered. Lu Ming rushed into a dense forest. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. However, these trees were filled with dense demonic qi. They were covered with sharp thorns and looked very ferocious. According to the heavenly soldiers, the demons are also in groups. They can form tribes or even kingdoms and set up formations. They are no different from the living beings in the primitive universe. They are extremely intelligent. I can't be too careless, Lu Ming thought. His body was like a gust of wind, flashing constantly. However, Lu Ming had not encountered any demons after running for half an hour in the forest. Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, a strong force suddenly attacked Lu Ming from both sides. Demonic chi, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly retreated. However, the ground behind him suddenly exploded. A sharp force went straight for Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He used his palm like a knife and slashed backward. With a boom, the force was directly destroyed by Lu Ming. Moreover, his palm did not stop and continued to slash forward. With a puff, a tall and burly figure was split into two. Demon! There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. He finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a 3-meter-tall creature with a green body and a pair of green demon wings on its back. It had a mouth full of fangs and a ferocious expression. It was exactly the same as the legendary demon. In the primitive universe, some living beings had the bloodline of demons. There were even some cultivation techniques that could condense the image of demons. It was almost the same as this one. A living being from the primitive universe. Kill him and eat him. Roars and howls could be heard. There were at least a dozen demons on his left, right, front, and back. They roared and charged toward Lu Ming. What surprised Lu Ming was that their language was the same as the language of the primitive universe. These demons all looked the same. They had green skin, extended fangs, and a pair of demon wings on their backs. They kept roaring and charging toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could see that the highest cultivation level of those demons was only the 4th godly emperor layer. Die! Shouted Lu Ming. He instantly used his battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. At the same time, a demon sword condensed in his hand. That was the Great Demon Sword technique. Lu Ming's Great Demon Sword technique was not yet a beginner. He could use these demons to practice it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the demon sword moved freely and sword gleams burst forth. One by one, the demons were killed by Lu Ming, dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen demons were slaughtered by Lu Ming. Following which, Lu Ming's palm and long claws clawed at a demon's heart. A powerful suction force erupted. The next moment, a drop of blood that exuded a strong demonic aura flew out. That was the demon spirit blood. It was also the place to exchange for points in the heavenly palace. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and collected the demon spirit blood. Then, he used forbidden strength. The forbidden area was like a silk thread that entered the demon's heart. A moment later, the demon spirit blood flew out and Lu Ming collected it in the jade bottle. There were 13 drops of demon spirit blood in total, from the 1st godly emperor layer to the 4th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming didn't know how many points he could exchange for. He had to go to the Well of Merit in the Heavenly Palace to exchange for points. There are so many demons here. It means that there is a demon tribe nearby. I wonder how strong the demon tribe is. Thought Lu Ming, but he wasn't afraid. Now that Lu Ming had used the Bingxian cudgel with all his might, his combat power was comparable to a 9th-level divine emperor. Of course, the Bingxian cudgel would be exhausted after a few moves. However, it could buy Lu Ming time to escape. Therefore, even if Lu Ming encountered cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer, he could escape. Lu Ming could kill cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. There weren't any great supreme gods in the 8 Snakes Mountain range, so Lu Ming wasn't worried. Of course, if he met a terrifying genius, he couldn't judge them by their cultivation level. Lu Ming wondered if he should find the evil demon tribe and get rid of them. Let's look for them first. Lu Ming made up his mind. His silhouette flickered as he moved towards the depths of the mountain range. The 8 Snakes Mountain range was too big. A person who entered it was like a speck of dust falling into the sea. After that, Lu Ming searched for half an hour, but he didn't see any evil demons. However, Lu Ming's path was blocked by a few other people. A few young men in white clothes. They were from the Angel clan. Mu Yun, we finally met you. You're really good at running, said one of the young men from the Angel clan coldly. He had a nose like an eagle's. You've been following me? There was a cold gleam in Lu Ming's eyes. Correct. Since we entered the Eight Snakes mountain range, we've been trying to get closer to you. We met a group of evil demons on the way, but luckily, we met you. You're not very lucky, said the young man from the Angel clan. Oh, so what do you want? Asked Lu Ming. What do we want? Hee, you're not qualified to challenge Prince Gabbert. Of course, we'll help Prince Gabbert get rid of you. After we get rid of you, I'm sure Prince Gabbert will look at us in a new light, said the young men from the Angel clan smiling coldly. The holy light around their bodies became denser and denser. A powerful chi kept moving towards Lu Ming. Slash, behind them, pairs of angel wings stretched out. An 8-winged angel, 3 6-winged angels. As soon as the angelic wings appeared, a vast amount of holy light flooded the area. Little boy, die, said one of the 6-winged angels. He was holding an angel's sword and charged towards Lu Ming. His pure white sword light swept across the area and turned the trees into dust. That 6-winged angel had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer. You're just a 6-winged angel of the 3rd godly emperor layer. You overestimate yourself. Lu Ming laughed lightly and punched out. The berserk fist energy directly destroyed his opponent's sword light, causing terror to appear in his opponent's eyes. He felt that the power of Lu Ming's punch was too strong. A 6-winged angel of the Angel clan could be regarded as a very powerful genius in the primitive universe. Even in the Divine Emperor realm, he could fight against a 6-winged angel who was 1 level higher. Cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer could fight cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming only had the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer. Initially, he thought he could easily defeat Lu Ming, but now he realized he had been wrong, and now he was going to die. With a loud boom, the 6-winged angel's body exploded, sending feathers flying everywhere. The remaining 3 angels were dumbfounded. Brat, how dare you kill a prodigy of the angel race? You're courting death. You are courting death, shouted the 3 remaining angels furiously. They took out their angel swords and charged towards Lu Ming. 2 of them had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, and 1 had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer. The one with the aquiline nose was an 8-winged angel. He had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. An 8-winged angel of the godly emperor layer could fight against a 6-winged angel who was 2 levels higher than him. It had to be said that the angels were terrifyingly talented. They were much more talented than the other races. Ordinary 2-winged angels and 4-winged angels couldn't fight against a 6-winged angel of the godly emperor layer, but at the same level, they were almost invincible. 6-winged angels of the godly emperor layer could fight against a 6-winged angel of the godly emperor layer. It should be known that there were quite a few 6-winged angels among the angels. An 8-winged angel of the 4th godly emperor layer was as strong as an ordinary cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. That kind of fighting strength could easily kill a cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer. Of course, that was what they thought. So what if you're an angel? Kill, Lu Ming said coldly. The battle incantation had been successfully triggered to increase his combat power by 6 times. The Great Divine Wind Technique and the Great Shattering Technique were cast. They converged into an unparalleled force that crushed toward the 3 young angels. Ah, 2 miserable screams rang out. 2 of the angels simply couldn't resist Lu Ming's attack. They were directly blown apart, dying on the spot. The hawk-nosed young man of the Angel clan was shaken. He coughed up blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. You. How is this possible? Other than shock, there was only horror in his eyes. He was deeply shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. This was because he realized that Lu Ming did not use any powerful weapons, nor did he rely on any external forces. He was completely relying on his own combat strength. A cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer had managed to injure him in 1 strike. He had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. That kind of fighting strength was incredible. Even Gabbert couldn't compete with Lu Ming at the same level. No, he had to report this to Gabbert. Therefore, without hesitation, he turned around and ran away, his 8 wings flapping furiously. "Do you think you can escape?" said Lu Ming coldly. His silhouette flickered like a ghost, and in a flash, he caught up with the hawk-nosed young man from the Angel clan. A terrifying strength bombarded the young man from the Angel clan. "You want to kill me?" "No way." "Angel feather!" shouted the hawk-nosed young man furiously. He opened his mouth and spat out a feather. This feather was an angel's feather. It was shed by a powerful angel, and could be considered a powerful treasure. However, it wasn't a powerful weapon. There were countless treasures in the Angel clan, but not all of them could use them. In fact, there were very few who could use them. That feather could make the young man from the Angel clan explosively stronger, but there was a limit. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the feather a dozen times. In the end, the feather couldn't block Lu Ming's attack and was blown away. Then, the 4 gravity pearls in Lu Ming's hands flew out and pressed down on the hook-nosed young man. The hook-nosed young man screamed miserably and his body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed over. His palm was like a knife, cleaving the hook-nosed young man into 2. The 4 young men from the Angel clan had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but in the end, Lu Ming had killed them all. Lu Ming took the 4 young men's rings and scanned them with his spiritual awareness. Then, he took out a few jade bottles filled with demon blood. There were a dozen drops. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to take them. As for the other weapons, he gave them to Xiao. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave, all of a sudden, there were terrifying whistling sounds coming from all directions. Lu Ming had goosebumps all over his skin. Gravity Pearl. Lu Ming controlled the Gravity Pearl with all his strength and set up a powerful gravity field within 100 miles. 6. Lu Ming used the Gravity Pearl to shroud the area within a radius of 100 miles under the powerful gravity. In the next moment, a few spears broke through the range of the gravity shroud. Slash, slash. After the long spear broke through the area shrouded by gravity, there was a violent sound of friction. Sparks flew and its speed slowed down a little. However, it was not pressed to the ground. Instead, it continued to stab toward Lu Ming. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they crossed 100 li. Lu Ming clenched his fists and punched continuously, colliding with a few long spears. Rumbling sound spread in the air. Lu Ming's body shook and he was pushed back. The spears exploded and turned into pieces. What a terrifying strength! Lu Ming was stupefied. The spears had come from 10,000 li away, but they had still managed to push Lu Ming back after using 4 gravity pearls. One could imagine how strong they were. Ordinary cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer couldn't do that. That was equivalent to the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. In the distance, the sound of breaking wind spread in the air. Then, a large number of silhouettes flew over. Demons, a large number of demons, one by one, the demons spread their demonic wings and charged toward Lu Ming with a strong demonic aura. They're from the ancient desolate universe. Kill him. The evil demons roared like thunder. It seems like the battle a moment ago has alarmed these demons. Could it be that they're from a nearby tribe? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He didn't panic at all. He could already sense that the strongest demon had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. There were 4 cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. The others were all below the 7th godly emperor layer. There were about 200 of them. He had decided to kill all of them. Those were all merit points. With enough merit points, he could turn them into all kinds of treasures, all kinds of secret techniques, and even the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Therefore, in Lu Ming's eyes, those demons turned into all kinds of treasures. The demons came very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Lu Ming. The 4 demons who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer were the fastest. They smiled cruelly and attacked Lu Ming with their claws. "I'll send you on your way." A round bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the gale bead. Hoo, a violent gale swept out from the zephyr bead. The 4 powerful evil demons were the first to be swept into the gale. Ah! 4 demons of the 7th godly emperor layer gave horrible shrieks as they were cut into pieces by the strong wind. The remaining demons were scared out of their wits, and their bodies that were originally charging forward could not help but stop. From their point of view, the four powerful leaders had died in an instant. It was too terrifying. Let's go, let's go. Retreat. The other demons roared, wanting to retreat and escape. Demons also know fear, but it's too late for you to retreat now. Lu Ming continued controlling the zephyr bead. A strong wind whistled as it swept out. In a few breaths, more than 200 demons were swept away by the strong wind, and then Lu Ming killed them. Lu Ming didn't show any mercy. Demons of the deep abyss were evil and cruel. Killing them was like getting rid of evil. However, Lu Ming controlled himself very well. He only killed the demons, but he didn't destroy their hearts because Lu Ming needed their blood. After a short time, the 200 demons were all killed by the strong wind. Afterward, Lu Ming manipulated the forbidden power to draw out the demon spirit blood of all the demons. In the dark universe, there are countless demons, and the heavenly palace is guarding the entrances of the deep abyss. Could it be that they're doing it for the sake of the common people? It seems like the heavenly palace isn't that bad after all, whispered Lu Ming. In fact, Lu Ming had this question since he entered the dark universe. From the look of it, the heavenly palaces were guarding the entrance to the dark universe, fighting the fiend devils and protecting the Your Wilds universe. They were completely on the side of justice. But why were there so many forces against them, such as the dragon race, the Tang family of Xianxia's previous life, and Flying Phoenix? Boy, if you think the heavenly palace is guarding the entrances of the dark universe for the sake of the living beings of the universe, then you're wrong. The heavenly palace is doing it for themselves. Bone Demon's voice was full of disdain. Bone Demon, what do you know? Tell me about it, asked Lu Ming quickly. It's too early to tell you now. Besides, I don't know much. I've only heard some rumors. If you want to know the details, you'll have to ask those forbidden existences, such as Flying Phoenix of the dragon race's mother planet, Ao Qian, and that Tang guy, said Bone Demon. It's a secret again. Lu Ming was speechless, but since Bone Demon didn't want to tell him, he didn't bother to ask. This should be a member of the evil demon tribe. A evil demon tribe shouldn't have this many people. I should have left one alive to find out more about the situation. Lu Ming was annoyed. After keeping the evil demon spirit blood, he left in a flash. Lu Ming searched the vicinity. Not long after, he really found a demon tribe. It was a city built with huge stones. It looked very simple and couldn't be compared to the buildings in the chaotic universe. From afar, he could see many evil demons flying around in the city. There were also some evil demons patrolling outside the city. Lu Ming secretly caught a few evil demons and interrogated them. These evil demons were also living beings and were afraid of death. After being interrogated by Lu Ming, they told him the truth. Not only did they tell him about the tribe, but they also told him about the 8 Snake Mountain Range. In the 8 Snake Mountain Range, there were a total of 1325 ordinary tribes and 108 large-scale tribes. But all the tribes were ruled by a kingdom of evil demons. That kingdom was called the 8 Snake Evil Demon Kingdom. Its capital was at the center of the 8 Snake Mountain Range. There were many strong cultivators and many of them had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. The strongest evil demon tribe in front of Lin Yun had the strength of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. It was an ordinary tribe. I wouldn't have thought that the 8 Snake Mountain Range would have so many strong evil demons. And it's only a level 2 area. I wonder how many terrifying evil demons there are in the dark universe, thought Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming could not afford to offend the demon empire of the 8 snakes. There were many powerful 9th level divine emperors in the empire. Given Lu Ming's current combat capability, he would definitely die if he were to face 2 9th level divine emperors at the same time. However, Lu Ming was able to deal with these ordinary and large tribes. After understanding the strength of the evil demon tribe, Lu Ming went straight in. Very quickly, the ordinary tribe was destroyed. After keeping all the evil demon spirit blood, Lu Ming left this place and headed towards the depths of 8 Snake Mountain Range. 8 Snake Mountain Range was formed by the intersection of 8 huge snake-shaped mountain ranges. At the center, where the 8 snakes converged, it was the largest and also the most central place. The surroundings were the ends of 8 Snake Mountain Range. Lu Ming and the rest had entered from these ends. Lu Ming was now at the end of a mountain range. The deeper he went, the more evil demon tribes there were. Time flew, and more than 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, Lu Ming had been hunting evil demons. With the great killing weapon in his hand, Lu Ming had been successful in every endeavor. Evil demons died in his hands one after another, and the amount of evil demon spirit blood in Lu Ming's hands was increasing. However, while they were hunting evil demons, the evil demons were also hunting them. Along the way, Lu Ming also saw people who came to participate in the assessment being torn apart by the evil demons and becoming their food. On this day, when Lu Ming was moving forward, he suddenly encountered a person who was fleeing rapidly. "It's her." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This person was Hua Shui of the elf race. However, the current Hua Shui was in a very sorry state. Her body was covered in wounds and she had suffered serious injuries. Swoosh, behind Hua Shui, 2 figures were chasing after her rapidly. Angel race. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Little girl from the elf race, you can't run away. Surrender obediently and serve us well. We can give you a quick death." One of the young men from the angel race sneered. His speed was very fast. With 8 wings on his back, he chased after Hua Shui like a stream of light. "You angel race are despicable," Hua Shui gritted her teeth and flew with all her might. However, her serious injuries had seriously affected her speed. The 2 young men from the angel race were constantly closing the distance between them. Lu Ming directly flew towards Hua Shui. As soon as Lu Ming flew over, Hua Shui discovered Lu Ming. Mu Yun, surprise flashed in Hua Shui's eyes. He knew how powerful Lu Ming was. He knew that Lu Ming had a great weapon of mass destruction in his hands. If he met Lu Ming, he might be saved. "It's Mu Yun." "Very good. I was just about to look for him, and he came to me on his own accord. Let's get rid of him together." The 2 angels were overjoyed as well. They rushed towards Lu Ming. Their powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming. Hua Shui landed beside Lu Ming, gasping for breath. "Are you okay?" Lu Ming said calmly. Those 2 young geniuses had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, and they were 8-winged angels. They had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming didn't care about them. "I'm fine, but the princess is trapped by them," Hua Shui said. "Ling Yue." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. "Die, brat." One of the young angels charged towards Lu Ming. His angelic sword slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch and collided with the angelic sword. Multicolored light filled the sky, and the young angel quickly retreated. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. For gravity pearls vibrated and flew out. The powerful gravity enveloped the 2 young angels. After that, Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. Boom. Boom, there were continuous explosions and roars, and then there were 2 screams. Calm was restored, but there were 2 more corpses on the ground. The 2 8-winged angels had been killed by Lu Ming. Their interspatial rings also fell into Lu Ming's hands. On the side, Hua Shui was dumbfounded. She knew that Lu Ming was very strong. If he used his ultimate weapon, he would definitely be able to kill the 2 of them. However, Lu Ming hadn't used his ultimate weapon just now. Without using his ultimate weapon, he had killed 2 young geniuses of the angel clan. Hua Shui's heart twitched a few times. "Where's Ling Yue?" "Lead the way," Lu Ming said. "Mu Yun, among the people who are dealing with the princess, there are top geniuses of the angel clan. They are extremely strong, and they also have terrifying divine weapons. Even if you go, you might not be a match for them." Hua Shui's expression changed. Lu Ming had already expected this. Ling Yue was now at the peak of the 2nd layer of the Divine Emperor realm. After her talent evolved, her battle strength was astonishing. Coupled with the Elven King Bao that was stained with blood, her strength was extremely terrifying. Those who could deal with her were definitely not weak. However, Lu Ming couldn't leave her in the lurch. "I know, just lead the way." Lu Ming's face darkened slightly, and his tone became more serious. For some reason, Hua Shui's heart trembled. Facing Lu Ming's tone, she actually didn't dare to refute, as if she had met an elder. "Alright, I'll take you there." This way, in the end, Hua Shui brought Lu Ming in a certain direction. As they flew, Hua Shui introduced, "We were originally fighting with a group of demons, but those angels were so despicable. Taking advantage of our battle with the angels, they took the opportunity to attack us. Not only did they steal our demon spirit blood, they also took the opportunity to attack the princess. The princess was caught off guard and was injured. In the end, the princess used all her strength to stall the opponent, allowing me to break through and seek help. If I hadn't met you, I would have been in danger." Hua Shui gave a simple introduction, and Lu Ming roughly understood what was going on. A moment later, they approached a cliff. "It's right in front. The princess is relying on the cliff to block the opponent," Hua Shui whispered to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded, restrained his aura, and quietly approached Hua Shui. After approaching, he quietly looked forward. In front of him, there was a huge cliff. The cliff was tens of thousands of feet tall and was very smooth, like a piece of smooth metal. At the bottom of the cliff, Ling Yue held the Elven King's bow that was stained with blood. Behind her, a towering tree appeared. Rich life essence was constantly injected into the Elven King's bow, condensing into an arrow that was aimed forward. In front of Ling Yue, a group of angel race geniuses formed a semicircle and surrounded Ling Yue. However, these angel race geniuses seemed to be very afraid of Ling Yue's arrows. They only surrounded her from afar, not daring to approach. "Ling Yue, it's better for you to surrender and seal your own cultivation. In the future, you will obediently come with us to see young Master Gabbert. Today, other than this path, you have no other choice," an angel race genius said coldly. "Humph, don't even think about it. Despicable and shameless things, I have nothing to do with Gabbert. I would rather die than seal my cultivation to see him," Ling Yue said coldly, but her face was somewhat pale. It was obvious that she was injured. Her gaze was very serious as she scanned the bodies of two of the angel race's geniuses. These two angel race's geniuses, a man and a woman, stood quietly in two different directions. They didn't speak, but the auras on their bodies were incomparably terrifying. There were more than a dozen young angel race men and women present. However, only these two people caused Ling Yue to fear them. These two people were both 10-winged angels. Their cultivations were profound and their battle prowess was powerful. Most importantly, the two of them also possessed terrifying killing weapons. When they exploded, their power was astonishing. They were not inferior to the Elven King's bow that was stained with blood. It was because of these two people that she found it difficult to break out of the encirclement. "Today, it's not up to you," one of the 10-winged angels said coldly. An angelic divine sword appeared on his body. Dazzling holy light spread out in all directions, emitting a powerful aura. In the surroundings, the other angel clan geniuses continuously retreated, looking at this person with reverence. Without a doubt, this angelic divine sword was a great killing weapon. When activated by this 10-winged angel, its power was extremely terrifying. The only one who could still stand was another 10-winged angel, a female angel. A crown appeared on her head. It was the angel crown. This crown was also incomparably terrifying, allowing her to block the aura of the angelic divine sword. Wang, in Ling Yue's hand, the elf king bow trembled. The blood on it seemed to be flowing. There was also a powerful aura that blocked the aura of the angelic divine sword. The male 10-winged angel's eyes were cold as he suddenly took a step forward. Boom, the earth rumbled as sword chi exploded. The stalemate was broken. Swoosh, Ling Yue made her move. An arrow pierced through the void, bringing with it a void passage as it shot towards the male 10-winged angel. Slash. Sensing the aura, the male 10-winged angel also made his move. The angelic divine sword turned into a resplendent sword light as it slashed out, accurately slashing at the arrow shot by Ling Yue. Boom, it was as if a star had exploded, erupting with a dazzling divine light. Following that, the two figures retreated. In this move, the two of them were evenly matched. In the distance, Lu Ming's expression was somewhat grave. After Ling Yue and the male 10-winged angel used their killing weapons, the power they unleashed reached the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming could only reach this level by using the mysterious ice rod. Ling Yue and the male 10-winged angel retreated, and the female 10-winged angel stepped forward. The angel crown on her head emitted a dazzling holy light. This holy light transformed into a huge palm print that slapped down towards Ling Yue. Ling Yue had just exchanged a move with the male 10-winged angel and had yet to recover. At this moment, she could only use all her strength to pull the bloodied attacking king's bow and shoot out another arrow. This arrow collided with the holy light palm print, but this time, Ling Yue's hasty attack was unable to completely block the holy light palm print. She was blasted backwards by the holy light palm print and crashed into the cliff, emitting a violent boom. It was unknown what material this cliff was made of, but it was extremely hard. Even so, there were still a few cracks on the cliff that were 10,000 meters long. Puff, Ling Yue's face paled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Princess!" Hua Shui couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation immediately alarmed the angels. "Who is it? How dare you spy on the angels? Get out here!" A few cold shouts rang out, and then a few voices rushed towards Lu Ming and the others like lightning. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Now, he had no choice but to make a move. However, Lu Ming had already planned to make a move, so it was impossible for him to just stand by and watch. After getting along with each other for a period of time, excluding that inexplicable engagement, they could be considered friends. Lu Ming would not sit by and watch his friends be in danger and not make a move. Just now, he was only thinking about how to make a move. Now, there was no need to think. "You stay here and don't move. Leave the rest to me." Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Hua Shui. Although Hua Shui's cultivation wasn't weak, having the cultivation of the fourth divine emperor layer, and her battle prowess was stronger than her cultivation, at least half of the angels were not weaker than Hua Shui, or even stronger than her. If she went out, she wouldn't be able to help at all. After saying that, Lu Ming directly rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, everyone saw Lu Ming. "Mu Yun!" Ling Yue was the first to cry out in alarm. She was clearly very surprised to meet Lu Ming here. "It's him, it's Mu Yun. It's the little boy who challenged Gabbert. He's overestimating himself. He surprisingly dared walk into a trap." The angels were also surprised. They hadn't thought that Lu Ming would dare to rush out on his own. But immediately after, they released ice-cold murderous intent. In particular, the few elites of the angel clan who had taken the lead were emitting cold murderous intent. They waved their palms and a few terrifying sword gleams charged toward Lu Ming. There were 3 angels who attacked Lu Ming. They were all 6-winged angels, but their cultivation levels weren't weak. They had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. Because they were 6-winged angels, they had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming didn't care about that. Boom, Lu Ming had already activated his battle incantation to increase his battle prowess by 6 times. As he was rushing out, his battle prowess had already increased by 6 times. He threw a few punches at the 6-winged angels. His powerful punches destroyed the sword lights released by the 6-winged angels. His punches didn't stop and continued bombarding the 3 6-winged angels. The 3 6-winged angels gave horrible shrieks and their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. The angels were astonished. Lu Ming's battle prowess had exceeded their expectations. As for Lu Ming, he didn't stop. He was already rushing towards the angels. Hoo! The Zephyr Pearl appeared in his hand. A strong wind swept out and enveloped all the angels. The angels who were closest to Lu Ming didn't have time to dodge. They gave horrible shrieks and died in the strong wind. The strong wind continued blowing. It seemed like it was going to engulf all the angels. The other angels' expressions changed drastically. They kept retreating. "Little boy, don't you dare!" shouted the 10-winged angel icily. The angel crown on her head shone and turned into a sort of holy light. There was a rumbling sound. The strong wind was cut in half by the holy light. It turned into energy and dissipated. Then, the holy light from the angel crown condensed into a pair of wings. The wings flashed and the 10-winged angel quickly approached Lu Ming. Another holy light sword slashed towards Lu Ming. Her angel crown was filled with boundless holy light. That holy light could transform into any kind of attack. The holy light sword slashed through the sky. It seemed like the sky had been cut in half. Lu Ming had the feeling that it would be difficult to resist. That was normal because that sword had the strength of the ninth godly emperor layer. Even with the Zephyr Pearl, Lu Ming couldn't resist it. He could only use the Xianbing rod. It wasn't the time to hide his strength. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to take out the Xianbing rod. Forbidden strength poured into the Xianbing rod. Boom! The obsidian staff quickly grew in size and blasted out. The void turned into chaos as it collided with the sword of holy light. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The sky seemed to be divided into two worlds. On one side, it was bone-chilling cold. The air was frozen. On the other side, it was a world of holy light. It was dazzling. Then, Lu Ming and the 10-winged angel retreated. How is that possible? The hearts of the other angels trembled violently. The hearts of the other angels were greatly shaken. Lu Ming could actually fight against a female 10-winged angel. This was too shocking. After all, Lu Ming only had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. Even if he had a terrifying weapon, he shouldn't be able to defeat a female 10-winged angel. After all, a female 10-winged angel's cultivation level was higher. Logically speaking, the higher one's cultivation was, the more one would be able to unleash the power of such a great killing weapon, and the more powerful it would be. Ling Yue had relied on the strength of the second godly emperor layer to control the King Elf Bao. That was already terrifying. It could only be said that Ling Yue's talent was too high. She was too compatible with the King Elf Bao. Lu Ming only had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. How could he release such power? There were only two explanations. One was that Lu Ming's talent was too high. The other was that Lu Ming's weapon was too high level. It was even more mysterious and unfathomable. They were more inclined to the second possibility. The level of the killer weapon that Lu Ming controlled was too high. The eyes of many angels were filled with greed. Die. Lu Ming retreated and waved his Xianbing staff again. His staff was like a mountain, oppressing his opponent. In the surroundings, the other angels kept retreating. That was a collision between cultivators of the ninth godly emperor layer. They couldn't get involved. You're just a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Even if you have a treasure, let's see how many attacks you can make. Shouted the female 10-winged angel coldly. Her holy light became even more dazzling. She poured all her holy light into her crown. This time, the holy light turned into an angel's sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. Dong, the Xianbing staff and the angel's sword collided again. Waves of qi rolled out in all directions. While Lu Ming and the female 10-winged angel were fighting, Ling Yue and the male 10-winged angel were also fighting. The two of them were also using their weapons. The scene was terrifying. The four young geniuses were all controlling their weapons. They were extremely focused. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 5 or 6 attacks. Lu Ming's breathing became rapid. Controlling the Xianbing staff consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Even though he had a forbidden body, he couldn't bear it. However, the expressions of the two 10-winged angels were somewhat gloomy. Using their weapons like that was extremely taxing on them. They couldn't bear it anymore. Die. The two angel race prodigies were enraged. Their essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated as they unleashed their most powerful attacks. They pushed their killing weapons to the limit. Lu Ming had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was a steady stream of energy gushing out of every cell in his body and into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod vibrated and an ancient aura exuded from it. Lu Ming then blasted it out. The two of them exchanged another blow. At this moment, the world lost its sound. The earth rumbled, and terrifying cracks were torn open. It was not just Lu Ming and the female 10-winged angel. The other two killer weapons were also having a showdown. But at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that the Xianbing staff in his hand was shaking non-stop. He couldn't hold it anymore. What's going on? Lu Ming was surprised, but in the next moment, he realized that the angel crown on the head of the female 10-winged angel was also shaking violently. Not only that, Ling Yue's blood elf royal bow and the male ten-winged angel's angel divine sword were also trembling violently. Swoosh, in the next moment, the Xianbing staff actually broke free from Lu Ming's control and flew out. At the same time, the other three people's weapons also flew into the sky. Roar, a roar spread in all directions. A huge figure actually appeared within the Xianbing staff. This was a giant ape. Its entire body was snow white. It looked like a snow ape. The snow ape held a popsicle in its hand and swept it in all directions. A figure also appeared on Ling Yue's blood elf royal bow. It was an elf king with a crown. He held a war bow in his hand and wanted to shoot into the sky. As for the weapons in the hands of the two ten-winged angels, a figure also appeared. They were two powerful angels. Behind these two angels, there were 10 wings. Holy light soared into the sky. Boom! 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 4 powerful figures collided in the sky. They were in a stalemate. This, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of shock. He was very familiar with this scene. He had seen it before. Once in the Xianbing Life Soul Palace, he and Ling Yue fought against Xiao Wuji with their weapons. In the end, the 3 weapons flew out on their own and fought against each other. This time, it was exactly the same as the last time. It was also the 4 people's weapons that flew out to fight against each other. Kid, this is the divine weapon's self-recovery. The bone demon reminded. The divine weapon's self-recovery? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. When they use this kind of divine weapon to fight fiercely, your essence, energy, and spirit will rise to the extreme. The opposing divine weapon will automatically awaken the internal power, thus forming a confrontation. The bone demon explained. Lu Ming was stunned. It was getting more and more like this. Therefore, you can't rely too much on this kind of divine weapon in the future. After all, divine weapons are external objects. They are used by the top geniuses to protect themselves. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. For example, if you encounter other geniuses who also have this kind of divine weapon, it will form a confrontation. Without the divine weapon, you still have to rely on yourself to fight. The bone demon explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying aura locking onto his body. It was the geniuses of the angel race. Mu Yun, now that you have lost your weapon, let's see how you will fight against me with your own ability. The female ten-winged angel's eyes were cold. Holy light burst out and condensed into an angel sword. She slashed it at Lu Ming. Qiao Qiao. Lu Ming's heart moved. Qiao Qiao turned into armor and covered his body. A silver spear appeared in his hand and he pierced it out. Boom, Lu Ming collided with the opponent's holy light. He felt a powerful force surging towards him. His body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. The power of the 7th godly emperor layer. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. The female ten-winged angel's cultivation was at the 4th godly emperor layer, but her talent was amazing. She could fight someone who was 3 levels higher than her. This talent was second only to Yin Jiuling, a candidate on the universe genius list. Lu Ming and Qiao Qiao were no match for her. Die! The female ten-winged angel shouted coldly. She held the holy light divine sword and charged towards Lu Ming again. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and the Gale Pearl appeared in his hand again. After all, he had more than one type of trump card. Seeing the Gale Pearl, the female ten-winged angel's pupils shrank sharply and she retreated rapidly. Didn't you want to kill me? Now you want to retreat? Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward, chasing after the female ten-winged angel. Lu Ming chased after the female ten-winged angel, but on the other side, Ling Yue was in danger. After losing his killing weapon, the male ten-winged angel immediately charged towards Ling Yue. The male ten-winged angel was at the 4th level of the Divine Emperor realm, and his battle prowess could also cross 3 levels, reaching the 7th level of the Divine Emperor realm. As for Ling Yue, she was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor realm. After exchanging 2 moves, Ling Yue coughed out blood and retreated. Ling Yue, how can your strength be so strong? Although Ling Yue was injured and retreated, the ten-winged angel was still incomparably shocked. Ling Yue was only at the second level of the Divine Emperor realm, and her cultivation was 2 levels weaker than his. She was actually able to withstand 2 of his moves, and was only injured, and not seriously injured at that. It was completely possible to cross 4 levels, or even close to 5 levels. How could he not be shocked? In the past, Ling Yue was only ranked 16th in the top 100 quasi-emperor rankings. In terms of talent, she was definitely not stronger than him. And now, he was much weaker than Ling Yue. This woman is a scourge. I'm afraid she will threaten young Master Gabbard in the future. A thought flashed through the male 10-winged angel's mind. His eyes shone with a cold light as he quickly formed a seal with his hands. Then, a sparkling cross appeared. The cross was like a mountain as it pressed down on Ling Yue with terrifying might. Body as an arrow. Ling Yue shouted as her body was completely enveloped by a green divine light. Her body seemed to have turned into an arrow. With his own body as an arrow, the world as a bow. Wung, the air shook violently, like the sound of a bowstring. Ling Yue's body turned into an arrow and flew out, colliding with the Holy Cross. A violent explosion rang out, and the Holy Cross made a gotcha sound. In the end, with a bang, it exploded, and Ling Yue also revealed her original body. She frantically retreated, blood still flowing out of her mouth. Even though she had used her full strength, she was still no match for her opponent. Ling Yue, since you can't be used by young Master Gabbard, then I can only get rid of you. Kill. The male 10-winged angel spoke coldly, wanting to finish off Ling Yue in one go. But at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly filled his heart. All the hair on his body stood up, and without thinking, he moved dozens of meters to the side. A terrifying wind blade flew past where he was standing just now. Lu Ming made his move. He controlled the gale and sent out a wind blade. After forcing back the male 10-winged angel with a single move, Lu Ming's figure flashed and arrived in front of Ling Yue. Are you all right? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine. Are you that concerned about me? Ling Yue revealed a smile. At this time, she could still smile. If Hua Shui hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have bothered to come. Lu Ming pursed his lips. At this time, the people from the Angel clan had already surrounded Lu Ming and Ling Yue at the bottom of the cliff. This kid still has a great killing weapon in his hands. Be careful. The 2 10-winged angels warned. This kid's great killing weapon isn't very powerful. It's only equivalent to the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. Let us do it. A few angels stepped forward, and powerful auras erupted from them. These angels were all 8-winged angels, but their cultivation levels were astonishingly high. They had reached the 6th godly emperor layer. In addition, there was also an angel who looked to be in his 30s. He was only a 6-winged angel, but his cultivation level had reached the 7th godly emperor layer. There were a total of 5 angels. These 5 angels had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, or even infinitely close to the 9th godly emperor layer. Of course, they were older than the 2 10-winged angels. A moment ago, Lu Ming and the others had used their great killing weapons to fight. Their strength had reached the 9th godly emperor layer, so they couldn't interfere. Now that the great killing weapons were in a deadlock, they could finally interfere. Lu Ming's gaze was grave. These few people gave him a lot of pressure. Let's attack together and kill Muyin first, said the 6-winged angel. He looked like he was in his 30s, but he was actually very old. He had been practicing cultivation for a very long time, so his fighting abilities were incredible. He was holding an angel sword, turned into a beam of light and moved towards Lu Ming. The other 4 strong cultivators also moved towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming controlled the Zephyr Pearl and a strong wind swept out towards the 5 angels. Break! The 5 angels raised their swords at the same time. Dazzling sword lights moved towards the gale. Slash, slash. Ear-piercing sounds spread in the air. The holy light swords and the gale kept colliding. In the end, the gale was blocked. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat grave. When the 5 angel experts joined forces, their combat power was very powerful. Back in the day, when he had destroyed the Flying Stars sect, Lu Ming had used the Zephyr Pearl to easily kill a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. But just now, he had been blocked by the 5 angels. When the 5 angels joined hands, their fighting abilities were very close to the 9th godly emperor layer. Luckily, the energy in the Zephyr Pearl could be drawn out continuously. It didn't consume much of Lu Ming's energy. A gust of strong wind rushed out. Lu Ming immediately drew out a gust of strong wind that swept out. "Follow me closely, let's rush out together," Lu Ming said to Ling Yuwei telepathically. He pulled Ling Yuwei's small hand and followed the gale, rushing forward. "You want to rush out?" "Impossible." "Kill." The 5 experts of the angel race roared. Holy light illuminated half of the sky. The holy light divine sword slashed toward Lu Ming and collided violently with the strong wind. This time, the gale was still blocked. However, Lu Ming immediately drew out another gust of gale. Being bombarded by the gale, even the 5 angels couldn't withstand it. They couldn't help but retreat. "Damn it, what kind of killing weapon is this? How can it be so powerful?" roared the 30-year-old angel furiously. He was extremely irritable. Of course, he didn't know that the Zephyr Pearl was completely different from other killing weapons. The Zephyr Pearl stored a peerless cultivator's gale. It was like a storage device. As long as it was drawn out, it would be fine. Lu Ming kept drawing out strong winds. The experts of the angel race kept retreating. "Use the angel battle formation," shouted the 10-winged angel. "Set up the angel battle formation. Set up the formation." Their silhouettes flickered. More than 10 angels, including the 5 who had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, joined in. A pillar of holy light soared into the sky and broke through the clouds. More than 10 angels formed a battle formation. Their chi was the same, and they fused together. Then, they turned into a gigantic holy light sword and slashed out violently. Boom, that holy light sword was really astonishing. Its power had reached the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's gale was directly cut apart by the holy light sword. The sword chi didn't stop, continuing to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated with Ling Yuwei. At the same time, another gale rushed out from the Zephyr Pearl. Lu Ming kept summoning gusts of wind to block the attacks of the angel battle formation. However, the angel battle formation formed by a dozen angels had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. It had already surpassed the power of the Zephyr Pearl. Boom! 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 The holy light sword kept colliding with the gusts of wind. Each time it collided, it would break a gust of wind. "Kill this boy in one go," shouted the male 10-winged angel furiously. The holy light sword became even more dazzling as it rapidly approached Lu Ming. "Oh no!" Lu Ming frowned. He kept trying to recall the Bingxian staff. He wanted to use it to block the angel's attack, but the Bingxian staff didn't react at all. It was already entangled with the 2 great weapons of the angels. If he didn't have the Bingxian staff, should he use the purple copper coffin? But sometimes, the purple copper coffin was useless. Lu Ming realized that the purple copper coffin would only react under certain special circumstances. For example, when facing something very ancient, or when facing something related to a primitive god, or when facing the heavenly human race in the heavenly palace, when facing ordinary creatures in the primitive universe, it would sometimes not work. Lu Ming wasn't sure if it would work. If it didn't, it would be even more troublesome. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Because at this moment, dense runes suddenly appeared on the ground and in the void nearby. Countless runes slithered around like tiny snakes, intertwining together to form a large formation. Whoosh! 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 The great formation shone. Then, chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around the angels. This time, the angels were caught off guard. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Break! Some of the more powerful angels roared. Their divine power erupted, forming a shockwave that dispersed the chains. However, some of the weaker angels were not as strong. They were all entangled by the chains. Then, with a pull of the chains, these angels were sent flying. Following that, more runes appeared in the sky and on the ground, forming an array formation. This time, many sword lights condensed and charged towards the angels. Those with weaker cultivations and insufficient strength were directly killed, dying on the spot. Those who were more powerful, such as a few 8-winged angels and 10-winged angels, kept flashing. At the same time, they swept out their angelic swords, breaking apart the sword light formed by the great array. But this way, the angel battle formation would be broken. Go! How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He immediately summoned a strong gale and rushed in a certain direction. In that direction, there were only 2 angels. These 2 experts of the angel clan were currently blocking the sword light condensed by the formation. Then, they were hit by the gale and couldn't help but retreat. This way, there was a gap in their encirclement of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Lu Ming brought Ling Yue and rushed out of the gap at an astonishing speed. Damn it, stop them! Crush this formation! The geniuses of the angel race let out a furious roar. Their bodies were like holy suns, emitting a blinding light that blasted the ground and pierced through the void. The runes engraved on the ground and space also exploded and turned into nothingness. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming and Ling Yue had already rushed out of the encirclement. Come, this way. A figure appeared in front of them and called out to Lu Ming and Ling Yue. It really is this guy. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. If the figure in front of him wasn't Dandan, who else could it be? However, why would Dandan save him? Could it be that he had already recognized him? After all, Dandan had followed him for so many years, so he was too familiar with his habits and tone. It wasn't impossible for him to recognize him. Coincidentally, Dandan's direction was exactly the direction where Huashui was hiding. Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. He brought Ling Yue and directly rushed over. Halfway through, he brought Huashui and rushed towards Dandan. Brat, you're the one who's up to no good. You dare to go against our angel race? You're courting death. The angel race also noticed Dandan and immediately roared. Just now, 6 of the angel race's geniuses had died under Dandan's formation. Otherwise, the angel battle formation wouldn't have been broken so easily. Not only did this person dare to attack their angel race, he even dared to kill their genius. This was simply unforgivable. The ones I'm killing are you birdmen? Dandan clamored, not afraid at all. Back on the dragon race's mother planet, the supreme expert of the angel race had joined forces with the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace to deal with Lu Ming. In the end, they had forced the experts of the world turtle race to force him to leave. He had long been unhappy with the angel race. He would destroy anyone the angel race wanted to deal with. You're courting death. These angel race geniuses were furious. They flapped their wings and quickly chased after Dandan, Lu Ming, and Ling Yue. You want to chase me? No way. Dandan shouted as he ran. At the same time, more runes appeared on the ground and in the void. The runes were densely packed and filled the void. Then, they interweaved into various formations. Some were used to trap enemies, some were used to attack. They turned into countless divine lights and blasted towards the angel race's geniuses. The formation here was obviously something Dandan had spent some time on. The formation that suddenly appeared on the battlefield was set up by Dandan at the last minute. Therefore, the formation here was even stronger. The angel race's geniuses were immediately blocked. The remaining 10 angel race's geniuses attacked with all their strength, destroying the formation on the ground and in the air. They chased forward, but before they could chase for long, more formations appeared. After a few times, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Huashui, and Dandan had already fled without a trace. Damn it! Who is that kid? His formation is so powerful. It seems to be hiding his aura. I can't tell what race he is. Damn it! The remaining angel race's geniuses were furious. This time, they had suffered a double loss. They were unable to take down Ling Yue, nor were they able to kill Lu Ming. On the other hand, their side had lost many geniuses and suffered heavy losses. Inform the others. Even if we have to search through the entire 8-Snake Mountain range, we have to find Mu Yun, Ling Yue, and the others. The male angel race's genius roared. There's no rush. Their divine weapons are still here. It's not too late for us to take away their divine weapons first. An angel race's genius suggested. He looked at the 4 great weapons in the sky that were still burning with greed. At this moment, the 4 weapons of mass destruction in the sky suddenly shook violently and flew away. The angel, the elf king, and the snow ape on top of them all disappeared. Then, the ice mystic rod and the bloodied elf king bow pierced through space and disappeared without a trace in a flash. The mysterious ice rod and the bloodied elf king bow pierced through the void and disappeared without a trace. The 10 heavens chosen of the angel clan were dumbstruck. Then, their handsome and beautiful faces flushed red. Ah! Damn it, send me a sound transmission. Inform the others. Angry roars rang out one after another. Then, these angel clan geniuses used the dream jade to inform the other angel clan geniuses in the 8 Snake Mountain range. As one of the top 10 races of the prehistoric 10,000 races and a close relationship with the Heavenly Palace, the angel clan naturally had a lot of people participating in the Heavenly Soldier examination. Immediately, all the angels in the 8 Snake Mountain range received the news and began to search for Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Under the lead of Dandan, they quickly arrived at a safe place. "Brother, thank you for your help." Lu Ming was the first to thank him, pretending not to know Dandan. "You're welcome. I just don't like those birdmen. In the past, one of my little brothers was dealt with by these birdmen. You are the enemy of these birdmen, and the enemy of the enemy is a friend." Dandan grinned. A few black lines appeared on Lu Ming's head. This guy had told everyone that he was his little brother, and Lu Ming really couldn't make a move right now. Otherwise, he would have to let Dandan clearly know who was whose little brother. But then again, in order to save you, I offended the angel race. This is a very big risk. If you want to thank me, I won't refuse. Give me 1,000 Emperor-level divine pills, and that's enough. Hee hee. Yi Shiwen smiled. You're right. Dandan's voice changed as his eyes moved between Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Lu Ming despised him. Dandan, this guy, had finally revealed his true colors. He was still as thick-skinned and greedy as ever. Moreover, the moment he opened his mouth, it was already 1,000 Emperor-level pills. He really could open his mouth. This. That. Ling Yue stammered. The crux of the matter was that 1,000 Emperor-level divine pellets were simply too precious. She simply couldn't take them out. I don't even have 1,000 Emperor-level divine pills. How about this, we'll owe you a favor. Take it as repayment for saving our lives. Lu Ming directly wrote an empty check. In terms of being thick-skinned, Lu Ming believed that he was no worse than Dandan. You. That's not very good. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes. He felt that Lu Ming's behavior was somewhat familiar. How about this? I don't know how to address you, friend. I will remember this favor. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely compensate you. However, I don't have that many Emperor-level divine pills with me right now. Ling Yue said. After all, she was the elf princess, and her skin was not as thick as Lu Ming's. I am known as the Array Ancestor. Dandan clasped his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. Bah! Lu Ming stared at him intently. He really couldn't hold it in any longer. Dandan, this fellow, was starting to put on an act again. Brat, what do you mean by this? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Dandan stared fiercely at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more unhappy he became. No, don't misunderstand. My nose was itchy just now, so I couldn't help but sneeze. Lu Ming said. Dandan was still in a bad mood as he fiercely swept a few glances at Lu Ming. In his heart, he was calculating when he would teach Lu Ming a lesson. However, when he thought of Lu Ming's terrifying battle prowess, he cursed in his heart. At this moment, the void broke open, and the ice-profound rod and the elf king bow flew out, respectively flying into Lu Ming and Ling Yue's bodies and disappearing. Dandan's eyes lit up as he watched. Forget it, what kind of person am I? I won't bother with you guys. As for the reward, I can also forget about it. However, I have a condition. Dandan said. What condition? Ling Yue said. Next, how about we cooperate? Let's hunt demons together and obtain demon spirit blood. We can even hunt angels and obtain demon spirit blood from them. Dandan said. Lu Ming knew that Dandan had finally revealed his true purpose. He had taken a fancy to Lu Ming and Ling Yue's battle prowess and wanted to cooperate with them to obtain demon spirit blood. It's your honor to be able to cooperate with me. With my help, the speed at which you hunt evil demons will greatly increase. Dandan said. Alright, let's cooperate. Ling Yue was thin-skinned. Dandan had indeed saved them, so she couldn't refuse. Ha ha ha, good. Girls are really straightforward, unlike some people. As he spoke, Dandan glanced at Lu Ming unhappily. Lu Ming pretended not to see it. Look at me, I'll find some demons for you right now. Dandan opened his mouth and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Then, endless runes appeared from Dandan's hands. These runes were like small worms that spread through the air before disappearing. What a brilliant rune Dao. Could it be that you are from the world's divine turtle clan? Ling Yue revealed a look of admiration. She was also proficient in the way of runes and formations, but compared to Dandan, the difference was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. In Dandan's hands, the way of runes and formations had simply turned into art. Although she felt that Dandan's words were unreliable, the way of runes and formations was truly unfathomable. In the universe, the most famous rune formation was the world's divine turtle. Little girl, you have some eyesight. Dandan revealed a complacent expression and continued to control the runes. Not long after, Dandan's gaze moved as he said, got it. There's a demon tribe 130,000 miles to the southeast. It's not very strong, we can deal with it. He found it just like that. Lu Ming was also rather surprised. It seemed that during this period of time, Dandan's rune array Dao had become more and more powerful. Seeing the surprise in Lu Ming's eyes, Dandan became even more proud. He raised his nose to the sky and said, follow me. The four of them headed towards the southeast. Sure enough, not long after, they discovered a demon tribe. It was only an ordinary tribe, and Lu Ming and the others could easily deal with it. They charged in, and not long after, the demon tribe was destroyed. The demon spirit blood fell into their hands. Following that, they relied on Dandan's formation to easily find demons every time. As expected, the speed at which they obtained demon spirit blood had increased by a lot. The entire 8 Snake Mountain range was filled with slaughter. Those who participated in the assessment were constantly hunting demons. Of course, some people would also die in the hands of demons and become their food. Just like that, half a month passed. 8 Snake Mountain Range, where the 8 mountain ranges converged, was the core of the 8 Snake Mountain Range. It was also the location of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom, where the strongest demons of the 8 Snake Mountain Range were gathered. In a large hall, a young demon sat high up, looking incomparably dignified. Prince, recently, people from the great desolate universe have come to the 8 Snake Mountain Range to train and hunt our race. What should we do? Below, an old demon reported. The young abyss devil above was the prince of the 8 Snake Devil Kingdom, Samoras. Samoras's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What should we do? Of course, we have to kill all the beings of the primitive universe. Prince, there are some people in the primitive universe who are extremely terrifying. If we send an army to fight them head-on, we might suffer heavy losses, and the kingdoms of the other mountain ranges will take advantage of this. The old abyss devil below expressed his worry. The abyss devils of the dark universe were divided into different forces of different sizes. These forces would fight and attack each other. Some of them are extremely terrifying? I'm afraid they aren't. Don't worry, I'll meet them personally. Samora smiled faintly. As he spoke, his body began to undergo drastic changes. The fangs in his mouth disappeared, and the skin on his body changed. Finally, the abyss devil wings on his back disappeared. He had turned into a young human with purple hair and was extremely handsome. Moreover, from his aura, it was not the aura of an abyss devil. It was as if he had completely turned into a human. Below, all the demons were stunned. Then, many of them began to tremble. It was a tremor of excitement. Prince, have you awakened the progenitor bloodline? The old abyss devil said with a trembling voice. Yes, I awakened the progenitor bloodline not long ago. Samora said with a face full of confidence. All the abyss devils below were extremely excited. Some of them were even crying. God bless our 8-snake devil kingdom. Our 8-snake devil kingdom will definitely rise in the hands of Prince. In the future, all the Abyss Devils' territories will resound with Prince's name. Some Abyss Devils shouted excitedly. Among the Abyss Devils, awakening the progenitor bloodline represented talent. Incomparably terrifying talent also represented potential. However, it was too difficult to awaken the progenitor bloodline. There might not even be 1 in a trillion Abyss Devils. In any case, no Abyss Devil in the 8-snake devil kingdom had ever awakened the progenitor bloodline. Xianxia could be said to be the #1 prodigy in the history of the 8-snake devil kingdom. Once the demon progenitor bloodline was awakened, his body would undergo a huge change. He could take the form of a demon or a demon progenitor. The so-called demon progenitor form was just like Xianxia's current human form. In the form of a primogenitor, even his aura would change. Unless one's cultivation was much higher than his, it would be very difficult to discover his true identity as a demon. I will infiltrate the ancient desolate universe and kill some of the strongest cultivators. You gather an army. Gather all the cultivators of the 7th, 8th, and 9th godly emperor layers. Come with me and we'll destroy the ancient desolate universe, said the prince. Xianxia announced. Understood. Below, all the abyssals respectfully accepted the order, their eyes filled with deep reverence. Now that the prince had awakened his primogenitor bloodline, his future was limitless. As long as they followed the prince's footsteps, their future would also be bright. Immediately, almost all of the top experts of the snake demon kingdom were mobilized, moving in all directions. As for Xianxia, he personally left the 8-snake demon palace and disappeared into the vast forest. Several days later, a terrifying fluctuation erupted in a valley. After a few breaths, the fluctuation disappeared and a few young people were lying on the ground, lifeless. Those are the geniuses of the top 10 clans of the ancient desolate universe. How disappointing. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and left. In another part of the 8-snake mountain range, there was an ordinary demon tribe. At that moment, a dozen people appeared outside the demon tribe. They were from the Sun clan, one of the strongest clans in the ancient desolate universe. They were ranked 31st, we've already investigated. The strongest cultivator of the demon tribe has the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. The others are all below the 8th godly emperor layer. We can easily defeat them. Alright, let's attack. A demon tribe should have a lot of spiritual blood. In 2 minutes, if nothing happens, let's attack. The Sun clan's geniuses communicated secretly. 2 minutes later, the Sun clan's geniuses' silhouettes flickered and they rushed into the demon tribe. Retreat. However, when the Sun Moon clan's geniuses rushed into the demon tribe's members quickly retreated as if they knew they were coming. The Sun clan's geniuses were surprised and then continued chasing the demon tribe. However, a moment later, a terrifying chi appeared around the demon tribe. A tall and sturdy demon tribe's geniuses appeared and surrounded them. Demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. So many demons of the 8th godly emperor layer, we've been fooled. We're finished, shouted the Sun clan's geniuses. Their faces were deathly pale. They could sense that there were 3 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer and more than 10 demons of the 8th godly emperor layer. Only 3 of them had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer and none of them had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They had thought that they could easily defeat an ordinary demon tribe, but now they were facing a group of ferocious beasts. Kill them. What delicious meat. Kill them. The demons laughed loudly and started attacking the Sun clan's geniuses. There were 3 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer and more than 10 demons of the 8th godly emperor layer. The Sun clan's geniuses couldn't fight back at all. After a few minutes, the Sun clan's geniuses were all killed. These ancient desolate universe's geniuses are all young. They're rich in blood and chi. They're very nutritious. Make some soup and reward everyone, said a demon of the 9th godly emperor layer. The other evil demons immediately held in excitement. The same thing happened all over the 8 Snakes mountain range. The 8 Snakes demon kingdom sent a large number of cultivators of the 9th and 8th godly emperor layer to take the exam and kill them. Samo Luo pretended to be a young genius of the ancient desolate universe. He hid among the ancient desolate universe's geniuses and killed the strongest cultivators of the ancient desolate universe. In a short time, the ancient desolate universe's geniuses suffered disastrous losses. In the southeast of the Eight Snakes mountain range, Lu Ming, Dandan, Ling Yue, and Hua Shui were still looking for demons. 160,000 li to the west, there's a demon tribe. Dandan used a deployment spell to find another demon tribe. The four of them didn't hesitate and rushed towards the demon tribe. They had already used this method to destroy 9 demon tribes. They had gained a lot. If they continued like this, not only would they be able to complete the exam, but they would also gain a lot. After all, in the Heavenly Palace, merit points could be turned into all kinds of treasures. They moved like lightning. It didn't take long for them to arrive hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was an ordinary tribe. It didn't look any different from the tribes Lu Ming and the others had encountered before. There were some demons patrolling the walls of the tribe. Attack! Lu Ming and the others didn't hesitate and charged forward. Swish swish, before Lu Ming and Dandan could attack, Ling Yue and Hua Shui had already attacked. A few arrows pierced through the void and killed a few patrolling demons on the city wall. It didn't even cause the slightest movement. After killing the patrolling demons on the city wall, they quietly entered the city. However, as soon as they entered the city wall, Lu Ming and the others felt that something was wrong. Because the city wall was empty. Not a single demon could be seen. Not good, we've been tricked. Retreat. Lu Ming's expression changed. He immediately thought that something was wrong. There was not a single demon in the city. It was most likely an ambush. Dandan, Ling Yue, and Hua Shui were not ordinary people. They immediately thought of this. The four of them were about to leave. Boom boom, powerful auras burst out from all directions. Then, numerous figures of demons appeared and surrounded them. Among them, a few demons were the most terrifying and had the strongest auras. They were existences of the 9th godly emperor layer, and there were 2 of them. In addition, there were at least a dozen 8th godly emperor layer demons. As for the 7th godly emperor layer demons or those below, there were even more. They surrounded the place, blocking all paths of retreat for Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Obviously, they had been ambushed. These demon experts had been lying in ambush for a long time. All the demons around them looked at Lu Ming and the others. Only 4 creatures from the primitive universe, and their cultivation is so weak. The strongest one is only of the 4th godly emperor layer? It seems that they are just a few small things. These demons spoke. Many of them looked disappointed. They had been lying in ambush here to catch a big fish. They hadn't expected that they would only meet a few small things. In their eyes, Lu Ming and the others were just small things. The strongest one was Hua Shui, 4th godly emperor layer. Next were Ling Yue and Dandan, 2nd godly emperor layer. Indeed, Dandan's cultivation level had risen rapidly. He had reached the 2nd godly emperor layer, 1 layer higher than Lu Ming. In the eyes of these evil demons, such a cultivation was indeed a small fry. Those people were all cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer. Kill. A few demons of the 7th godly emperor layer flapped their wings and attacked Lu Ming and the others. To be honest, Lu Ming and the others were not strong enough to deal with the demons at the 7th level of the God Emperor realm. However, they had a powerful weapon. Break to the left. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue. There were cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer in front of them and behind them. There were no cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer on their left and right. It was a good opportunity to break through. In the blink of an eye, a few cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer arrived in front of Lu Ming and the others. They raised their demon swords and attacked Lu Ming and the others. Gale. Lu Ming immediately took out the Gale Pearl, which summoned a terrifying gale that swept out. A few demons of the 7th godly emperor layer were engulfed by the wind. They gave a horrible shriek and died. When Lu Ming took out the Gale Pearl, they were already rushing to the left. Ling Yue had already taken out the blood-stained Elven Kingbao. She poured an endless amount of energy into the Elven Kingbao. Bzzz. Bzzz, Ling Yue continuously drew her bow. A few arrows turned into dazzling lights and shot to the left, towards the demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. Fast, really fast. The arrows pierced through the air and arrived in front of the demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer in a flash. Fear, danger, these feelings surfaced in the hearts of the demons. The demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer roared. Demon chi rose from their bodies and formed a dozen layers of defense in front of him. At the same time, they slashed their demon swords at Ling Yue's arrows. Boom, 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 the demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer struck the arrows with their demon swords, but they couldn't stop the arrows. Their demon swords shook violently, and their hands were crushed. Their bones exploded, and their flesh and blood splashed. Their demon swords flew out of their hands. The arrows didn't stop, and hit their defenses. It was like a steel nail hitting a piece of tofu. The dozens of layers of demonic chi defenses on their bodies were instantly penetrated. The arrows pierced through their bodies. The demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes. Then, they gave horrible shrieks and their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Ling Yue's Elven King Bao was as powerful as a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It was normal for a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer to kill a cultivator of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. After the demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer were killed, Lu Ming and the others rushed to the left side of the wall. Lu Ming released a few gusts of wind towards the other demons. Dozens of demons were sucked in by the gusts of wind. You want to die? Die. At that moment, the other demons finally reacted, including the 2 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Before, they had underestimated Lu Ming and the others. They had thought that Lu Ming and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. When Lu Ming and the others attacked, they had reacted too slowly. Lu Ming and the others had killed many of their strong cultivators. At that moment, the 2 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer attacked furiously with their swords. The 2 saber gleams crossed a distance of thousands of miles and slashed toward Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Because Lu Ming and Ling Yue were the ones who had attacked a moment before. Oh no! Lu Ming and Ling Yue's faces darkened. Cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer were terrifying. Even though they had attacked first, they still couldn't escape from the attacks of cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. As soon as the other party attacked, a terrifying attack directly locked onto them, sealing off their path of retreat and unleashing a sure-kill attack. Ling Yue turned around, pulled her bowstring, and shot an arrow. A green arrow shot towards one of the blade lights. Ling Yue shot out an arrow from the elf palace that was stained with blood. However, this arrow of hers could only block a 9th layer Divine Emperor. The other 9th level Divine Emperor expert continued to slash at Lu Ming with his saber. The ice Xian rod appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At this time, it was time to fight with his life on the line, so he naturally couldn't hide it. Boom, the mysterious ice rod rapidly grew in size and swept out diagonally, colliding with the demon blade. 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded, and the attacks of both sides collapsed. All the evil demons present were shocked. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks were actually able to block the attacks of the 9th layer Divine Emperor. It was truly terrifying. These are 2 peerless geniuses of the primitive universe. Killing them is definitely a loss for the primitive universe. That's right, their flesh and blood are definitely great supplements. The 2 9th layer Divine Emperor roared and pounced like lightning towards Lu Ming and the others. The 9th layer Divine Emperor realm demons were too fast. Lu Ming and the others couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only face them head-on. Boom, Lu Ming controlled the ice Xian rod, which turned into a huge rod the size of a mountain and swept towards a 9th layer Divine Emperor realm demon. As for Ling Yue, she once again pulled the Elf King Bao and shot an arrow. The attacks of both sides collided once again, evenly matched. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's expressions were very ugly. If this continued, their situation would not be good. Because when Lu Ming and Ling Yue controlled the great killing weapon, although they could erupt with the battle strength of the 9th layer Divine Emperor realm, they couldn't hold on for long. Every attack consumed a lot of energy. After a few moves, they would be exhausted. As for the 2 demons, they were genuine 9th layer Divine Emperor realm cultivators. Even if they fought for a few hundred moves, it wouldn't be a problem. This was their disadvantage, and also the disadvantage of the great killing weapon. After all, it wasn't their true strength. It was only used at a critical moment to save their lives. It couldn't be used for a long battle. Although it could erupt with terrifying destructive power, it couldn't be used for a long time. They couldn't defeat real cultivators of the ninth godly emperor layer. Back when they had destroyed the Flying Star sect, the patriarch of the Flying Star sect had been killed because the pavilion leader of the Moon and Clouds pavilion had helped him. Lu Ming had suddenly released the strength of the ninth godly emperor layer and had caught the patriarch of the Flying Star sect off guard. Then, the pavilion leader of the Moon and Clouds pavilion had seized the opportunity and killed the patriarch of the Flying Star sect. If Lu Ming were to fight the sect master of the Flying Star sect one-on-one, Lu Ming would definitely die. "You guys hold on, I'll set up the formation," Dandan roared. His body kept moving around. Endless runes flew out from his hands, feet, and even his body. They flew into the void and into the ground. The space between his eyebrows sparkled. There was a fluctuation that Lu Ming was familiar with, that was the fluctuation of the origin ancient characters. Dandan was setting up a formation. "All right, leave it to us. You set up the formation with all your might." Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. At the same time, another powerful gust of wind rushed out from the Zephyr Pearl and rushed towards the demons in all directions. As for Lu Ming, he controlled the mysterious ice rod with all his might and smashed it towards the ninth godly emperor layer demon. Ling Yue also used all her strength to activate the Elven King Bow that was stained with blood. In the face of such a great battle, Hua Shui couldn't help at all. She could only worry. As for Dandan, he was completely focused on setting up the formation. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the expert of the ninth godly emperor layer exchanged a few blows. Although he blocked the opponent's attack, Lu Ming's face was still somewhat pale. They had already exchanged 4 or 5 moves. Lu Ming felt that the taboo energy had been severely depleted. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few moves. On the other side, Ling Yue wasn't much better. Although she could hold on for a few more moves, she couldn't hold on for long. "I have to hold on." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He could feel that energy was constantly gushing out from every cell in his body at an extremely fast speed. This was a sign that his potential was being forced out. Potential, when injured, when one's life was in danger, would be forced out. However, when under great pressure, one's potential could also be forced out. For example, right now, Lu Ming was under immense pressure. If they didn't stop the other party, they would die. One could imagine how great the pressure was. The potential in his cells continued to emerge and transform into Lu Ming's own strength. Relying on his strong willpower, Lu Ming exchanged 3 more moves with his opponent. "Are you done yet?" Lu Ming roared at Dandan. Soon, densely packed runes spread out from Dandan's body as he roared. Even as he spoke, he spat out numerous runes from his mouth. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged another move with the fiend of the ninth godly emperor layer. This time, Lu Ming's body shook violently. He almost couldn't hold the ice Xian staff in his hand. The bones in his arm were broken and blood flowed out of his mouth. Lu Ming had consumed a lot of energy. At that moment, even if he controlled the ice Xian staff, his attack power was at its peak. It was difficult for him to block the enemy's attack. "Little boy, die!" shouted the fiend of the ninth godly emperor layer. He held the fiend's blade in his right hand and used all his strength to slash. His left hand stretched out and a fiend's claw grabbed Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the ice Xian staff and blocked the attack. His body shook violently and he coughed up blood. However, Lu Ming didn't manage to dodge the fiend's claw completely. Even though Lu Ming used the great godly wind technique to dodge, he was still swept by the enemy's claw and half of his body exploded. "Mu Yun!" shouted Ling Yue. She was extremely worried. She wanted to save Lu Ming, but at that moment, she couldn't protect herself. She was about to run out of strength. "All right." At this moment, Dandan let out an excited roar. Then, countless runes appeared in the sky and turned into a large formation. The deployment spell was dazzling and dazzling. A moment later, the lights turned into golden armored giants. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of golden armored giants appeared. Those golden armored giants appeared out of nowhere and threw themselves at the fiends. The main ones were the two fiends of the ninth godly emperor layer. The two fiends of the ninth godly emperor layer were interrupted. "Piss off!" shouted the fiend of the ninth godly emperor layer who was fighting against Lu Ming. He raised his fiend's blade and looked at the golden armored giants. Slash, 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 the fiend's blade landed on the golden armored giants and made ear-piercing sounds. Surprisingly, it didn't pierce through the golden armored giants. The golden armored giants were sent flying away, leaving marks on their bodies. After the golden armored giants were sent flying, more and more of them threw themselves at the fiends. Even though the golden armored giants didn't have much offensive power, their defensive power was astonishing. They managed to block all the fiends' attacks. On top of that, the hundreds of golden armored giants formed a thick and heavy metal wall, blocking all the fiends. However, the golden armored giants wouldn't attack Lu Ming and the others. The chapters of Wan Dao Dragon Emperor will continue to be updated. There are no advertisements on the website. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Myriad Daos Dragon Emperor, please collect. Myriad Daos Dragon Emperor hand bar updates the fastest. End of chapter 3991. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.